Then ADP unlocked. But audio still bad. I think it's just the headphones, guys. I think it's just the headphones. I think it's just a headphone gap, guys. I do have a built-in microphone, but I'm not using the hands-free. Audio's fucked, yeah? I don't know how to fix it, guys. It's a BG. Thank you very much, Sector. So you guys want me to lower our dominate? Is that the problem? Or increase his volume? So you guys are telling me that just our dominate sounds like he's in a different country. So our dominate is just fucked on my stream. 1080p, baby. He sounds a bit louder, so I should lower him.
Our first Game 5 of the LCS Spring 2023 has finally arrived. Both of these teams have been slugging it back and forth.
Why is the stream blurry? Okay.
For the past 4 hours. And there's history behind for some of these players too. 3 years
Fuck, man, I'm hyped. Let's go, baby.
Went up against Golden Guardians in the lower bracket and eventually clutched it out and took them out, eliminating them from playoffs. This is now a moment for Golden Guardians and Huhi, who was still on that roster, to also get retribution and continue further in the playoffs.
He came in today. He got knowledge. Players talked about it.
He.
And so there is an expectation of, I guess pressure as well.
Yeah.
So I'm interested. We got somebody here.
Yeah, I got news.
Oh God, what's the news?
So we were just remembering some things about the last time Doublelift was in playoffs.
Yeah.
And didn't win the series.
Okay.
You know how long it's been?
How long?
So he's been retired, right?
Yeah.
He won 2020 summer.
Yes.
Yeah.
He didn't make playoffs in 2020 spring.
Mhm.
He won 4 in a row on Team Liquid.
Yeah.
The last time actually Doublelift was in playoffs and didn't win the title was when Stixay and Huhi were on CLG in 2016
callback.
spring.
Damn.
The first time that Doublelift hasn't won the title after being in playoffs since 2016 spring.
Jet is dropping
When
facts on us.
Stixay Huhi on CLG took him down.
That is cool. That
Crazy
is
how
cool.
History finds a way to repeat itself even under different.
Damn.
That's a Jet fact.
That's it. Yeah.
Thank you. That was good breaking.
Damn, man, you look so gassed,
I
man.
appreciated that.
Say goodbye to
Like
Jet.
gassed
All
out,
returns to
or
the
I'm gassed as in, yo,
A
I'm
lot on the line.
gassed up.
Both teams feels like the pressure is there. It's palpable.
Gassed up or gassed out?
I know while we were waiting for the players to come out, both Doublelift and Stixay sat down early just so I would assume, to get comfortable. You're going to be going for a game 5, so you want to be focused.
Yes.
That's going to be the underlying.
On the Zaza, okay.
It's a long day.
Mm-hmm.
Going through a best of 5, you don't really expect it. So playing 5 games in a day, I mean, they play, that quite a bit of that in scrims, but on game day, it's a different beast. And another one too is just trying to conquer the whole blue side win rate.
True. And the other big thing, we're talking a lot about the experience.
Try to tick mono on device audio. Okay.
In their history before. There's new
We
players
tried that already.
Tenacity and Busio. This is their first starting split of the LCS.
There we go.
This is their first
Now it's
LCS
mono.
playoff.
Is it worse?
This is a chance for them to prove and go as far as they can, because outside of just expectations for themselves as individuals, we know that there's also been
There you go.
narratives
It's
spawned
worse.
by the community about how there's no talent in NA. There's no domestic talent being raised. Tenacity and Busio are prime prospects that were promoted and taken a chance on by the 100 Thieves organization.
Yep.
To now be the next generation of stars for this org. This would be the game to really set that in stone.
Yeah, it's been a growing period, especially how Busio has specifically been performing on his Recon, and in the last game on his Blitzcrank, you've been seeing it now. Just as a reminder, as you can see on the screen, it's a keyboard issue that's been trying to get sorted right now. I'm sure when we get in the game or any updates, we'll let you guys know. One thing I'll take note of immediately.
It's perfect now? All right.
I mentioned it a little bit, but that was a rough one for Tenacity.
I'll take it.
He blinded the Gragas on 4 just to eventually pick the Zillion anyways on 5. Don't think that makes sense. I think you want to go for a much more safer blind anyways on 4 pick and then allow him to get counter pick. I think we just haven't seen a lot of use of red side counter pick on 4-5 in NA just yet. I think everybody's been sipping the tank juice when it goes to the top lane.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we watch LCK, LPL, and it's still carry top lanes. They still play it. Sure, tanks are great, but I think having that extra angle when you're on red side is really important. So that's the
How
one
about
thing I
now?
want to see. That's the big adaptation. Do I expect to see it? Probably not. I think there's a ironed out style for 100 Thieves. Thankfully, they're the one on blue side, but giving the power to Licorice.
Pop
on
another
5
roll.
seems
I
to
feel
be the
like I
ticket.
can lift the tree up.
Comes down to what the R4 and the R5 picks are for Golden Guardians.
And we're in!
Here we go! Game 5, baby! Y'all wanted it. We got the silver scrapes. We had it blasting here in the arena. And now it's time. 100
All right.
Thieves and Golden Guardians both 2-2 apiece. This best of
Guys, we got
5
1080p.
turned into a
That's all I
best
can
of 1.
provide.
There's only one game left that separates them and advancing on to the playoffs or going home early, Raz.
Seems like they don't want to deal with that Lucian. Taking it away, but leaves the LeBlanc open.
What if I do this?
That is now open for Gory, for the pickings has been gone from him this series. They just don't want to
How about
see him
now?
on that
It's
pick.
better?
And now, if he wants to get it, he can have it.
100 Thieves get that Wukong. That Wukong has been prioritized on blue side almost every single time this series, but Golden Guardians fire back instantly with the Zeri.
Okay.
River
It's a
starting to focus.
Wukong.
A couple champions that could be the answer back to the great adaptation that we've been waiting for, considering that they're on red side this time around.
Yeah, we want
It's
to
a
see
Wukong, guys.
Okay.
Okay. I think, honestly, I think if you can play the tanks into Maokai, like into Wukong, it's really good. Because now, Licorice finally revealed to his team that he can play Olaf and shit like this.
AoE CC has been far more valuable than single target CC when you're able
Because
to
any pick prediction is banned, dude.
100 Thieves immediately fire back with Jinx and Thresh, but now who he says, Busio, I saw what you're doing with the Blitzcrank. Now it's my turn.
I got that too. So now we got a Blitzcrank being passed over by Huhi. So I have always forgotten about the fact that Huhi also has a flexible pool. He is also a mid lane roll swap to bot lane.
Just like Busio.
There it is. So it's nice to see that he's willing to play it, locks it in, recognizes that, hey, if they go for a Thresh pick with Jinx that they've been doing this series, last series,
I'll dominate
he
is
has an
muted.
option too. Another Lissandra ban for Golden Guardian. So they're just trying to nail down the picks, and we finally get the Zillion
Oh, guys, I
ban.
have a phone call.
Didn't work out well for 100 Thieves last game, but this time they have blind pick on blue side, and the comp looks great with a Zillion, so just knock that out.
Coaches Spooks and Shoes, making sure that 100 Thieves don't have any of those pocket picks whatsoever. They are trying to limit 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say right here,
Crazy strategies that has
I think it should be a Yone from Golden Guardians. That's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling a Yone from GGS.
It worked great for Gory as a blind pick opening up, but it's the Cassante. And I know you mentioned Raz before the start of the
And I'm
series
just
that
Perma ignored. Okay.
Be a flex pick for both Licorice and Gory if he wants to take
Oh,
a
Yamato
look
has a phone call. All right, whatever.
I'm back. I'm back.
We've seen it, multiple regions.
How you doing, Habibi?
Last night, Cassante
What do you think about the Yone on 5 for Gory when it matters most?
I like it.
With the Maokai,
Picasso, man. I like it.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
when it's still available. So if
You're not feeling the Jace?
they can get a Gwen
Jace
matchup,
into Sion Wukong too hard?
just feel happy. Get more
Nah, I'm not feeling the Gory Jace. I think he needs to get in there.
or they can go for something more standard,
okay.
see what Bjergsen ends up locking
Maybe he
into.
can't get in there versus that. I mean, to be honest, now Jace is a better pick for sure with that Talia champion. I just feel like a Yone would be a Gory pick though. Like he looks so good on it. Wait, I know what the pick is. Wait, listen to this. Olaf on 5 with fucking Cassante mid.
I'm so done with fucking Cassante mid.
But dude,
Oh!
they end up going to Gwen instead. But wouldn't Olaf just
Okay.
be way better? Maybe they feel like they don't have enough magic damage with Maokai only.
I think Olaf, I guess the enemy has like good enough range.
It's so scary to play this shit as Olaf, man.
Okay, a little Gwen.
Yeah, we got the Gwen. Sante mid, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. An L.
So that's nice. And of course, as I mentioned, the draft.
The 100 Thieves advancement.
As well. So Licorice getting the Gwen. I expect Maokai to be up top lane early, so we don't see a little cheesy gank from closer or anything like that. So the draft is locked in. I'm a fan of both. The pick potential from Talia and Thresh looks damn good too.
Okay, how good is the Blitzcrank? If Blitzcrank, if it's Boosty or Blitzcrank, I would be like free win. But I need to see who he Blitzcrank.
No more chances for a second game. This is the last game.
I do believe blue side looks easier, but
Head on to the rip for the last game.
Gwen can carry.
Between 100 Thieves and Golden Guardians.
Yeah. I mean, Gwen can carry. I don't really like the Licorice Gwen, to be honest. I'm more of a fan of the, like, Licorice Olaf, or I mean, that's pretty much it. But the only thing I think, yeah. Fuck, bro, that might be the only thing he's playing well. Fuck, shit. Oh my god. I tried to think of another champion, but I just couldn't. The Radiant
Say three-
Renekton?
say 3 champions that Licorice plays that are not Olaf.
Figure this one out.
Olaf.
Olaf! Oh fuck!
Renekton.
Him just ready to go in.
Olaf, Renekton,
Been built up.
Lisa, no,
We've
fuck
now
that.
seen the
No, not the Jax.
Guardians
Fiora, no, not Fiora.
resources over to Licorice.
Hey, Gragas, yeah, he had a bad Gragas game. Fuck.
Echo top!
Could it be?
Oh no!
Backup carrying the late game. Something that we haven't really seen being given trust
Missing
over
something?
to
Jesus.
Licorice for most of the regular split.
Yeah, because he's been having a
There's nothing that gets me even more hyped for a game 5 than a pause right at the beginning of it, right after draft.
Same, bro.
You've seen both sides.
Oh wait, he's calling me
That's the
again.
X factor for Golden Guardians is that they feel like they can put the
Brahim.
into him. They've been performing well in the 2v2. The Lounge mentioned it. We're back in game. They've been working well in the 2v2 bot side. Now, who he gets the pick on the Blitzcrank. So there's a lot that we should look at. I don't have that many eyes. So I'll let the observers do the work.
Bro, that is foul as fuck, saying Double has the same haircut as the NFL Raiders head owner. Come on, bro.
From the get-go,
He does not have the same as Mark Davis, bro. Mark Davis hair.
can be stopped or will be stopped for going for a delayed or late invade.
Yeah. I'm thinking to make a
Bro, that is
mention
not
for
the same
Maokai
haircut.
pick, since it's the first in the series.
No
just the
shot.
gauge that it does provide. So
You are
any
hating for
kind of
free.
Gauge that we see there from either Sion or Wukong, immediately River has the power to basically say, get the hell out of here. Just like chill, relax, back away, protection for Zeri. That's always going to be an option. Same can be said with the Thresh.
Our Davis is our
Lantern, but
Discord
also-
mascot.
Golden Guardians has just been pretty good at being able to nail down control wards when the Thresh Lantern gets
I won't
pushed out,
speak.
so it's not as
You guys
useful
try to get
throughout
me in
the fight.
trouble.
We saw
Once
that
again,
actually
you guys just sit here and try
earlier
to
in the
bait me to
series
get
against the
canceled.
losing fight,
Perma.
but they still got that word down,
Alright,
so
alright,
at
so
least
this
it
game,
seems like they're
I have not
focused,
seen a
like they said,
Cassante mid be
remains in this
useful.
game 5.
Faker was pretty good on it today, but like just in general, I mean Chovy was fine on it. I've not seen an NA Cassante mid be useful. I mean, I said one game where he could have been playing anything, he would have won, so we'll see.
That should give information over to Golden Guardians on where
At least he heard about the monitor.
And now
Calling him up.
How does he want to react to this path? And we saw last last game that he put a lot of
let me
emphasis
see
Hey,
the
the
true
push-
prioritizing Licorice's laning
Push
phase.
Can you-
wave one with. Yo, what happened?
Stream for me,
I'm
baby.
not sure if you need to do that
Oh
right from the
shit.
get-go with
Okay,
the
okay, okay.
Scion matchup.
What did LEC hear about the monitor?
This is the
No.
perfect
This
game
is my
for
burger
Wukong
man.
there. Support will
Oh
come back.
shit, your burger
Just
man.
seeing that both Huhi and
The
Busio
burger
are
man,
angling
it's
for
having
a
some
pick.
problems.
They don't want to start
Who
on
was it,
themselves
Reginald?
just yet. It's just
Yeah,
a
it was
really interesting
Reginald.
fight for that.
He was delivering. Shit. Wait, did you get it? You got the time?
Just count down for me.
Okay, 34, 35, 36, 37,
Yeah,
38, 39, 40.
They don't want to deal with that at all, so they had a good angle. Just relax there.
All right,
You
I'm
can
good.
see both junglers pathing straight towards bot lane. In fact, Wukong. Oh,
Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted.
something's gonna
Psych.
happen there.
Appreciate it.
Oh,
Okay, Hui with the hook.
If you throw out the hook, then you don't have a way to deter the other hook from coming in, so it's just both supports trading back and forth, but Boostio's
get
the one
those
that loses
souls.
more HP on the trade.
a little different, but it still worked out. Wukong is in the
Okay,
area.
gorgeous.
Busio got chunked out just a little bit. No ward in the tri-bush.
There's no better way
the bush right next
to
it,
watch.
so they're going to see closer. River is a
Then
little
with a
slow, but I
burger?
mean,
With a
this
burger
still
and some
works
nuggets.
Closer just
Yes,
fight,
baby.
so he wants to look for a
Full
steal,
NA.
but River doesn't
Oh,
have one either.
You just
So he's
wait.
gonna try to
No one
get
has
the
smite
bomb
here.
reset
Ah, this
so that
fucking Grump is so
neither
angry.
Potion nor River can be up camp. Both are gonna end up at level 3, but now he has push for Crab.
Yeah, this
Nah,
is a
closer
concern
Wukong.
here.
He's gotta carry this.
Busio just
I believe in him.
the wave completely, and so Busio is going to be able to help out if they wanted to reinvade. But River is just going to just.
Oh shit!
Ooh.
Nasty hook, double up, chunk down to sub
Ooh,
50%
hooey.
HP. Gonna have to chunk this health pot if he wants to stay in this lane for the time being.
Bro, Blitzcrank is just OP in this series or what, man?
Whether they don't know it or not.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. There is. I like it, bro. The supports are playing to win.
Yeah, bro, Busio was the American sniper in the previous game. And now Hui is starting off good.
A Blitzcrank series, man. It's really dominating it so far that we've
Who
seen in
hooks?
both games.
I like to see it.
See
I mean, the
if
thing
it
that's scary about
continues
Blitz for me
closer
is,
looking at Licorice here.
You don't really feel like the Blitz is gonna be able to stop the. Ooh, okay. I mean, he should just live here. I think.
Go in with the decoy, gets another Nimbus strike in, but not enough damage to
Okay.
take down Licorice.
Wait, what's
Oh,
happening?
Licor-
Double's almost dead. Oh wait, he hooked him in. Oh,
Oh.
holy! The out lady from Doublets. He got hooked on purpose here. He got flash hooked on purpose and then baited Hui to die. Huge.
Have to say,
Big plays,
Licorice's
big
wave
plays.
state, his lane state was so fucking good, by the way. He was like that casually 10 CS ahead. This big slow push into him.
Oh.
He's vibing. Just base sticks it. What you doing? Okay, staying. Okay.
But Doublet and Busio, the fact that they get to walk away with
Yeah,
the
he's
kill
getting
and
the
push
one wave
to the
crash.
side saves this lane a little
Okay.
bit for them.
Exactly, and it's good that the kill went on towards Doublet for obvious reasons. Now Huhi platting.
Wait, so can we get a replay on the bot lane? What happened? Hui just flashed on Doublelift, and then Doublelift flashed away, and then Busio hooked Hui into turret, and then Hui died? That's it?
Be instant berserker degrees and a longsword there for Doublet. So great job early there from Busio and Doublet to actually fight back against what's happening there.
Okay, demolish, baby.
It's not
Bro,
ideal for Huhi,
it's
but
just
he does
Season 8
take his
Licorice,
time
he's
to
the
roam,
goat
gets
again.
Control ward in the heart of Closer's jungle, hovering mid lane to make sure that Gory can get this wave pushed in. And this is
Why does
a
Doublelift have
time
cleanse this
where
game?
They can look to at least set
Maokai
up
is just
more
enough?
vision so
Yeah,
that
that is
set up
kinda weird, no?
next time Stixay gets the push on ball.
Yeah,
Cleanse,
I think
just
Sion
from
should
Maokai.
always eat it, no?
This, series,
Yeah, it
every
seems strange.
time Golden Guardians or 100 Thieves try and aim for it. The other side is also pretty recognizing it. And let's check out how this all started.
It was just a flash in, and then a Doublet flash away, and then they just chased like animals, no?
Also, how did Huhi get underneath turret?
Oh.
Oh. Flash
Like,
knock
Huhi
comes
has
in
hook here, and he
close
just
numbers
doesn't look
goes
for
to
it.
Doublet, and he's just running away as much as he can, but Busio body blocking most of these
Okay.
shots from Stixay.
I think at that point you just fucking kill Thresh, no?
Yeah, I mean, you just hook the Thresh and try to get 2 subs. I don't know. I feel like Stixay kind of baited him, though, by flashing forward. Because Hui was going to walk away, and then Stixay flashed forward, and then Hui just kept on walking.
Instant flash from Douglas, so he doesn't
Yep,
end
yep.
up in range of Stixay after the knockup.
That's right. Good for Huhi not to be too shaken up.
This is very bad for 100 Thieves. What are they doing?
Yeah, no, Gory can kill. Gory can kill
What the
Doublelift here, no?
fuck?
Yeah, wait, he's just dead. Okay, knocked him out.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
What the fuck is going on here? It looks like some choking might be going on here.
Is miraculous for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, has a one.
Damn.
Are we hitting the hook here, trying to kill Bjergsen, or what's happening? Yep, there it is.
Hook, but is that the hook they want to take?
Ay, man. That's crazy. That is crazy right there, that it was played like this.
Inadvisable.
That is not so bongo.
There are good hooks and there are bad ones. That one was a rough one, and so what turned out to just be straight 1-for-1. Disastrous for Golden Guardians. Let's take a look at that one more time because, like I said,
All right, let's see the hook after Gory ults double lift. I feel like Gory was just gonna kill double lift, and then Hui just hooked him, and now Gory's just completely sold out. How does he play? No, he's actually just getting creeped by Hui. Wait, Hui's just actually trolling him for fun. The fuck?
Bro, that looks so strange, no? That the Jinx got like, she just bounced like that
Yeah.
on the Talia wall after it was placed.
Yeah, it was a little weird.
Yeah.
And you can see even on the more experienced members,
He's like,
the game
damn.
always hits different when.
Well, this
you know,
is
the-
why
the
Hui
build
got kicked
for
off 100
this
Thieves.
one, so every decision, every action and consequence that occurs in this game 5, it really does sting a little more.
Now Dragon has been the focus. Casante has gotten mid push, so he can always be there, just like he
Yeah,
was.
the hook actually was better than the lantern in terms of saving double lift.
Want to take that risk
Jesus.
of another fight really panning out poorly. Closer's now pushing for Proud just to stop that. The hell is that going?
Not sure. Maybe it was to scout out the dragon in case they were on it. As it was only Stixay
Please,
pushing out.
girlfriend's
on
gonna
the
block. No,
side.
she's already blocked me. I don't even remember what I did. I must have flamed Hui, and then I got blocked.
But they find out that the dragon
By
has
Hui's girlfriend?
even been started.
Yeah.
They're waiting for the pick. So Closer just
She
hungry,
goes
making
off,
sure the
bro.
double lift is still protected.
Whose sister is she?
Both of those summoner spells come back.
Come on, bro. Come on. Why would you even say that? That was just one. That was one person, man.
I don't know. That shit is just so fucking funny to me. I don't know why.
You're a piece of shit, man.
He will be fine
Fucking
getting that
Vada.
wave, next wave pushed in. Jason doesn't have TP, but it should be okay anyways.
I will say that
I'm eating mozzarella sticks at 2 a.m. dude. Like,
right now about 1,000.
Jesus, dude.
We saw what Licorice did in game 4 when he was given
It's a one-time thing, man. That was a one-person thing.
When Gwen comes online with those 2 items, she can rip apart.
I don't know. It's funny to me. I can't.
And it seems like that is just what Golden Guardians are
Okay.
working for at the moment.
Hey,
can't.
you said it, bro.
All their looks
Oh,
in the
wait.
game have not really necessarily worked out.
Okay.
Oh,
Kisante, here we go again. Hook him out, Hui.
Okay, Hui. That was a good hook.
Oh, nice Q.
Wait, the Tenacity's here. Wait, Stixay is just walking into. Bro, with Stixay, where are your buttons, bro?
One thing
Wait, what
GG did not
happened?
expect, it was Tenacity making a visit from the top side of the map. Well done for him, and he's able to net now at 2.5k gold lead for 100 Thieves. A small price to pay, and Bjergsen's actually going to try for Licorice a little bit, but
Oh, wow, we used the ult here, too?
Damn, he pressed all of his buttons.
Wait, I mean, he's really scared of that fucking Talia. Does Talia ever kill him here?
With that
Assuming he has
amplifying
his
tome,
W?
he's about to read that amplifying tome, and the text is just
The momentum is on their side.
vicious.
And it seems like they are going to have control for the
Jesus.
next Rift Herald.
The Amp Tome, CDR boots, Doran's ring versus the Gwen. I don't know. I feel like Gwen is just walking away from that.
And Gwen goes into third bush, and Talia will die if she tries to chase.
Yeah.
This was a blasting one, Gwen, no?
As you can see, they were trying to pile on towards Wukong,
Yeah.
flashes for the lantern, so he gets out of the way again. And so even if they're able to get
Wait,
that
but I
pick,
felt like 6A was fine here, but he just like tanks it. Like he has flash and everything, and he's just walking in a circle. Like,
Steam rolls on through. Yes,
okay,
he gives
all
up the
right.
wave over to
He like
Licorice.
saw Sion on the mid wave. He's like, ah, top gap,
He's going to
and
look
just died.
for the payoff to be that his team
Ah, River's dead again.
Okay.
Ah, fuck.
This is
Maybe
getting
we
out of
should've
control.
listened to-
On to River.
We should have listened to old Dom and just banned the Wukong,
as a bit of
Diego,
a
Lee Sin.
River now 0 and 3.
Ah.
Every time he's looking for an objective with his squad, they
I felt the
just
same
don't
today
lose
when
it.
Mad Lions opened Azir 4-5.
Starting to just blow up for 100 Thieves. This is gonna be rough. And if you look
Ah,
at
just
how
ban the
the
mages, someone,
fights,
please.
if it were to
And then
be
just
fight to fight,
humanoid keeps getting Azir 4-5.
there's a team that actually is a lot
Yeah.
more comfortable in
He
that
thought he was
fight.
on
Have a strong
13.5, bro. He thought Azir was
front
dead.
line, tenacity. And Cassante, as great as he is for the draft, and rotate for the early fights. The early fights have not been panning out. He doesn't scale as well as Sion as a frontliner, so that's going to be the hard part for Golden Guardians. As the game goes on, they
So,
gotta find more creative ways, and
the
so
Cassante
all
mid,
this is actually just
how's
on
it looking?
pushback.
Yeah.
If you can find a good pick, then great.
Bro.
They can start chipping at the lead.
I feel bad for him because it's not really his fault.
I mean, yeah, he's their best player and he's on Cassante mid. Kinda crazy. Their best two players are on Maokai Cassante. How crazy is that when you think about it?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you have to give that to Licorice, bro. You cannot take that as the Maokai. In this game, look at his items, bro. He's like, after that I get my Aegis of the Legion, guys, we win.
Bro, if you said you have to give that to Gwen, I would agree with you. But when you said you have to give that to Licorice,
You think it's better on the full tank Maokai?
So I see them pivoting towards bot lane.
No, that's fair.
That could have been nice.
Take.
I don't think they're in a strong position, so
nah, I'm just being mean at this point.
Yeah, you're just a fucked up person. You might, I don't even know.
Bro,
Like,
bro, in this cold streams, it's so easy to forget that these players are human
So
beings.
far, you already see the
what the fuck?
slightly ahead of Tenacity.
Just sitting in my hotel room and hating. I'm not. No, I mean like more in the way that you forget that they are human beings behind the screen, you know? That they're not just their champs. I don't mean like, oh, they're human because of how they play. That's not what I meant.
We already talked about.
Okay, man, okay. What? Fuck.
I understood that people understood it that way, so I had to correct it.
This is a way to continue the mid-game snowball rolling.
Co-streams are just so late for you, huh? Oh, damn.
Wait for Licorice to come online.
Yeah, and I mean,
I'm gonna
Bro, I
just say
thought I was the
positive
hater,
things
but
now.
this is just crazy.
so far in playoffs, we
I'm
saw
gonna say
them
only nice
able
things
to
from
do
now.
it to actually to 100 Thieves.
I really like the 100 Thieves jerseys.
To how they end up playing,
Yeah.
the back line, and in this case, so I'm a little bit.
Can you picture human beings wearing them, or?
Come on.
Like, okay, they have Malcolm,
Like, I'm just saying, man. Like, where are you at?
And Leo, Wukong,
It's my fault. You say whatever the fuck you want. They're like, Dom turned him toxic. Your motto used to be so respectable. Even just today on LEC, he was such a respectable guy.
Yeah.
Dom made him
He can't
toxic.
cleanse knockups. So if Wukong finds it with the Cyclone, and then it's immediate timing from Bjergsen with the knockup from Seismic Shove, you're just there's nothing
Okay,
you
the
can
root
do.
sandstorm.
You can just get blown up 100 to
But if he
0.
got hit by that, he wouldn't need a cleanse. So there it is.
Crash into the mid turret. They don't take it out entirely, but at least it's some damage that they can work on later. 2.5 minutes until the next dragon.
Yeah, and a lot has happened since the Rift Herald was picked up. So the fact that this
I don't know.
was placed past
I feel
45
like
minutes, so they're
this
not able to
Drake
get plates for that
It's
one,
hard to
kinda
play
sucks.
for red, but
But that's just the
I
state
feel like you
of
kind of
things
have
right
to,
now.
man. The
A lot of
mountain is a
pressure
bit
right
too
now
much.
towards Stixay, who's able to get the
Yeah,
first
I mean,
ball
I don't know. I
first.
feel like Licorice really can 1v9 this game.
Depending on the side of where all
I feel like
the
if Licorice
are,
plays, like, I would never bet on Licorice to, like, 1v9 a game versus Doublelift in LCS in 2023. But I feel like if he plays, like, max level, like, he's playing, like, Photon or something, or he's playing, like, I don't know, Shanji, or one of these motherfuckers that can carry. He plays like that, he can carry this game, bro. Thresh, Jinx, Talia into Gwen. Gwen just smurfs it. Re-item Gwen here? Oh my god.
That vision line further and further, encroaching onto the comfortability of where Golden Guardians can actually
I can see it.
their own jungle, and that prevents them from being able to get into good angles for the contest. Because when we
Photon almost did.
From Golden Guardians, it's a little bit
Yep.
of what they want.
I mean, but he should have. Like, his team just didn't let him, you know?
The idea that you're
Yeah,
entering
true.
double lift,
But I feel like
But
Golden
hey,
Guardians will let him.
looking for multiple flank
I think
angles,
that Licorice is buying the items that he's not gonna carry with.
through this Scion and Wukong. I mean,
Yeah.
Sadly.
that's not gonna get you anywhere.
Yeah. And
No. What is that, bro? What is he buying?
that they can play through sides
Is he
of
buying
the
a
field.
Zhonya's in this game?
They don't want them to just
I
jump
think he's
into
buying a
a fight,
Zhonya's
though.
in this game.
You know,
No, tell me it's like a Cosmic Drive or some bullshit.
Yeah.
But even
I mean,
Cosmic Drive is kind of shit.
Yeah, I mean, just tell me it's some forbidden tech and it's not actually just Zhonya's when we're like our carry threat here. I mean, this has to be just a fucking Void Staff, Shadow Flame, Death Cap, any of those items game.
Yeah.
Resources on her. She can take over team fights after she gets her 3-piece items.
I hope it's Cosmic Drive and it's not
Looking for
Zhonya's.
I would respect-
That's all I'm saying.
I would respect a filler Fiendish Codex into Death Cap.
Licorice right now setting up the bot.
Well, he
But
is
that's-
another Ram Tome, so that's
Yeah.
not happening.
He gets a chance to
Oh, hook! Oh shit, that was actually a free kill, I think.
They want to go for it.
So
Looks
close.
like he's gonna be actually joining through the river and just
Bro, we gotta hit those
here.
hooks.
100 Thieves have moved into the river.
We really need to hit those hooks there.
Multiple control wards littered throughout these bushes in the river, just pushing Golden Guardians away as the death
Okay,
sentence
Santa's.
lands. Closer goes
Oh,
in with a
Malcolm's
cyclone.
paper.
Yeah. That's where we're putting all of our gold. Licorice is just barring them over the wall. Okay.
Rocket to secure the kill. River just goes down like that. 1 and 4. It just hasn't worked out for him. We saw the attempted hook from Huhi onto a target of 100 Thieves. If that happened, then great. Like, we're just waiting for a hook to land to see if Golden Guardians come out.
Nah, the Drake rolls are too perfect for 100 Thieves. Like, they are legit. Fucking, they are legit 6k gold ahead right now.
Now,
Yeah, actually.
and that point that I made about
Oof, it's tough. I mean, the Maokai's not tanky.
That's the whole point going there.
And he didn't go after shock, so I mean, it's just a phase rush Maokai that's really squishy.
Like, even the Kesanta items. My man's playing against triple AD, man.
Damn near.
I'm sure he's laning against Talia and so forth, but
Point. I mean,
like, you're very over-indexed on MR, I feel here.
Golden Guardians now have to find ways to bounce back. Down 2 dragons. As already the matchup for Licorice starting to turn out even worse for Tenacity as he's just snipping through this.
And Tenacity is chilling so hard though. But also, it's like if you go the Cosmic Drive build here on Gwen, then like, what are you getting third? Because you kind of need a Void, but you also need a Death Cap. I feel like that's your issue.
It's fucked. By the way, there's no way he's not buying Zonya. He's going all the way. He's spreading his eagle wings. Full America.
No, that's 2 NA. I'll be so upset if I see this on it right now. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, thank God.
Okay, thank God.
That being said,
This is like Canadian.
again on defense here.
What is
They know from
He
how
is
it's
Canadian?
played out that anytime that Licorice wants to extend his advantage, he has to be always cautious about where 100 Thieves members are.
Rush after Blitzcrank? Yeah, he's going Everfrost. Everyone does it. The combo, I guess.
Have the opportunity to look for those picks because the mobility that Fierce has on this Talia champion. So Licorice playing with a lot more caution, a lot more reserve, while still maintaining this lead is going to be key for Golden Guardians.
Ah, man, he's gonna need a Void because he needs to have side pressure versus Scion, or they can like never, or Sion's just gonna get free ults to every single fight. So he has to go Void, but at the same time, like, I mean, he's not scary then until 4 items.
Most recent memory that's in mind is
That guy just wrote in my chat, I trust Impact with my mother. Such a safe pair of hands.
What? Where did Impact come from in this game? What the fuck?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a nice sentiment. I think it's a nice compliment.
This is the moment to do it. This is the moment you remember. So there's a lot going against them. It's not that big of a lead.
Nashor's on Gwen not good anymore. Nah, not. I mean, people, because like your R doesn't need to. You don't need to auto to proc your R anymore. So a lot of people just go full AP, and then also like, yeah, just the way your spells work, and the fact that they like change your spells around, where now you don't have as much like true damage. So now you have more yeah, magic damage. People just go Death Cap Void, these types of items, Shadow Flame.
Yeah, in the past, a pen was just such a worse, like weaker stat, a weak stat on Gwen. So you had that filler slot. Maybe the new Nashor's Tooth with the 15 ability is like that's fine for Gwen, but
Yeah.
I think the big AP items are just too good for Gwen.
Actually, that reminds me. I meant to play. I was like, what? I saw that buff and I wanted to play champion. I forgot what it was for a little bit. I need to play some AP Shyvana with it. New Nashor's Tooth.
Not too
Sounds like
shabby.
it would. Yeah, it sounds like it would be nice.
A little bit of a Diana.
I feel like Diana is so. I don't know, bro. I feel like Diana is such a weird champion now.
About a solid 1,000 gold up on Tenacity, where Tenacity is still trying to pick and buy components to make himself as tanky
This
as
fucking
possible,
Diana
but
one
he's
takes
also
always 1 million
providing
of this champ.
Sunfire. He's gonna
Really?
be as tanky as he can get for this upcoming Dragon.
They buy Nashor's Tooth and then they buy some. They go into the tank
But if 100 Thieves do nab it, it does
tank
put
part
them
of the
on
shop and they
point
just
force
click
the
random
Golden
items and then
Guardians
they
to contest them
just
at
win.
that last dragon.
Taking a look at the
I think I'm traumatized. I played a Diana game recently. I just saw Yasuo on my team. I'm like, boom, Diana Yasuo. There it is. Like, Gragas is banned, Diana Yasuo. Let's fucking send it. Played the game out. I checked after. I'm like, this guy is not ulting off any of my ults. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? I checked the guy's stats. First timing Yasuo in a fucking 400 LP master game. Nice.
BG.
It was enough to scar me for life.
Just to have some threat on the
I love
back line.
lobby
The
privacy.
damage that's there from Double
Yeah,
X, you
no,
can
it's really
play
cool to
some,
just not know if the person is trolling or like
um,
actually good on the champion.
Lantern's gonna also help him
What
out
the
there.
fuck? This is a
And then
TP?
the shield from Seraph is gonna also protect Bjergsen with the sums available. So it's just really
Dude, this
strong
Sion is
when
never
you're in
dying.
position.
Just look at him.
Then
How
your eyes
unkillable
on
is he?
Licorice too, they do. The ward catches him out, so they know where he's at.
So
The flank is never gonna work for
HP
Licorice.
Buzz.
They're actually chasing him down.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves know. If
Oh
there's a
shit, he's
flank
got
in
the
progress,
blue smite.
all
Oh,
this
he's just
collapse
too hard
on the
to.
side of the flank. Licorice has a ghost, but he gets interrupted by the Cyclone and gets
Oh.
blown off, and he's forced out of the fight. He might even just
Well,
go down.
shit.
The Mega Death Rocket
Well,
doesn't
that
was
leave him
nice.
That's the fight, I guess.
Has one last bonk to take him out, and this is another advantage now in favor of 100 Thieves.
I have TP in 38, guys. We played slow, play slow. We don't have the only person that's strong on our team. Play slow, guys. We can win.
Hammering in. Now, River is
Why are we
They
still
know-
here?
they know Congo. They know
Just to
Congo.
suffer.
flash for this, but
Yeah, it's just a suffer as fuck.
Golden Guardians just don't feel confident. They feel that if they take that fight or even look for a
Fucking,
steal,
it's
that it would be
it's a
even
shame,
more
bro. I
damage.
wanted to see
River
more
goes
of
down,
a fight in Game 5. I wanted to see like a close Game 5, but this is looking like 100 Thieves is taking it away.
and so the game is slipping away from them.
We're gonna see some crazy hooks, man. Crazy hooks. And then Licorice is gonna 1v9 for us.
Golden Guardians need to find anything. Thankfully, Blitzcrank is a nice way to come back into this game.
If there's anything that could happen,
Yep.
you could be in the right place at the right time as Blitzcrank and find a hook on a Fed carry with a shutdown bounty. I'm looking at double lift. Looking
Over
at
let this draft happen. This draft is, I mean, this draft, it's like a fine draft. The problem is that you have your best players playing your worst champions. That's the issue.
Also, we do need to call out to Nasty about that. But
Like, at some point, you have to look around and you have to just be like, okay, I got 2 imports. They're the best players on the team. We gotta give them the fucking ball.
I'm just putting that out there.
Give the rock to Gory or River. Boom, that's it. That's it, bro. You gotta give him the rock.
Or even
How
just
it goes.
sums. I think what you just want to go for.
Very
any
true.
small picks where you can just
What,
force
man?
a
Is
flash from
is
double
that
No,
not
it's
good
good.
analysis?
No, it's good. I like
I'll do
it.
about
Been the old game plan whenever you see a Jarvan get
Did you hear me on Analyst today? I said BDS. I was like, imagine League of Legends is chess boxing.
Right now, Golden Guardians,
BDS, they do a whole lot of boxing, not enough chessing.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
That's a fucking banger. Holy shit.
Because I was like, their map openers on Nash, the preparation for Drake could be sharper, player on ults better, item tags better, but how, when they fight, they do good. Mechanically, they do good. Lane phase do good. Early game, good.
always have to pull stick stay to move with them.
Yeah.
Just to make sure
That's
that they
actually a
can lay
banger.
control down. Because even though Huhi and River are on quote-unquote
I'm glad you like it.
they're behind, and they don't really necessarily have item components that
I
make
think
them
Huhi is gonna
all
be the
that
savior,
deep.
man.
So if they get caught
Ready.
out, that's done.
I have the
That's
Rise
it.
Against song,
Baron,
Savior
Marley,
playing,
Baron,
and I
December,
just see a montage of Huhi
They always have to pull power, which then
in my brain
Oh, yeah.
right now.
prevents stick save.
Oh no, I mean, you look at this game and review. I mean, you probably don't review it, right? Because no one ever reviews the last game of the season, right?
Power and
Oh.
even more resources.
You don't review it, but this is one where you're watching, like, Gory later is like, what happened in this game, man? It felt so bad. And then he just goes back and watches it. He sees what happens bot. He sees the free kill on double lift get hooked away by Huhi, and it just, the rage just boils up within inside him.
Yeah.
Going towards a voice staff makes sense.
Or within him. I don't know what the fuck I just said. With inside him, nice.
It's a
Take
good
it.
call overall since those are the members that you're probably hitting the most.
Alright, so
So
when is
63
Licorice
item?
death cap?
Just hit their core items. That would be the one.
When do we have a death cap on Licorice?
I wish they could show us their gold.
This way for now, Stick Stay will clean it up, but now 100 Thieves get to have first move into the Baron Pit. Thankfully for Golden
You know,
Guardians, they got
Even
vision,
looking
they
at looking at this
grab.
game,
The 100 Thieves
this
can't
gold
just
score,
go
whatever,
with
I
just
would honestly think it's
by
winnable
sneaking it,
for right side
but
draft,
this
but it just feels like Golden Guardians is never winning.
Licorice has been picking away at this tower, but now there's a pick opportunity.
I don't know if they will finish items.
Raz pointed it out.
Okay.
Via ulti from
Oh,
Bjergsen,
not too
but
bad.
Licorice just skips over
Okay.
the wall to Nasty's
He
house.
kept
He
ghosts
didn't
as
even
well.
have the ghost in time.
Huge.
Yeah.
One of those
Huge
things
they
that
That's,
you have to
uh,
be aware of in a-
Bro, he needs level
Licorice. He's
16
going
and a
up
death
the
cap,
edge,
and then we're in
trying to get
business.
the pick on towards the turret, and Bjergsen was
Alright,
just
25
there,
minutes,
so
no mythic. Bro, his
leading
mythic is a
inside,
fucking
that
Everfrost.
one
No one
minute
gives a
Baron
fuck
fight
about
they
that
were
shit.
just not ready for
He's
Golden
fine.
Guardians, but look at all the vision
Bro, if
we
Riot
have around
released like a dynamic spectator client where you could like click champions, choose your gold, just like let me be in spectator client and choose the casters and everything.
Yep.
Bro, I'd pay money for that.
see how much time you actually have
Like
on
fucking
there.
monetize that shit, I would buy it, man.
They're actually just gonna take
Dude,
this
what are we
shot.
doing? No, we're not hitting Baron here. There's no shot we're hitting
Okay.
Baron. Who cares if no ult?
Might not
You're gonna lose. So no. You're in the whole game. You just want to lose.
Is this a
I
death
hate
cap
it, I hate it.
push? Does Gwen have a death cap?
He doesn't just. Does he have it? I mean, he has no ult.
I don't know if he has it.
He's level 16.
Oh, the flunker.
Okay. See what he can do here.
Oh, the smite!
Okay, he gets the smite. There's no way that this should work.
Okay, Gwendelina.
Gwen did. I mean, the problem is, okay, we got to get towards Soul. 30 seconds till Soul. Okay, that ended up working out, bro. I was shitting my pants there. Wait, Gwen
Holy,
didn't have
defend your
that
midwave,
though.
defend your midwave. So important. He went Shadow Flame.
No. Well, I mean, I guess he just thought that he needed an item right now. This is the
Yeah.
most, like, the game ends on this Soul to him, so
Yeah, I
do
don't
it.
mind it.
he has to. Like, it's not a good purchase, but it
He has to. You're right, you're right, you're right. Okay, good Talia wall. Oh, the smite.
Over. Let's see the smite. Get in there.
Oh!
Oh, he doesn't get it. But it's actually looking like a good fight. Gwen has ours.
Okay, Gwen has R again.
Killing everyone. Doublelift is dead.
Okay, look at the waves. Maybe they can end. Wukong is stealing mid.
No,
He's stealing mid.
They can't
Okay,
end.
no
Maybe
end.
they can get tier 2 bot. They get Baron, or they have gold.
Okay.
Portable. He has to, chat. He has to. This game, like, he didn't have money for death cap, and he needs to be as strong as possible because this 2-minute window is all that matters right now.
And
This
also,
is actually okay.
no meme, the fact that he had Cosmic Drive allowed him to ult bot, ult Nash, and ult Drake. So it's
That's
like,
crazy. I ended up
It's-
working out.
it's very unique case.
Yeah. You can base. How much gold does he have? He definitely has a lot of gold. He's got solo bot turret. He's got a stopwatch, alright.
And yes, they lose on Soul, but now they have put themselves back in the driver's seat of this game.
Dom defending Liquor. I mean, I just defend good League of Legends, bro. That's like, I mean, he just has no option here.
But I'm interested to see how did Doublelift go down. But he's just stuck in the backside of the pit, still has flash.
It's fucking hooks from trash. Alright.
Slowed by the Everfrost just a bit.
Just want to see what happened to Doublelift again here. Gets knocked.
He had
Okay.
flash. I mean, that's where he flashed, I guess.
Just straight diving him with no support.
Honestly, I think Golden Guardians can still win, though. Like, this Gwen is really unleashed. I don't think the Infernal Soul ends the game or anything.
I think this Elder will be it. I wonder if he can get death cap. It would be such a difference maker to
Definitely.
get death cap.
Definitely, you can get death cap.
Because he bought stopwatch. Whoa,
Oh
who
no,
he?
what are we doing? Who he?
At least they got the turret.
Still okay. You're
Gwen
getting
is
mid. You're
gaining,
getting
yeah,
mid.
yeah. Big, big, big.
No, it's winning. It's winning. It's huge winning.
Oh,
my
whoa,
God.
whoa, Stixay.
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa, he wants to end the game. They're ending. They can end.
Oh my God.
They can end.
They just win.
Holy shit.
No, they win.
They actually
No, bro.
win.
Bro, we might see tears. We might see tears.
Oh
crazy.
no.
Okay.
Wait, Tenacious.
And mid. Oh my God, they won.
Holy shit, dude. They actually win.
Bro. Wow.
Holy shit. Wait, it might get tight. It might get tight.
15 seconds.
Demolish?
No, I think they got it.
They have two demolish. Two double demolish.
Double demolish. Wait, no, it's only one.
Wait,
demolish?
it only worked
Oh,
once?
Licorice is on cooldown.
Oh, nice.
Oh my God, they won.
Holy
it, bro.
shit, dude.
That was pretty fucking hype.
That
Bro,
is
I-
crazy, dude.
I thought they would
Holy.
never win at that point.
Shout out to all the homies who lost money. Holy fuck.
God damn.
Damn. Golden Guardians is sponsored by Ticketmaster, dude.
Winning that first series. It's been a long time for Golden Guardians to win.
Holy fuck. That's rough. That is rough.
Pretty rough. But man, they stuck
Is Tenacity shaving his head now?
play, worked out wonders, and now they get
That is just insane, bro.
Licorice, the biggest smile of them all. In the last two pivotal
Damn.
series, given a carry champion, not a tank champion, and he shows up big to take out the
That's
backline.
crazy. Damn, bro. That's like one of the most shocking things that I've seen in LCS. Because normally I feel like when you're watching a game like this, you're just expecting certain things to happen. You're like, oh, 100 Thieves is just gonna win this. Ah, they like who he missed this hook. Like this just didn't end up working out. Whatever. Like it's probably just gonna be a loss. How the fuck did they win that?
Damn. Bro, what did 6A do, bro? He just dashed into 4, by the way. He just dashed into 4 people, and he just one-shot Jinx somehow. How was it even
Dude, I was
possible?
looking mid. I was like, okay, he's gonna get inhib, and then suddenly they're just fighting top.
Bro, 6A legit just one-shot double lift somehow. I'm gonna rewind.
Damn, bro. Insane.
Holy shit, 100 Thieves is out just like that.
Dude, and then like Wukong going forward.
Wow.
Like, giving Wukong? How? Okay.
Bro, rewind and check what double lift did. That is bad.
Double lift
That
choked
is
it?
bad. That is really bad.
I didn't even see it. Did he choke it?
Bro, I don't know what to call that.
Alright, let's check it out. Let's check it out. I was literally looking at the mid. Alright, let's see it.
Damn. He lost the game to basic attack a minion, dude.
Okay, let's see.
But Styx is gangsta as fuck, dude. I like that.
Oh my god! Wait, Stixay! Nah, that's so
That was
insane.
sick from Styxay, dude.
Wait, Stixay is actually a beast. What? He
That's
put it-
like-
Okay. Bro, he was mad that people were saying that Doubles was better than him at the end of the split. He was just
Oh,
mad that people
damn.
were criticizing him at the end of the split. They forgot that he was just shitting on him for most of it. Alright? Hey, Stixay. You know what? You get the credit here. You get the credit.
Street
Stixay, you're
cred
better
plus
AD.
10.
It is what it is.
Big dick Styxay.
Wow. Damn, bro. Sick. Oh, that was fucking exciting. I really
Bro.
like that.
Yeah, it was, like the fucking Nash start was crazy as
Yup.
fuck. They won the smite.
Dude, just the way that the game ended, because like it felt like 100 Thieves was just slowly winning out, right? It just felt like 100 Thieves was gonna guaranteed win.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
fact that they were able to get so much off the Talia ult. Like Talia and Sion ulti bot, and then they're like instantly, okay, we're gonna flip Nash. They flipped the whole game at Nash, so that's a straight 50-50, but they thought this was their best chance.
Yep.
I thought the Nash start was like sus, to be honest. I didn't think that it would matter this much. I thought 100 Thieves was just gonna position and they were just gonna win the Nash fight. Let's see what ended up happening.
Yeah, I don't know how 100 Thieves, they were quite slow to enter the Nash area. I need to
Well,
see
I just
that
thought that they
again.
would still win this fight. I mean,
I think it just looks like they are hesitating to actually enter. Like, I think Tenacity should just walk into them, no? And just
Yeah, I
let
feel like they can
get
just-
space for Talia
I feel like they
and
can
Jinx.
I feel like they can just walk in and just let like just somebody just deal with the Gwen. Like somebody just positions in front of the Gwen, and they just have Jinx get the free hit. Like he just gets the free hit here.
Yeah, for sure. Like, they heavily outrange. Like, Sion will eat the hook or blitz, and it's no problem.
Yeah.
Like, Talia will put E down, and it's like, sure, there is Gwen W, but it's like, it's really whatever, I think. Wow. What a game.
Had a goal lead earlier in. So, what, like,
Damn.
as you're approaching this 100 Thieves team, was that something you identified that you could pick them apart on because they are a 5v5 team, or was that just happening?
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I'm so shocked. I am literally
Same.
so shocked.
Same.
I've watched so much LCS, bro. I've watched almost every single LCS game for 10 years. Or fucking was like in fucking LCS games. There's been no point where I've been, I think, this shocked by one of the results. It feels like you always kind of know what's going to happen. It's like, it's a double of Bjergsen team. Of course they're going to pull through
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Golden
yeah.
Guardians in this game, you know? And then they just, Golden Guardians just win. Crazy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think Asante is just.
I mean,
Asante,
Hui completely griefed
like,
top.
you get to
Like,
actually
Hui
watch
just
how they carry,
ended
and that's
so hard this
very
entire
good.
game, to be honest.
And then
Bro, I don't know if you saw, what's it called? The
Alright, and then
the Jet
question,
stat,
obviously you guys had a really
where
good
Jet
early
pointed out the
game
fact
this lit in the final
that
league. How did you
basically
recover
Double Lift
and
hadn't lost a
prepare for
BO5 since losing
Yeah.
to 6A when he's on COG. That's a pretty
Yeah,
cool
in
stat.
2016.
That's
Yeah.
nuts.
But I will say, I was talking
Yep.
to my GM.
No, I was
and he
I was
saying that
talking about it with my chat
7
because
games in a
the,
row
the,
just
the
started, like, a
3
huge
that he's
losing streak
lost,
after. Like,
the 2
happened to
before
Out
that
West,
was
and then it happened to
TL.
us.
It was
And then
my
100
team,
Thieves
so
came into playoffs
that's
with
how I
7
knew about
wins.
those games.
So he was feeling really good about that.
Awesome. Okay. All right. The Secret
Fucking,
don't win
that shows how
7
long
games
ago it
in a
was.
row,
To be honest, I've been
apparently.
retired
You
for a
circumvented
minute.
that now, right? Because you guys flip-flopped until you actually
Jeez.
also managed to get the
Yo, are
Wukong
there any
version
rules to do
of the
sleeping
Super Bowl
stream?
because the blue side
No,
Wukong
you can do
took
sleeping stream.
over the entire season.
I think we're
Just
gonna
have
do
to be in the
sleeping stream
Cool.
into
Well,
LCK.
thank you so much for joining me. I know
Really?
some of your
All right.
teammates are back
Go
in
for it, bro.
with
Go for
the
it. Wake up in
loungers,
4
so
hours.
They will take it away now.
I'll
Rock
fucking
and roll
host your
it.
sleeping stream. I'll host you while you sleep.
Appreciate it.
We made these for you, actually. If
All right,
you're
dude.
not
I'll see you when I see you.
the
Catch you.
fans, the doubters,
Tomorrow,
All
I
right,
guess.
peace.
We have BFIs tomorrow, dude.
we
See you.
believe
Yeah. I mean, I'm down if you're still on. For sure.
Of course, of course.
Golden Guardians to win.
All
See you,
right,
my
see you
man.
then.
Always a pleasure. Bye bye.
Everyone else off. But
Peace.
I feel like-
You want?
We've been trying to give you guys these actually for a couple weeks. As you heard Emily say, we tried to give them to you guys in your
What the fuck are these caps? Fuck you. Is that
We're ever gonna have a moment.
LCS approved?
Yeah, I think in the beginning, everyone was kind of nervous because we didn't have the great ending of the split. But after game 1, I think everyone kind of picked it up, so we performed after that.
That's really cool. How is it going up against?
Hey, homies. I think I'm going to do the. I want to eat my burger.
The last time Doublelift was in playoffs and didn't win the title was 2016 spring, when you two were on CLG and knocked him out.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of weird because like they've been through so many of those series. It's like our coaches were telling us like, oh, if it goes to game 5, you guys got this. Like they're gonna be super scared. And I'm just thinking, haven't they played like so many best of 5s?
You're like, what?
I'm pretty sure like they're also very capable in situations, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure. I'm still like kind of shaking from like the adrenaline and stuff, but yeah, it was a crazy series.
For Gory, you were the first team
Always a
All-Pro
pleasure, guys.
mid laner for LCS. Were you surprised, or did you think that you were gonna get it?
I think. 그러니까 왜 받았냐 어떻게 생각해?
아니, 뭐 놀랐어? 받아가지고? 아니면 너가 받을 줄 알았어?
Yeah, just surprised because second and third mid laner Pika and MNS play well. I think better than me.
No, don't say that.
but too many people did both me or first pro. So very thank you, and I think just lucky.
Just lucky.
Yeah.
Good, lucky. We'll
Wow.
see. We're gonna pull up some highlights from the series to just kind of. It might be game 5, it might be the whole series to just talk through them. But feel free to continue answering any and all questions. This is game 5.
So humble.
Honestly, when we were watching this, we noticed you were keeping the gold really close. It felt like you were side laning really well, but it was like 3 kills to 10. How was your confidence actually going through this game?
I mean, even though it was 3 kills to 10, like the way how they're playing is pretty one-dimensional. Like they will just
Oh,
kind
damn,
of
dumb.
on the AD carry and their carries, and pretty much only fight around like the
Kiss
objective.
a homie.
So
I'm eating the
even
burger,
though we
but
were
dumb.
behind, we kind of knew that like as long as we keep up the core item,
I'm
of the
representing
carries,
the culture,
we'll always
guys.
have a chance of winning.
So this is
Welcome
Dragon
to the
where they got
nutsack,
so much-
guys.
Right after you guys got Baron. I'm
Welcome
actually
to the
really
nutsack.
curious what the decision making was around that Baron, because it felt a little bit like you were just flipping it and going for it.
That kind of comes with like the whole best of 5 series, because the first 2 games when we pulled Baron, what they did was they actually just didn't walk up, so they didn't give us any like engage range.
Yeah.
So we kind of knew that if we just flip the Baron, they're gonna panic.
Yo,
Tell me what you saw here, 6-6. This was a
That's
crazy
Flash?
flash in.
Yeah, I mean, we knew
That
Jinx
flash
had no
was
flash
clap.
from the previous fight, and I just saw the lantern on the ground. And my team, we got engaged on top, and he died. And Licorice was calling, "Hey guys, I'm getting mid for free." But when I saw this happening and we were like hiding really well, I was like, I'm just gonna kill this guy.
You just flashed in 1v5.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, I guess like the ult from Wukong was down, so you just like
Yeah, they use everything, right? So I mean, I had a pretty good angle to go in there.
yeah.
Yo,
that was insane. Something else that was
kurwa.
really cool that you were talking about just before the cameras came to us was also like the
Thank you very
adaptations
much.
from the series.
It's a chicken
how
burger.
Licorice started playing more and more carries. Your entire season, it was like Licorice
Thank
is
you,
alone
kurwa.
topside, Jack Show Renekton. That's how you started this series again. And then you were talking about some stuff that you guys noticed just playing about.
Yeah, I mean, this team obviously they're picking a lot of like like tanks top, like frontline Sion and stuff like that. So we kind of know their strat. Like it's just to funnel their Jinx and get that guy ahead, and then team fight like that. And it's actually pretty hard. Like the first game they had Zillion, and it was pretty hard to kill that guy. But yeah, I just like Licorice was asking after the games, guys, like, is their jungler even coming top at all? And we're like,
I think
no,
Closer played
so.
fantastic.
Because our coaches
for
are watching with
split.
all division, right? So
Yeah.
they can see that the jungle's not even going top. So he's like, I'm just gonna play super aggressive, and yeah, just kind of pick the Sion with Gwen, and it went pretty well for us.
That's really cool. One quickly before we get to player of the series, I did want
Bro,
to ask Gory, in your
me and
first like,
Dom,
North American.
I honestly have so
playoff
much fun
series,
with
how you
Dom.
felt playing up against Bjergsen, or how you feel the experience was.
그러니까 북미에서 첫 번째.
I have so much fun with them.
WFT 선수랑 비역슨 선수랑 한 소감?
I think Bjergsen on stage really play well. I think in screen different. I think it's not mean he.
Yo, Baco, link.
Bad. It's not. Yeah. Just he play well today. I think so. Because when I before start one game, I'm really nervous because Bjergsen on stage play really well. So we today did win. So really happy now.
Nice.
Yeah, congratulations once again. Player of the series is, you can see it in the prompter.
Oh, really?
Acceptieren.
Damn!
Lots of dog. Come, please. The boss. The boss.
Let's look at that again. Let's rewind that, baby. Let's rewind it, man.
Gewoon accepteren.
Oh my god, it's a dog. Come, please. The boss. The boss.
I should actually go pro. That was surgical precision. Woo. Bro, how do these streamers do it when they sleep? Do I just go to sleep like this? T1 versus KT on YouTube soon? Bro, I was in the train, so I missed T1 versus KT. I missed T1 versus KT, and that was a mess. The reason I missed it, though, I have a good reason. I missed it because I was in the train going to the LEC, and then when I arrived, I had to insta-go. Flex them biceps. It's the burgers, guys. Damn! No, not the Schmidt guys. You guys are psychos. Not the Schmidt. Hey, before I leave, I need to do my recap, my LEC recap. My issue though, what happened in I forgot. Faker buys chicken for everyone at Low Park. What is that? Fuck man, I'm getting clickbaited.
Faker also bought chicken for everyone here at Lowell Park and also everyone working together. There was a sign saying that Faker, please buy me chicken in 10 years again.
Chicken?
Where you are able to into the enemy backline.
What a chad.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, dude. I love that. That's brilliant. Alright, Team Red vs Australia was boring. Koi vs XL. That was also so depressing. Like, I've never seen setup that terrible. Vitality versus BDS. Oh, that was a banger. Like, let's just pull up Vitality versus BDS real quick. So I need to refresh my mind.
And it interrupts the knockback.
Maybe that's why it interrupted the push. That's, oh, Nuke might be dead here, yeah. Up. It's the force and engage. What's how much?
Down, go for the follow-up, will not find it.
Trying to cross map here from this dragon, but Perks just goes in.
Aggressive, he's taking so much damage. They're just gonna. That's just gonna donate. Photon just looking to end the game. They can truck through this one incredibly quickly. They have the power of Crowny there. Bo looking for an
They're
angle.
gonna get this. They're gonna get this. They're gonna
burn
get out
through
as well.
it. They need to make it. They're gonna flip it. I'm watching. You're like, he's a genius.
Yeah, you've baited them all. Measures a big
Trail of the Scuttlecrab. He knows something's afoot. Detective Perks. He's seeking. He found them. Oh, but who's gonna kill who now? Perks getting burned through, trying to get out to safety. Shield on the hunt. So hungry to find a kill. So hungry.
Bro, Perks. Oh my god, Perks.
To take down Perks. The tidal wave says no. Photon just looking. They need to make it out of there. They managed to find a way.
Oh my god, upsets him.
Gives his life. They can.
But we'll see if they engage here. Nuke's trying to bait out Bo's insect. Didn't actually commit to it. Adam is.
Caught out. Is there any follow-up damage? No. Immediately the Mikhail's coming through. Healing coming through. Upset untouched. Crowning trying to get forward, but he's got no mana. Now the wave going in. Crowning just gets alley-ooped into the waiting arms of upsetting Kaiser. And it is just an absolute dunking here in the mid lane. Nuke holding on for all that he can, but upset goes in again.
He has no GA now. It's proc. Labrov's dead.
Perks now getting pushed. 45 armor.
Holy. Oh, well,
He's
he's
going
decided
into
to
the
go
Perks.
in.
Perks now getting pushed back. Perks going golden. The tidal wave is here, but is it going to be enough?
He's dead. He's dead.
Oh, the Attack on Titan theme song is playing.
Baron
I remember now.
So
Says no.
into a beautiful seconds. Here it comes.
Damn. And then Fnatic versus Mad. I don't know how Mad Lions end up in this draft. It's, Jesus Christ. SK versus G2.
Boris going to get taken off.
Wait, we want a nice. See it.
It's pretty weak. Now it's DOS taking a massive chunk as well. That's huge.
It is because they were holding the wave next to laning it home.
So much hype around.
6 is a really low mana. Much for the
I
actual
don't remember what happened in this
carries
game,
that
guys.
SK need the gold to go on to.
Wait. Okay. Quick itemization side note. I've been waiting to see this for so long. Irrelevant. First item, Abyssal Mask. This item is broken. It has mana. They're buying time. They're buying space.
Head waves very small. SK need to push this wave in as quick as possible. And then
Mickey's gonna get caught out. Can he buffer the hook? Yes, but it might not be enough. A clean takedown now coming through. Meanwhile on the top side, Broken Blade denying so much. But Caps is here on the bot side. What else can G2 get done? Caps going in, but he's out of mana. They're buying time. They're buying space. Have a double AP.
SK played a decent game, honestly.
Two, if they overstay their welcome.
he does, and hence does because
Heretics is not out of playoffs.
in terms of wave. Securing that Herald would be great for the Cho'Gath, get him a stack, use that Herald to snowball the Kalista. The question is, can they look to force it? Does Mickey invest his time in getting this Herald and giving Hans securing that?
There with the Fates down there, full committing to this play. Marcoon is on the way though. G2 if they overstay their welcome. Yike, clean dodge. Back to the minion to get away from the cocoon. Now it's full retreat. DOS flashing forward. The knockup is there. Mickey trying to
Yeah, my microphone is a bit clapped right now.
there with the Fates call to keep him safe.
Nice pathing by Marcoon, instantly runs bot, recognizing that the SK bot lane wanted to fight, manages to match.
On the top side, Scion versus the Cho'Gath. Of course, in terms of Scion, you're seeing the raw health numbers there, whereas Cho'Gath, you're just seeing the stacks, and the stacks from Cho'Gath are going to get
Clear out his
kill. Mickey caught out by the bubble. Mickey taken down, and Marcoon now on the chase. Caps trying to hit.
Looks like if, but he's do the same thing.
Trying to get one more play down.
Orin versus Cassandra Godzilla 2.
Sure.
The second build. Can push infinitely and just toss out his spells.
Not gonna get knocked up there.
Orin versus Cassandra Godzilla 2.
Sure.
The second build.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vin Diesel comes down with the Signal, drifts it through, misses Caps because he flashed over the wall. Yike here could flash. Keyboard. We're gonna take this top tier 2
And they have some
sides. SK gets caught, but Marku
hitting the CC, but not for a pick. But they're fishing on vision.
Yeah, pop powers down. Caps can join the team. Yes, TP. Relevant knows they're here.
Caps could potentially be a little bit late for the final. Relevant gonna find the knock on a 2. That's gonna be big. Mickey already been forced to take out of the fight with the fake small X kick. Not in the fight quite yet. Keep your eyes on that Lucian. What else can he do? Irrelevant ult again. 3-man queue, but still.
G2 fight discipline is so beautiful here, guys. So beautiful. Gorgeous. Gorgeous fight discipline here. Very nice. I love that. I love refrigerators.
For Baron now, Caps will get spotted by the tier 2. There's nothing that what can G2 do with this Baron because they've already got 5 towers. The only thing that's left is this mid-outer tower. Cracking the inhibitors would be a little bit risky, but SK don't have that much wave clear.
Certainly don't. That's a struggle. Part of the reason why we might have expected to see in his ears. It obviously can't shore up some of that weakness. They instead opt for a more explosive composition. And Search is still 2-1-1. See what he can do to stop this
In-hip tower.
91 back into the Shroud. He's safe for now. Hook from
Yikes there to cover. The only thing that left, Baron. And then the TP behind, there's nothing that SK could do. Irrelevant, but Irrelevant's going to try and walk in.
who is here? Caps thinks they've started the Baron, but they haven't.
For Baron now. Cap.
TP way in. Hook. TP now coming in. SK desperate to get something back. They can try to turn this one. XK still standing for now.
This is such a weird sequence. Like, I remember watching this live and I was like, what the fuck happened? This is like the weirdest sequence ever, by the way. Look at the sequence.
Just land the shock blast onto Exakick and he's dead. They have some healing. They know Caps is down here somewhere. I think Irrelevant's... Ooh, Caps can... Irrelevant's not coming with them to this top side of the map. He's going for bot.
Look at this play, dude. What is this from Caps?
TP behind them as well.
He's a genius. He's a genius. They won the game off of this. He fucked them so hard.
It's about sending a message, Dracos, saying that I know that you're there and I'll die to prove it. And it achieves nothing. G2 will get Baron. There's nothing that SK could do. Irrelevant just checking to make sure, and yeah, they're there. So G2. members on that midwave, Hans flashing forwards, trying to get
GG's. GG's.
have the health bars to force down.
I think the crazy thing though is like this Herald on top was such a big swing, dude. It's like this Herald on top. I don't know what SK is doing during this entire sequence. Like, why are they not going topside? Why are they not hovering top? Why is this allowed right now on my screen? Why are they? They are so slow here. I guess it looks so illegal, by the way, what G2 is doing. I think need Kisanta mid for SK. Yo, leader, why are you awake right now, dude? Why are you awake, my friend? What you doing? You need to sleep.
Sidetracking away where SK decide to put their members in terms of finding objectives on the top side. SK responding bot.
Wave pressure there. Is out for blood. Marcoon for a pick, but they're fishing on vision.
Yeah, pop towers down. Caps can drop this Drake and play for top tower. In terms of finding objectives on the top side, SK responding bot. Now it looks like bot here with Soul, and I think SK are the ones who can always decide, do we fight it? Because G2 will always force it. They're playing Kalista.
Need to be awake because I'm fasting. Oh, you're fasting, leader. Mashallah. Mashallah, leader.
G2 just trying to take control of the bot side jungle. Caps pushing that wave in as well, so they can break
saved Mickey, and then no damage for Thomas still stepping up. Man, get this tower here. He can walk up a bit, try and play a little bit of.
I don't know, G2's so ahead because they got bot. They got bot tier 2, top tier 2, in like the most random ways. Imagine going from this moment here into the game is lost. It's so unique. This is such a funny sequence to me. Very interesting. Not gonna lie, your setup gives bit serial killer vibes. Yeah, I can see that. If you're gonna watch Genji vs How Life, would you tell us what team has better draft so I can bet? Yeah, I'll be talking about the games. But I'll be watching on like 4 hours of sleep, so even less because I'm filming the rundown now. Are you gonna co-stream that? Yes. So basically, I will keep the stream on, and I will just go to sleep, and then I'll put an alarm, and then I will wake up for LCK. We are going to go on that grind. You're draining the hotel's internet like that? Come on, bro. You don't even know where I'm staying. Ugh. Yeah, this is a horrible Jax game. This is a terrible Jax game. I'm just looking at this again. You banned Sion Kesante to pick Jax. I get it, right? It's heavy, but anyway, pick Casio Gragas for 5. Go fuck yourself, Jax. That's nice. Jax still win? Yeah, maybe because Jinx. Maokai goes bot, level 2. Look, Maokai, level 2 gank. Maokai, level 2 gank. Can you close the curtains? The sun is really bright. That's my lamp, dude. Can put it like that. Maybe that's better. The sun. It's fucking 3 a.m. So how did this work? Why is he 12 CS? I don't understand. So he started enemy red. What did he do? Raptors. He started enemy Raptors. Also, he did Raptors into blue Wolves, and he didn't realize he doesn't get level 3. He didn't realize. This is actually the only combination of camps where you don't get level 3. He knew? He knew. He wanted XP on bot. What a psychopath. I guess he clears wolves much faster. What a beast. GG, GG. Look at that dragon roll, by the way. If your name is Astralis and you get these dragons, you look how happy you are. Dude. You're winning bottom side, your jungle is vibing. You get fucking Cloud Drake, Mountain Drake. That's a juicer right there. How the fuck did Astralis lose Drake 3? So Jax is bot with no TP, Gragas is showing, Jax could have hovered earlier, but let's see everybody else. Zed is top connecting, Cassio's catching, and then they're in river, and Leader had the right thought, but then he changed his mind. Okay. Leader in thing, no problem, no problem. Ping was too low, double tap W. Did you double tap W? Oh! Oh, that's funny, bro. I'm so fucking tired. I don't fucking. I am not registering everything that I'm seeing. Was worth so many ult for me. Yeah, well, if Gragas wants to play like this, then Gragas wants to play like this. My man died without using Gragas ult. FF that game. So the enemy... What happens here? Why did Team Meretis get this Drake? Bro, Finn is on Facebook or what? Why is he not reacting? Finn is on Facebook. Bro, the fight has already started. Maokai is pressing R. Jonghoon like cute. And he's on Facebook. The enemy is so fucking lucky, dude. I think 1-on-3's build in this game was so based. Okay, so how did Astralis lose Drake number 4? Jax is pushing out. You have all the saplings placed. Okay, enemy contesting through bottom side. Is it a Nash for Drake trade? Nash for Drake trade. I think here 113 could have pre-smited, no? He has 2 smites. And then get the passive quicker. Maybe only has 1 smite, I can't tell from this. Okay, that's why.
Heretics. It looks like they're just gonna try and commit towards leader. Leader will get out. Knocked back. Miasma short. It looks like they're just gonna try and commit towards leader. Leader will get out. Knocked back. Miasma short, though, so leader can still flash.
Okay.
Leader dashes away with a living shadow, but the barrel will find
Good dev, good dev, good dev.
take that first inhibitor of the game. For the moment, though, in and they can stick together, then maybe they can find a little bit of success. You can see leader hanging out on the side. It seems like Team Heretics want the flank angle instead.
Oh.
While this dragon is being burned down, Astralis is just going for the kill.
Leader, where are the Qs flying? Where are the Qs flying, leader? Where are the Qs flying, leader? It's just the trying to hit Wunder. Okay, GG. GG. Bro, this is gonna be the most scuffed fucking recap ever. This is gonna be the most scuffed recap ever. Let's give it a try. I need to go to bed. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube. Thank you. Good luck editing this shit. It's 4 a.m. Daylight savings. I had the longest day of my life today. Not the longest day of my life, but it was a long day. Felt very long because I'm very old. Losing my hair. I watched the LEC. I'm at the LEC studio. That's why I'm in my current setup. I'm in my hotel room. It's very late at night. I'm super tired. So we're going to try to do this as best as we can. Very big day because we had some upset victories, some upset games. Considering how the format works, of course, you go into the final weekend knowing that a lot is going to be on the line. And we knew that the standings are very close. Very, very tight. Let's just jump into the games. Team Heretics versus Astralis. Team Heretics banned Elise, Sejuani, Varus, which is, the bans that Astralis have shown. Like, people have banned against Astralis many times already. So I think it's fairly easy for Astralis to branch out and to, be in a situation where you're ready for these bans because the Elise Sejuani is like the core bans that we've seen against Astralis. They follow up with a Jinx Maokai after the enemy first pick Rakan. Against Team Heretics, I think you can go at them two ways. Either you ban the ADs or you just ban, of course, the junglers. I think a good approach against Team Heretics as well is to just deny Wukong and Vi. But I think if you have a team that has a top laner that is willing to play AD champions top or AD champs mid, for that matter, I think that you can play into Vi no problem. I still think Sejuani and Maokai are some of the strongest junglers on the patch. Of course, here Sejuani is banned, so they go for Maokai, and I think that's perfectly fine. Rakan is first picked. They follow up by Jinx, Maokai, considering Zaya's out of the picture. I don't think there's any AD that you can pick with Rakan that's going to threaten Jinx, so I really like the Jinx lock-in. I think Jinx, especially on the next patch, is going to be played super, super much. I think there's already a lot of great spots for her. And here there's no Zaya, there's no Varus, so I think there's nothing really that can pressure Jinx. So I like the Jinx lock-in. And we follow up with Zeri Wukong. I don't think Wukong is that great against Maokai. I think Maokai is probably the biggest enemy for Wukong that exists in the game, because you can place the saplings for the you can place the saplings for the Wukong flank, and then plain and simple, you are in a situation where you play front to back. And sure, Maokai maybe Wukong can maybe find some counterplay with W into the ult, but I think this is very favorable for Maokai because Wukong can't really expose the biggest weakness of Maokai, and that is if he's finding himself in a position where he fights level 2, 3, 4, and that's not something really that Wukong can leverage. They follow up with Nautilus, which is standard right into Zeri, some hard CCs. I think that's great. I think it's a good matchup into Rakan, Jinx, Nautilus. Like Jinx, you can pair her with almost any support and you have no problem. Astralis went for the Sion K'Sante ban. I don't know, Team Heretics, maybe they know something I don't, but they banned Azir themselves. Today we see a leader on Azir. It's going to be a fun day. Maybe we're never going to see that because they reworked Azir and this champion is quite useless on 13.5. It's funny though. It's like the teams that are playing against Astralis, they're getting their minds so fucking twisted about what they think leader can or cannot play. Like they're blind picking Lissandra. They are blind picking Lissandra. That is too funny. That is too funny. Maybe they banned Ozzy to just set up the Casio blind, which is fine, right? I don't think it was a terrible idea. I think Casio is perfectly fine. We have the Jackson 4 after San Quesante is banned, which is kind of weird, right? It's like Jax should be decent into Cyan and Quesante, but this is, of course, targeted specifically at Evi. Gragas is definitely worse to play against than any of the other champions, in my opinion, when you're playing Jax. But Jax is playing now against Casio and Gragas. Like, this is a very, very unappealing Jax game. Like, this is a terrible Jax game. My man's about to go on the Astralis bus, and he has a ticket that is funded by the government that Kobe Jong-hoon 113 and, of course, Leader is running. So Finn is very fortunate. Zed here on 5. Zed is something we've seen into Casio in the past. I wouldn't dare to comment on how the matchup goes. I don't know how things have evolved. I just remember like my really outdated information regarding this matchup is that at some point when you find yourself with Dirk and a couple of long swords, you can begin to chip at her HP, you can poke her out. I think having access to Catalyst and Road of Ages, I feel like should be improving the matchup for Casio. But all in all, like I don't have super much feedback to say on this matchup. Something I can say though, right, is like a concern if you look at the red side is that they might be AD heavy. I think that the enemy team does have incentives to potentially get Mercs and Tenacity. And also when you're playing Zed and Jax, you can easily just buy Black Cleaver, you can get Cyrilda. I think in the end for Zed, if you think about the strongest AD items in the game that you can buy, aren't necessarily the lethality items. Sure, there are spots where the lethality items are better, but I'd say that Black Cleaver and Cyrilda are really strong items for Zed. So he's not super concerned with the enemy stacking too much armor. I think it's more tied to Hourglass, having access to Hourglass and also getting value out of the stats. I think that's something that can hurt him more. But that's it about the draft. I think Astralis, after the level 2 gank bot, they rolled a Hextech Drake, they rolled a Mountain Drake. There was a situation around the third Drake, which I think they could have played better. I think that in terms of how they set up and how they turned with Jax could have been a little bit more sharp. The enemy team managed to snag that Drake, and then coming into the fourth Drake, they just traded Drake for Nashor, and all in all, Astralis, it never really looked like they, lost control over this game. I think Astralis is just a step above Team Heretics, and Team Heretics didn't bring anything unique to the table, and they lost fair and square. Koi versus XO. Now that was a weird one. That was a super weird one. Oroamne having a fantastic game on the mall fight. First and foremost with the bans, you have Draven, Zaya, Jace, and then you have Rakan, Caitlyn, and Annie on red side, and then followed by first pick Zeri. Whoa, Lucianami, Zeri, Lulu, whoa. It's just the natural progression when there's so many AD bans. Maybe you can play like a Varus lane, but I think you have to be so precise with Varus and play the right supports. And even when you play it super well, like to finish games with Varus lanes is very hard, in my opinion. It's like not a lot of teams are good at it. It's like even Damwon struggled really hard doing Zinza Sejuani to target some of the Malrang early game pool champs, followed by Azir for Larson. Some of these mid laners, they keep getting away with getting Larson. I mean, Azir 4-5, which is crazy to me. It's like people are in denial about this champion when it comes to players like Larson and what's his name? Humanoid. Morfight on 5, I kind of like it. I think it's a decent matchup in Dinar. Not as good as it played out, but decent. And I don't think Vi ever is going to ult you. So Malphite, it's going to be able to itemize armor. I think Malphite as an ult is just generally speaking quite strong. It's like even when Malphite can just Q the Zeri when she has ult on, also makes a difference. I think Malphite is just a fine champion, and considering got the buff on W, I think that this champion is not too bad. This game, Excel was in the driver's seat. They had a decent early game. They snowballed towards the Drakes. I have to point out when it comes to Excel, like they seem so scared to make mistakes. I'm quite disappointed in Xerxes because I expect more from him. But I see so many angles in the game where if he just committed and just pressed his buttons, I think that things would look so much better, I feel like Excel are so scared to pull the trigger and to use their abilities in unison. They're kind of waiting and lingering and waiting for the enemy to make a mistake, which at the same time allows Koi to take their time and to make as educated opinions and guesses as possible in the game. Excel was definitely stronger throughout, and they managed to even secure Soul. And then we just got to this point where somehow, Malrang just steals the second Elder Dragon of the game, and the game is finished. This was a snooze fest, very, very disappointing game. Excel showed some quality in terms of, setting up Drakes and so forth, but in terms of like mechanical execution, it looks like I don't know if it's a lack of confidence or it's just I can't believe it's a lack of awareness because I've seen players like Xerxes play so much better, So I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the tension and the pressure of everything. Maybe it's the corona that they are suffering from. I don't know what the situation is, but I wish Excel kind of put their balls on the line a little bit more instead of being so timid and allowing a game like this. Just because they're so afraid of risk, they did the riskiest thing of them all, and that is to do nothing. Vitality versus BDS. Vitality versus BDS. Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. Oh, shit. Vitality versus BDS. So Vitality banned Varus, Sejuani, and Vi. BDS follow up with Annie, Zaya, Heimerdinger. They want to deny the Caitlyn Heimerdinger lane, I presume, BDS. First pick Gragas, followed by Zeri Elise. I like Elise. I think Elise got nerfed, but in the end, I feel like Elise is still doing exactly the same thing as she did before. She secures your whole early game. And I feel like Elise can be used to transition champions into later stages of the game. And I kind of like that. Enemy goes Zeri Elise, Lucian Army gets locked in, Zeri Lulu, as mentioned before, when all of these AD bans are out, Vi is out, and Zeri and Lucian becomes the matchup. No biggie. Enemy team, BDS, I call them enemy team for some reason. Jason Jax, they ban just some Photon Classics, and Vitality banned some Alum Classics in the shape of Darius and Sion. BDS lock in Azir on 4, which I like and appreciate. And Vitality followed up by just sending Gragas into Azir. So Gragas into Azir is very good because Gragas it's like when you pick a champion into Azir, you want to have a champion that doesn't get pressured by the fact that he can shuffle you and murder you. That's why Corki is good into Azir. It's like Azir might be weak against Poke, but the issue is that he's a mage with engage tools and ways to threaten gank. So what you look for in a champion is a champion with a dash, and Gragas is the champion with a dash. So they send Gragas into mid against Azir, and they slam a Lee Sin and a Renekton, and I think that's perfectly fine. I thought when the Malphite lock-in here, I didn't think it was that interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think Malphite as a lock-in here was that great. I think the most important thing that occurred this game for BDS was the fact that they managed to create conditions where they secured the first two Drakes. What comes out of that is that you can create a circumstance where it's like there's the Vitality team composition needs to play in a way where they are the ones on soul point coming into 22 minutes, 23 minutes, 24 minutes, right? It's so important. And due to the existence of Elise, BDS managed to create conditions where they took the early objectives. And when that happens, when you're the one playing the composition that falls off in theory, you are at the mercy of your opposition. You need to be able to leverage Nash into getting very big advantages, or you need to be able to I think that's it. Trying to think of what I thought of when I said that, but I think I'm just blanking. I'm completely running out of juice here. I think all in all, Vitality was super far ahead. They were looking very good in this game. I think the big throw just happened. I think just Perks kept getting caught and kept getting chunked, and this allowed BDS to create a circumstance where they stole the game in front of them by just taking Nasher, which definitely shouldn't be allowed. I don't remember the exact details. I don't want to put that blame solely on Perks because I don't know if Vitality was in position at all to contest it, or if Gragas was going in there just to check, or what his idea was. But he got chunked out, and then BDS took Nash, and then there was this siege situation around mid lane that ended in a tragedy. There was a moment where Upset decided to dash forward on Azir to try to one-shot him. It didn't happen, and then he died in return, lost his GA, and all of a sudden you have this game state where 6 Drakes have been killed, you're so deep into the late game, and all of a sudden this composition that have a lot of champions that fall off is no longer, functioning as it should. All of a sudden you have this Malphite that's completely overscaled, like he's fucking 350 CS in this game. Azir is overscaled. It's like you broke inhibitors and you couldn't create a circumstance where you actually could take early dragons, and that is the most important detail of this game. Some people want to focus in on Upset dying and so forth, and for sure Vitality in the conditions they were in could have ended this game. But it's so important that BDS actually secured these 2 Drakes because the time horizon in terms of the time BDS bought for themselves to get to the point where Azir has 3 items, Zeri has 3 items, and Malphite even has 3 items, it is essential. So the Elise as a champion, I think it's something interesting to follow, and I like the fact that LCK also picked it later in the day against G2 specifically, because I feel like Elise just secures your whole early game, and you don't have to outscale in every position in order to have a stronger late game than the opposition. sometimes having one champion that is stronger than the enemy is sometimes just enough, right? And in this particular case, BDS's case, like Azir is getting immense value here. BDS managed to turn it around. They killed Perks in the bottom, and then you had this circumstance which you just, eventually won the game. Vitality just ran out of gas. I think Bo played a decent game, after a rough early game. Vitality had some moments of brilliance. They had some good fights. They had some catches, some good punishes, and they were definitely winning this game. Vitality, they've lost a couple of games now. And it feels like some of the issues from Spring Split that are not AD carry related are still kind of lingering. I'm thinking of Kaiser on range supports is not looking super comfortable based off of the information that I have. Bo has the occasional games where he just completely sprints it especially in those games where I feel like he doesn't have the agency that he deserves as a player. But that's a weird thing to say because no one really deserves it. It's like you're just in a game condition, and that shouldn't matter and impact your play. I feel like when Bo is in a dominant position, he looks so confident and he can mechanically challenge players in a way that I feel no other jungler can. But in cases where he's weaker, it feels like he's still chasing that. But he just can't. Yeah. The VidConnect meme is definitely going full circle because, yeah, the original BitConnect turned out to be a scam. So I hope it's not that bad. I'm praying for my boy Upset. Talk about DL haircut. Yo, Dom, I don't know. He has a new haircut or something. I'm so tired, like my eyes are melting in my skull right now. Vitality doing a rug pull. Now for the draft of the century from Mad Lions. So I thought, okay, Gragas, Rakan, Annie. So Fnatic are banning like all of the champions that you usually want to first pick. So Zaya, Vi gets banned and Victor, and they first pick Sejuani. Perfectly standard. Okay. Mad Lions follow up with Lee Sin and Nautilus. I didn't understand. Like here, they decided to not go Zeri. I thought they're just gonna pick Zeri Wukong, I thought they're just gonna pick Zeri Wukong, play a regular game, but instead they slam Nautilus. To some degree, I can understand the Nautilus, right? It's like, oh, the enemy team picked Nautilus twice. They won 2 games with Nautilus. But blind picking Nautilus 1-2 like this, you're just inviting the power of the Freljord, the Braum. I think the Jinx is harder to expect for sure, but the Jinx is really, really fucking strong here. I really, really like the Jinx here. Already from 1, 2, 3, I don't see how Nautilus is going to play the game. It's like, I don't see how Lee Sin's going to play the game. I feel like, as a theme already, Sejuani Braum into this full dive composition, I think that you're already in big trouble. Big trouble. Somehow, Fnatic is managing to fool the whole world, and still they find ways to get Azir 4-5. How can they do this? Like, I think at this point, you're already invested into the Victor ban. Why don't you ban Azir as well? Why don't you ban Talia as well? Instead, you're banning Jax and Renekton. And Oscarinin won on Jax. But to me, that was completely uninteresting, his game. He was 3-0. He looked like a regular Jax. He was a passenger in that game. And here we have a follow-up, Azir, Olaf. Olaf into Nautilus is looking good. Enemy picks Silas, even better for Olaf. The enemy has full dive composition, you're playing Olaf, you're going to enjoy your life. At this game for Mad Lions, they walk into this game needing to have a solid 2-3k gold advantage on the right people 10 minutes into the game, or just FF. The Braum nullifies any level 1 strategies that you can create in order to burn summoners with Nautilus. That shit is fucking hard and impossible. I think that in this game, I can give a lot of props to Oscaridin. I think this was by far his best stage game in terms of how he played around ganks and how he managed his wave. I think that was really, really good. But Mad Lions, this was a terrible, terrible draft. Horrible. I don't know what to say. This was truly, truly horrible. Another thing Fnatic could have done if they wanted to, right, is that they could have picked an AD jungler here and just sent Sejuani into Nar. They could have gone Wukong on 5 and then played the game 2. That's something that could have happened, but they didn't do this time around. I think Olaf is perfectly fine too. And then you're keeping your mid-5 pick here and you open Azir to pick Sylas, but you're playing Sylas into Braum, playing Sylas into Olaf. The key thing here, right, is like Mad Lions need to snowball, but they are weaker early game. They're weaker early game everywhere. It's truly absurd. There is no upside to what Mad Lions drafted. They did manage to get some good fights in, right, through the sheer force of just strong individual play. But when they threw everything they had to kill Jinx, that just made the fight so much easier for us to play, and then the game was over. Still, I think Fnatic did. I think what I give them props for is just the Seju first pick and the Jinx lock-in. I think the Braum is a no-brainer into Nautilus, and I think the main question still is, it's like what the fuck happens with Fnatic when they actually target Humanoid's champion pool in 4 or 5 bans? I think this was a very strange choice. I think Humanoid is a severely underrated player. Severely underrated. It's like he is really fucking good. You can ask any mid laner in the league when they lane against Humanoid that they know that this guy is really fucking good. You need to put some more respect on the champs that he's playing, you know? And I think with Seju and mid, you only really have synergy with the mages. So I thought the moment they opened Azir, I thought they're going to 4th pick Azir. But they just didn't. But yeah, eventually Fnatic figured out that they just need to death ball and win. I think that the coaching staff did a fantastic job adapting here and making sure, you know, I said before the weekend, if you play against Mad Lions, don't let them have Rakan, don't let them have Annie, and don't let them have Gragas too. And I said the same about Fnatic, don't let them Zaya, don't let them Vi. But here, you know, with the Nautilus lock-in, I think the Braum Jinx lock-in became very easy. And I think that's a big positive. I'm happy that they're not putting Advian on ranged champions, but that's the main question, right? What happens if they did, right? So Fnatic, with this win, of course, puts them in a position to potentially, like with very high odds, qualify to the next stage. SK versus G2. So you have SK versus G2 in this particular game. I think the early game looked very good for SK. They managed to get a couple of kills. They managed to kill Maokai. I think Sion did a very good job of connecting in the game. I think that Sion diving bot was a really big deal. Sion ulting into the Drake fight was also a super big deal when Cho'Gath was punching the tower. I think G2 kept themselves in this game through the sheer force of just superior macro. I think G2 does a very good job of keeping tempo and not wasting time before base, and they always play on the right waves, and they're very aware of what the enemy is doing in terms of their map movement. And I think they managed to just take care of the sideline waves really, really well. As even though SK managed to find kills with the Scion and so forth, they were giving up a lot of waves, and often, whenever SK did anything positive, they had to pay a price for it. I think a big one really was the fact that G2 managed to get the tier 2 top with the Herald, and they got away with it, even though SK had full control over mid. There was also a situation where Caps just kept pushing bot and getting, he got the tier 2. He just got the tier 2 bot in a very easy fashion, right? And this just made sure that G2 was always in good condition gold-wise, and even though SK picked up a couple of kills here and there, G2 was fighting back. I think that they showed a lot more fight IQ in terms of understanding their position and which areas they need to be in. And then eventually there was a circumstance where Caps just did this complete James Bond move, and he just completely smurfed the game. He waited for Scion to pass, and then he undermined SK that just went to topside without the help of Scion, and Scion was spotted, and then the game was completely over. G2 showing that they by far have the best macro in the league, even in cases where they didn't look that great in the early game. But I think this Jace Maokai combination with the Nautilus on 3, I think, is a very nice one. I'm surprised that Kalista is the AD that actually goes through here. But I like the Elise. Once again, the Elise secured a big part of the early game here, and it made SK very competitive against a very strong G2. All in all, G2, as I mentioned before, strongest macro team in the league. Let's talk about predictions coming into the next day. We have some pretty one-sided matchups, I'd say. I don't think any upset's going to happen. I think Astralis versus Excel, a very big do-or-die moment here for Excel. Excel are going to face BDS and Astralis, and if I try to think of them beating either one, I think that's not going to happen. Not going to happen at all. Astralis is going to smack Excel on the forehead. Excel just looked too uninteresting. SK versus Mad, with what Mad has shown, like they seem to be not just lost in the sauce, they are drowning in the sauce. I don't know how Mad Lions solve their situation currently. I really don't know. I feel like they have an identity crisis, and no team is going to let them play Rakan, Annie, or Gragas. They need to like drop AD carry support 4-5 and let Hilly cook some cocktail shit. Let them play Rel on 5 peak, Pike, something like this, you know. Just let Hilly cook. Let him counter pick and see what happens. Just pick Karzi, Ezreal, and let Hilly roam mid or some shit. I don't know. It is looking rough. BDS versus Koi. Like, Koi won today, but bro, some of these Koi victories are really something else. That was a robbery, you know. That was Grand Theft Auto, their match. So it doesn't fill me with excitement about Koi. I think BDS is going to take this one. Vitality versus Team Heretics. You know, Vitality might have some issues here and there, but I don't think Team Heretics have anything to say on an individual basis. You literally have the weakest top laner in the league against the best top laner in the league. And that is going to be a rough one. Maybe Bo feels like he wants to donate a game or something. I don't know. It's such a far-fetched idea, believing in Vitality, like Team Heretics here over Vitality. That is a very interesting take in the chat. That is a very, very interesting take in the chat. Wow. I didn't even think about this, but it's so true. So basically, I have an Evil Teddy wrote, do you think Vitality should int versus Heretics to put Mad in the dirt? And if Team Heretics win an additional point, the odds of Mad Lions qualifying to the next stage definitely suffers. So it would be like a giga brain move. Obviously, at the cost of competitive integrity. No one has ever done that, but this is probably one of those moments where you are the most heavily incentivized to throw. It's like they can spell their doom by losing to Team Heretics. That is crazy. That is crazy to even think about. Thank you. Wow. Like Mad have to face G2. That is something else. Finally, the match of the week, Fnatic versus G2. Like I am not gonna huff. I'm not gonna huff and puff Fnatic Copium just yet. I think there's ways to beat them in draft, and no one has deployed the evil strategy just yet. And I might be wrong. Maybe it doesn't work, but at least I want to see someone try. You know? At least let someone try. For the love of God. All in all, if we look at the changes in the standings, right? The big changes in the standings in terms of what really stands out here is just Mad Lions, Team Heretics, and XL. It's like the fact that Fnatic won this one increased their odds so fucking high, because the teams below them, the odds of them winning their matches is already fucking low. The odds of more than 2 winning a match in their last games, for that to happen, really, really low odds. Yeah. It's time for me to sleep, guys. If you sneezed during this video or podcast or whatever this is, bless you and bless your face. I'll catch you on the Flippity Flop. All right, I think it's time for me to sleep, guys. It's definitely time for me to sleep. I don't know what my editor is doing. Change category. What category is it? What category do I have to change to? Just sleeping doesn't exist. All right. I'm gonna brush my teeth, guys. Hey, homies, I see you in a couple of hours. Catch you on the flippity flop. When is Wait, it starts at 8, guys. Holy fuck, guys. Holy fuck. We can sleep 1 extra hour, actually. Poggers, man. Poggers in the chat. 8 CET. See. Huge, huge. See you guys in 4 hours.
it's always gone the way of SK Telecom. 2 games.
Looking for a bit more damage. Stun finds Gorilla. Wolf does not yet has Grassroots available, and a great flash gets Gorilla away from the Shockwave, but now Duke is back in the mix, and the Strangling Thorns are there, and it's one more hit to do it, and Duke gets the kill thanks to the King's Tribute. And you can see this now, 1,700 gold ahead, SKT with the first kill of the game.
But yeah, that is 1 kill for SKT while burning their teleport advantage. Poppy whacking away in the top lane tower. If Smeb can equalize, Rox isn't too unhappy with this play.
Yeah, the turret is actually quite low in the top lane. I think Duke will be able to hold it, but that means the next time he leaves, that turret would go down. Watching this one more time, they just catch Peanut on a ward, and it's again because the vision controls are able to start.
And they're just challenging it. No people want to challenge for that pixel brush. It is the first step in vision control in the river. Peanut had a really good repel though that he soaked up 2 ultimates, and Duke comes in swinging, but this is all for support. 2 flashes burned right there.
Yeah, the timing might work out okay, though. Of course, the dragon was killed not terribly long ago, so it's a reasonably long respawn at this point. You can see Duke back in the battle with Smeb. They're equal level. Smeb takes a sidestep to grab the shield, keep himself as healthy as he can, but look at the damage up that Duke can have. Of course, plenty of innate sustain on this Trundle. He should be pretty healthy when they fight again.
Yeah, he still doesn't have his ultimate, though, so he has to be a little bit careful. I think he felt safe aggressing there because Smeb was fairly low on mana, and because he has Bengi waiting behind him. They actually are probably trying to bait a gank of some kind right now. He will be able to sustain up if he gets to stay in the lane, but he was kind of putting himself in a position where the gank would be appealing for Peanut.
And look at Faker. He pushes out mid lane, helps his support get vision in that Tribus, killing away the pink wards, then moving out again, back to mid, push out the lane, deep vision again, rinse and repeat. Keep playing that war of attrition that Jat mentioned until somebody breaks.
Yeah, and with the mid lane turret being down, the next turret you would expect would probably be the bottom lane, since that's where SKT has devoted most of their attention this game. And there's also a small synergy we do have to mention with the Olaf. A lot of times you think it's weaker if you don't have the Karma to synergize with it, but I think Orianna is somewhat of an enabler for Olaf, especially in team fights, to help speed him up even more and make him even more tanky.
Definitely agree, and so far it's been so good with Bengi working alongside Faker quite well. SKT have continually tried to find subs for Bengi. Last year it was Tom, this year it was Blank, and in the big important matches, Bengi still seems to show up and play very well right now. In this game, he's doing excellently against arguably the best jungler in the world in Peanut. So far, Bengi's been great, and it is still SK Telecom T1 holding a solid lead in this one, 1,800 up.
Yeah, solid lead. Let's follow how they extend that lead. How do they close out the game? SKT very often praised as a team that you cannot give a lead too early. They started with vision on both sides of mid lane. They lost track of Kuro for a second, though. Looking to use that spare time to equalize the turret lead here.
Yeah, this is interesting. They're going to hope to push him off the turret right here. He would have ultimate, which would make him hard to dive, but with the turret gone, they don't have to worry about it. That was never meant to kill. It was a very strong roam.
And even some of the plays from Kuro, you saw him waiting in the Tribush a little bit longer. I think they might have been baiting some kind of gank defense. Maybe Bengi shows up there to defend that turret for a bit, and they say, surprise, 2-on-2, we'll kill you anyway. Looks okay.
But this is also where SKT has been devoting their attention, down the bottom lane. Bengi trying to go at Peanut, but Gorilla roams in.
And Faker's coming, though. They know Faker's there somewhere. That's why they're not committing to this play. Again, action means reaction. Kuro moves top, which means SKT moving to bot side jungle. Rox and Peanut in particular are doing their damn best to keep the vision out as best as they can, because they need control of their own jungle first, because then they can move to proactive plays.
Getting rid of Bengi's Ghost is actually very important as well. And Rox are also trying their best not to get pushed in the bottom side. Note the very early QSS on Frey.
Yeah.
Because the Ash Arrow would be what SKT would try and set up a kill with. They're actually positioning Frey in front of Gorilla, meaning he would be the Ash Arrow target. If it happens, he would QSS, get sped up, and be completely safe.
Yeah, it's very interesting watching how all the plays happen as well. Even thinking about the action to reaction, the top lane gank and the bottom lane jungle control that was coming in. Rox were able to time that push while the red buff was still after you take it, but hold on, it's Gorilla. A nice flash by Wolf getting away from Peanut's cocoon. That could have been death for him. Also, Drake's would have been accurate, and Bengi is on it.
But this is another play from SKT where the goal is not to kill, it is just to wound. Get them low enough on HP, get them out of the area, and hopefully force and rush an objective right here. But SKT decide to turn.
Oh, Peanut comes in!
He's in a pretty dangerous spot, stuns up in a bang, but now being chased down by Bengi. This could be enough damage to trade one back, and they will find the Rox Tigers jungler. Now it's Duke running forward. Shockwave not quite gonna land. They're missing plenty of CC, but it's still 2 kills picked up, and Duke is just too tanky. Smeb is now alone under the turret, will be running out of health, and it's Kuro to try to save the fight. Looks for Faker, does turn around one, and Smeb will not be killed off. It's a 2 for 3. Rox finding a couple of kills to get again. Kuro nearly finds a third as well. but that turret has fallen down. It's still a positive play for SKT.
And it was looking so much better for SKT until the tail end of that fight where they overchase and give Smeb 2 kills. As Krepo was talking about, the wounds eventually accumulated into some kills. Bad repel there by Peanut.
Yeah, bad repel. He's too far up. We just see misalignment within the Rock squad. Look how far Kuro is away because he was dealing with that mid wave that Faker had already pushed up. If SK3 retreat by here, they win out so big. But Kuro, luckily for Rocks, on the back end, deals so much damage.
Right there, they were caught trying to kill Smeb with the turret, and they weren't actually tracking Kuro's roam, thinking the fight was completely won because they had obliterated the first 3 so quickly. But Kuro definitely showing some strength on Victor. Nice flash to get the flashes out of Bang too.
But another play in this game that shows you the value of lane priority, which means whoever pushes first gets to make the first action, leave the lane and do something. Right now, Rocks, they don't want to play the pushing game anymore. That's why they just group as 5.
And even though they're down 2,000 gold, the second Infernal is so important. Ultimate's just now coming up for SKT. We're going to see a fight.
Duke in a good position, but Gorilla caught in the front, gets okay behind the wall. Now the re-engagement of Engie popping his ultimate, 1,800 health on the Drake, and Peanut is still taking it. And then Smeb takes an arrow to the face with a shutdown in favor of Bang.
He's got it!
Peanut lands the smite, so it is a loss. Oh, who warded that? Why would you? Wolf gives Peanut the escape by warding over the wall.
And Peanut had maybe 0.5 seconds to click there. He was spamming over the wall, hoping somebody for dear life would place a ward. There is an opportunity of counter Baron though. Smeb is dead. Peanut is chunked here. There is vision. Maybe they can use it as a bait.
Zyra does help take the Baron, but they got to be careful, especially if Wolf goes down.
Also gives 300 gold to Kuro.
I mean, this is such a fast-paced game. It's so hard to catch up and actually analyze everything that's happening because both these teams are reacting so well to the state of the game.
Exactly, and getting the double Infernal Drake is just enough to keep Rocks in the game.
Oh, mid laners assassinating supports. What is this, 2013?
Yeah, supports
It's Orianna, Ash Zyra bottom lane. It's definitely 2013.
Korean mid laners punishing supports for overextending. Definitely 2014.
Watching this one more time. Yeah, this was so interesting because Peanut was stuck in the Drake pin right here. So SKT actually could have just run down for Peanut, and Faker was actually hoping that Rocks followed in so he could get a shockwave.
Yeah, because he was stuck behind the trap wall there. Faker was trying to zone from behind the traps. Here we see the ward again. Good reaction from Peanut, honestly, going for that. But Faker was kind of stuck in the zone himself. He didn't want to walk in the trap because he could get one shot right there, but he was offering offensive pressure with that ultimate at the same time.
Yeah, and you also... I understand what Wolf was thinking by warding over the wall there. He's thinking there's 4 people on Rocks over there. We could maybe kill them over the wall with Orianna. Let's just see them. But it completely gave Peanut the way out.
Slow into Kuro. Root's not quite going to land. Wolf might not have been able to land that regardless of how he aimed. Bangi actually losing the Banshee's Veil, getting tagged up. And you see Kuro's already finished his Hex Core. And the W stun is even better now. It sucks them all into the middle.
But we're approaching the point of the game where the Trundle will get much farther ahead of the Puppey than he used to do historically due to the changes on Quicksilver as well. You can no longer just get rid of that Trundle ultimate, meaning if it all goes to an all-in, Puppey is destined to lose. Usually on 2 items, Puppey used to be able to hold her own, at least against Duke, but once he gets the slow, or more slows from his item build router, he can just 1v1 all the time on the side lane.
And I really like what's happening here from Rocks, actually. SKT moved towards Baron to get vision control, and that gave Rocks a free time to push in the mid lane. Because they have that QSS on to Prey, he's actually much more fearless in killing these turrets. He's not as strong in team fights, but if they can keep playing this long arm strategy to go up to the turrets and just poke them down, they're going to maybe swing their way back into this game.
And what's really important is what Rocks Tigers have done up until the point where Duke eventually does outscale Smeb, because even if this Poppy is squishy, the utility is always there, and so the finesse of navigating the fights properly can still help Rocks Tigers.
And the biggest thing we have to track in the mid game here is farm distribution, because many of these teams were playing 1-3-1 throughout the entirety of the season, and it's very easy. Your mid laner moves to the side lane eventually, your AD carry goes mid, but when you're playing with a Victor and an Orianna, both these champions like being mid in the mid game as well, which means they're contesting their AD carries for farm, or they're playing in a suboptimal lane on the top lane. That's why we see a Victor Orianna top. This is a sight we haven't seen in absolute ages, and it's very delicate and much different to play. Requires good adaptation for the teams.
Exactly, especially because they're down some summoners right now, so they're kind of just waiting for the team to roam up there, and then they'd be able to turn a positive play. I actually think it was very dangerous for Faker to be up there, since he didn't actually have a turret behind him and they had very poor vision control. That's why he's pulling back right now.
And that's exactly why these champions just love the safety of the mid lane, but you can't leave an Ashe or a Caitlyn on the side lane either.
Even worse for them.
Yeah, not with without a melee support to potentially protect them. These range supports don't peel that well on the side lanes.
Yeah, I think because of that, we're much more likely to see this develop into a 4-1, where they kind of trade who gets to see the last hits, whether it's the Caitlyn or the Victor in the mid lane, or the Orianna and the Ashe, and you wait for SKT to have Duke pushing down the bottom side. I think the reason Rox is sending Victor up there is because they know SKT wins the 4-1. So even though they have a composition that would normally be doing it, since they lose that 1-1, they're going to try and make it the 1-3-1 we were talking about.
Man, the precursor to a 4-1 is always, you got to fix your side lanes. It's important that you still respect that lane. You don't play on it endlessly, but you leave whenever you can. But these teams are so good at not getting caught in the mid game that they're just basically trading lanes in the top lane. It's one of the few lanes where you want to be catching instead of pushing right now. Look at Kuro. He wants to receive this as close to his turret as he can because he can get picked out. So at this stage of the game, it's honestly important to track the wards and the teleports. Both Smeb and Duke can suddenly surprise the opposing team if one deep ward gets snuck into the jungle.
Absolutely. The ganking from Smeb and Peanut is huge in Fog of War, whereas SKT wants to try and land an Ashe Arrow for a pick, because the pick at this point either gives you Baron or that third Infernal Drake that's about to spawn.
That could be a very important thing to watch for. It's only 1 minute away, but Krepo, you mentioned the ward control and playing for that as well as the waves. Well, look at what's happening. SKT pushing in mid first, easily pushing in bottom first as well. So this bottom jungle's lit up red pretty easily, and the top river's also mostly SKT controlled. So in all these fronts, SKT are ahead on the play.
Yeah, it's because they're leaning both on their draft, which got them the favorable side lane, but also on the early game, which got them the gold lead and the control of the game here. That's why it's going to be so hard for Rox to fight their way out. The fact that they managed to get both those Infernals is honestly a feat of strength here, and this is why we can't underestimate Rox. Any other team, I'd say, you know what, SKT is probably going to choke out eventually. The Rox Tigers have shown that they don't care.
Exactly. It's been quite remarkable because SKT has had the pushing lanes for a lot of this game. Getting Faker's flash this early when he's running extremely low magic resist against Kuro means the teamfight's going to be very hard for Faker to enter. And I definitely think we're seeing a teamfight around this third Infernal Drake if SKT decides to go for it. If not, that's ridiculous. 24% attack damage and ability power is almost a win.
A lot of stats. Victor and Caitlyn definitely want the extra ability power and attack damage. Those are the two primary carries of the squad. And it's Gorilla getting caught out with a chain of crowd control, and Wolf deserves the last hit for setting up that play with the grasping roots. Meanwhile, Duke's split pushing finally does pay off. SKT the first to get all 3 outer turrets, and in a 5v4 potential, could be very easy to get more.
But it is just a support, and the opposing support has used his ultimate, which kind of renders him useless anyways. So in that sense, it's not the worst for Rox, but their priority on Dragon is costing on the top side of the map. SKT used the Dragon as a lure, a bait to move Duke to the top lane. He gets not only one, but almost 2 towers while SKT start Baron.
All the vision control is on the bottom side for Rox. They now see the Baron, but it's too late. They will get the third Infernal, but SKT gets the Baron.
The very important Baron to grab. SKT, I think, making the exact right play on the backswing of that catch on the mid lane. Rox maybe got the best they could have hoped for in the 5v4 this late on, but either way, at least a Drake isn't the worst.
This is actually extremely interesting because you can only get 3 Infernal Drakes in a game, so there is no way SKT is getting one of those for the late game. That means that with this Baron buff, they have to make this an important Baron power play because of the raw stats Rox is going to have in the late game.
But they believe, because this wasn't an accident, this wasn't just a haphazard Baron, this was planned. It was a bait and switch. Rox was leaning so much towards the side of the Dragon that SKT peeled away their laner from the bottom lane. They put Duke top, he took 1 tower, pressured the second, and then SKT just swept in and took a free Nasher. Just in that microcosm, sorry, Freak right there.
No, it's okay.
The 8% bonus versus the Baron buff is definitely worth it.
The Baron buff is absolutely better. These minions are going to be huge. And look at the power spikes they've got. Bang is on 80% crit chance. Faker's got a death cap and a void staff. The 2 major carries here, the mid lane and AD carry for SKT, are super huge right now. Plus Baron pushing, they can get so much.
I agree that they can make good use of this, but it is actually very out of character for SKT to put themselves on a clock, because they now have to make use of this Baron buff. They can't be as reactive as they would want to be. Yes, they have the item power spikes, but we're about to see SKT go for something big.
It was both a decision and a reaction because they already gave away 2 Infernals in a sense. But looking at what this Baron buff does for them, they can finally commit to this 4-1 style because the minions will stay alive long enough so that Rox can't instantly wave clear them. Victor, fantastic at wave clearing versus non-Baron buff creeps. Right now, the siege can continue. Look at the pressure.
And let's not forget that SKT are sitting on a solid 7,000 gold at this point. They had been routinely out-farming, out-killing turrets. Of course, the Baron and the 2 subsequent turrets help as well. No surprise here, but it's SKT. Even once this all times out, Elder Dragons are nice, but 7,000 gold is better than 3 Elder Dragons. When this all does reset, SKT looking great right now, looking to siege top lane inhibitor.
Yeah, Rox, though, has pretty solid wave clear with the Hurricane, Caitlyn, and the Victor, so until Duke gets some super minions on other turrets, they're not going to be able to break that inhibitor wall. They will seem like they're going to be able to get up to 6 turrets to 2, though.
Looking pretty easy. I don't want to say easy, but looking pretty controlled for SKT right now. Duke, though, does catch a stun, but is there much else that Rox can do? Duke turns back around to fight Smeb because the rest of SKT is still just pressuring. That mid lane turret is so low, and here's the attack from top.
Bang just whittling away at the turret here next to the traps. Watch him go into Fog of War every time and threaten with the arrow as well. At every single moment, Rox Tigers have to be careful. Just an enchantment crystal arrow flying across the map.
That's going to be at the 6th turret. So 3 turrets taken with the Baron. The gold lead now, almost 9,000 this one. Also, 30 seconds still on the reset, plus whatever either Bangi or Faker has with the extended duration afterwards to get another full minion wave of Baron buff.
Yeah, specifically, we can track this Baron power play now. 4,300 gold, as well as the map pressure of the turrets, is the cost that SKT paid to essentially concede the 3rd Infernal Drake. Because they, with the support kill and the pushing top lane, I think could have powered their way into an Infernal Drake, but then would have had to delay the Baron. I'm not necessarily willing to say it's the best call unless they can close this game out, because that could very well backfire if Rox can hold with Victor and Caitlyn.
But I think they made the decision, calculating in the fact that they had already made a few mistakes in giving up the first 2 Infernals. Essentially, they were already on a clock in terms of late game scaling. So they wanted to power through and accelerate the game, which meant usually you need 2 dragons, or 2 Barons rather, to close out the game. Getting the first one early, having a gold lead that's large enough to keep control of the map so you can set up perfectly for the second one is likely what SKT wants to do. The second this one fades, it's about 3.5 minutes until the next Baron spawns. You're going to see SKT keep leaning to the left side of the map, get a couple pink wards in river, deep ward in the enemy blue buff jungle, and then defend that the entire time. Because look at how hard it is for Rox Tigers to actually face check forward with their comp.
Yeah, exactly. That's also because SKT is running a pick composition with the Zyra and the Ashe. So even if Rox has a triple Infernal Drake in a super late game situation, if SKT can maintain map control, I think they try and avoid fighting clean 5v5s and only get picked. Because with triple Infernal Drake, you don't want to face a team straight up 5v5, but they will have the gold lead regardless.
They're going to have the slow on a Smeb who tackles in towards Bangi, but is now running out of life rapidly down below 1,000. The knockup is there, and the final blow comes through. Bangi gets the kill. Yet the pick comes through. They didn't even need Ashe for it. It's up to Kuro playing a bit of wave clear, and looks like all is well. And SKT almost 10k ahead now.
And SKT's happy. They can keep the map tiny. They can play the game on 2 lanes, making it very easy to play 4-1. Keep the vision in between. Choke out Rox. You don't need sweepers if you have time. If they don't put a ward there for 3 minutes, you can just keep choking out the vision. Meanwhile, you challenge the base. You don't have to, but it's an added bonus here for making that pick for SKT.
Try to make this next one in 20 seconds on Smeb. Nice QSS spray gets out, and Bangi eats a cupcake, losing half his life, but SKT are okay to keep playing this a little bit longer. But as the minion wave goes out, they say, you know what, might be time to reset. 35 seconds in the Drake spawn. Like to see SKT heal before they go for it.
Yeah, and also note how Rox Tigers need to really work if they want to get an initiation. It basically has to be Smeb flanking in with a good teleport ward, or Peanut landing a Miracle Cocoon on someone who can't break the CC. So SKT is in a good position here because they are better than any other team at controlling the fights that they take. And compositionally, they're set up to do that as well.
And Rox is in such a tricky position because they don't really want to move to that bot lane. They don't want to push it out far enough to add pressure. Any wave they push will bounce on that tier 1 turret. If they send Smeb to the bot lane, the remaining 4 members are so easily picked off, you know, by those champions that you guys mentioned earlier, you know, just an Ashe arrow on a non-QSS target. And it's going to be a pick, but look at here. They're moving into the enemy jungle here. Might be able to surprise Kuro, but he at least has some wards.
Yeah, Rox at least gets to realize that those wards are dying, so they're aware there's someone to the sweeper running through their bottom jungle rampantly. Rox should be smart enough to know, okay, this is all warded, they've taken control of this, and I think Rox should have to cede at least that territory. Maybe they come down through the river, but they're fighting, okay, 3 Infernal Breaks versus a 9,000 gold lead, and it's SKT saying, we own this territory, and Rox don't even bother trying. They're playing for topside wards instead.
Yeah, SKT with another little bit of a bait and switch. They yielded the Baron area, give the vision up to get a free dragon. I don't think they value the dragon itself so much, but they don't want to give a potential of a 4 dragon elder to the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, and also the three Infernal Drakes will give Rox an advantage when they hit 6 items, because that pushes them over the item cap. For now, when you're talking about the items that SKT has versus the items and the Infernal Drake multiplier, you can still say SKT is winning because of the raw gold and power they have right now.
Provided, as you said, it does not go 6 items. If this does stall out, Rox catch up and then Eclipse, but that is still 15, 20 minutes away, and it is a soft clock, but it's one that I think SKT can punch through soon enough. You've got Bang with just the best items basically you could possibly get. He's probably about 40% more DPS than Prey if he just sit there hitting.
And they're starting Asher.
And it's Rox hoping for a miracle play, looking for a rush on Baron. SKT are pretty far. You will have Duke coming in from the flank, but there's no steal in range. The arrow lands, and it's secure by Peanut. Now the 5-on-5. Bangy comes in, down to half HP, and it's going to be Duke kicked right back out. And Rox get away, clean with the Baron.
Rox is so smart as a team. SKT was so confident of their vision control, they lost track of Baron for a second. Rox immediately punish.
And when you get the Baron as a team that is behind, you usually freeze the game, which is exactly what Rox want to do right now. Ridiculous that SKT had the gap in vision at Baron, recalled, and Rox knew exactly when to rush.
You could see how much it means for the game that Faker is camping in a brush, looking for a random pickoff, building or relying on the overconfidence of Rox, but Rox is playing so clean. And again, this is back going to their roots. Historically, what was their major strength at the time? It was going back in a game where they was initially a little bit behind and then fighting their way out with super clean macro. It was only this year that they become a super strong early game proactive team, but they definitely have that history left in them.
Sure, 80% of that lineup is still that same late game team. All that sort of elder experiences there. It all came from the Cloud Drake that SKT took. Rox said, we're not going to fight you. We're going to play top lane river control, top jungle control. We're going to get the wards. And as soon as SKT resets, they say, but we have ward control. And Rox executes so beautifully. They had a 20-second window, and they went right through it. Now it's Rox Tiger saying, what gold can we get back? There's still an outer turret to take in the bottom lane, but they're saying, no, it's top jungle that we want. Red buff is spawning. Can they fight for it as Bengi aggroes it?
And late game, it's all about dodging damage in these team fights. The one weakness to Orianna is the fact that her ulti is flashable. So Faker will have a much harder time dealing continuous damage in these fights compared to Kuro, who can definitely surprise people with a quick ultimate.
And especially with the pace of this game right now, only being 5 kills to 8, the frequency of the big team fights is low, which makes the flashes be off cooldown when a fight does happen. So it makes Rox, it gives him the ability to outplay and potentially still win this game.
Definitely want to go back to that point that was mentioned earlier about the early QSS of Prey. It really has shaped Rox to play a much different way, with Prey honestly playing borderline confident. No QSS on Smep though, but he can just dodge it.
Bang actually lodges it, and it's Bang running out of health, but now look at that. It's just too much damage to deal with. Smep's trying to run away with his life, and he will do so. I think actually it was Duke's pillar that might have gotten him away from the Tiana Chris Valero, but with team members up top, it's a great repel out from Peanut, and that's going to be a turret going down. Bangy, then a half HP, and Wolf got slowed by the Chaos Storm, which means a flash out of the SKT support.
And who needs flash the shockwave when you can just repel it if you're Peanut? That was a really great play. It means SKT has less threat to push them off turret. They burned the Trundle ultimate and the Ash Arrow, so Rox can push with impunity for the next few seconds.
Get a little bit more out of it. That bottom lane wave is there. It will go down with no champions nearby. The local gold goes to waste, but they can still just try to group back up on bot lane tier 2. Hey, how convenient the blue buff spawned as well. Let's take that away from Faker. Kuro is running out of mana. He's going to be full enough by the time the team fight comes around.
And what a game. We saw initial 2 plays fumbled by Rox Tigers. They made their way back in. They got an Infernal Dragon. SKT took control again, had a good river fight. Rox took another Infernal Dragon. SKT made a great play, getting Baron. Well, Rox took another Infernal Dragon, and suddenly, at the end, turned it all upside down with that genius Baron call. What a game.
Exactly, which is also why I was saying it is out of character for SKT to put themselves on a clock like that. Even though it did put them in a position where they could make the plays to win the game, if Rox makes a play, suddenly they would have the advantage. Smeb tried to teleport in.
They're not quite going to get much for it. The home guard was there, could have tackled a minion to get a bit closer, but couldn't quite find his target. But the funny thing is, it was SKT getting a Baron for an Infernal Drake. Rox got Baron for a Cloud Drake. Everyone outside North America, you never make that trade. Who gets Cloud Drakes? And that's the world we live in now. And we mentioned, if the gold gets closer, Rox outscales with the Infernals. Well, that's starting to happen. The gold, only 6K apart, and that's actually manageable at this point. Frey finally got 80% crit. He's basically online as far as Caitlyn goes. In fact, item for item, he's currently tied with Bang until Bang actually completes the Quicksilver Sash into Mercurial Scimitar, and mid laners are close too.
Now, both these teams are honestly getting into super late game mode, and their compositions get rewarded for kiting as well. Ashe, Zyra, Orianna, they all want to run backwards, just like Duke has to kind of run away. But look at it, bottom right there, there's Smith flanking, so it might be a flash force here on Duke.
Gets a slow, gets a little bit done, but now it's going to be maybe part of a re-engage, because look at this mid lane. It's SKT saying, you went top, we're going to go mid in there first.
Yeah, they know how long it takes to kill Duke, and they do not want to open up their inhibitors to a team that can split push and pick the way SKT can.
Elder's spawning, but instead of going for the Elder, SKT are going for the fake out, and they're running bot here. Rox Tigers expected this to be just Faker, but as they move towards the bottom lane, they may get surprised here by a pickoff.
They have to go the safe route.
Yeah, Prey knows to not walk too far into the brush. Bangi actually walked forward a little bit here, and you can see that still. The turret's picked up, and Kuro clutch gets the flash away just in time. A quick Roots coming in there as well, stopping down Prey and Gorilla. They don't find much.
Going for it.
There's a stun. There's a knockdown on Wolf, and they're going to knock down him before he can do much of anything. So it's a 1-for-0 in favor of Rox Tigers. Bangi's ulti is down as well. There's no more chase to be had. But look at SKT always playing the map a little bit smarter. That top lane hip turret will be going down, making that score 8-5 in turrets. Any good team fight now at this point in the game, SKT can outright kill the base, and it's a risk now that Rox has to play with for the rest of this game.
I love the way these teams are influencing themselves, or each other rather, with these little map moves. It looked for a second that SKT was going for that Elder Dragon, set up the objective, defend the area, because their composition so strong if you have to walk into them. Suddenly they just move down bottom and get a turret, go for a pick. They force the flash on Kuro. Rox react, but they lose their top lane tower. SKT is playing the map on so many places at once. Rox, they find strength in numbers. They want to strike together. Surprise with a good engage.
Duke is a monstrous split pusher. They now have inhibitors open. The game is truly on a knife's edge because of the duration of death timers 42 minutes in, the power of the buffs that are about to spawn with the Elder Drake being alive and with Baron in 34 seconds. Anything could break this game wide open, especially if SKT group up and Rox can find a fight.
Yeah, the support's coming. Karma just not there yet. Only thing that matters right now is this Elder Dragon. SKT looking to rush it down, using the zone from Wolf. Look for him.
It has stolen so many objectives this world.
They're trying to keep out. Repel gets away from the stun. He goes in for it, and it's secured by Bangi. That is a big deal. SKT, shockwave, a shutdown. They've got 3 already. They're looking to kill absolutely everybody. Rox Tigers getting wiped off the face of the map. Smith, the only one alive.
SKT burns Kuro's flash in a previous fight. Faker gets him the next time. Bangi is clutch with the smite in the jungle, and that's most likely the game for SKT.
Yeah, Rox get lured into the trap. They tunnel so hard into the objective that they forget that they're running into an Orianna treble call. Once near the pillar, it was the perfect ultimate from Faker, and that's it for SKT. They get the kill, they get the objective, and they run down the mid lane.
And poor Smeb can't do anything. The recall is stopped. SK Telecom T1 are a third of the way there as they take game 1 over Rox Tigers, looking to make it to the finals.
And what a way to start this series. A very back and forth game, interesting trades. A triple Infernal Drake team loses the game because SKT was maneuvering them around the map, making them late to fights time and time again. And finally, after so many Mr. Flash shockwaves, Faker lands one and the game is over.
And it was really beautiful. So many clutch points where the right decision had to be made. And that's not always the case that it was. I think there were some trades opted into that maybe could have been chosen differently. But either way, we had an amazing game, 42.5 minutes in length, where you had Rox Tigers fighting through a gold deficit almost the entire time. From the laning phase, Bangi was always half SKT's gold lead by getting all the farm that Peanut wasn't getting because Peanut's ganks weren't landing. You had just general laning phase leads from Faker. He was up 20 about 10 minutes in, knocked down the first turret as well, practically solo. And this was this slow, methodical control. SKT kept getting farther and farther ahead. Rox were tacking on some objectives, and they had the one good comeback, but this was SKT, in a way, playing many of the elements of their game, saying we're going to stay in control the whole time, and largely they were.
Yeah, but we have to question Peanut's early jungle pathing. They're going for an early gank bot lane when River is usually warded, whether you're Elise or not. Then the second phase where they all 3 went mid failed as well. This is Rox Tigers looking very jittery on stage. Maybe the one or game 1 warm-up combined with the fact that they had mini comebacks within the game will make for a much better early game for them in game 2. I can easily see them sweeping the early game and taking the tie, honestly.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be an incredibly close series. That was only game 1 of maybe up to 5. It's going to be beautiful. Stick with it. But for now, let's toss it down to the analysts to break that one a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Freak. And gentlemen, it looks like we are in for quite the series, given the way that it just started there. Back and forth and coming down to the wire there with SKT edging out Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, honestly, it's great to cheer for your teams in your region, but cheer for great League of Legends. That's what we got in this game right here with Rocks Tigers and SKT, like the highest level possible.
That ward over the back of the...
I don't know about
the highest.
Okay, close to the highest level. It was game 1. They were a little bit nervous, maybe.
And while Cloud9 didn't make it to the semifinals, there was a bit of Cloud9 flavor about what SKT were piloting in the bot lane. So before the tournament, when I asked about Ashe, because of course Ashe saw some nerfs just between patches, between playoffs and now, people said you can play it in one scenario. It's kind of decent against Caitlyn. And what we saw here was the Ashe Zyra that Cloud9 were famous for running way back in Season 3 when they came to the LCS. And it actually halved lane against a Caitlyn lane, Caitlyn Karma, which has a very big pushing power most of the time. And I think it's notable because suddenly, now that they've shown something that actually does quite well against the Caitlyn first pick that we saw this series, that we saw a lot recently, might be called into question.
Exactly. That other form of engage is going to be really important. If the games are going this long, one of those catches does determine the entire thing. And you're talking about Prey can play it also. You know, if Ben can play it, then Prey can also play it.
Definitely so. Definitely so.
So then, of course, I want to push us into the game here because we got a few replays to roll through. We talked earlier about Rocks Tigers being a very early game-focused team, having that high bloodiness statistic. Of course, the first kills didn't come in until 12:30 into the game on a turnaround by the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, so this is a really good TP from Smeb. It's a follow-up from a gank they had just earlier where they forced the summoners away from Faker, and that's why it's so important to always, you know, regank. The timing on this ulti here from Smeb as well, just when Olaf ulti runs out, it is perfect. But before this, we saw that gank in mid lane fail. We saw the dive top lane as well, where a lot of skill shots were missed left and right by Rocks Tigers. And that is kind of the thing. If you are the proactive team, you need to be able to execute when you pull off these proactive plays. Otherwise, you start falling behind.
I love that teleport so much because they were pinging it well in advance and like, we need to figure out a way to set up this play. We know that we've snuck this ward in without Faker seeing it, and they had their eyes on that teleport point for so long.
A lot of forethought going into that one. Of course, our next replay comes around 20 minutes with SKT 3 for 2 in the bot lane. Rocks was able to salvage a couple ones here, but SKT domination snapping back.
And this opens up with Peanut realizing he's in no man's land. That's why he used the repel to get close to the enemy just to start a fight. He bought enough time though, but this should have been a wipe realistically. The shockwave missing onto Bray, walking back. At this point, you're like, could have been 4-0. Faker goes for the exclamation point, but Kuro with the ghost kind of saved the whole situation for Rocks.
And I love what Kuro does there too. He cuts them in half, so they separate the two members. They're able to clean them up, and Rocks gain, you know, some kills back out of what could have been a disaster. We've seen plays like that during the entire game. Like if that is a clean SKT dive, then get all the kills plus the turret. That is something we've seen them snowball all the way to victory.
Yeah, and if we go just like slightly back before the play happened, obviously SKT can chase and dive on the tower because Faker can move first. And that's kind of the big story of the early game for me, was how Faker was able to dominate 1v1. He got the tower as well. Yes, he got ganked once, and then the second time where he died, he still had full control mid lane. He had first item spike as well. He could roam first down to bot lane here. Kuro joins in later, but it's already too late. You're already giving up kills and you lose tower as well.
And we talked about mid lane, right? We talked about specifically Kuro showing the Aurelion Soul. It was something different. Victor's certainly not something different. Victor, for both Crown and Kuro, is a staple. It's kind of an established factor for SK Telecom. The Orianna looked confident. They played through the mid lane. It was kind of business as usual in the mid lane, especially for SKT.
Exactly. We had talked about what's he going to drop to, looking at those pushing champions in the mid lane. Well, he was pushed in the entire time. Faker essentially solo killing the turret in mid lane by 15 minutes. That's insanity. But something else I want to talk about is Rocks Tigers trading that third Infernal Dragon for a Baron plus a tower top.
Well, in this situation, they already lost the support. So I think in their mind, they're like, it's too risky to go in, walk into a river without any vision against Orianna as well, and try and stop the Baron. So just take that Infernal Drake, instead get the third one. It's kind of the best of a bad situation really for them, and it did help them in the late game.
Plus, I mean, it's a good game plan, right? It's a clear game plan. You have Poppy, you have Victor, and you have Caitlyn. That's such good siege defense. I mean, you line up the traps and try and wave clear, and Poppy can even try and clear out some. The thinking there, you're going to try and weather this SKT storm that's going to come off of the Baron, and that was where they weren't able to pull it off.
But of course, we did see SKT, you know, kind of utilizing that macro gameplay that they've, you know, that they have so well in having Duke or split in the top lane, running rocks around the map, creating that ward coverage for themselves in the enemy jungle, and making it very hard for rocks to kind of make their way out of the base.
And that's the thing we see so often from these top teams. Like late game, macro is near spot on. They make so few mistakes. Like SKT understand when Duke is split pushing, he's on a tower. Everyone else kind of take a step back, wait to see if someone goes to go for Duke. Okay, then step forward. Never really overextend. Duke never got caught out himself either. Great vision control at all times. And it's just communication, all of it. And it's also communication that set up that last Elder Drake fight, which basically starts with Faker forcing flash from the Victor. And then when you start the Elder Drake and start cutting down towards the bottom side, you know they have to, Rocks Tigers has to run into the river, and Victor has no flash, and then Faker can actually win the game.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that Ace replay that you just mentioned, where SKT puts their foot down in game one.
And of course, the Orianna from Faker is one that he played a lot at the start of his career. Actually, his career most played champion, even though he hadn't played it since summer season last year. We were waiting for the big shockwave. Big thing about casting an Orianna game is waiting for the ball control, waiting for the big shockwave, and this was that fight.
And this is why I put so much emphasis on clutch players. Faker and Bang. SKT have shown on the biggest stage they are reliable and they can come up with these plays. That's why discipline was such a big factor for me. Also, before that even happens, to get to that point where Faker can win the game, Banky has to hit this smite versus Peanut, because that would be a 6 Infernal Drake basically team if they're able to steal that smite, if Peanut is able to take that one away. And he's on Elise, who has execute damage. So
4 1/4.
Bangy,
or 4.5 rather.
6 billion if you count in the true damage as well.
A lot of AD and AP.
But Banky hitting that smite is so incredibly important, because they just knocked out all of the damage from SKT.
All right, so let's talk about moving forward, though, now, because SKT is going to be subbing in Blank now in place of Bangy even after that victory, and they'll be swapping to the blue side. So Rocks Tigers here on this stage again, big stage against SKT. They've just been knocked down a peg. They're showing a little bit of jitters in game one. How do they recoup?
So I think this is strategic. I mean, you can tell by the fact that Benki had a good game. They won and they still subbed in. The big story is when you're on red side, SKT are going to be banning Nidalee anyway. Peanut is undefeated on Nidalee in 2016. When you're on blue side, it's much better to have a Nidalee player, because now Rocks have to use a ban on Blank's Nidalee. So strategically, it actually lines up really well. And it got Bengi, you know, plenty of intel in game one.
And I think that there's a problem here now with mid lane bans for Rocks Tigers. First game they banned both Ryze and Syndra on blue side. They didn't want to first pick it. They wanted to first pick the Caitlyn very specifically. SKT, we know, can first pick Syndra if they want to. I wonder if Rocks are sitting and looking at too many mid lane options here and being like, we need to get rid of Ryze because Faker is a monster on it. Syndra as well, because we don't trust Kuro to take that skill matchup in the mid lane. And then, of course, the Nidalee you mentioned. That might just be the 3 bans locked in already. And then SKT will have a lot of options. Either if they want to go Caitlyn, which they probably won't now we've seen Ashe come in against it, but you can go for your preferred jungle choice for playing as an option, or maybe the best top lane available like Jace.
Zyra, I think, is going to be extremely important as well moving forward, as you're talking about the ADs for the bottom lane. The supports determine so much of those matchups.
All right, well, just a few thoughts on what Rocks can do to stab back here in Game 2. Worlds 2016 continues in just a few minutes, but before we go, we all know the pain of watching a win slip away on the Rift, and in this series, 5 League legends share their strategies for turning the game around. They are playmakers.
This is solo queue, so everyone make mistakes. But mistakes are opportunities. Like this. My top laner get ganked and died, so there's no KO. Hickern wants to shove lane, more pressure, more gold, good for him. I already grabbed wraiths, so I know if they can see me or not. So I go top and get the wave. Turrets don't need gold, you know. I join lane and Hickern backed up. That's smart. I get the farm and I go back to do my job. Then Hickern gets greedy for more wave. solo queue, so Kha'Zix is probably down here. So I come back, I chase him down. I have Ghost, I have Q, I have ult. That makes it easy. I get the kill, I shove lane. Tail's alive again, then she can see that her lane is good, and she also gets the peek. She looks on the map. She saw a good opportunity on bot. 32. Easy kill. Or dragon. Whatever. And all that started with KO extending and dying. Mistakes are opportunities, you know.
I remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away. Look at the stars, they find me. You shine so bright, it haunts me. I'm lost in this thick.
그런 유명하신 분들이 뭐 공연도 하고 뭐 그런
경기도 하고 그런 데서 저도 경기를 한다는 게 되게 약간 신기한 것 같아요. 제가 한국에서 게임하던 사람이 뭐 그런 큰 경기장 가서 그런 분들과 좀 어깨를 나란히 하는 거잖아요. 어떻게 보면. 그래서 네, 굉장히 신기하고 어떻게 보면 좀 감동적이기도 하네요.
And of course, Wolves can hope that he can move on to Los Angeles as well for another shot at the Summoners Cup, the third title maybe in the works here for SK Telecom T1. Of course, welcome back. Game 2 about to be underway. Two South Korean juggernauts here. SK Telecom T1, you just heard from their support here, defending world champions. Everyone should know their name in League of Legends esports. They are absolute juggernauts. They're absolute monsters. And their opponents, of course, Rox Tigers, just won the split over in South Korea, so you know they're on form, and they're going to hope to put on a continued good show here.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, whenever SKT plays the Rox Tigers, they seem to rise to the occasion. They've always beaten them in best of fives. Rox Tigers have only ever taken 2 games off of them in their last 3 full best of fives, and going down 1-0 to start this series has got to be very worrying for the Rox Tigers' morale.
And you gotta see it how it impacts the pick and ban as well. We saw an early Poppy pickup on Smeb. Despite that pick, we kind of expected that pick definitely to go in the hands of Duke. You know, sturdy top laner, utility there. You know, not performing that well. Given Poppy, the Jace was banned out. We expected maybe a Cannon or a Rumble. You know, aggression from Smeb in the top lane. And Rox spiced it up. They had the steal. SKT then surprised them. I'm so excited for what's going to happen in the second game right now. That these teams switch sides. Ashe has been revealed. Rox have to give maybe a priority mid laner over to Faker, which kind of shapens the pick and ban much differently.
And also we have to note that Blank is subbing in for Bengi. This is what they've done pretty much throughout the entire event. Bengi plays the first game, then they seem to sub in Blank for the rest. So now he can kind of enter into a series where he's already been able to scout a little bit of what happened. But it was super interesting last game because Peanut fell way behind early. He was negative 25 CSD at 10 minutes, his greatest deficit of the entire tournament. Then they sub in a different jungler, but I mean, you can tell it's part of SKT's strategy.
It is just interesting because, yeah, what SKT had been doing was working, but they're going back to the formula that won them the mid-season invitational with Blank here in the jungle. SKT get choice aside for game 2. Of course, they have chosen blue. I think every team has so far this tournament, and we have the 2 mid lane bans we expect to see probably this entire series.
Yeah, let's get quick explanations for every ban. Aurelion Sol, it's against Kuro. Faker doesn't really play it himself. Syndra, top tier pick. If you can first pick it, do it because it gives you so much pressure.
Exactly, and then you have the Syndra Ryze bans obviously coming in against Faker. Yet to play Ryze at the tournament is Faker, but it is Faker's Ryze. You know you need to be able to ban it. He's been practicing it so much. Unreal win rate in solo queue. And Rox is obviously fearful of giving Faker a champion that can take over the game.
Yeah, and then we'll look at the Jace, strong top laner pick, especially in the hands of carries. Maybe SKT don't want to sacrifice the first pick here and hand it over to Smeb. Smeb expected to kind of pick up the Cannon or maybe even later on the Rumble, but he went for Poppy last game.
And Nidalee actually does get banned away. I found this point actually quite interesting. In the regular summer split for SKT, they banned Nidalee themselves in 76% of their games. Blank has not been the most Nidalee affectionate sort of jungler here. And Rox is actually one of the teams that have left Nidalee up this tournament, actually. They've left it unbanned in 3 of their games throughout the group stage. Either way, it goes away. Olaf is the first pick. SKT still trying to knock down the jungle pool a bit, and the Ashe comes back in for Prey.
And this is fascinating that it's actually Rox that is picking the Ashe because it was Bang who did in the last game, and it's with Caitlyn still available. Prey has always been a spectacular Ashe player, and maybe he saw something in the last game that makes him now want the champion into the Caitlyn match.
And another surprise is that Zyra is left open in favor of the Karma. Technically a flex, but very likely to go into that bottom lane. It's really fun how this story came to unfold. Ashe got revealed in game 1. We see the preemptive Jhin ban from SKT, basically daring Rox to pick another Caitlyn early. And Rox Tigers say, you know what, we'll pick Ashe, and I think it does fine in every single matchup, including the Caitlyn. You will have to pick here.
And we get the pick set up there, and you can see, yeah, it is. Again, I do want to point out how interesting this is. It's Rox saying, yeah, you showed us what you thought was so good. We just don't really seem to care. We'll just change a couple of things. It was the Ashe was the problem, not the Zyra here. Is they've locked in their entire bot lane unless they flex this Karma mid.
Yeah, and they don't have to pick the Caitlyn into it, as you can see with the Ezreal being picked right here. Bang's Ezreal is exceptional, especially when he goes Iceborne Gauntlet. He can often act as an initiator for this team, and they're going to have a lot of little pokey initiates with the Olaf and the Zyra right here.
But it already means one checkbox ticked for Rox Tigers in terms of pushing lanes. That's what you want in League of Legends, especially when you want to enable a jungle like Peanut. Get some pressure in at least 2 lanes. If they're adjacent, even better than have the push going. Rocks also have the counter pick in mid lane, but again, mid lane champion pool is so pinched that it's going to be hard for Kuro to find an answer to Faker.
That's the question. Which lane do they save for last? It's going to be mid lane they save for last. Rumble going to be grabbed up here. It lets that Karma stay as a flex. Lee Sin in here for Peanut could be a pleasure to watch, and a Rumble for Smeb can take over a game.
Yeah, opting for the Lee Sin instead of the Elise, so a little bit lower on the crowd control because they have the Ashe. It's also what Peanut played 3 games in a row in the quarterfinals to much success.
Definitely, but also a bigger investment in the early game, because one thing Lee Sin can do is leave open that blue buff, which means if you have a very tippy mid lane matchup, an early blue buff handoff towards Kuro could swing the tides in his favor with a Rumble who almost guarantees top lane push 1 to 5. A blue buff handoff very early, Rocks could be looking at 3 pushed lanes.
And I love the way the pick and bans have been evolving throughout this tournament. We've seen a lot of even first pick Kennons. It completely falls through the draft phase here most likely. We've seen Echo do actually quite well against Rumble once he can get to Spectre's Cow.
Yep.
But when we're talking about who has the pushing lanes, they actually have done
an insta-locked misfortune.
Something really weird. I don't care about my last point.
This is an insta-locked misfortune.
Support MF.
Yes, it is support MF. Support MF is super strong in poke. I wonder if it's AP MF.
Or is it support Ashe?
No.
You've seen both of them played in the best. So, support MF was a huge thing before they obliterated the damage on Max E. Because that was the...
It has to be support MF. Support Ashe sucks.
And support MF is great, right?
That surprisingly works. I wonder if he's spelled
20 seconds past support MF.
It is support MF.
Yep. Karma mid.
Karma mid. This means 3 pushing lanes, absolute power, early game power spike. Imagine a dragon fight with MF ulti on your support and then a Rumble equalizer. This is so fascinating.
I can't wait to watch Gorilla support MF. They must have been saving this pick forever. And when we talk about pushing lanes, we went back and tried to do a rough guess of how much pushing lanes would lead to victory. We got a roughly 39 out of the 61 games where pushing lanes won the game. And that was with 2 out of 3. Here they have very clearly 3 pushing lanes. If they execute in the early game, they can take so much control.
I'm just still shocked by the fact that support misfortune is being played in the semifinals of the World Championship. I don't care if someone tells you to pick a meta game champion. When you're Gorilla and you're fighting for your tournament life here against SK Telecom T1 and you say, hey, it's time to play support misfortune, you tell your kids about this one. Get on Twitter. Tell us your favorite moments. Mine is support misfortune already, but tell us hashtag world's big plays what yours has been so far. Here we go. Game 2 of the semifinals. Support misfortune.
Yeah, with Ignite as well. I definitely want to...
Krippo and I are so happy right now, but we're also desperately trying to figure out exactly what's going to happen. The Spell Thief is very easy to proc with the Make It Rain, obviously. You get incredibly early shove when you go E on the Misfortune and Volley on the Ashe.
So there's a couple of things that speak in favor of a Misfortune. The passive works very well because obviously once you switch targets, you get added damage for a single tap. You can get that tap off by Eing first. You get the Spell Thief proc right there. That's all 3 Spell Thief procs already, plus 24 gold. More importantly, specifically in the Zyra matchup, she spawns a lot of plants, which puts her at risk of actually getting double up by her own plants. Because very often she hides right behind them. It is minor. It's only base damage. This is a very early spike. And more importantly, once you hit 6...
And look at this. Wow, forcing an early flash out of Wolf with the chain slows.
Once you hit 6, it is so easy to get blown up. It takes 1 arrow into a Misfortune ultimate plus Ignite, and you're just dead.
Yeah, not to mention you can layer the Make It Rain on top of the Ashe arrow to give longer time caught into the damage over time. So a lot of things could work, but we also haven't seen it because it can be very vulnerable when you're running essentially a double marksman bottom.
And then there's one more interaction, and then I'm done ranting. When Zyra opens up on a snare on Misfortune, she can actually answer with the ultimate, because by the time the Zyra ultimate pops up from the floor, bullet time's already done. It's about the same second, it's about 1.5 or 2 seconds channel, which means you can actually just blast Zyra in the face whenever she goes for you.
3 seconds long is bullet time. Stranglethorns takes plenty of time, even after the cast animation. You'll get a lot of damage out. Gorilla running ability power quints for more Make It Rain damage. It scales off AP.
Yeah,
already see Rush pushing.
Regardless of what support was going to be in this lane, they would yield the push. This is not a surprise. We need to look at Peanut. What is he going to do with this early information? And Was he spotted out by a ward early on? Doesn't seem like it, even though SKT had quite a few members there in the river.
Yeah, and Blank did a blue buff start, skipping Romp to very quickly go to his red buff because he doesn't want to get killed at his buff by Peanut. Peanut would have to take a very peculiar route to be able to get to him at this point. So at least very early in the game, Blank is able to get his clear.
Yeah, both junglers got a leash. So
Nice
they
hawk shot.
started-
They just found him at red.
Yeah, because they knew he had a leash on top side too. This is totally expected here. SKT likely have a great idea of where Peanut is on the map as well.
Yeah, and Kreppel, you and I also talked about how much these teams can do with a deep ward early. One of the benefits of this Ashe pick is you get a very quick look of a ward deep in their jungle when you send Hawkshot through. And now that they saw Blank there, they can infer so much information about the rest of the game.
Yeah, double up Blank. Look at it. Faker or Kuro rather has to lean to the left side in mid.
Ghost burn by
Juke
Blank.
X.
Lands a slow. How much more can they get? An empowered W to heal him back up. Kuro's okay, but Faker lands a bunch of damage. Nicely traded in by SKT's mid lane.
And we saw Duke in the top lane as well immediately push out because he knows the Olaf path to the bot lane. He can't walk up unless he shows up. Right now we have Peanut going for the reactionary top lane camp. No more camping around bot lane passive 2v2s with range supports. Peanut is setting up for the counter gank on top lane.
Not to mention, Blank learned his Ghost in the mid lane, so if this counter gank does arrive, there's no escape for Blank if they turn on him.
2 versus
They
2.
should go
How
straight on
far
Blank.
to go in? And it's going to be
They
for
get
Duke
dead.
first. Look at the damage onto him. Nothing to do at all. And he's going to land the Sonic Wave for a quick punch in the back of the head.
The audacity of Blank to get a gank off mid and then run straight up top without knowing where the enemy jungle is, that is a major mistake you do not make against a team like the Rocks Tigers.
And you have to blame both Duke and Blank for that one, because if it was going to be a 2v2, they were going to straight up lose it. That's now 29 CS to 10 in the top lane.
Smeb acting beautifully. Should be on Broadway.
Yeah, right into the brush. Makes it super easy. Duke chases all the way in blind. You can't do that at this level.
And again, this is the power of information. They spotted Olaf on the red buff early. He knew he spotted out. Both these teams know they cannot gank double range support bot lanes. It just doesn't work in League. So the only reaction for Blank left was a gank mid. It was great. But then instead of farming more, he ran to the top lane, Peanut lane waiting. And honestly, this is a mistake from Blank. Don't go for those plays.
Yeah, not to mention they can now give the early blue buff over to Kuro. He hadn't necessarily been pushing Faker in early because Blank made the visit with Ghost, but when he gets this blue buff, goes back to base, this will be the 3 pushing lanes we talked about, and it allows Peanut complete freedom to try and go and make plays.
This feels like the perfect Rocks Tigers early game. Smeb's on a carry. He's ahead. Peanut's ganks worked out. Kuro's fine in the mid lane, gets a blue buff, but now it's turning a little bit sour. He has to flash away from Blank. That upsets what was looking almost perfect before. Still a lot of winning elements here for Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, Kuro was waiting on the right recall timing. I would have liked to see him go back a little earlier, get a little bit more immediate power and punish with that blue buff, but now he's a little bit delayed in his power.
But it's okay in the sense you can lose your flash when your jungler supplements your lane with vision. You can lean to one side, lean towards Peanut, and save your shield. And that's the only lane he can gank here. Smeb is relatively safe. Kuro no flash. Look at Peanut. He's protected by Kuro, and Kuro protected by Peanut himself because there's push in the bottom lane as well. If this is Scuffle, Gorilla on his support AP Misfortune will arrive much sooner than his counterpart. And that's the power of these pushing lanes.
And look at that, Peanut. He already took the Raptors away. He's taking the Krugs out as well. But now it's a flash engage. Faker wants the blue buff back, and Kuro stayed mid for far too long. But now it's Peanut maybe staying too long. The route is perfect by Wolf, and it's now turned around. And SKT pick up 2 kills.
And it is so hard to punish SKT, but that is also total disaster thus far.
Smeb,
Rox is trying to make it up. They have double TP. Kuro could come as soon as he responds as well.
Gorilla's a bit low. They got the slow on the Wolf, and there's the equalizer. Flash, heal used as well, but he's got the harpoons. He's got the kill, and Wolf is hunted for his skin. Bang now under the turret, and Smeb really wants this one. Puts the fire to the backside, and that's a kill for Prey. Now Smeb, how does he get out? Prey's gonna die to the turret. He's dead. Oh my gosh. I guess they live.
For now.
Oh, Blank is coming. One Olaf, a single
he can't run in by himself.
Let's go.
He's
Be a man. Get him, Blank.
Kuro says no.
That play is successful with the kills, but it takes so long. Look at the lanes for SKT. They're pushing back. Watching this one more time. Double TP, trying to get in on them. He lands the harpoon post-flash, which makes sure that he's able to secure that kill. Then they just look to speed themselves in because the Karmat back at the turret gives the rest of the team some speed, and they just go straight into the second-tier turret and get him out too. Look at this.
This is
teamwork.
Honestly, this is good communication. To pull that off on world stage, to go for that bounty of a play instead of just letting him die. Because imagine if you fumble that play. That's such a big mental hit right now. And they didn't lose that much because they pushed up their lanes adequately before.
Would you actually trade? I guess you'd trade those 2 summoners for a kill?
I think
feels weird.
You just want to get him back in base ASAP, have him back on the road. Really don't want him to die right there. Don't give more power to the bot lane. They're starved as well. This is a 40 CS tier Ezreal, 20 CS down, no summoners. If you visit him one more time, he's dead again. You just really don't want to give him any kills.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before he can actually get to some powerful items. And the teleport cooldowns really aren't that long in that context. You can already see Kuro and Smith have the ability to make a double TP play. They're always going to have that lane shoved. They're hoping to get deep vision within the red jungle of SKT, and I absolutely think that's their game plan, is to try and dive that lane over and over.
And the pain point is about to happen. Once Prey and Gorilla, look, they're parking this lane right here. They're done pushing. They want to hit level 6 and then have the zoning threat of a Misfortune bullet time after that E. Because you E on Misfortune, you slow him down. It's the easiest arrow of your life to hit. And then, like, Prey doesn't even need that. Like, he can hit any arrow anyways, and then you just follow up with your ultimate combos and they're dead.
And keep in mind, as you mentioned, trying to tower dive champions, there's now a TP advantage for SKT. Duke has it, Smeb does not. Kuro cannot match either. His teleport is down, so SKT can pile drive bot lane, generally speaking, easier, assuming all else stays equal. And it's something that Rox should have to play around.
And I love the emphasis Peanut is putting on these Scuttle Crabs here. Safe ward over the wall. Look at it, he doesn't face check to get the optimal ward over in that little brush right there. Safety and face check super important. He gets the Scuttle Crab for his bot lane, which means they can play safe and play aggressive.
Ash arrow.
Arrows land on the Wolf, and it's just going to be too much damage too fast. Teleports be damned. Who cares? A 2-on-2 kill for the Rox bottom lane.
How do you beat Zyra? Poke. You outrange it. Blast the Misfortune, make it rain, arrow in her face, she can't escape. There is nothing Wolf can do because the summoners got blown earlier in that double TP trade.
And specifically, they held the lane on their side, so by the time they hit level 6, they would have access to SKT. Beautiful play by that Rox duo lane.
Yeah, chipping rather the turret down afterwards, flank goes in.
Gotta be real careful.
He walked in to grab a Q. I guess he's all right with this one. There is not that much threat. Spina had his ulti after all.
And they play it beautifully. They amass the wave on their side, let it stack up, and then they use that massive minion wave as they go for an aggressive play. If it works, they poke them out of lane and they get free chip damage anyways on the turret. This is very coordinated Rox Tigers.
We also have to point out that they're running a support MF, a mid lane Karma, and a top lane Rumble. They don't have the insane late game scaling. This is the type of aggressive play they're going to have to continue to make. And they can't have those mini plays where Peanut gets caught in the jungle or Faker gets a solo kill on a Kuro. Those things can't happen if they want to snowball this game.
Yeah, that's why you see those 2 teleports in the bot lane. They want to get that tier 1 tower down ASAP so they can unlock the Infernal Dragon. They want to keep taking these bigs here. That's how you, in the current meta, could draft an early game team with no real late game is you just stack objectives. You get 3 dragons and a baron, and then you beat whatever power disparity there is in gold or in scaling.
Yeah, and how many Infernal Drakes are we going to see in this series? This is now 4 out of 5 dragon spawns have been Infernal.
It feels a little scripted.
We knew this was going to be a fiery matchup. Peanut, Papa Smith, he's talking about spitting fire before this game.
He was alluding to it. We wrote him that line. That's how it works. And the cutie pie was right all along. Prey's going to crit next attack.
Bang right now, 68 CS. He is down over 30 right now in this matchup, and he is constantly afraid, and he can't actually go QSS early in this matchup. We saw it in the previous one with the Caitlyn. Ezreal already has a build layer in the tier built in, so he can't go for an early QSS. So the next arrow from Prey is going to be a potential threat for a flash burner.
Yeah, and the kill distribution for Rox is also super ideal. Having 2 kills onto Prey already. When we talk about them not having spectacular scaling from the mid lane and jungle position, Ashe with the mid lane Karma can actually be a very strong late game hyper carry, and he's well on his way, not only with the 2 kills, but also because Bang's build is so delayed, and the ability for SKT to deny farm on Prey is extremely low.
Yeah. You have to switch the narrative a little bit though and look at SKT as well. How did they get back here? They have some things going for them. Duke is hitting the breaking point of this matchup. When he gets Merc threats in addition to that Spectre Scowl, he will actually start out trading Smep.
He's doing it right now.
Peanuts. Blank's actually coming up here to try and get a dive, maybe.
And it could be the turning point. Smep has teleported. He needs to use the teleport on the map in a 2v1 or 1v1. He is losing.
Has Flash, has ulti, decides to ult the wave and say it's only Blank who can chase him, but that's still a ghostable Olaf, and that requires the Flash out of this one. Not much turret damage going to be had because the ulti. Smeb does the best he can.
Another pain point for Rox Tigers is Faker in his mid lane. He is towering up in CS as well. That's exactly why Peanut is pressuring. This tier 1 tower is so important to take down.
Ooh, splits the uprights. No kill to be had, but it does mean a lot of pressure on this turret. Peanut's going to stay there for a bit more damage, but Frey actually switches back to hitting minions. They will need at least one more wave. The question is, how good is Bang and Wolf's wave crew? They burn Stranglethorns on it, and he is going to do that to try to buy a little bit more time. Ooh, and here's the flash engage. Peanut flashes to land the Q, and now it's Wolf on the wrong side. He's spacing out, so he can land the kick if he needs to. That's all the damage they need. Wolf goes down. He saves his summoner spells, and it's also the first turn of the game going to Rox Tigers. That is a 3,500 gold lead, short up slightly by top lane, going down. SKT finding some movements back in, but it's Rox ahead a lot.
And it adds to their game plan. They're going to keep the 5 people down here, trying to get as much power right here as possible, then transition that squad to different lanes after they can secure the second tier turret. However, they are losing turrets on the rest of the map as well. Top lane is gone. Faker well on his way to chipping down that mid lane turret.
Yeah, and total turret damage gain that actually might be in favor of SKT. The question is which breakpoints are landed, because first turret is obviously a whole bunch of extra gold. It was also a completely finished second turret on the bottom lane as well, so it is an immediate influx of gold, but Faker will answer back mid lane outer, so really the only major difference is the fact that the first turret gold itself and that kill was handed over. It still cost Smeb his teleport, and it still cost all of that farm in the top lane that he did not get his Duke pushed in.
But there's such a stark contrast in scaling in these two team comps, something we haven't really seen this Worlds, where there's such a distinct early game or mid game spike on Rox Tigers and much better scaling on SKT, almost unheard of in the current meta.
I absolutely agree with you right there. And having 2 turrets down in the bottom lane this early creates another very peculiar situation, because will Bang be able to get the farm, or will Rox be able to completely ward up that side of the jungle and starve out the Ezreal even longer? Because these are the things that are going to dictate this game. Whether or not Bang and Faker and Duke can hit the late game point before the Rox Tigers completely gain control of the map, take all the outer turrets, and starve out the game.
You see another reason why taking down those 1 or 2 turrets is so important, because then Rox can switch to a 1-3-1, especially playing double teleports on the side lane. They can move into the jungle, make picks.
Oh. Wolf is caught. There's all the damage. Make it rain. Bullet times there as well, and Wolf does get a slink away, low on HP, but that's 2 ultis down.
Mid push, bot push, poke. This should be a Dragon Star here for the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, and I'm actually very surprised that the Rox Tigers haven't taken Dragon yet, because they actually opted to take the second tier bottom turret instead of the first Infernal Drake, which kind of means they don't care about what would be the late game power of what the Drakes can stack up, because they would theoretically be thinking pre-35 minutes. They can take it now, but it is a little bit delayed if they're looking to really stack them for late game.
And honestly, what's been keeping them from taking the Dragon has been the vision SKT had and the pressure Faker had in the mid lane. He has been pressuring on this Victor. He got a solo kill after Flash was burned. Right now, there's also TP advantage for Duke.
Rumble caught Faker.
Drake secured, and wow, Faker just going to die at the outset. Only one knocker for the Strength of Thorns, and Prey with a nice flash gets away from the Echo. Duke is out of this one. Wolf also gonna burn down. It's Smeb just on a killing spree on this one. Blake gonna get chased down. A beautiful equalizer, synergizing with Peanut, and now Duke's got nowhere to go. He's alone and running out of health way too fast. There's another kill picked up, and it goes on to Prey. 9-2, Rox Tigers.
What a fight for the Rox Tigers, and Smeb found the pocket of vision where SKT couldn't see them, and SKT walked right into it, which is incredibly rare from SKT, who is normally a very measured team. But Smeb getting to open with Flamespitter in melee range of Faker completely changed the game.
Rox completely set it up as a bait. They start the Dragon there, and how do you beat teleport advantage? Well, you simply walk down. Another arrow, good shift by Bang. You simply walk down to the objective. Smeb completely surprises, just like that mentioned, out of Fog of War. Nobody expected him to be there. All eyes were set on Duke in the flank. Look, suddenly he unleashes on Faker, low mobility champion of Victor. Nobody on the side of SKT was ready for there to be a rumble in that brush, and then it all starts collapsing downwards. Rox Tigers really leveraging their lead in the bottom lane, opening up the map that way, and then safely committing to the objective. They didn't start it until they were absolutely sure they could win that fight.
Yeah, and you can just notice the domination of Smeb in that fight. He killed both Wolf and Faker with 2 flame spitters and 2 cycles of his harpoons. Then he had the ultimate afterwards to try and help with the 3rd kill. That is exactly the mid-game power spike they wanted. Notice a supportive build by Kuro as well to try and supplement Prey's 3 kills.
I like the items coming in, because how many times have we seen support Karma competitive? Literally never? Great. So Gorilla finishes the Ice Stone really rapidly. It's funny, he's earned so much more money off of that than Wolf has. Zyra's notorious for how much money she gets from a spell thief, and it's
literally double the amount of money that Gorillas earned from the triggers because Make It Rain is so free. But then also, whoever has gone first item Executioner's calling on support. Well, turns out dealing physical damage in an AoE to apply grievous wounds, pretty useful against Olaf and Echo.
Yeah, there's already 900 gold on that support item for Gorilla, just by continuously making use of those passives.
Literally.
Literally
making it rain. It's perfect. How have we not thought of this before?
Right,
The theming bonus is real.
As a support.
They want to steal this.
Ooh, no, it's going to go to the blue team. That is SKT. Blank gets out with his life, and I believe he is the one wearing the buff as well. Eagle's going to go off to the side. Can he land the kick? No, jukes away, and now Peanuts out of help. SKT with a beautiful disengage. Nicely played.
And even though Rox has an extremely large early game advantage, it's mistakes like that that could cost them the game if they keep making these things. That's twice now Peanut is overextended.
It is the nature of their style. They continuously go for high tempo, high aggression plays where sometimes there's a risk of failure, but over a large sample size of these plays, it generally works out for them. That's why they keep sticking to it, and that's why nobody minds them going for these plays. But the matchup like SKT, they gotta keep committing and delivering.
Duke heavily injured. He's also got all the healing debuffs on him, but his health bar holds up long enough, and Wolf's able to zone the rest of the team away. But it's still a huge wave coming into the top lane. The shields are there, so they tank it up, and that will be another turret picked up. This will be the 4-2 turret scoreline, I think, here for Rox Tigers. If they can hold on with this wave, they are getting shipped down, and yes, they will have to wait it out just for now. The stun's not going to let risk out, and oh, Duke is rooted. He can't hold in time, and Kuro's getting the kill credit, the turret as well. Look at the lead, 5,000 Rox Tigers.
Duke didn't even have his ultimate. Why was he going in right there onto his parallel convergence? But they are going to try and set up a play on the bottom side. Peanut,
he knows.
Trying to run forward to get out.
Running left. He's got Swifty boots because he has something to jump to. There's a ward.
It's really hard to catch Elise in here.
Well, he's faster than Faker, and Prey's arrow, it's a zoning arrow. Makes Faker turn around, Peanut gets out.
Makes it out somehow. He knew the gank was coming here, and most importantly, the tower's not chipped because the wave has disappeared here. So SKT kind of skirmishing for kills, but they're not taking objectives. Rox always tie their kills to objectives right now. That's why they're amassing such a large gold lead.
And it's going to keep going. It's interesting because SKT has actually opted into fighting more than, honestly, I would have expected. If we're talking about a Rox Tigers comp that's going to get outscaled, I think Infernal Drake or not. And SKT's like, yeah, we'll fight you for Drake 4 for 0. Maybe not so hot.
Because the setup looked so good. It was a complete teleport advantage. Like, if you're a pro team and you see a TP ward in pristine position, you have TP advantage on an Echo, on a flank, on 2 low mobility targets like an Ashe and a Misfortune support, out of all things, you just gotta go and pull the trigger. And that's why it was so impressive that Smeb snuck in at the right time.
Yeah, now we really get to see if Rox can close here on a giant stage because they are up 5,000 gold. We know they're on a timer. They have Prey set up to get the picks with Ashe Arrow. They have Smeb on a massive 2-item power spike, and they've already taken down one of the interior turrets for SKT. So it's the mid lane and the top lane that they need to be able to get next. But to do that, they need to get vision control, and they need to get their waves pushing.
Yeah, but if SKT can fight back, it will mean so much for this series because this is the largest gold deficit at 20.
Faker with one of the worst flashes. He needs practice tool. Down he goes. That's going to be a kill for Rox Tigers. Off the arrow cooldown. Bang tagged as well. Not much more.
An incredibly rare missed flash there from Faker, and that sets up a powerful push by Rox in the mid lane. Faker's not there to wait clear. They have to try to do this with Olaf axes and no Ezreal ultimate.
Ooh, big chunk on the Wolf as well. For a supportive build, Girl's got plenty of damage. Scorpius helping. Force for the kickback. Oh my gosh, that damage. Yeah, that is when you go Hexdrinker on Lee Sin. It feels pretty good. Mid lane turret's gone.
Yeah, the momentum for Rox here, it's very palpable. They have a really rough early start to game 1, but they fight their way back in multiple times in very creative ways. Then they come out with the support MF and start swinging here. Look at Faker. Everybody in Twitch chat would have landed that flash.
Oh, goodness. He was trying to flash the big wall because that corridor itself, with the angle of the Ashe Arrow, he wasn't finding a good way to flash it sideways, but a rare moment of panic and a wasted flash there from Faker.
Another dragon here. We missed that, but that's another mountain here.
Yeah.
The RNG is definitely working out for Rox Tigers. They're getting objective-based or scaling-based dragons continuously, and that's what they need. That's like the dream for early game comps like them.
I mean, talking about it on a statistical level, Infernal Drake is actually best when you have a gold lead. It on average means less if you're behind, but absolutely now Rox Tigers feeling good at the 6,000 gold lead. More stats ahead, of course, and if they ever go for an objective, they'll kill it pretty quickly.
quickly. Peanut, once again, going to find Blank, who was just shipped down by the early magic penetration. Speb lights him on fire with a harpoon. That's painful as well. And Rocks Tigers getting pushed in a bit, though.
Yeah, notice how SKT is trying really hard to get vision control over the Baron area. And with Mountain Drake, that's exactly what Rocks would want for a 22-minute Baron. If SKT is just to concede the Baron, they probably lose the game. Because 6,000 gold into a 4,500 gold Baron power play opens up an inhibitor and gives them a 10,000 gold lead. That's the game. So SKT is actually in a very dire situation in this match where they have to fight an early game team who is in the midst of a power spike, 22 minutes, to contest the Baron that Rox is going to try and force.
And then we need to look at how can they do that. And the only way that seems conceivable is honestly Rox overreaching, which can happen, but it's unlikely given the way they've played so far. There's only been minor overreachings from Peanut. The other way is a TP flank from Duke. And to set up a TP flank, you need a lot of deep wards, but if Rox play it well, that possibility will be eliminated. And that makes it incredibly hard for SKT to walk into this comp with a Rumble and Ashe and Azira.
I agree, and I also want to talk about the Rift Herald that SKT got for Duke, because they're hoping that they can stall this Baron long enough by having good pressure in the bottom lane from Duke with the help of the Rift Herald, and then just delay Rox as much as possible, or force them into an odd-numbered fight. Or if they can get division control when Rox sends 2 people for Duke, then they could potentially get a pick. These are the few ways that SKT could stall, although Rox Tigers clearly in the driver's seat.
Definitely in the driver's seat, and also playing much more to their identity, you know, putting a carry on Smeb, very early aggression, mixing an early game aggressive jungler with strong pushing lanes here. It all ties together, and Rox get rewarded for their choices as well here. Complete surprise here with the Misfortune, allowing the Karma finally to be flexed. So often we had Karma support. See this duel.
Another battle. Duke should feel pretty good fighting Speb. Equal level. He's kept up with that one pretty well. And Speb not even fighting during the overheat. Just doesn't want to punch for that extra damage. He knows he's going to lose that trade.
Yeah, 0-3 Echo versus 4-0-4 Rumble. Still wins the duel. So it definitely tells you so much about the matchup and how there is still a timer on the side lane. And if there's one matchup that you want to win, it is always the side lane pressure one in competitive league.
And it's twice in a row now that SKT have picked top lane second, found a matchup that seems to be pushing better later on as the matchup unwinds. And it's the price Rox paid in Champ Select for saying, hey, we're going to hide this Karma as a flex. We're going to pick top line so we can hold it for a little bit longer, and SKT gets a counter pick, and it's paying off at least a little bit.
And I can't stress enough how important it is that Rox can close out this game for their chances in this series. They've pulled out the surprise. They've had a great early game lead. And if they were to somehow fumble this and allow SKT to come back and go down 2-0 after seeming like they had SKT against the ropes, I can't imagine them actually winning the extended series. So Rox Tigers definitely have to grasp the opportunity in front of them right now.
Yeah, 2 blue trinkets burned there, but the face check wasn't punished. They need to be in a position where they blow up the first target that they see. And also, Smeb just wants to join with teleport. That's what we're looking for. If you are the Rox Tigers right now, you want to rob any of the vision in the river. But the problem is, their setup is just inadequate. They don't have enough pink wards to accurately make it work. They need more river pinks. Just sweepers is not enough. Instead, they're going on the offensive. That's
and it's actually, I think it was Faker who was able to land the last hit on the blue buff. I thought I saw the gold over his head. And yeah, even the contest for blue buff is not working. The side lane has no pressure. Duke is winning that. The mid lane is not getting pushed in because it's an Ezreal and Victor. They wave clear for a living, basically. And Rox aren't getting a lot done.
Messy plays. Rox right there. If that axe comes a second earlier, 2 of them base, 2 of them get caught. That's a Baron loss right there. Their Baron setup that they committed it so hard, multiple members there, was just done poorly.
Yeah, you look now, SKT still has pretty strong vision within their own jungle, which is where they could get caught. And there's no turret here for Kuro.
The top side, pink wards go down for the teleport. What else can they get? Kuro trying to heal up in time, and he can't. Blank gets the shutdown. He gets the kill.
What's Kuro doing there? Why is he there? He's pushing a side lane with no river vision. He just had 4 of his teammates back in that brush, if not 3. This is another mismatch of Rox. They're losing their late game finesse.
Absolutely, and that's the second time Kuro's been in a bad spot right when it seemed like Rox was going to take control of the whole game. There's very early on when Rox got a bunch of advantages, Faker solo kills him in the mid lane. Here, everyone else recalls while SKT actually has decent vision control, and he not only dies, but burns his flash while dying, which completely diminishes the pressure he gets.
Arrow on the Pingo. The damage is here. He's able to flash away in time, but it's still Peanut on the chase. Gets a kickback, but doesn't quite get enough for it. That is still Bang missing all of his summoners now. A reveal, and Rox Tigers hoping to take control back to the top river.
Yeah, but Smeb didn't go back to bot lane. Rox want a hard force because there's no teleport on Smeb. They may even just commit to the Baron. Yeah, no teleport on Duke, rather. They're going in because here's Kuro with his teleport.
Smeb a bit low, takes plenty of damage, but has no equalizer to cast either, and the Make It Rain doesn't do much.
This may be the moment. They burn Faker low. He's out of summoner spells. They have Smeb here. Duke would be running in. They either need to get a pick here and multiple kills, or they need to secure the Baron because this gold lead continues to shrink. Rock's trying to go right now.
And they're on top of the Scuttle Crab, so this information is known. SKT looking for the play. Faker coming back in, and the other four right here. Smeb is low. No ulti on him. No arrow just yet either. It's Blank popping the ulti. 1,000 health on Baron. What's it going to be? The shutdown of the Olaf, and the secure for Peanut. The re-engage for Faker. He's going to pick up one. So far, it's a 4 versus 4. Baron buff still on Rocks. Prey dodging away from the CC, but he could get back. He could get shut down, but he trades it back, and Prey stays alive. Duke makes the big play, shuts down the AD carry, but he will get kicked down, and he will get picked off. 4 for 2, and the Baron secure for Rocks.
The instantaneous communication, realizing they could turn this fight. So many teams would have just left Prey to die, but they realized they can turn it around.
And Rocks Tigers knew they needed to go now. I love the focus when Blank tries to move in for the first steal. They all go to damage Blank before the Baron can be in smite range. And from there, Faker goes in. This is the moment you're talking about, Kreppel, where they recognize they can turn it around.
I mean, they could easily secure 3 buffs here. Prey flashes defensively, goes for stun, and turns like... This is so unexpected to get out of that fight winning. Shouldn't be possible. What a great call by the Rocks Tigers.
They knew they had the early game advantage, and they've had some slight missteps throughout the mid-game. But that Baron, incredibly crucial in their quest to try and win this game. They killed most of the outer turrets. They have to push in for inhibitor turrets here.
And again, it was by a really good decision by Smeb to not match bot for bot, even though both teleports were down. He knew Smeb burned, or he knew how to Duke use that teleport earlier on the pick on Kuro. When the Echo was in the bot lane, Smeb just joined the fight, basically telling SKT that they were playing 45 on the left side. That's why Rocks was so brute forcing on certain plays, almost seemingly overextended, because they always knew they had a 5v4 and they didn't have to kill. They just had to wound, send them back to base, and then go for the aggressive Baron. Really well thought out by Rocks. This is the play that started minutes in advance.
Just like the previous game, it's still Rocks in a bit of a time.
Oh, he killed him.
Scaled is still there. Whoa! That's on the damage. Peanut needs mid inhibitors down as well. 5v4, keep on going.
Peanut just exquisitely sin play right there, burning the arcane shift with his first Sonic Wave and then killing him on the second one. That was just perfect, and it's exactly what Rocks needed to continue to push in.
Dirty plays by Peanut. Back in his element. He definitely shook off the game 1. That was an arrow expecting a minor juke on reaction from Faker. Faker shook off that failed flash.
Quick wave clear comes through. That wave is gone, and with only a cannon, it's not even a turn off backdoor bonus, so not a lot of gains to be had. Blank even smites it away for good measure, but the new wave is coming in 5 seconds.
And that Baron play seems like it's turned the corner for the Rocks Tigers to allow them to try and push in and close this game. Bang still dead, still have Baron buff. They push SKT off the turret, and they
Blank
go.
is low. They want a little bit more. That Olaf's going to run away. Pop the Ragnarok. Smed's going to be careful. Pops Zonia's to stay alive, and it's an inhibitor down. Duke is on the chase for Prey, though. Getting what damage he can. Ults back for plenty of damage, and Rocks Tigers are dangerously close to death. It's going to be Kuro falling. Duke trading his life for that one, and Blank surround the flank. He can get the slow. They've got off Smeb, and Gorilla has to just run away. That's a pretty clean 4 for 0. Beautifully done, SKT.
And just when SKT wanted to turn it around, they came up with a huge play. And that just began with Duke pulling off a wondrous combo to start that. And Rocks, to be fair, weren't respecting the respawns, but most likely, they let Duke get behind him as they were diving.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. The only way SKT win fights is with flanking. Look at the zone from parallel convergence. He forces everyone to step forward into the Zyra, into the Ezreal. Bang, Faker and Wolf are untouched here. And what a beautiful ultimate there from Duke.
He still had the Guardian Angel at the end of the fight as well. Faker was able to just chase at the end of the fight. Blank sticks around from the side of the wall to land axe after axe. And even though Rocks Tigers pulled off that great Baron play, the gold lead is kind of forfeit. We're back to about 1,000 gold different than what it was before Rocks even got the Baron. And SKT will still have a chance.
They absolutely do. 5,000 gold difference, not the worst to be had. You just saw the end result of Bang running up the map and stealing a red buff at the end result of that team fight, knowing there's no contest, taking everything he possibly could, like stealing a red away, getting on an Ezreal feels really good.
And we gotta look at the wardrobe now, because Duke is looking for a repeat of that scenario around the next Infernal Dragon. That's the one that's gonna spawn. Both these teams are already setting up for the Dragon.
Yeah, setting for Dragon, but also making
what plays they can. Peanut was in a pretty dangerous spot, but thankfully wasn't really spotted. Still got an Olaf chasing, though. He could get surrounded.
Rox is in a really weird position right now, though. Prey and Gorilla are both shoving the top lane, so SKT know that Rox can't get the backup.
This is going to be dangerous. Peanut's going to keep running. Wolf's going to look for the... No, not going to get the root, but the Strike of Thorns will land. The kickback doesn't mean much to Blank, and that should be a kill onto the Rox Tigers jungler.
But he's just buying time. Yeah, pushing the bottom side. This is what SKT is trying to punish. They're going to get the inhibitor.
Gorilla putting down 5 damage auto attacks, doing what he can to keep mid lane alive because top and Hib has been killed, and they even got the pick off on Bang.
Rox doesn't actually have to stop pushing right now. They can delay the recalls. The arrows. Look at the arrow. Get teleport.
He's stopped Duke, which means they can push. It's now on Wolf. It's a teleport coming in for Smeb and Curl. How much more can be done?
They want to win right now.
The tank. Wolf running out of health. He's going to die off. Onto the turrets they go, but the minions are gone, and it's too much. SKT are here to defend. This is a difficult 3v2. Pushing down Duke, down below 1,000. Ult's back on towards Prey. Push back yet again, but Smeb's running low. But they get it. It's not the Nexus. They're trying to burn it down. Is this not going to be enough? It's not. Rox Tigers answer back with game 2.
I love this series. Back and forth and back again. Rox Tigers looked like SKT was going to be able to bring it back on them, and by pushing from the middle of the map all the way through to the Nexus, the cross-map bash arrow to interrupt the teleport, the chase kills as SKT tried to fumble back for the defense of their Nexus. Unbelievable manner in which Rox finished that game.
And it just shows you that all these events are tied together. It starts with a pick on Peanut, and Rox have 2 members in top lane and say, you know what, buy time, stall. Peanut went for the most efficient kick, just trying to survive as long as he could. Duke actually was basing initially, canceled his base, started teleporting in the same spot. It looked like he saw the arrow being casted, but then he just went again for the teleport at the very last second. This may have just been the increase in channel time that cost him that teleport, got hit, and then the presence of mind right after to keep targets switching between turrets, members, turrets, Nexus. So smart by the Rox Tigers.
And we talk about momentum in this series, how if Rox Tigers would have lost this game, they would have just lost control of the series and most likely been out of the tournament. But the way in which they continue to take risks and continue fighting, and even if SKT gets a kill on Peanut here, or even a 4 kills in the base as Rox is pushing in, they will never stop applying pressure. And to win a game in a fashion like that, that's not the way traditional LCK machine teams play. This is Rox Tigers. They're a different breed of team.
They're an easy team to love. I mean, SK Telecom T1 are one of the most beloved teams. Faker, you heard the cheers for him when he was announced. Like, oh, yay, Kuro. Oh, yay, Prey. And then everyone goes wild for Faker. He's one of the major faces of the game. And you're seeing Rox Tigers just steal the fans' hearts with their personalities. Peanut has been kind of a pleasure to watch as well. The way they play is easy to love as well. And it's Rox Tigers hoping to finally have that groundswell saying, now when it matters most, now it's time. This is the time we finally take down SKT. We didn't get the chance to beat you in the summer finals. KT did that for us. So this is the time in the semis to finally get a chance to hoist the Summoners Cup. Let's knock down SKT.
How can you not love Peanut, though? The guy's like a miniature human. He looks so frail, but then he just shows up on League. Like, he fails his first gank in the first game that could tilt players for the rest of the series. Next game, he plays super aggressive. He just overextends and dies 1 time, and the next play he makes is he gets Bang's shift, goes back in, and 1v1s him in the middle of the base. Like one of the world's best AD carries on Ezreal, one of the best AD carries or Ezreals that have ever played. He just 1v1s him simply in the base as Lee Sin. This guy is so freaking good.
And let's not forget, Rox Tigers just played support MF and won.
Yeah.
Like, let's let that sink in a little bit as this series is now tied 1-1.
Yeah.
We're in for a treat.
We had a damage graph in the middle of the game where Gorilla was second amongst the teams. Smeb was first. He was second, more than the Ashe, more than the Karma. Shocker, more than the Lee Sin. So that's fun. MF ban, maybe. We'll see. But let's throw it down to Dash and the rest of the guys for that win.
Thank you very much, a freak. Our series is tied up. We have a series 1-1 now. Rock, strike it back big. Here's the thing. I feel like we can skip over Champion Select because nothing really interesting happened there. Am I right?
I mean, we have more than a series. That was by far my favorite game of the entire tournament right there. There's so many highlights. Before we even get to Prey, I mean, there was Peanut styling on Bang with the basically basically making a flinch and arcane shifting first, then connecting it. I mean, there's so many great Rox moments in this. Smeb also, huge play.
Oh, what a beast in this game. What a beast. There's so many players from Rox just performing. It looked kind of crazy, you know, suddenly in the end they're caught left and right, but the communication then is top-notch and they managed to actually even win the whole thing.
But the elephant in the room is the Misfortune support. A lot of people now questioning whether they should play solo queue tonight, seeing Gorilla win a game on Misfortune support. Big takeaway point. It's a laning choice. It's to lane against Zyra. It's to punish Zyra's range because, of course, Make It Rain has a very long range. And the moment they hit level 6, target selection was easy. The flash is down on the Zyra, just Ash arrow the Zyra, combo in, Wombo, dead, and that was just what they did. They tried to lead the game, and as the casters were hitting so often, this was definitely mid-game or bust for Rox Tigers.
And the best part is that not only do they pick this, but they play around it with everything they have. Multiple double teleports down to the bottom lane to make this MM support work and make it work well. That's why the summoners kept being down. Smeb was down there. Kuro was down there. I mean, Kuro was just like, I don't want to play against Faker. I'm out of here. I'll take teleport and play a support.
He's like, take my tower as well. Just, you know, you're gonna be a carry. I'm just gonna build full support on this combo, and that's fine. The other thing about this Emma thing, like, it's because we have this meta where you can just play 2v2 lane all the time. People don't even lane swap after 5-6 minutes anymore because they learned it's just too risky. You lose your tower too often, so it's always full laning phase, setup dives. Their build, however, was even more surprising. So he went, obviously, standard support at first, and then he actually went AP first, and then he went into Mortal Reminder as his first item. So he wanted to buff up his ulti, which is physical damage, obviously, with as much armor penetration as possible. Going Mortal Reminder, though, was completely useless because there was almost no armor on the side of SKT, and he actually went for flat penetration later. Swap them, please. Go flat penetration first. Take your Mortal Reminder later. It has more value for you.
One of that executioner is calling for 3 people
Expert analysis on Misfortune support.
That could heal. But let's not get into the game elements of it. And let's not forget that Peanut, who was struggling in game 1, getting completely out jungled by Bengi, this time around gets that first blood in the top lane with a very, very, very patient counter gank.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things that we did mention coming into this, and one of the big strengths of Peanut was the mental aspect of jungling that he does bring to it, right? He attempts a lot more counter ganks than we highlight. We only highlight the ones that are successful, but there's so many times where he moves into position to wait a couple seconds, you know, recalls there, or makes a feint somewhere on the map where he's setting these up. And when they do hit like this, it's just a huge advantage that they get.
And Smeb, you have to also give credit to him. His bluff, you know, the amount of time he spent there. SKT bought a hook, line, and sinker. They went all in. The Ghost was already down. Olaf walks in. They checked the second brush, and the penalty was pretty severe because Smeb, one lane, got out of lane. And okay, the matchup later gets not great for the Rumble. You know, he was struggling in the 1v1, but the teleport plays were really critical for Rox Tigers to win this game.
It's also against the Red-tailed Echo, obviously. And I know now the bot lane is going to get a lot of the fame because of the MF and the arrow in the end from Prey. But honestly, this game, to me, early game, was like Smeb and Peanut being better than Duke and Blank. And that was something we highlighted earlier coming into this, how important it is for Rox for those two guys to perform, to win early on.
All right, time to get into some fights. 15 minutes in, a 4-for-0 for Rox Tigers around the Dragon Pit. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Yeah, this fight was so crazy because SKT actually doesn't have vision, and look at your minimap, guys. Ezreal is at the tier 2 bot lane tower, so SKT are not in a position to fight this, and they TP in anyway. Faker gets caught first because he has no vision in that top bush. They actually walked in completely blind into the river. And this is not a mistake we see from SKT very often, and they got punished for it.
Yeah, what was so surprising about that is that SKT, ahead of that, they also had the opportunity to set it up. You know, they had taken this mid turret, they had teleport advantage, and yet they were caught out because the Rox were pushing the tempo so quickly.
And that's why you have to talk about Duke a bit. He had the TP advantage, like you mentioned, Kobe, and then Smeb walks down bot, overheats in the face of the Victor, who he kind of had a free lane. And Kuro spent more time out of lane than in lane after about the first 5 minutes. And Smeb soloing down 2 members was really critical there.
It really was, because the Victor was getting really far ahead. Since Kuro was leaving lane with that teleport and playing the support Karma, you know, Faker was racking up the gold, but Smeb stood up and he was able to take him at that critical dragon fight. I mean, he wants to take that #1 spot, and that was a pretty good display.
Of course, we cannot forget that period of struggle for Rox Tigers until that point where they needed to make a decision. That's exactly what they did. Made a decisive call around the Baron. Let's go ahead and take another look. Brought to you by Acer.
I mean, they have to take the Baron here. That's the big call. They had the mid-game. It was even third item, Ludens from the Karma. They had no thoughts of taking it 45 minutes. This is the one period they chunked out Faker. That's why he's still not at the fight. Good target selection. They take down the Olaf first. They get the Baron. It still wasn't guaranteed here for Rocks Tigers.
And
But
now
Prey
probably
is
soon they started screaming like a little girl when this happened.
I mean, Prey is such a man to flash straight back into the fight. No one thought. Everyone was like, why is he not walking towards the Baron wall to flash over? No. Repositions. DPS is down. Faker even gets bang on the side as well.
Yeah, you wanted to wait till a little bit later into the game to start giving credit to Prey. He totally deserves the late game credit.
We don't have to wait on this segment. Let's give credit to him right now. That arrow was insanity.
The arrow was so good. Also, the first part of the Baron fight where he takes down Blake. Oh, so many things. But here's the hawk shot first. He scouts and then he shoots the arrow. Now, originally, Echo was recalling, canceled it and wanted to get there quicker, changed to teleport, and it just barely gets there in time.
And just to give you guys context, it's not the first time he did that this season. Won another game in the LCK regular season. Ashe arrowing down and stopping a teleport. This guy's calculation, one of these Season 1 Ashe players, they don't miss arrows, and he won the game literally on an arrow to stop a TP.
And you can just see in games like these, like why it's so hard to beat these insanely good Korean teams. Like this game here, Rocks Tigers, they never threw away the lead. They just kept the goal lead at all times. The Baron setup we saw just before. We've seen so many Baron steals in this tournament. So many times teams, they mess it up when the jungler flies in to steal that Baron away from them. They just disengage at first, single out the man, kill him, then Prey has the big play after, and he has the arrow as well. Like, they're making so many insane plays built around both individual skill and communication. And it just shows why these teams are impossible to beat for anyone else, but honestly, each other.
I mean, there's some games where you're on the desk, you're watching the game, you're taking your notes, you're quiet, it's a quiet game. We were hooting and hollering all around.
Screaming.
This was an insane game, straight from the misfortune pick till the 34 minutes of the game. It was a delight.
Prey killed the Olaf that was coming in for the smite. Prey then dodged the Zyra roots that was the main CC. He chased off the backline and then flashed over to kill Faker. Yeah, he definitely deserves a lot of credit.
I feel like notes go out the window after this game. But it's all tied up at 1-1. And when we come back, it's game 3 between SKT and Rocks Tigers. Stick around.
This is an insta-locked misfortune.
Support MF. It is support MF.
Yeah. Karma mid.
Karma mid. This means 3 pushing lanes, absolute power. Early game. Ashe arrow.
Arrows land on the Wolf, and it's just going to be too much damage too fast.
Rumble cut Faker.
Break security. And wow, Faker's just going to die at the outset. Only one knocker from the Strike of Thorns, and Prey with a nice flash gets away from the Echo. Duke is out of this one. Wolf also going to burn down. It's Smab just on a killing spree on this one.
Nice!
Prey dodging away from the CC, but he couldn't get back. He couldn't get shut down, but he trades it back, and Prey stays alive. Duke makes the big play, shuts down the AD carry.
Rocks doesn't actually have to stop pushing right now. They can delay the recalls. The Ashe arrows. Look at the arrow. Get teleport.
He stopped Duke. Rocks Tigers answer back with game 2.
The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it. If you ever need a helper, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. from the start. You my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. Now this don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this. Perfect soulmate, I wanna show it my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
SKT가 저희한테 그런 정도까지는 크립토나잇 그런 정도까지는 솔직히 느끼지 않고요. 그냥 충분히 이길 수 있는 상대라고 항상 생각해왔고 지금도 그렇게 생각하고 있어요.
And of course, Rox Tigers have proved it here already. Even if you pick support Misfortune, you can still beat SK Telecom T1.
And you have to be confident if you want to win. So even if they didn't believe that, you have to actually believe that if you want to win. So good on them.
Yeah, and it was a very well-played game overall. A lot of very clutch plays, very smart coordination amongst the team of Rox Tigers here to deserve that win. So we are now on to Game 3. We always switch sides with who gets selection. Game 3, Rox gets to choose. They chose blue side. Speaking of choices, SKT chose to keep Blank in the roster, so they're continuing the Bengi plays Game 1. Blank plays ostensibly the rest here, so no major changes really.
Yeah, and it's been so hard to track the pick and ban phase because they've been so quick in the way they lock in their champions. They're very prepared, but both drafts have also been very diverse in the way they're chosen. So it's incredibly hard to get a read on what's actually going to happen in this draft phase.
It does seem that the OF early pick here is something Rox really want to keep having with the way the bans play out. Also, if you have more pressure to ban out some comfort plays like the Syndra and the Ryze continuously, it's better to do that on blue side. It leaves you with more room. Blue side has generally been historically the side where you can target players and just picks that make you uncomfortable rather than being forced to play ban the meta champions.
Exactly. The consistent thing we can track throughout these ban phases at least is that Rox has been banning the Syndra and the Ryze, and SKT has been making sure to keep Aurelion Sol on the ban list. What's interesting is that red side is actually banning the Nidalee all the time, but for this SKT red side ban, no surprise at all.
This looks like first pick Zyra if they're banning the Karma away, unless they think like MF is the right one for it.
I think they just say support MF doesn't work that well into Karma, but it works great into Zyra. That could be their rationale. They're saying,
and they take Caitlyn.
We no longer care that you take the early rotation Zyra. We've just shown you an answer. They're probably just going to lean towards an early pick OAF. It would have been Jace if Jace wasn't banned here, but both these teams seem to agree that it's so strong.
Yeah, the thing with the early pick Olaf is they have banned away the Karma, so they don't necessarily have a great way of hasting Peanut. The fact that Ashe is first picked,
if somebody would have told you
that in our pick and ban preparation, that's for sure.
If somebody would have told you Ashe is going to be contested first pick, first ban in Game 3 of Rox SKT, you would have called them crazy.
Yeah, these games are being played at such a high level that the Ashe arrows actually have kind of swung the game in a lot of different instances. these teams aren't willing to opt in to a negative team fight, but they can find so many positive team fights with the Ashe heroes. That's maybe one of the reasons they're picking Ashe, as well as the strong laning phase.
But if we look at what actually countered Ashe very hard in the past, it's been maybe the Olaf pick that can't get CC, but I want to see SKT just play Caitlyn and Tahm Kench, honestly. Get a matchup that can farm basically, even if pushed in the Caitlyn, pick it up, have good mid game, then get the Tahm Kench later on, and you can just start playing the map 1-3-1, make picks everywhere, because Tahm Kench in the mid game is the hardest counter to Ashe Hero in the game.
Very true, and you saw that for the first time all series long, SKT have not rush picked the Zyra now, whether it's because of the chance of the MF counter or, as you're mentioning, the Tahm Kench possibly being the counter pick they actually want. We'll have to see.
I think it's definitely because of the misfortune counterpick, as funny as that is. As tournaments progress, being able to find a foil to meta picks gives you a huge upper hand in some of these pick and ban phases, and I think that's what Rocks have done with support misfortune. So they're kind of preventing SKT from being able to take it, and I think they're going to be able to get the Zyra. The problem with that is they have given over Olaf, and I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Olaf and Orianna in this from a team composition perspective, because you get a big Olaf running in with Orianna, and you can actually run right over Ashe Zyra. So a lot of mind games and strategy going on in this draft phase.
Well, still waiting to see what they want to do. Of course, SKT had no reason to rush pick their Caitlyn. They already knew Rocks Tigers had a marksman picked up, and I don't think we think Ashe is going to get flex picked as much as we saw the MF do that. But now they are going to go back for the Zyra anyway. So waiting a little bit to pick the champion, still going for it, and the Orianna back in for Faker. Again, misfortune, of course.
Yeah, very similar comp here by Rocks. The Victor replaces the Karma. Victor does get pushed in a little bit by Orianna early, so it's not the guaranteed free push lane here, which may mean a lot here, because Faker has shown that he can leverage push in lane into advantages for other lanes. One addendum to this matchup is that the Zyra, or rather the MF poke, is going to be very hard onto a misfortune, because she actually outranges the Caitlyn outranges misfortune in that aspect, and that's going to change up a little bit of the poke pattern down in the bot lane for Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, completely agree, and I think that's why SKT picked the Caitlyn so early. They're thinking they can give this matchup another go, and it does still play off of Rocks Tigers having the surprise matchup here, right? They're trying it again. Oftentimes when you get surprised by one thing, you go back, you think, okay, what did we do wrong about that pick? And they think they can beat this misfortune support. The Echo final pick is no surprise. It's their counter matchup to the Rumble, and they actually get two pretty strong lanes in the mid and the top line if you're looking like SKT.
But last game, we also got to see why Praise Ashe was so good. It's not only the way he handles it, the way he arrows, it's also the early game hawk shots, because they reveal people in the jungle, and that allows Peanut to excel.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also feel like this draft is much better than the last one for SKT. They're not against they're not with three losing lanes against a misfortune as well as Lee Sin. They actually have lanes that can get some semblance of control with the mid lane, and maybe the Caitlyn can be a little bit better in the bottom side.
What's interesting with that, as you mentioned, the context of the game changing because of the lane matchups. We only have a couple of different champions here. You've got 4 of the same on either side here. You know, 3 for SKT, 4 for Rocks Tigers. They just took the Victor over themselves, but just the way the matchups line up, we might have a substantially different game with just 2.5 different champions.
And let's not forget that it was Peanut's counter gank very early on that decided kind of the series when he hit in the top lane brush, really allowed Rocks Tigers to snowball, because we saw if the gold was closer, SKT could have easily taken it in the late game.
Well, it's going to be a fun one to watch for, and we'll see if SKT can definitely hold on a lot closer to the early game than they had in the previous year. Of course, Kuro is back on his famed Victor, and that will be some more damage to be had, which, again, helps Rox's late game chances out. But SKT looked so good when they had when they had Orianna on Faker. He's been very big so far in this series, and we have game 3 coming up. It's 1-1 so far, a best of 5 for a shot in the finals. We'll see who their opponents are tomorrow, but today we figure out who deserves to move on and who gets eliminated. Game 3, Rocks Tigers vs SKT.
Yeah, and the first 2 games have just been so insanely entertaining and played at such a high level. You can see why these teams are so hyped and why they are oftentimes considered the 2 best teams in Korea or the world. And we kind of just have to take a deep breath and reset for this next game, because you can't think about the past when you're in these situations, and you always have to look towards the future. How do these teams reassert their dominance, retake control of the series, and find their way into the finals?
Yeah, it all starts with adequately playing the laning phase here. You see Gorilla moving up, farming gold again, trying to find enemy support.
And it's Rock's going to be starting Peanut on the top side of his own jungle. Both duo lanes too busy fighting each other for supremacy to do much else. Break. Doesn't land it.
One little thing this does is getting the push up early from Gorilla in the lane allows him to trample a lot of these plants, these seeds. They're not really that relevant, but it's these minor things that happen, you know, and that matter in the battle for lane supremacy.
Yeah, and the Caitlyn is such a different pick here than the Ezreal. The early laning shove could be much different depending on how well they can land poke in the early game. The make it rain, not to mention the volley. I doubt we'll see Bang in a 30 CS hole like we saw in the last matchup, but it's still going to be very interesting to see how they shove each other in.
Now look at both these players trying to maximize their poke, hitting both minions and champions at the same time. Gorilla, he could obviously opt for just a champion target right there because he was already winning the push, but much more even. Second wave is going to decide it all. 3 melee creeps is what separates them right now from hitting level 2.
3 melee minions. First plant comes up. Wolf actually managed to get 2 plants up, and that means a bit of extra damage. Gorilla's on plant killing duty, and level 2 coming in shortly.
There's also something we have to point out about the early wards that happened in the jungle right here. They got to see Peanut taking the blue buff, and they also have another ward into the Raptors, so they could have knowledge of Peanut all the way through his jungle clear, which gives Blank and the rest of SKT a whole bunch of knowledge about how to play their lane.
Same time though, Blank did get a leash here at the start of the game as well, so both these junglers quite aware of each other's positions.
The interesting thing with the leash though is you can fake a leash as a top laner unless you have actual knowledge of him.
Yeah, but Olaf is so dangerous on that clear just alone. But if you'd fake it, he'd start blue buff, so it's technically possible. Blank right now. Love this. In the range support matchups, it's so strong to get that Scuttle Crab early on, because now they can move the ward up to Tribush. The only caveat is that at least Sin could technically go over the wall, but he would have to find some janky walls to really dodge that double ward there.
But it's not really going to happen, and Peanut was able to actually wait out the Trinket ward, and even if it's not specifically scouting SKT, knowing the general habit, saying, oh, Faker put a ward down, Kuro says he left mid lane for the Trinket, here's the timer, and Peanut's able to jungle without getting directly spotted.
And this is how Peanut honestly snowballed the game when they played against EDG. Rox Tigers got some information on EDG in a lot of their games early on. Peanut went for a full clear and then went for a level 3 or 4 gank somewhere around their strong lane, usually Smeb. And once he snowballs Smeb ahead, gets that first turret down, that's when he moves his focus to the bottom lane. And with these matchups in mind, they can do a similar style here again.
Yeah, last game, they had the early push from the Rumble in the top lane. They synergized that very well. But in that game as well, Blank was much more obvious about where he was. He burned his ghost in mid lane, then meandered up to the top lane to walk into a counter gank. Here, he catches him at the Scuttle Crab, and the crisis is somewhat averted.
And with this Scuttle Crab that he took out the Rift Herald pit right now, Smeb can keep pushing up the top lane because he can just ward the brush that he's about to do right now. He doesn't have to care for river wards because the combination of that ward and Scuttle Crab makes him ungankable by Blank, which means he can just unrelentingly push in constantly.
Here's the first attempt at a gank. Peanut gonna ward hop, gonna land an auto attack into the slow. Nice juke by Faker. Stays going to the left, and Peanut's gonna land the Sonic Wave.
At the mind game. So he goes in for the dash, then he tries to fake a Q animation by Eing, hoping Faker would maybe flash if it connects, or juke, or endlessly juke to death. There's so much reverse mind games in that play.
They're so good at juking as well. And Krepo, you and I were talking about this during the quarterfinals with SKT. How many deadly flourishes they dodged from Jhin.
Yeah.
The level of these players of just sidestepping so many of these skill shots is truly the best in the world. And we saw a small example of it right there. The mind games between Peanut and Faker, respecting each other's skills, and Faker comes away on top there by dodging.
And it's actually Korean advice, but you gotta just keep clicking so close to your character model so you can do the quicker turns. You see that at Faker, because there's no turn speed in League of Legends. He turns much more often and much more accurately than a lot of players. Right now, Blank trying to repeat the same thing here. Axum to Kuro.
Looking for his play, gets the slow. Kuro this time around, gonna save his summoners, knows that Blank had the juke a little bit too far back towards the lane to grab his undertow again. Peanut there to say, hey, get off my mid laner. But Kuro is down significantly in this laning phase, and Wolf's up to make it even more difficult as Peanut gives over 45 gold.
Yeah, like the roam there from Wolf actually, because they knew the other dual lane was recalling. They're going to be able to shove out the lane by leaving Bang down their solo. And now they get to use him for some ward control in the mid lane, so...
Yeah, well, ward control, they don't bring any wards. Look at their builds. Both of them upgraded Frostfang. They're like, screw the wards. We're the damage dealers now.
Yep. Landing a full combo is 45 gold. It'll accelerate them towards a later site still, but they'll be fairly rich as before. Yeah, both marksmen actually getting very interesting recalls. Bang got a full BF sword. Prey has parts, and yeah, he's going towards Essence Reaver anyway, but not the same level of power right now on this Ashe.
Yeah, and the lane is working out much differently than it was when it was in Ezreal who was paired with his Zyra, because Bang's Caitlyn has been able to outrange the MF as well as outrange the Ashe as far as their really small trades as they're trying to CS. And sometimes Rock's Towers can get the shove in, but then they also can't harass Bang as effectively while Bang is trying to CS. So this support Misfortune pick is actually going to have some pretty real fall off if they can't execute some kills at level 6, and it's a much better choice here by SKT with the Caitlyn.
Definitely, especially when MF tries to follow up on a Make It Rain. It's very easy for Caitlyn to just do an EQ combo, any trap combo, any just sort of disengage where they can then follow up with some damage too. That makes it so that Gorilla has to wait till level 6. Remember though, the power spike on the engage is much better for Rock's Tigers, because even if there is Strangle Thorns from Zyra, by that time she can very likely already be blown up, because both of the engages, both of the high damage spells outrange the exhaust that Wolf is carrying. So if he eats an arrow, he just gets blown up anyways.
Yeah, not to mention the assistance that Peanut would be able to provide to his gank. There's so much mobility on the Lee Sin with lane ganks with Ashe that if you land the arrow, even if the person has all summoner spells, it's a likely kill because Peanut can probably combo with the damage.
Yeah, keep in mind, he can safeguard to plants, and those things have almost 1,000 range you can place them at for a Zyra, so it is pretty easy for Peanut to get in. Also worth noting is sort of par for the course. Yeah, Wolf getting caught at level 4. Here's a jump in. A few more attacks will do it. And that's first blood. With the flash pick on the Bang. That was beautiful. And they make it a double kill for Prey.
And Bang should have flashed that here. We see Blank flanking here, looking for Gorilla. Is he watching?
One act. Is he going to land it? Just walks into his face. The heal is there. And he's running away with Ghost and Undertow on. Sonic Wave is there. Is he going to do it?
Go.
Is he going to do it?
Is that range?
Yeah. Wasn't able to like safeguard it and make it more.
What an awesome series of events that we just saw right there. Exactly as they're about to ping level 6, they pop Wolf down, who was a little bit even lower on experience because of the support roam. Bang didn't have the flash at the right time. And then even at the very end when Blank goes in for the last kill, just an awesome series of events.
Yeah, but you can see that the pressure is getting to Bang here. There's no way he should die in that exchange. Right now, he should just leave his support to die here.
Bail out.
Just bail. Let him use the heal. Ooh, the Mad Life on that Q and then instant kick flash follow-up. Yeah, it makes you wonder. Should have been able to flash that one.
Peanut had just hit level 6 on that approach as well. And then because Gorilla was so low, Peanut, or Blank actually understands his limits right here, doesn't mess around, point blank Q, immediately running away. The only thing he could have done to pick up that kill at the end. But still advantage Rock's Tigers for pulling off that double kill.
Little thing for Blank, he waited until he applied red buff with auto, and then he and 4-4 here supports battle off. But he waited with the axe until he was already close applying red buff, because if the first axe misses, the time it would take for him to pick it up and throw it again would be his death. So, very well played by Blank.
I got a shot at 2 things from Wolf, though. One is he could have flashed the air, of course, and failed to do so. But the second one is I believe he actually led Prey through Fog of War when he got that route over the Dragon Pit right there. There were no wards in the actual jungle at the time, so seeing him come up with the river is like, and he's here, and nailed the Womp Rat.
Arrow's up again. Misfortune Ultimate is up again. They could use it to force just some damage. They don't necessarily need to kill. That's a setup right there. It's the make it rain into the arrow, into the bullet time. That's the combo. They can leverage that poke into a potential dragon. However, it's a cloud break.
Got him again. There's the stun. There's the volley slow. And all the damage they could possibly need. Gorilla gets the kill. Nothing Wolf could have done outside of getting out of the lane entirely.
And I actually think he should have actually been out of the lane entirely. Or at least at his turret, because the minion wave was already going to push in. Yes, Prey is incredibly accurate with his arrows, and he's making this Ashe pick work, but Wolf without flash and low experience with no heal in the lane needed to be sitting at his turret for Bang to last hit. I count that as a mistake by SKT.
Well, you're seeing those mistakes get exploited, and this is the Rock's Tigers that we talked about at the beginning of the show. SKT are a more reactive team, which is not meant as an insult, but that's their style. They're a little bit more slow-paced. Rock's about finding an opening and taking a crowbar to it as fast as possible. And this first pick, Ashe, is that crowbar. It's like, oh, flashless Zyra, let's keep going there.
And Gorilla still doesn't have any boots. He just went for the straight upgrade into 4 wards, using that strut to maybe get some roaming presence. SKT picking up the honestly given Cloudbreak here. We gotta keep tracking down Misfortune support here, because he already is playing with 4 wards on the map. That's 1 extra compared to Wolf. Wolf, no boots at all. Peanut?
Oh, Peanut shockwave, then rooted into everything. Nicely done. SKT picked one up.
Yeah, beautiful combo right there from Faker and Wolf, understanding their damage. They even got the last hit on the Raptor as they were pulling that combo off.
And they track the flashes. That's what you got to do on the highest level. You see Lee Sin in the pit, probably use this shield rather safeguard on himself instead of saving it for a potential ward up. Likely ran out of wards. Now Wolf
Don't pull the trigger on actually going for it. Gorilla had no ulti.
Yeah, and the story of this game also kind of syncs up with the story of these two teams, whereas Rock Tigers have a superstar in the top lane with Smeb, and they play through their bottom lane often, whereas Faker is just a pressure machine in the mid lane. So it's SKT now with the 1 kill on Faker and support control, trying to play through mid, whereas Rock's trying to play on the side lanes.
Not the most beautiful equalizer. Gets a 0 for that one. But it's still a 500 gold advantage, putting Rock's Tigers ahead. You mentioned Faker being a pressure machine. You see he's up 20 minions right now, getting what chip he can on that mid turret. Maybe we'll see some more pressure soon.
But there's only 600 gold in the lead right now for the Rock's Tigers. And they don't have that pressure mid lane, so they need to break open this tier 1 turret bot lane, just like they did in the last game. That is what will accelerate the game, what will allow them to move their Ashe to the mid lane and make picks on Faker. Right now, Peanut finds himself at least swayed off that jungle creep. Blank aggressively defending, that's what they need to do. SKT cannot yield their own jungle again to Peanut.
I absolutely agree with that, and they can't yield this bottom turret. They have to be so careful not to get caught in the combo again.
The combo's there. Wolf's running out of help, but there's not enough damage to deal, really. Gorilla, if he got trapped up, might have been comboed out, so Bang putting in some proactive damage, and not a full bullet time.
Look how afraid they are of actually hitting the turret. Very little chips going that way.
Yeah, notice the hawk shot flew through the jungle of SKT, which I actually found a little surprising since they would have seen Blank in the top side earlier. So a bit of a wasted hawk shot, I feel.
This is
jungle timers.
Just not the perfect flow of information. Honestly, very hard to do. You know, trying to micromanage this lane, talking between each other, praying Gorilla of when they're gonna pull the trigger on the combo, actually landing all the skill shots while keeping track of the enemy jungle. Very hard.
But this pressure's finally working out. It's an individual 1,000 gold lead for Prey. The Make It Rain making Bang's life a little bit difficult, and 2 more autos will do it. First turret of the game, 13 minutes in. Nicely done, Rock's Tigers.
Watch Gorilla step in for a little bit of extra gold as well. He's not giving up any gold to his AD carry right now. He is definitely in the running for damage dealt here.
And you can see Smeb trying to figure out what's going on up here. Of course, Duke waiting in the brush as well, but there's no junglers for either side. Smeb won't know the sun is coming, and he's not going to be able to juke away from it. So a nice early engage here by Duke. Gets Smeb down to half HP. And how much more can he really get? That's it.
Those are the kind of mind games that really swing the pressure in the top lane, especially as
Wolf. Well, he had Blank around him.
Wolf's
down.
Not having the greatest game. It's quite annoying to play Zyra into this matchup, especially when you fall behind. Like you want to get vision, but you're still a range support into a Victor. Your team wants you to play Zyra, and even picks MF. You know you're gonna die because nobody's gonna hit your AD carry. This is such a hard pick to play because if you play too careful, respecting all this engaged, you may just yield too much pressure, already making it worth it for Rocks.
Arrow once again.
Oh, this time around, he's able to juke it. Oh, the flash Q, though. Pino wants it, but the exhaust is enough. And the shield in from Faker. Wolf will survive it.
Because that was red buff on Peanut. He would have died if it weren't for the shield.
Faker definitely coming in clutch at the end there, but Wolf with the exhaustion. You talk about, Crepo, the difficulties that Wolf has had to undergo, but that's actually the first arrow he's been able to sidestep. He now has boots of mobility to give himself a little bit more leeway with being able to dodge some of these arrows. And again, we're in this situation. It's not as extreme as the last game, but where Rox is trying to take that Ashe and Misfortune and move it around the map to advantages. I feel like SKT is in a better position this game than they were in the last.
Definitely agree. It's a much closer game here on this one. SKT coming around on this one, looking for the fight on the Smeb. He's going to have to flash away from the stun, but Blank Slow is there, and Smeb has no other way of getting out. That's the kill picked up. Duke makes it 3-3, and the top lane's looking a whole lot better than it was before.
And that's the difference. Last game, they had double teleport, so they could keep committing to this arrow bot lane that could just keep making picks off and get a turret, get an objective, even get 2 turrets. Right now, they were playing under a single teleport. Smeb has not found an opportunity to leave the lane as Rumble, and going even in this matchup, or even just going up 10 CS, is beneficial for the Echo later into the game.
Quick slow into Faker. You're seeing the way SKT playing this game is quite a bit different. Wolf has been out of the bottom lane for quite a while now. 4-level difference compared to his AD carry. Just roaming, trying to find plays to make.
Yeah, note that Smeb had actually used his ultimate beforehand, which made this a pretty safe gank when you're considering it for SKT. They land the first axe, post-flash. Blank has actually had great patience with his undertows thus far.
Oh, man. That's flash out of Bang, but he's still slowed down. There's the harpoon, there's the chase down, and Gorilla's going to make it rain. In the bullet time, and it's going to be all the damage he needs. Gorilla getting the
kill.
Because Gorilla played it smart. He flashed in for the love tap right there, then made it rain, slowed him down, guaranteeing his ulti would be up the entire time. I didn't see where the heal from Bang went up.
8 seconds left on the cooldown when he died. So very close margins there as Rox is able to pick up another kill. Still just 2,000.
Oh, that shockwave was way better than it could have been. It actually slows down Peanut as well, and it means Kuro's out of that one.
And again, Rox, when do they go on the aggressive? Right before the objective spawns. So this teleport essentially secured them another dragon here. So they always tie in their aggression with objectives, and that's how do you play early in competition. Just kills, not enough. But kills and objectives could be enough to leverage a lead large enough to combat whatever scaling advantage SKT have.
Yeah, that's the perfect balance. They have the pressure in the bottom lane, and it was clever how they ran Smeb there, even though his teleport was down. But now they're looking to catch him out.
Stranglethorns to guarantee the rest of it lands. Wolf goes for the 100% secured combo.
Duke.
It does go to Duke. Blank gets an assist credit. Sunfire Cape hit him. Congratulations there. Cinder Hulk, I should say. But arrows coming in. And of course, it's going to hit Wolf. But how much more can they get? Oh, they're going to get the kill.
Feels bad, man. You go for a cross-map play, you catch the enemy top laner, you just use his teleport, everything's great, you even out that dragon somewhat, then an arrow hits you.
Gets him back on the play. Yeah, the ulti was already down. He used it to get away from Prey's slows, and that's going to be the quick 2 for 0. Rox in even more control.
I mean, Rox, they keep switching up the side of the map that they play on. They finished the objective in the bottom lane of tier 1, so they left Bang alone. So even though they were a member down, they were still in a numbers advantage because they had the pick potential with the arrow, because they keep moving in bigger units, like they continuously move as 4 or 5 men.
Yeah, and then the question is, can you transition those kills into objectives? So far for Rox, it's been absolutely yes. They can get this turret down right now, and even though SKT was pushing the mid and bottom lane turrets, they only chip it. They don't actually convert into gold.
Yeah, again here, Smeb, he moves back to the top lane because his bot lane is basically saying they'll match him. He goes a bit too far. Honestly, this is Smeb overextending, but the reaction immediately here. Look at where Prey and Gorilla are right now. He sends out his arrow from so far. This is like,
yeah. Peanut gets spotted on a ward, doesn't care. If this arrow lands, it's good. It was the blue trinket that also helped them with the vision there. Once you get the long stun onto Wolf, it's an easy pickings for Peanut. And then Blank running out this way, you know his ultimate's down. Peanut can extend the play afterwards because he didn't have to use his kick. Beautiful counter by Rox after Smeb fell.
Totally agree. And that first pick, Ash, you're seeing it really pay off. Funny thing is, it's Gorilla who's the one being part of everything. 100% kill participation here on the support Misfortune. The counter pick to Zyra, so far so good. And now it's the mid lane siege, 2-0 in turrets. And Duke's gonna answer that one pretty quickly now. Top lane has just been, it's been counterpicked and it's been pressured enough that SKT are finding at least 1 point of leverage.
at this point, SKT, they need an answer because Ash is arrowing every single time.
Bang's running out of health much too quickly.
And this is why Rox has first picked the Ash. They're making so many plays with this combination.
All 7 kills, honestly, feel like they have had Prey involved. Even if he didn't get an assist on one of them, look at the enemy bot lane. 0-6 right now for Bang and Wolf. This Ash Zyra lane needs to get answered by SKT, likely in the draft phase, likely with a ban.
Yeah, Prey has been playing Ash for 6 years, and even though he hadn't been playing it early on in this tournament, the Ash arrow has been what stayed the same the entire time. You just aim it, he knows the angles, and it's more than just clicking it on the person, because he's finding these SKT players against walls and in corridors where the likely place of retreat isn't possible unless they flash, and oftentimes he's throwing it at people with summoner spells that are down.
That's the best thing about watching people who excel at champions. They know how to put people into either dodge patterns, guaranteeing hits, or they get so good at predicting how people react to it. It's the same with like Bard ultimates, it's with Blitzcrank's hooks. If you can put them next to a wall, you eliminate the dodge in one direction. You then put the skill shot slightly higher in the other direction, they get hit. They just physically can't move out unless they flash. It's such a good play. And then Prey, for Fog of War, always angles his arrow just slightly, indicating, no, I think you're going to juke into it ever so slightly once it pops on your screen, and then it's too late to dodge.
Yeah, it's always very interesting. I think statistically, more skill shot reliant champions get worse in higher tiers of play. You have famously champions like Ryze, where it's like, oh, for your average platinum player, it's 42% win rate. For professionals, every single game, because it's all targeted skills that pros can't dodge, because pros are so good at dodging skill shots. And Prey, on a champion who must land skill shots to be worth picking, is able to do so against the literal best players in the world. And you can't hype up enough how hard this normally is for your average player to land skill shots on players like Bang and Wolf.
But with all that in mind, it is only, when we say only, 3,000 gold lead here. SKT do have scaling components. Their mid scales very well. Smeb right now in a bit of trouble. He needs to get out of here.
And he's able to do so, but burns his flash and his ulti for it. Smeb has been the target of most of SKT's aggression.
So this is no flash on Smeb, and Duke is sitting on 2 kills already. He is the saving grace. Honestly, coming into the series, expected to be the weak point, but SKT need to rely on him right now and his side lane pressure on the Echo to drag him back into the game.
I find it fascinating how SKT has had Duke in positions where he needs to be the side lane pressure for them to have the game stalled out right here. Blank doesn't have his ultimate, but he is still very tanky.
He doesn't care.
They might try and turn this around if they had the right flank. And it's interesting here, right? Because the 3,000 gold advantage, for most teams, if you think Rox is 3,000 gold up, you think, game is over. But SKT is the best team in the world at playing from behind, and they also have some tremendous scaling in this game. The Zyra, who can scale into a massive damage dealer, compared to the Misfortune, who kind of falls off a bit of a cliff. Orianna, Caitlyn, Olaf, Echo, all these things can scale into advantageous matchups if they can continue the items to just match what Rox Tigers have. So even though Rox has the lead, there's no way this game is over.
Absolutely agree, especially when you've got these points of pressure that are in different spots. Duke has had priority over his one-on-one matchup against Smeb for the last several minutes now. Yes, Rox can land arrows, but Duke can keep pushing.
Let's follow the players on the map here. Smeb based, and he ran down towards his team because he's no longer in the top lane, because this is again what Rox is doing. Once they see an objective or potential pick opportunity, they play a more compact style of League, and Duke actually realized it. Instead of pinging the top wave, or instead of going to the top wave that he pinged earlier, he's actually joining his team immediately for contesting that objective in that dragon.
Yeah, they don't want to be spread out and get picked off by an Ashe Arrow here, because that's where Rox could win the fight. But if they group up, SKT feels like they have a decent chance. They have a Luden's Echo just completed on Faker. That is a massive 2-item power spike, and SKT is going to hope to find a big fight.
Pressuring in mid first, they're going to have that wave pushed in. They're going to force Rox to react to them. Blake can't find the slow. There's the arrow, but it's onto the tank. SKT are fine with that one, and that's one of the big tools down.
So this is good for SKT. They can go in.
Oh, misses!
Oh, a lot of damage, and Wolf's going to burn to death already. That's a 1-for-0. How much more will Rox get? Does Peanut chase it into Blank? He does not.
This is not Wolf's game. No. He's been getting hit by all the Ashe Arrows, and then he flashes in to miss his skill shot, and the engage is fumbled away by SKT. Rox going for the second Ocean Drake.
Yeah, he felt like he had to make the play, but there was definitely merit to patience for SKT. They had control over the mid lane. The objective wasn't started. It's not like it mattered so much.
Never mind.
Here we go.
That actually does force the flash out of Bang. You know Peanut's crazy. He'll go for that now. Gorilla, beset by Duke, has to flash away. So several summoners burn, but the re-engage is there, and he gets playing only into the wall. Peanut flubs it a bit and gets turned around.
No, no, no. You don't go try and solo Bang. He was able to back up right there, and Faker got the shield from over the wall.
Yeah, no, yeah, he did it last game. Was looking for a repeat play. But that's Peanut in a nutshell. He will have some failures, but he keeps going for all these plays. And overall, if you look at a series-wide, he generally has much more successes than failures, which make it work. This one, though, he got the flash. Yep. Then he wanted more.
Yeah, he knows that the flash is down on Bang. He lands this, but doesn't account for the 90 caliber net. Can't kick flash in time, but even if he could, Faker's still going to be able to get over there.
I think the trap, he got onto a trap that slowed him down. He knows. He's like, my bad, boys.
Oh. Now it's pressure back on the mid side. Wow, Duke deletes one, but it's a trade as well. Both supports are dead, and now Duke is being chased. Gets back onto Prey. Does he have the damage? Yes, he does. It's a shutdown. But now it's the Equalizer trying to hope the fight is just that. Maybe it's a 2-for-2. The flash chase curls there. The slows are there, and he will get the kill, a shutdown. 2-for-2 overall.
And we can see almost the fatigue or just the rapid pacing of the series starting to influence these players. The fact that you get hit by an Echo ultimate where you can clearly track the ghost. You know, so many of these pickoffs have been visible to either teams, but these small mistakes, Wolf flashing in.
They really wanted to finish off this mid lane turret. The Asher actually lands on a Faker, but that pulls the rest of SKT in. So then Prey just has to flash forward onto Wolf, knowing all the damage is gone out of the fight. Impressive of Duke to be able to salvage this one, kill Gorilla, then ult back onto Prey, who wasn't respecting the clone. And yes, Rox runs it down, but to get a 2v2 in that situation, I think is actually fortuitous for SKT.
I have to take that back, though, because the clone wasn't actually visible because he came from the teleport. That was the frame. The clone spawned in the lane because it was still in the fountain. He didn't know when it was going to come down, so he essentially has to count down 4 seconds from when the TP lands.
That's just beautiful from Duke.
That's,
How many
that's
times?
actually insane from Duke, because if he does that a second too early, he flies back into the fountain.
And we see that all the time from Echoes who teleport into fights and then want to use their ultimate. So
And if he did it 0.5 later, he would have missed. So that is actually frame perfect from Duke.
And beautiful stuff right here. 2,500 gold separates these teams. It is a narrow margin. And yes, Rocks have better scaling than they did in the previous game. I would say that their threat's not quite as high. And that is a nice juke by Bang.
yeah, great sidestep. And as effective as the Ash arrows have been for Prey thus far, the effectiveness is going to diminish a little bit. Because SKT is finally getting some things to help themselves. So far, they haven't done much to help themselves. No cleanse on their mid laner, no QSS, and you're not building Mikhails on Zyra because you want to build the Andrews. Soon, Bang will have his QSS, Olaf will always be able to use his ultimate to get out of it, and Duke is becoming tanky enough to absorb it. So the number of viable targets for Prey is diminishing throughout the game.
In addition to that, they can also just use decent posturing and like making their ranks efficient. If they have people with Faker behind them, Faker can just shield whatever target gets hit. He can likely survive. Put Duke in front, put Blank in front, or a Blank rather in front, and then suddenly Bang doesn't even need to buy QSS. He can just hide in the backline.
Yeah, they have an incredibly strong front line with the Orianna.
Yeah.
It's very similar to what they did in Game 1 when they had the Trundle, Olaf, and Orianna. So very strong late game team fighting that SKT is extremely confident in.
SKT, meanwhile, have moved into the 4-1. They've taken control of the river area. There is no vision in that Baron. There is no blue trinket right now available either. They have perfect vision control. Rox is contemplating a face check, but SKT...
Ghost!
They want to get mid control first. This is step 1. They will push out mid here, and then likely retreat into the area.
Equalizes on, they want this was done to Faker as well, and he's just gone. Gorilla gets the credit, of course, why not? 11-7, no mid laner.
The target that he had to hit. They could not just keep the tanks in front of Faker. Faker was the one who gets caught there, and this could mean a lot for Rocks.
It could mean a lot. Kuro's going to stop Duke from getting away from anything. Duke's going to set up for the fight, and Kuro says, you're right, that's enough for me. That's fine. Our team has control of top jungle. Let's take it over.
And if Rocks didn't pull the trigger right there, they would be in an impossible scenario where SKT had mid-wave clear and complete control of Baron. That was such a good trigger.
But now it's a 5v4 at Baron without Orianna. SKT doesn't want to give it up, though. Baron low.
3,000 health. Blank's not in range. He doesn't have flash. He's going for it now. Can he get it?
Early.
No, he can't. He's just popped right away. That's a secure Baron. It should not be stolen, and it will be secured. Rocks make the play perfect.
And we just have to state it time and time again. Rocks, they make the perfect play, but at the right time as well. Any earlier, any later, it would have been a bad reaction, but they catch the person they have to catch in Faker. If they would allow SKT to retreat into the fog of war, it would be so hard for them to face check into this Orianna, but they just aggressively challenge this minion wave battle in the mid lane with another beautiful arrow from Prey.
Yeah, and also, Blank really should not have been running in there to try and steal that Baron, but we have to see the pick itself. Blank burned his Ghost early, and then Faker runs up away from the Make It Rain and the Equalizer as he's just getting drilled by the Ash arrow.
Yeah, we need to look at the goal of this play. SKT was trying to control the mid wave first, and then retreat back to their Baron bait that they had so elaborately set up in the last 2 minutes. They had pink wards, they had completely swept out the vision. There was no vision for Rocks. If this play failed, maybe a Hawkshot could save them, but that would have been it. What a beautiful counterplay here by Rocks Tigers.
Let's see what else they can get now, because Baron buff is on. They've earned 400 gold above what the Baron itself would give them. See how much more can happen. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on this Baron buff. Plenty of time to make plays and stretch that gold lead.
And we would also be remiss if we didn't talk about Kuro's Victor, because it has almost always been his most reliable and best champion. And even though Faker's been able to get some pressure in the side lanes, when Rocks have been able to get these picks, the fact that he's picked up 4 kills cannot be overlooked. Victor has tremendous late game scaling, especially when cutting through tanks, because the damage that Victor puts out in the late game is massive. So especially when he completes Death Cap, it's one of the highest AP mid laners you can get in the game, and is the biggest difference we mentioned in the team composition. You take out Karma, you add Victor, and they have much better late game scaling with which to add to this 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, you take away of the early punch here, but you at least have a late game insurance in case it goes wrong. Stylistically, it just fits Kuro so well as a player. Relatively passive in lane, doesn't always want to push. But that's fine, Rocks Tigers have been fine playing around it.
Ooh, the shockwave puts Prey into a trap as well, and the deletion is there. Nicely played. Duke getting a bit low, but he's fine. He got Guardian Angel Curl putting a bit of damage, and actually, no, they will pop the GA. Bullet Time gets some damage. They cannot quite get Blank. Then Duke revives up, but still a bit of time to play with. It's a 5v4, and even despite that, SKT's low enough that Rox continue to have control over this turret, and they knock down one with this Baron.
And that's honestly the mark of a great team, knowing that while you're a man down, you may just have the resources to still win that fight 5v4. Beautiful combo here, trap.
Yeah.
Frey after the shockwave.
Frey was getting pretty greedy there, trying to get hits in near those Caitlyn traps, but also he did have flash up while that shockwave was hitting, so thought he was out of range, wasn't quite, does get punished, but I agree with you, Crepo. Just the strength of Rox to know, even though they'd lost their AD carry, shockwave was down, the rest of SKT's teamfight wasn't super threatening, and they could continue to stay in.
And that for me was one of the best things about SKT when I first started discovering them. They would be so good even in deficits, especially around early dragons, where they would lose a member, but the opposing team would use so many ultimates to get that one pick that SKT would masterfully fight out the remaining 4v5 and win. So Rox, reminiscent of that strength here in the duel, where they may finally be able to beat at best SKT in a best of 5.
That's worth pointing out as we siege into the top lane. And Asher coming in, gonna get dodged away from. It's now just
teleport from Duke
top side.
And they know Ash isn't here, so they're actually gonna push really hard to try and get onto Kuro here. He's got a flash.
Well, when the Kuro, he's got flash, he's got ulti, but he's not gonna burn these spells just yet. He's running out of health way too rapidly, and Blake's gonna pick him off. The shutdown is there, and Gorilla's now just putting bullets into Duke. How much can they really get? Ooh, bullet time does a lot. It forces flash out, and now Prey is here. Exhaust is on. One kill picked up, a Faker gets it back on a Gorilla. Smith running out of health and gets shut down as well, but Prey, does he find the targets? Peanut has Guardian Angel. Maybe he plays frontline. How much can they really get? Prey turns it back around. Look for the bang. Looks for it all. He's got one. What else can he get? It's going to be Blake in his sights.
He's coming back.
Faker's low. How much more can they get? The stun's coming in, and it's Duke with the big play. But the turnaround from Prey, turning it back in. The chase, the resonating strike, and the ace comes through for Peanut.
These fights are out of control this game. Rox Tigers and Prey in particular, time and time again, when you think an AD carry might go back, Prey stays in and he comes out on top.
Oh, we're in a world tournament with so many great AD carries. Wondering who will be on top at the end. Prey is definitely making a statement here. All-Star Jet, as you pointed out, they know Ash is not here. They run at Kuro. Look at Peanut. He's waiting for Blank to get the OF ulti to timeout. That's what he's hoping for, a good kick, but he stays too close, takes some damage. The turnaround potential of MF is huge, but SKT, they survived up until this point.
And the Black Cleaver on MF actually does a lot of work right here as far as getting a lot of poke down. As Prey arrives, they instantly kill him, and then the rest of this fight is just such slim margins as SKT try to come through. The Hurricane Ash right here. Prey waits in Fog of War, gets a bunch of damage off.
Gets a bunch of damage, flashing aggressively when he knows. Look, he's gonna track, by the way, the parallel convergence in the next phase of this play. He moves out, moves in when the LEC is about to spawn to give it an option, sees parallel convergence, sidesteps out of it, goes for Faker, and then turns towards Duke. This is well played.
And then Duke and Faker, you have to threaten the higher threat target, which is going to be Prey. I think it's a misplay at the very end of that fight by Duke to go for the Lee Sin instead of Prey. That might not have been the difference, but it definitely would have helped. Rox with a huge team fight win.
That was a 2 versus 4. At the end, it was turned around. You can see plenty of damage. That 5,000 damage Ash of Prey. Yeah, that was absolutely huge. Looking at the arrow to slow down Duke. Looking for a bit more. It's Blank on the chase, but can't find much more.
Yeah, OF ult to use. Faker's in the mid lane. We see a flank from the Victor. Faker no flash either. If he gets a slow apply to him, he's going to be a goner too.
Uh-oh.
Blank's down an ultimate, so they might try to go here.
Not a lot of tools get away. Has to run through the equalizer. Big shot comes out of Kuro. How much more can he find? It was SKT able to kite away and not take any more Chaos Storm damage.
A lot of big cooldowns used by Rox. They also have triple Ocean Drake, so any poke that they land onto them will be refunded, but the cooldowns are still very real for Rox Tigers. And Baron is up in 25 seconds. SKT should have time to heal up and run out here, but they will be trying to do it without vision, which makes it incredibly difficult to harass.
So if you look at SKT right now, they have such few wards into their own jungle that now belongs to Rox. They have to face check essentially every single brush. They know some key cooldowns are down. They will be happy once they spot these members in the mid lane. They just use a Hawkstone, very tense situation right here.
Yeah, Rox mostly recalled their team after completely warding up the top side jungle. They can use those wards to buy themselves some time. A lot of the recalls came in. They've come back in the mid lane now with the refreshed Sightstone, and we'll see what more Rox can get as they are the team with the lead, with the ability to control the map.
And control the map they will. Prey has been so good with the Ash arrows, and Curl's also at a point now where he gets another angle, like we just saw. You see, he completely removes SKT from a fight. So Rox doesn't actually need to win a team fight. They just need to kill one person, and then they can actually force the Baron.
But let's go over the strengths of SKT right now. How do they win? Well, they put Duke in the side lane and have him duel. When's the last time we've seen Duke aggressively push out a side lane and threaten the map? Honestly, 20 minutes ago it feels, because Rox is keeping the map so compact, they're not allowing him. It's even Faker that just pushed out the bottom lane here, because the immediate threat of Rox here, they just put so much pressure on every single step that SKT takes.
And that means SKT doesn't have the time to push out the side lane, and it draws them towards the Baron. Look, once again, they go straight for it. They're trying to draw SKT towards them. They're burning it down.
It's dead too fast. There was no chance for him to come in. Arrow comes through, and well, it's just gonna hit the Banshee's Veil. That's Blank losing an item passive, but who really cares? SKT shoving down mid.
SKT's trying to cut them off right here, not fearing the Baron immediately.
I mean, there's always equalizer right here for the Rox lineup. They can always get rid of the minion waves, but they're looking for more aggression. What a beautiful Baron again by Rox. Their awareness around objectives is so impressive.
And SKT's still looking to stab, hoping that maybe Rox splits up a bit. Victor's actually over the western jungle, so there's moments of a 5v4. Gorilla checking with rushes.
There's a chance that SKT would try and play around Elder Drake, but the play that SKT just tried on the Rox Tigers is getting turned around on them. They have a clear path up mid lane with Baron. They can get the inhibitor. The only way SKT stops them is fighting them from the rear.
And they can try. Kuro has to slink around the far outside. Inhibitor turret's already gone. SKT, when will they choose to go in? The front line's in place. Duke is looking for something, but he's not going to get Frey, who plays far enough back that it's not even a problem. But now, Rox's escape is through a turret if SKT can find their way in, but they cannot. Rox out with an inhibitor take clean into the top lane.
And this must be a very easy game for the observers, because with one single swoop, they can always track the entire Rox lineup. These guys are always 5 together here, combating the 4-1 nature of SKT, because they have hard CC embedded in their comp. SKT only have kind of conditional CC. It's really hard for them to target that.
They hit arrow onto Faker. The flash chase. Peanut doesn't have enough damage. The knockups are there, but Peanut won't go down. Bang finally gets a shot, but it's only Guardian Angel down. Smeb's running out of health, and that's still not going to be a kill thanks to the heal from Prey. Nobody's dying from Rox Tigers, but it might just be that for SKT. The Chaos Storm is in. A bit more damage on a Blank. Almost gets him down, but he slinks away with about 10 HP. Still, control over this with the Ocean Drake regenning. Peanut looking for a hit Nexus turret.
And the Ocean Drake is actually insane in this push right now. They continue to push. No one on SKT has died, but Rock's getting so many turrets.
Getting a lot of damage. Duke on the backside looking for the duel against Prey, running through some minions to get him more time, but he's trapped inside the minion wave, playing so well for Rox Tigers. Guardian Angel gonna pop, but what else can he even do? And it's nothing. Peanut gets a shutdown on a rampage. 18 to 11 here. 11,000 gold up. Rox Tigers looking to push more.
And their ultimates will be coming up shortly. Arrow again.
Blank did not have his ulti available, but it was short enough that the stun wore off no matter what. Last Nexus turret is down. Looking to make it 2-1 in the series. Rox going for the play. Another kill comes through for Peanut. There's the Nexus, and it's 2-1 Rox Tigers. They are one game away from breaking the curse.
What a game, honestly. Again, the Ashe Zyra being the pivotal 2 champions in this draft here, and allowing also Peanut to just play his game. Again, he arrives early in the bot lane, combining that Ashe Zyra with some pressure. The second that tier 1 falls in the bot lane, you could see immediately how much more pressure the Tigers have on the map.
Yeah, and I love the way that the Tigers closed out this game. They actually seem to be a lot cleaner than in game 2. Prey consistently landed those Ashe arrows, and they have some swagger now.
Yeah, look at Peanut. He's just jumping down. He's basically gesturing towards the crowd. One more game. It's a dangerous thing to do. Yeah, I've done it twice. I've lost the one more game multiple times as well, so I really hope it doesn't happen for Peanut, but they have confidence right now.
And Rox Tigers have fallen in the last 3 best-of-5s they played against SKT. Never have they had 2 wins up in the series.
They've only had 2 wins in total.
Yeah, and now they have 4. So they've doubled it in this series alone. So you can see how they feel like they're kind of overcoming a demon that has been plaguing them for so long. With play like the way Peanut's been doing, the way Prey and Gorilla have seemed to kind of solve this bottom lane with the pick after pick, SKT have to change things up in this next one, because they tried round 2 of the Misfortune lane. They lost again. They have to change.
And the problem against these Ashe arrows, you can't even draft like a Morgana because it's just too weak in lane. So you need to get rid of honestly either that pick or we may see the return of the Tom Kench, because that way you can position in a lane where suddenly you play behind your AD carry, he has pressure, maybe gets the early QSS. If he gets hit, suddenly you devour him, walk the way out. Poke doesn't really work that well because you got to go to great health. That could be a solution, but definitely you will see Koma react to this pick in the bottom lane. There's no way they're getting Ashe Zyra without a plan from SKT.
Yeah, it was funny. They thought they had the plan in the previous one. Let's just pick Caitlyn instead of Ezreal, hope it works out. That obviously was not the case. Maybe you see something like a Sivir who can spell shield, but of course it makes the laning matchup worse.
Yeah,
and
horrible versus Ashe. Yeah.
Of course, and of course there's a lot going on as well overall, right? You've got the top lane matchup being very interesting. Peanut being super aggressive and finding all these openings and making these super sick plays with the kick flashes and getting all these awesome kills, the highlight reels. Either way, it's just been a phenomenal series to be a part of so far, and we will have 1 or 2 more games. So for now, we're going to send it down to the analyst desk to break that down a little bit more with that Rocks Tigers 2-1 win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's exactly right. Rocks Tigers out to the lead now in that game after a few adjustments from SKT in Champion Select, opting for that Caitlyn, but no MF ban. And guess what? Ashe MF comes out on top.
Yeah, again, Rocks Tigers get this key pick. Yeah, MF, again, looks fancy. Ashe is really the key one here because Prey is playing it so well. This game here, SKT, QSSs came in very late, so he just kept firing arrows left and right. Faker didn't even get one. He also got caught later on. So this Ashe pick in itself is just winning laning phase and creating picks for Rocks Tigers all over the map.
Remember in game number 1, Prey was against the Ashe, and he got a very early QSS. He
12
knows
minutes.
exactly. He knows the strength.
And it's all about the draft, because you talked about adjustments, Dash. They got 4 out of the 5 same champions, and okay, the utility from Karma is different to what Victor brings, but it's still going to be Hex Core, Rylai's. The utilities catch, not so much shields for the team, and it's ultra comfort for Kuro. He can just push the lane, and everything else was the same, and it basically went the same exact way for the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, this draft from SKT is perfectly fine if they can avoid losing bottom lane. Because Faker's on Orianna, he's winning his lane. The problem is he can't really move too far from this lane too often and actually impact the other lanes. When the bot lane's losing, it goes wrong.
You just said this draft is fine if they don't lose bottom lane.
Yes.
But Ashe MF just straight won by him. Of course, Peanut did show up and had that solid gank, but what do you mean it was fine if they don't lose bottom lane?
Why don't you call down your jungler against this MF who is going to die to a flash root from a Zyra as an example? Why don't you flash the first Ashe arrow instead of standing there, taking it in your face?
Very difficult.
And then flash after. Like, there are ways for SKT to play around it. I do agree Ashe MF is a big issue and needs to be fixed for next game. But SKT's draft can win the game.
The important thing is how they're playing around this bottom lane, right? They're drafting for it, and Peanut keeps coming down there, or, they have again with the double teleports, but they're bringing extra pressure to the pressure they already have because of the champion.
And SKT's adaptation this game, because we said, pretty much gave the same comp over to Rocks, is ganking Smeb, taking down the Rumble, but they were still winning the bot lane. By the time Smeb actually escaped lane, it still helped the situation. They got a kill on Bang, but it wasn't necessary because everyone else was playing out of their mind. And the ganking Smeb, it's a Rumble. He'll build his items and he'll be fine.
And now let's just take a look at this utility that Prey provides with the Ashe. I mean, arrow after arrow hitting. I mean, only a few missed here and there. Starting off right here, this is that double kill in the very beginning of the game.
And this is what happens when you have a player who's been playing Ashe, like Jad said, since Season 1. Now in his career, he is 28-5 on Ashe, an 85% win rate over 30-plus games, and it's all about the arrow accuracy. That's what you really notice from the guys who put in the time with Ashe.
And the little things. The clip that we just saw there, he puts down the scouting ward from the blue trinket. As soon as Azara gets baited into turning around and attacking the ward, the arrow's already on the way. The ward is just a little trick.
And I think a key thing that Jap pointed out, too, is target selection within the game, right? Recognizing, okay, now who can live through being hit by a max range arrow? Who's got, a QSS or a way to get out of it? Right there at the end, we saw Orianna Faker not with any way to respond to the Ashe arrow.
Yeah, and I feel like if your, contingency plan is dodge stuff and outplay these things that have just beat you 2 games in a row, I'm not down with that contingency plan. I'd much rather
I appreciate the confidence, though.
But it's also the chaos that they're bringing here, the Rocks Tigers, because Orianna's not building QSS because she should be behind a tank line. She's putting shields on the front line and just having someone else absorb that Ashe arrow, caught out of position. Excellent job by Prey. Made a pick that should never have existed.
Sure. I think there's another thing to highlight with Prey's Ashe here. Now we can keep talking about him because he's playing like the best AD carry. Yeah, he's playing the best AD carry in the world right now. The way he's constantly keeping up his Ranger's focus, like the extra Q damage he gets in, and the way he's dancing in and out of fights, whenever it goes, whenever it goes off,
gets a few auto attacks down, and then he flashes forward aggressively, gets another hit with it.
Yeah, you want to talk about Prey some more?
I do
Let's
want to talk about
Let's
it.
go ahead and take a look at an ace replay in the top lane where Rox proves that the unseen Prey is the deadliest.
And this is just like, it looks really bad because if you look at your minimap, there is an Ashe in the mid lane trying to run to join the fight. There's a Rumble TPing behind your team. Your mid laner goes down, and SKT is actually winning the fight at the moment, but they're getting pretty low, and now the big hero shows up.
And we see the perils of AD carries getting in melee range. We saw Victor, for example, deleting double lift in that Samsung TSM game, but Prey knows his ranges oh so well, and the way they dance in what is a 2v4 is
Exactly. The proc there gets the proc.
This sort of play is
Well, that's that flash in that you're talking about, but knowing to dance around certain key spells. Of course, Peanut on the res here from the Guardian's Angel, and maybe some questionable target selection from Duke there on the end, but either way, the ace comes through for Rox Tigers. And here's the thing, you said that the MF was useless, but come on.
No. Never said she was useless.
17.5K
Never said she was useless. Said she was good, but you could play around it.
I'm just giving you trouble. But, I mean, again, we see, from both of these teams that once leads are established, that they can continue to push those leads. Again, that gold graph, just that nice little uphill climb the whole way through for Rox Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see them bring back Bengi as one change and also ban out the Ashe. Yes, there are things, you can try and play around it, buy earlier QSSs, but I'd rather just see them ban it out.
I actually think what could happen next game here are there are two bans SKT probably want to keep, which is Aurelion Sol and Jace. Jace from Smep, obviously, up in the top lane.
Yeah.
That means you can only ban either one of MF and Ashe. So I actually think what could happen, because SKT's blue side, they ban the MF and just first pick Ashe for Bang. He played a game one, remove that away from Prey, remove the MF so you can play Zyra or Karma or Nami down that bottom lane as well.
All right, well, we're going to have some time to discuss Game 4 on the flip side of a commercial break. Match point is just around the corner here at Madison Square Garden. Don't go anywhere. Game 4 starts in just a bit.
Inside, wow, Duke deletes one, but it's a trade as well. Both supports are dead, and now Duke is being chased. Gets back onto Prey. They have the damage. Yes, he does. It's a shutdown.
And then likely retreating to the area.
Equalizes on They want this was on the Faker as well, and he's just gone. Gorilla gets the credit, of course, why not? How much more can they get? The stun's coming in, and it's Duke with the big play, but the turnaround from Prey, turning it back in, the chase, the resonating strike, and it's 2-1 Rox Tigers. They are one game away from breaking the curse.
Welcome back to New York City, where the Rocks Tigers are at match point against the reigning world champions SK Telecom T1. SKT has elected for blue side here in Game 4, as well as the option to sub in Bengi for blank. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and attack that champion select one more time. We hit it a little bit. The MF, the Zyrus, the Ashes. How are we going to deal with this bot lane?
Yeah, so I went back and looked at Game 2 where SKT were blue side. They banned Aurelion Sol as always. They banned the Jace, very expected. And then they banned Jhin. Jhin has not really been a thing in this series, and he's not important. And the other thing is they first picked Olaf in that game. And I don't agree with that, because Peanut has shown his Lee Sin is as good as whatever an Olaf can do in game. So you're actually just trading picks right there, and you're not really gaining an advantage. So I want to see the Ashe first pick instead for Bang, because the problem is now, if you are banning MF, Jace, and Asol, there's another pick you need to get rid of.
Yeah, that's the big story here, is that on blue side, remember, with Bengi in, they do not have a Nidalee player. You cannot give Peanut Nidalee. We talked about how you need adaptation after basically giving Roxelise the spirit of the same draft twice in a row, and now you're forced to ban Nidalee on blue side, which further constricts your options.
Yeah, I think you do have to throw those bans. Even if, Tigers are going to go with a similar strategy, make them use different champions to do it.
Yeah.
If they still want to play off the bottom side, if they still want to have this high damage support, at least make them switch up the pieces.
All right, but now here's the thing. SK Telecom, right? They have one MSI, right? And then they go and smash Summer as well. And here they are, on the world stage, a game down against Rocks Tigers, the team they beat last year in the World Finals. What do they have to do, both we talked about champs but in the game, to really come away with a victory here?
It's unprecedented. Like you said, it could be the year where they won MSI, IEM World Championship, and the World Championship. Everything all in 1 year, even though it has been that up and down year domestically. So the adaptations have to come now. And as we said, on blue side, they just don't have that much flexibility.
No, that is definitely a problem. But if you look at the individual players,
Sure.
Faker is winning his lane every single game. He's getting ahead of Koro. He's doing his job. Last game, Duke actually did just fine up in the top lane as well. He got out laning phase with even in CS, and he was started to outscale on the Echo. So both solo laners, if they play like last game, are going to be fine. It's just about saving the bot lane. That's the key thing. So that's why I want to see them again take that Ashe themselves or completely remove it to make sure, drop the pen, to make sure that Bang and, of course, Praying Gorilla can't just dominate that 2v2, because that's all Rox is playing around at the moment.
This is where we test just how epic of a team SKT are. Do they have the late game poise? Do they have the discipline to really establish this dynasty as that complete trio, right? Are they?
I'm going to say yes. They have. They have all of it.
It's a risky bet right now, considering how the series is going, but I like it.
And the flip side of this is that Rocks Tigers, right, are up against a team that has had their number historically. And here they are, a game up, but on a massive stage where, of course, nerves, composure, all of these things can always play a major role in closing out a series.
But these guys are singing on stage. They're sitting in front of 15,000 people. There's no nerves right now. They're just singing, having a great time. They're 2-1 as well. The amount of confidence they're going to get, it's absolutely insane. But they know this pick and ban phase will be very, very different. So it's up to NoFade, the coach, obviously, to make sure they get a good composition again and can actually close out the game.
I'm talking about coaches. Koma, right, the legendary coach of all time in League of Legends. He also has to prove his worth, because he gave them the same draft 2 times in a row. He's on blue side, Bengi's in, so that makes the Nidalee a factor. There's actually a lot here for the coach also to lead the troops in, because it's a difficult balance to strike.
All right, so here's the thing. I know your guys' predictions from before the show, but I want to know whether or not you guys think we're going to a 5th game. Does SKT have what it takes to push us to that 5th game?
I say yes, because I'm having too much fun. I want to see the games, right? Plus, I have to.
Right. All right, so wishful thinking, saying that we're going to go to a 5th game. All right, it's time to send it back to the casters for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are all excited here to have one, maybe if we're lucky, 2 more games of League of Legends. That's not to say that I'm hoping SKT wins. I just want more games of these excellent teams doing awesome things.
Well, these games have been so incredibly close, and I think we add a wrinkle to it now, and they sub back in Bengi, the jungle, as he is so nicknamed. Yeah. And it's interesting, as Deficio pointed out, how it's going to change the ban phase, because usually when they have Bengi on their team, they ban Nidalee on the blue side, which already cuts into how would they play around MF? Do they have freedom to ban Ashe? Not really, so they're going to have to find a different way to adapt to those things.
But a few small changes, even as early as the 5 to 10 minute mark, and one different pick can change the entire game, honestly, because if they don't keep snowballing the way they did earlier, there's a little bit of better scaling. Maybe there's a counter gank in the bot lane. Deficio alluded to it on the analyst test too. if you're so sure that they're going to fire that arrow on level 6, why don't you have your jungler waiting in the wings? Yes, there's a lot of good hawk shots, but maybe just tell them, you can't go for this play, not 3 times in a row.
There we have it.
Or you can just ban.
You first ban Misfortune. Of course you first ban Misfortune. It's against Rocks Tigers. You have to do this.
Yeah, now the question is they probably still ban Aurelion Sol, and potentially they ban Jace as well, with the Jhin ban being what they drop. That will leave Ashe open if they decide to do that, or maybe they let Faker play into Aurelion Sol if they think Rox is going to early pick it, because that also stops Rox from being able to get a mid lane counter pick for Kuro. A lot of different strategies that Koma could take here.
Definitely, I expect Aurelion Sol to kind of just go out the window, especially now that Ryze and Syndra are out as well. Faker doesn't have a history of playing it. It's just you don't want to introduce such a large variable this point in the game. If SKT was 2-1 up, I could actually see them leaving it open.
And yet another mid lane ban from Rocks Tigers, making sure Faker can't play Cassiopeia. I like that tweak because he's been super good at it. The question is now, Nidalee was unbanned.
Yeah.
So Bengi, unless they want to give it over to Peanut, has to play the Nidalee.
And he has to perform. We haven't seen this champion really go off in this tournament because it's been banned so often.
And 2 of the losses that Rocks Tigers had in the group stage were to Nidalee. They lost to CLG and Albus Nox playing this champion.
And it gives Ashe Zyra straight over to Rocks Tigers. They're probably going to play Caitlyn Karma against it. But it's so interesting, too, because you wonder, how has Bengi been able to train as Nidalee? He didn't play it during the regular season. He's not known as a Nidalee player. You can't practice the champion in solo queue because it's permabanned there as well. So they would have had to be playing a lot of, or some scrims with Bengi on Nidalee to try and train this up to a point where they're confident first picking it in what could be an elimination game at Worlds.
Yeah, but it's a good jungler to play into 2 low mobility targets still. Nidalee, spears are sidesteppable, but having another gap closer gives you the security to go for that play. An early gank plus a curtain call could just guarantee these spears hitting. It's just so hard to eliminate these options. And again, this is a combination down bottom that can vastly outrange the Zyra if she wants to get picked off right there. So that is the counter to that.
Yeah, and it also depends how much SKT want to mix this up. Faker has played a decent amount of Karma in the mid lane, and they can easily flex that there for him as well. And it's not just that Bengi isn't necessarily capable of playing Nidalee, but it also doesn't fit SKT's style very well, where their soul lanes are such heavy farms. So a big change. I cannot emphasize enough how different this SKT team will look coming into this game 4.
Wow, and the early Victor pickup. We're going to see another Victor-Orianna matchup, so likely leaving the top lane pick for last because their bot lane's been performing so well. Victor is a fine champion in a very pinched mid lane meta, which means you can give Smeb what he wants, which is the counter pick top lane.
Yeah, and just based on the way this draft phase is going, Crepo, it definitely feels like SKT have been backed into a corner. Rox has played this series so well, they forced the Misfortune ban, they completely changed what SKT has done. Blank wasn't playing well, they have to sub back in Bengi. While they're on blue side, they're forced into a first pick Nidalee. All these things are things that SKT, you feel like they almost have to do, and it's going to be really hard for them to fight their way out.
But at the same time, SKT's drafts have always been at least fine. The gameplay is what mattered the most here. A lot of these plays were technically avoidable, counterable, but there was no initiative on the side of SKT.
Yeah, they've been the victims of many attacks by the Rocks Tigers, but you also look at the way, even if their drafts have been fine, look at all the changes they are making. So clearly SKT thinks they need to make large adjustments in this phase of the game, and this is a pretty massive departure from what we've seen from them thus far.
I like it though. I like Zilean, especially. It just fits stylistically against an Ashe. Targets gets picked off, you revive it. You have a weak early laner in Victor, should probably get pushed in by the Zilean in that matchup. You have just a block in the top lane, the Gnar. When all else fails, just pick Gnar again. Make sure he gets into the game, speed him up in the team fights. At least you have some crown control effects there because you're playing with a jungler that is purely damage focused and doesn't have CC.
And the hover right now is on the Rumble here. 30 seconds to go until that one times out here. It just feels like time and again, Rocks get everything they could want, and as the team that's playing better, this feels good for them to close this out.
I almost want to see a Poppy here, just into the Gnar for Smeb, but he feels like he just wants to be more of a damage threat.
Too bad, Crepo. He's going Rumble.
That
once again
sucks for me. But yeah, he has if he does the same thing he did in the last few games, which is switch up the lanes he goes to, doesn't use his teleport, just goes to the lane immediately, plays around enemy teleport advantage very well, uses Fog of War, then I'm so happy with this Rumble pick because I want to see more great Smeb plays.
And I'm really excited as well for the jungle matchup overall. It's funny because we keep casting this Nidalee in a negative light because we haven't seen Bengi perform on it, but this is the only champion at Worlds 2016's 100% pick banned. Every single team respects this champion, and if Bengi can show up on it with SKT's backs against the wall, that's huge.
And the first 4 levels are so important to follow because Olaf is actually relatively predictable in the jungle. And he goes super low on mana, so if anything goes wrong, his clear is disrupted to an extreme degree, which is honestly puts the onus of this game onto Bengi. He can single-handedly destroy Rox's early game and have SKT play their comfortable even into the mid-game style.
And Bengi has been nothing if he has not been clutch at big moments in international stages. SKT and every world championship they have attended, they have won. They have never lost a best of 5 at Worlds. They are pushed from 1 game towards elimination. Bengi subs back in, having won the first game, and he gets put on a first pick Nidalee. This is when Bengi has to step up to save SKT.
And SKT has done this before. I've seen SKT backs against the wall in a best of 5 and pulling it out in the end anyway. This could be the last game of the night, or if Bengi has anything to say, we go to a game 5. Summoner's Cup, the chance in the finals on the line here. SK Telecom T1 versus Rocks Tigers, game 4. Here we go.
All right, let's track it here. Very condensed Rocks lineup, looking for a potential face check punish. SKT very spread here. If somebody tries to challenge River Vision, a single axe could blow Faker's flash here. Ah, or it could not.
Left. They thought he would be waiting in the brush. Faker was waiting in plain sight, but they didn't have the reveal because they wanted to throw the axe from around the corner. Dangerous scout. Get away with it.
But they lose. Ooh. I actually don't like that play because you should fan out, especially when you're playing against an Italy. Giving early information in your jungle. We've seen what Korean teams can do with a single ward, a single sliver of information, especially against a relatively predictable jungle like Olaf.
Absolutely agree. You had champions like Elise and Lee Sin earlier who can jump over walls and hide around. Olaf has no such tricks. He walks in a straight line and...
Oh, and they're unaware of the ward, because look, Smeb's gonna go for a fake leash, it seems. Or is he just warding? It looked like he was setting up for the
he
fake
dropped a
leash.
late trinket.
But he saw the ward being put down. So what they're gonna do is actually they're gonna start the Olaf on the bottom side of the map and leave that ward right there so the Nidalee can't go for the creative red buff steal on level 2.
And they placed it late enough that even if Bengi does go for it, theoretically Peanut would have time to run down and just trade the buffs in that fashion. So a lot of mind games going on early.
Oh, and Faker for the early
starts at the Raptors. That's clever, knowing they have the red buff. Started knowing that he's going to start blue. Gets 1 minion, doesn't lose any in lane.
Time Bomb and the 3 autos should give him level 2 at the end of the first wave. It'll also prevent certain jungle patterns from Peanut from hitting level 3 either. He'll have to go to his red buff or his Braum.
Correct, because a lot of the 3-path jungle rushes do include the Raptors, and this means if his third camp is the Raptors, he wouldn't be level 3 off of it because of that single minion being stolen.
Let's see what else can happen here. Bengi, 2 camps in so far. Gromp into blue buff, got a partial leash from Duke, and Peanut should have been communicated that the Raptors were gone, so he will stay and do a more power farming focused route. All 3 camps on the same side of his jungle. They'll walk over top side later, and he, I believe, never gets spotted by a ward doing this, so there's no guarantee that SKT knows exactly what camp he's on.
But they knew he started without a leash, which means they can actually extrapolate that he likely is going to be very low after his first clear.
Yeah, and probably started blue buff to be able to secure that.
Yeah.
Yeah, with all the jungle mind games going on as well, you still have to pay attention to the mechanics of the lane. And bottom lane right there, Bang had a great step forward off of one of the Zyra E's and was able to get a very positive trade.
Look at Peanut though, he passed by mid lane, avoids his own jungle. He doesn't know where Nidalee is. If he gets contested on that Scuttlecrab that he's doing right now, he is gonna go down. So this is a little bold. Even though these guys are separate parts of the map, we have to look at what the information is present to the teams, not to us.
Yeah, and this is my thought on Peanut's decision-making process. He knows that they late warded a spot that was warded by SKT. So that means SKT is expecting that Peanut's going to do a generally normal clear, so he's just making an educated guess that Bengi probably wouldn't invade based off a ward. And now, because he didn't get caught, he knows that Bengi would have done a full clear. These are all the things you have to somehow track in your head while you're laning at the highest level.
In addition to that, he secures the entrances to his jungle first before he goes to clear them, which means if he gets contested, at least he can spot the Nidalee coming in early. God forbid she's in the jungle already, at least he got a Scuttlecrab for his troubles.
Yeah, Bengi right now was about a full camp ahead. At this point, it's going to be an equal trade overall. Every single jungler took 6 camps in a Scuttlecrab now, so they're a bit equal, but Bangi's the first to make a bit of a move. You can see a slightly deep trinket ward that won't always spot anything, but it is going to be the double bomb and a Kuro, and he's got a flash. That was a crucial flash. He probably would have died if that javelin landed.
Look at them. Ooh, Gorilla.
A lot of damage in a hit, but they know there's no auto attack left for Bang. He's going to trade back in with Prey. Exhaust was already burned. Wolf stays in for a nice chunk of damage as well. The flash! Ooh, if an auto attack lands, he was dead.
The spear through the minions.
Bangi is not going to get it, but it's still dangerous. Rocks have very little to do here.
Peanut is coming. Bangi is very afraid of Fog of War here. One more try!
Oh, he had to flash to get away from that one, and that just means a quick jump over from Bangi. That is a loss of summoners for Rocks Tigers.
Wow, and with the snowball effect of some of these early jungle matchups, that could have had such a huge impact on the game. It does get both flashes there out of the Rocks Tigers in the extended engagement.
All right, Bangi is not going for a play on mid lane. He's going to wait for Peanut. He's going to challenge him on the Wolves. He actually hides out of vision here. Watch him walk in right now. He's going to contest that camp.
Pretty dangerous. He knows
Peanut
the
pull it out
on Kuro.
The mind games here, they know they can get spotted here.
They're going for Kuro. Double bomb on a Kuro. Javel's going to land this time, and he's going to get the damage. Yes, he is. First blood in for Faker. Over the wall goes Bangi, and so far, so good for the first pick in Italy. The chase is still on, but hops over the wall, and Peanut gets nothing done.
And we got to question Kuro in this matchup. You cannot afford to get double bombed twice in a row. It is possible to sidestep that. Yes, it's hard. Yes, it's versus Faker, but getting hit twice by those skill shots in a row costs Rocks the early lead.
One constant in this series has been Faker being able to outplay Kuro early on in the laning phase, and picking the Zillion is a very skill-reliant champion both as and against. And Bangi, it looked like he was feigning to go at Peanut, but with the double bomb, makes the spear automatic. Even though he sees Peanut, Bangi knows he has flash, autos after the execute, flashes, jumps, able to dodge the X, just the play they needed to make.
Yeah, and that's Kuro getting in slow range against the Zillion, which means you're under auto attack range right there, trying to telegraph that he's going for the minions right there. Should have probably just sacked the CS. Did not expect Bangi to be around, because Bangi, unlike Peanut, is willing to waste a lot of time, or spend a lot of time rather, going for a setup. Peanut is such a high tempo jungler, he will at most wait 5, 6, 7 seconds for a play, then move on. Bangi was camping there for quite a while, just outside the edges of vision.
Which is extremely peculiar when you consider a Nidalee pick, who is usually all about the efficiency and being 10 and 20 CS up on the opponent.
Yeah, look how he pops his ghost early. He does not want to get in slow range of Faker, because the second Faker slows him, he almost but guarantees the double bomb.
There's so much risks though right now. Faker level 6 has the ulti. Any turret dive is almost no risk if Peanut's not there, and Peanut himself practically out of mana. Probably won't have much to say if a dive does happen. Kuro just barely level 5 right now.
Kuro, seeing the one bomb was on the minions, positions himself against the turret, meaning he's definitely going to get hit by the next bomb. It's a very contentious mid lane right now. Bangi, though, actually getting out-leveled by Peanut, so power farming on Olaf. He is one of the few junglers that can keep up with Nidalee's speed of farm.
Definitely can, but Bangi is taking a team player approach. He went for pressure in the bot lane. Guess what? A little CS lead here and pushing lanes. There's vision, there's control. Skitty is much more happy to give up the CS lead in the jungle to get control of the game. If they can rob this blue buff away from both Olaf and Victor, it's a big hit to Rox's economy.
And he's just going to take the blue for himself, while the Rocks lanes are none the wiser, because the ward smattering doesn't actually catch him. Great timing.
And now he keeps him just locked up. Allow the lanes to thrive right now. Winning mid, winning bot. Even the Gnar is going even in terms of push versus Med, but if you then look at the CS count, that's a whole different matchup.
Yeah, let's kind of recap the game overall. We've been focusing very heavily on what Faker and Bangi have been doing, and to their credit, it's been really good. You've got a moderate lead in the bot lane, Bang up 9 right now over Prey, but this top lane matchup is plus 22. Smeb is single-handedly keeping the gold remotely close. Arrow lands on the Bang, but is there any meaningful follow-up? Not really. A root on a wolf, and it's a fair bit of damage, but now it's Faker joining in, finding the double bomb on a Prey. The curtain call is there, and Peanut's gonna block it, so that's gonna be all right for them. It is a TP out of Faker, the ghost out of Peanut showing up.
Very surprised that they actually decided to commit to that teleport, not cancel Faker out there. Just his breathing room for Kuro in the mid lane. Just want to touch back to that Smeb point. Because these junglers have constantly been revealing each other, obviously top was a free playground for Smeb to continuously push in on that Rumble.
Yeah, and when Rumble doesn't have to fear jungle ganks, he will shove in almost all of their top laners. But to talk about the bottom lane again, I'm a little surprised that once again, SKT gets hit by the Ash Arrow exactly on level 6. Like, how many times does that play have to happen? But because they have the double TP, they have the luxury of burning it, so to speak, out of Faker. He loses pressure on the mid lane, but he does harass the bottom lane and prevent a kill.
But this is also part of that teleport. These plays that cannot be evaluated in the vacuum. You got to look at the kind of minute span that happens right after. They lose the red buff, and right now, there's pressure.
And you can see all this damage now onto this bottom turret. Rock Tigers heavily playing around their bottom lane. Smeb's quietly winning in the top lane, but all the pressure is down here in the 2-on-2. And despite the earlier farm deficit, look at all the damage Rox is getting on the turret itself. Peanut, nice juke on the Deadly Flourish. Gonna get rooted up by a Wolf, but look at the damage they can do thanks to Zyra on this poor Karma. And Peanut can hit it. That red buff affects turrets. Look at the damage he's got on that.
Yeah, they're 3/4 of the turret. They might actually finish it unless Juke teleports down, which he doesn't want to do. This lane pressure is immense from Rox Tigers.
And there's a reason Rox is this confident, because in the mid lane, Kuro saw Faker run back into mid with blue buff. Guess how he got it? Handoff, which means jungle's on the other side of the map here. Rox have shown a continuous priority for the tier 1 tower in the bot lane, and they've succeeded the last 3 games in a row, and it's really what's propelling them forward in the mid game, because now again they can unlock this Ash for more arrows.
And that's going to be flash out of Bang for that one. The teleport coming up already.
Flash.
Here we go. What's going to happen?
By Duke.
Summoner heal just to run away a bit faster, but Equalizer is perfect, and Bang has nowhere to go. But Bangy's around as well. All of SKT now flooding into the bottom lane through the Tri-Brush. This is going to be a bit of a close fight. No root's going to land, but a lot of slows coming out. Now the Snipes looking towards Prey, looking towards Gorilla. How much can be landed? One shot comes through. How much more can even happen? And he weaves it through him. That's a kill. Smeb is next up. Summoner heal is in. The chase through for Bangy. And it's going to be another Javelin. Will he chase in? No. Deadly Flourish blocked by the one person who wasn't attacked, and Prey keeps his team from being rooted. But that is another kill for SKT.
Kuro was much slower than Faker, so halfway through the play, he turned around, he went back to the mid lane. That's when Rox decided to retreat. That's why they let Zyra take that last bullet as well, because she was dead in the water anyways. Rox trying to cut their losses.
Yeah, but a much different and more proactive SKT is what we're seeing in this game. They make the mistake of being too obvious about their blue handoff to Faker, and they lose a turret, but very quickly they react to trying to send everyone to the bottom lane after Rox tried to make the teleport play.
But also one of these plays where Rox, they make a play, it fails, and they keep going on. And this is one of these plays where if they don't go for this teleport, they actually win out on the map hugely. But they match TP for TP. They don't follow up on Equalizer. Honestly, they should be able to respect that Faker is here much faster than Kuro. This is, from a strategic point of view, a misplay from Rox. We cannot understate that SKT did the right thing in reacting, but still, if you play.
You're right, it is another reactive play here by SKT, but they have the ability to roam much better with the double TP and the Zillion. Now they have Smeb slowed with no flash.
Even more. Root into goodbye. Smeb running out of health. That'll be an easy one picked up. Bang! Gonna secure the last hit. 2 of 3 of SKT's kills are on the 80 carry. Looking pretty good. 700 gold in the mid game.
All right, there's your proactive play from SKT, and they need to be able to play at this level, being up 3 kills with the Zillion, Karma, Jhin, and the Nidalee. Like, they really do need to start snowballing this game and be able to get to a point where they can just close on to Prey and Gorilla.
We might see even more of that. Talking about some of the gold leads here. The gap has closed in the top lane. You're seeing 86 to 90 up there. So props to Duke for making all that happen. And kind of everywhere on the map, it's a very tight game. Turrets one apiece. Rox Tigers still down despite getting first turret hold.
And the crowd here rallying behind both these teams, honestly.
Dueling support between the fans right here. And this series has really delivered on almost every level, and it's not even over yet, especially if SKT could turn this into a 5th game. We know the Rox Tigers need to conquer SKT. They thought they'd have a chance to do it in the summer split. Then SKT went ahead and lost to KT Rolster. So even though Rox won Korea, they didn't actually go through SKT. And now they do have an opportunity to take them down 3-1 if they're able to win this game.
And because it's so even, Rox can't do their favorite gameplay pattern here. They can't just swap in Prey into the mid lane. He is pushing out, though. Usually when Prey does this, he pushes out bot lane until he no longer feels safe, goes into Fog of War behind mid and looks for an arrow. But he is obviously playing against a Zillion with both a built-in speed boost as well as a revive if things go a little sour.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about the Tom Kench being a potential pick against the Ashe. The Zillion is also a good pick against the Ashe, unless Zillion is the one who gets hit by the arrow. And Karma can help with the speed, too.
Like, they saw him coming, and they were still so close to getting hit by this arrow because Prey, he just shoots them off so perfectly. He passed 2 wards, and he still got within an inch of hitting right there.
And always a lot to watch for, of course. The Victor in the mid lane can blow you up if you're not paying attention to that. The arrow as well, and Hey, even Wolf paying attention, of course. The haste helping for sure. Quick clear in the mid lane. It's SKT with the first play on this one. Rox will be wave clearing second.
And whether Prey is going, maybe he surprises top by moving behind the Rumble, and Rocks go for what they've always been doing, switching up, going for another tier 1 turret, but there is still a dragon that's available in the bot side that's drawing them back to the southern part of the map.
Yeah, and notice how open the map actually is right now. Both teams have cleared the bottom turret, and there's a lot of mutual respect for the power of these teams. Notice how few deep wards there are for both teams. They kind of have the river and their own side of the jungle warded, but nothing beyond that. So it's very difficult to actually make intelligent plays forward, and instead they're almost relying on an Ash Arrow or some type of setup at the Drake.
Yeah, it's always difficult when teams control their own side of the map so well. You have to rely on some level of guesswork, and we know Rocks are happy to play around guessing. We know they're happy to take these chancy plays. Hopefully they don't get double slapped for this.
And you can see that they're trying to decide it together right now. They ping the bot wave, they send Victor there, half a screen away, and then Kura turn around and is like, nah, actually, I don't really want to go bot lane right now. Let's just share a wave and farm. So things are no longer just mapped out minutes ahead. Both these teams are stuck in a state of flux, continuously reacting to what they see, but there's so much more that they don't see because there is no deep vision.
You're seeing them just trade back and forth, mostly playing around clearing the waves, putting them up to the turret and saying, can we get to the side? Can we get to the mouth of the river? Maybe a little bit here, and it goes away. You see Faker killing wards over this pink ward that's been placed down. That little bit of the river is theirs, and well, they've got this part of the river as well, clearing out this ward that Gorilla just put down.
And this time, SKT's AD carry actually has pick potential himself. It's not an Ash Arrow, but a Curtain Call played well, combined with Deadly Flourish, essentially can do the same thing.
Yeah, not to mention he has the Ghostblade Power Spike right now before Prey can complete the Essence Reaver. They do have a pretty powerful moment right now, but Peanut starts the Drake while Bengi is in base.
Bengi had finished the
SKT should open up
recall.
with Curtain Call here, try and push them off.
But there's no one there to really help them fight. Then Nidalee's not there to do battle. The rest could TP in. I think SKT understand they couldn't have really fought for that.
Now look where Faker was. He was like meandering around the red buff. Another arrow goes.
He juked back into it. Bang actually turned back down. The chain CC is there, but Bang is able to flash away, but that is Summoner's down. Now the reopen up onto Gorilla, but Peanut's going to tank the shots, and he's like, yeah, go ahead, shoot at me, I don't care, and the last one gets juked out.
I'm telling you, man, this guy, he knows exactly how you're going to juke, and even that you know that he knows, you still get hit.
He got sped up by Karma too, and he couldn't figure out exactly where to go. Also, that play was set up though because of the one deep pink ward that Rox has had in SKT's jungle for a while now. Faker was meandering. Oh, they actually catch Prey.
The Deadly Flourish is there. Ash arrows are nice, but the root's good as well. He's got Bangy to help sick him down. Now, how good is the chase going to be? Undertow's going to miss, and the equalizer, not how I would have aimed it myself. It should have been
a little bit.
90 degrees counterclockwise. Might have been the counter engage they needed.
Yeah, that wasn't a great equalizer. But it's Smeb. There's one top lane in Rumble that I will forgive. A little bit of an oopsie. It is Smeb. But yeah, Rocks right now, they're being matched by SKT. Not only are they being matched, SKT is 1,000 gold ahead.
Ooh, now Peanut's in a bit of danger. No flash, or no ghost, I should say, for him. It was already down. He's able to run away. Red Smite's just to lower the damage output that Duke would have had on him.
A little shake up here too. Bengi looking to join Faker on the bot lane, maybe surprising Prey. Prey kept his flash though, very important. But the zone from bombs might be enough to get some chip damage, or at least a rotation mid maybe. SKT changing up the laning patterns here themselves.
Yeah, Faker's also been roaming a lot this game, so Kuro's ahead of him in CS despite having the early death in the mid lane, which will be a boon for Rox in the late game if Kuro's able to hit those big item power spikes. And for now, it's still a very even game, but with that roam, SKT didn't get chip damage. They did get some very powerful wards within the jungle of Rox.
Yeah, but they're waiting for picks again here. It's honestly that first TP that Faker did that just didn't quite hit the mark. It gave Kuro enough breathing room. Aggressively contesting blue buffs though. Very aware of the timers. Faker eventually gets it.
Yeah, really stealing a lot away, and to keep in mind, this is still a 1,500 gold lead for SK Telecom T1. Their persistent team fight damage later in the game isn't incredibly high, whereas Rocksuckers have a whole bunch of damage threats. Zillion tapers off damage-wise pretty quickly, but so far it is still SKT controlling, and every team that has held an early game lead has been able to close it out so far this series. We know these top-level teams are so good at playing with the lead and never letting someone back in.
But SKT have put Rox in, honestly, a good chokehold here, because nobody can really deal with Faker in the side lane. Faker is much more mobile if he wants to leave. In addition to that, he also has teleport. So if they can actually keep Kuro locked down in the bot lane, receiving the push from Faker, and this doesn't happen, then SKT is good. SKT want to keep these lane matchup, but they have to keep dodging the arrows, and that's the hardest part. If they do that, though, Faker can continuously pressure out the bot lane.
And it gives them more and more time to try and set up plays. Because if Victor's not in the team fight is very weak for the Rocks Tigers, and there's a lot of targets that can be picked off at this stage in the game. Most namely, you talk about the Zyra and the Ashe.
Also, as the Victor has to trail into team fight late, he's gonna run into potential pick attempts here by a sped up Faker. Max range from the mid lane, bang with the current call. He can influence both top and bot lane. That's why you really want to have that Jhin in the mid lane. And there's still that ward. Look, Bangy spotted again.
For all the incredible plays that these guys have pulled off and all the praise we've given them, you have to check that brush for the pink ward. It's going back earliest things when you're in a jungle.
You heard you, Jet. Nope, he's going for red buff.
He hasn't been smiting the Raptors, so it's also not giving him the notification when he's close to it. And that is just giving so much knowledge to the Rocks Tigers.
We know exactly where Nidalee is, which means Peanut can hard commit for this gank. No risk of counter ganks here.
He's tried so many times to come up to this lane, actually. It's the third time I've seen him on the screen up there in the last 3 minutes or so trying to make it happen. Bangy just takes away half his camps, and Duke kills a ward away and says, yeah, nice try, buddy. Looking at one more chance in this one. Axe gonna land, and Duke seems impervious to this pressure.
It's honestly also because it's both a choice to go for the lane, but also because there is no other option. It's so hard to gank mid lane with so much vision around here. You're not really going to gank a Faker in a long lane on the Zillion, so your only option is to either farm, which he does, and then linger around top lane, maybe at least preventing a gank from Bangy.
Yeah, and we may be in that situation from Rocks Tigers where unless they land a beautiful Ashe arrow to engage, we just don't see them making any proactive plays because they don't have the team composition to do it, especially against all of the mobility that SKT has early on in this game.
Looks like we're maybe headed towards catastrophic team fight the game as it's slowed down a little bit here. Only one turret per team 20 minutes in. Rocks Tigers have been held killless so far 20 minutes in. That's nearly a record in itself. They normally get so much more done here at this point.
The next Mountain Drake spawns in a mid, though, and with that being a very valued dragon for both these teams, that may be a catalyst that this game so desperately requires.
I agree with you there, and even though SKT did have some good warding in the blue buff area of the Rocks Tigers, that's been cleared out, and there's still that pesky little pink ward that Peanut placed many minutes ago.
It's actually a great TP ward. If you make them retreat from Dragon into their own jungle somehow, that can be very surprising.
Yeah, and I wonder where SKT is going to divert their pressure. Rocks have been the kings of the dragon so far in this series by getting it again and again. And about the 5th gank that Peanut sent up the top lane, maybe he reaches Duke this time. Faker's on the way.
This looks quite a bit better. The slows are still there, but suddenly the fact that Faker could revive means nothing to be had. Oh, what a great zone used by Smeb. Getting away from it all, and the bombs aren't going to land either. But the turret's so low, and Bangy wants to dive. He's got one, and SKT are breaking this one apart now. Faker knocked around in front of the turret, does not get up to burn the ult. He's getting low and just never casts it.
He doesn't respect the Zyra damage, misses his self-ultimate.
And now it could be dangerous. Wolf's gonna die in a couple more shots. Oh, it's gonna be enough there that Bangy shuts him out anyway. And that is 2 for 1, favor of SKT. Rocks finally get a kill 21 minutes in, later than they would have liked.
And what a crazy engagement. The Zonya is perfectly timed by Smeb, but Bangy coming in to save the fight. His Nidalee has been pretty good considering he's never played it competitively. So some big moments coming in from SKT here, and they get a little bit smaller of a lead in this game.
Honestly, super cool game mechanics there too. After the Zonias, so what you have to know is that after Zonias, if you place 2 bombs, it will instant trigger on Smeb. So the fact that Peanut actually picks up the bomb after the Zonias in a little bit is quite peculiar because it allows Smeb to then flash out. That's what happens here. Smeb reads the flash beautifully. Then the first bomb comes out, he goes to the Peanut, and that means no double stun on the Smeb. It's like the little things, but then the same bomb ends up killing him anyways.
And that's the cute finish right there. But then Faker right here, a bunch of minions. He bombs the minions, doesn't ult himself, didn't want to be reviving the turret, but you definitely don't want to die, so a big misplay by him right there. And they're fighting over that Mountain Drake right now.
And it's SKT who seem to be the ones with control. Ward in the pit, everything they could possibly need, it feels like. And SKT will answer Mountain Drake for Mountain Drake. 2,500 gold separating both the squads, and that's secure by Bangy.
It's so important that you get a lead in Zillion too. He's one of those champions that plays so well once you're slightly ahead because you can snowball and accelerate, but from too far behind, Zillion kind of becomes useless. And we see SKT playing to their strengths, push up mid lane, just roam to a different lane, surprise people with that speed up in River. If they don't have perfect vision control, it's quite unpredictable where exactly the Zillion pick is.
Always going to be scary. Asher not going to land this time either. SKT doing a generally better job of juking. Rock's only found 1 kill so far in this game. That's mid lane turret going down. SKT all 3 outers now.
Also the difference in the Karma versus the Zyra. Zyra gets hit by every arrow. Karma can Master Shield the entire team. Everybody gets a speed boost. Everybody gets to dodge the arrow.
Not to mention the 5 ranged champions that SKT have in this game. They're really keeping their distance from the Rocks Tigers, and that's going to make it really difficult for Peanut to be able to make any of these fights unless Prey can land that perfect Ash arrow, which as SKT is getting a little bit more familiar with it and also have the higher mobility team with the speed boost from the Zillion and the Karma, are dodging them at a much higher rate. They still haven't brought in Cleanse or QSSs or Mikhails, but they are juking the arrows.
And in my mind, though, as you're talking about all of this, if I'm SKT, I'm still afraid of a 5-on-5. I just feel like there's so much damage on Rocks Tigers that a proper team fight could be so scary, but SKT are manipulating around that so well.
Exactly, and that's part of having the 5 range champions as well as all of the mobility control with the hastes they can get from the Zillion and the Karma. Because I agree, they don't want to just dive into the Rock Tigers, but they do want to poke them and have long, extended fights.
And honestly, the way to do that is 1-3-1 and then go for like little collapses on the side. Here again, Prey hits a trap, immediate reaction.
Arrows him.
That's obviously very easy to do. There's Bengi.
Bengi back in onto Prey. A lot of health going down on him. Has to flash away from that one. Gets away from the deadly flourish. But that is a flash down of the low mobility Rocks Tigers AD carry.
No mobility right now. No flash, no heal.
Just his legs. Got to do it the old-fashioned way.
Boots of swiftness. Got the speed.
Great.
Both ADs go that way.
Hurricane move speed 5%, I think. But yeah, comparatively, when there's a Zillion buffed, like Gnar hopping over you, flashing over minions, like, yeah, Prey's probably dead next team fight.
Yeah, better not skip a leg day if you're Prey right now. Or stall out. Look for the next arrow. Honestly, that's it for Rocks. That's the cadence of their aggression. It is every single arrow.
I agree with you there. He had to use it defensively, essentially, against the Jhin right there, because we're not too far removed from the Jhin and Ashe meta where you would just pick both of these AD carries because they have the utility and they can just kind of team fight each other from 3,000 range. The 1-3-1 is being set up by SKT, as you mentioned there, Crepo. Gnar pushing pretty heavily on the bottom side. Mercury treads enough defense right now to deal with Smeb because he has so much damage threat with the Frozen Mallet and the Black Cleaver. And then Faker with Teleport very safely continuing the shove on the top side.
Yeah, Smeb opting into a little bit defensive build as well here, so he doesn't have the raw damage to just kind of all in Dukes. Duke should be fine right now in that matchup. SKT keeping the map big is really good for them because they can really leverage the 2 teleports that they bring to the table. Nobody from Rocks wants to play in the top lane right now. Basically, looking for the shortest straw. If it is the Ashe or the Victor pick that has to go there, the second they send somebody top, that's when SKT can start positioning around the map, you know, sliding a few wards into the enemy jungle, then leveraging the fact that they have that double teleport.
But there's also the ever-present danger when SKT is in a 1-3-1 with no QSSs, no cleanses, and no Mikhails, because if Rocks lands the arrow in the mid lane on the 3, they can wipe them and take a bunch of interior turrets.
Quick root into Peanut landing some of the skill shots as well, but the count isn't going to land. And left he goes. One last shot lands. He's a bit low.
That third shot would have landed, Peanut would be dead.
That's true. One more would have gotten him. He would have had to juke something else.
But Gorilla wants a flank here, but he gets spotted by Bengi. Good spot by Bengi
again anyway. A quick root on Gorilla. Goodbye. Look for the harass, got hit in return, and now the double bomb forcing the flash of Kuro, the stun and a Faker, not gonna matter, because he already had the ulti off the side. And Bengi again, now the double kill, the flash heal for Bang to turn it around, but look at the trade damage, Prey running for dear life, and he will in fact get away with it. 2 for 1 still, advantage SKT.
SKT believes so much in their god and savior Bengi that their AD carry is willing to flash in just to heal him. Straight into an equalizer.
Yep. They had gotten so many positive things because Bengi was going off right there, but sometimes you need to know when to let your Nidalee die, and Bang uses both of his defensive summoner spells to go in, falls back. Faker had already ulted himself into the turret, and when they did that, they lose their pressure on the mid lane, so they don't actually get to convert on the nice play they made to kill Gorilla.
First of all, great presence of mind for SKT to scout out that brush, because if Wolf was allowed to flash ER in, would have been a win. Great from Kuro as well, dodging the second bomb at least, but then Bengi aggressively moves in, tries to kill Pang here.
The turret was on him when he flashed forward as well, because Faker had been reviving from the Zillion ultimate. A dangerous move there, and the gold lead actually doesn't extend for SKT.
Yeah, thanks to Smeb turning it around with the equalizer that would have otherwise, I think, had Prey dead immediately and was a quarter second away from actually getting the kill onto Bengi anyway. Got so low out of the equalizer. Very tight timings here. 3,500 gold still puts SKT ahead. They've actually held this lead at, I want to say, very similar numbers. It's grown slightly over time, but Rocks are playing from behind pretty tight here. Faker
Gonna find Peanut, or vice versa, and Faker decides to go away.
And right now for SKT, they're not looking for tangible gold leads, honestly. They're looking for good vision control in the enemy red jungle. That is their main objective if they can somehow acquire it through the 1v1. Because that could unlock the potential Baron attempt. Another arrow goes out.
Land, got by Bengi.
Yeah.
One thing I'm surprised by is that Prey is going for a second Zeal item instead of going for the Infinity Edge. It is a huge damage bump to finish that item, and instead he's going for the more attack speed focus one. Gorilla gonna get attacked once, Bengi a bit low as well, and Gorilla just sits there, grins and bears it, and it's Bengi who gets shut down, and no one was in range to help him out with that one.
Faker was off in the top lane, and Bengi was trying to go hero mode. Another kind of big mistake there after playing so clutch for so much of this game. Twice overextends, this time he falls.
The setup looked so good for SKT. They had 1v1 going. Arrow was on cooldown. All they had to do was just keep pushing the side lanes. Their point of advance was basically having somebody match Faker and Faker peel off. Instead, they pulled the trigger too early.
Such a tense moment still in this series. SKT 1 game from elimination. Bengi had played such a solid early and mid game, but Rocks have been able to turn some of SKT's aggression against them right now and keep this gold very close. The longer SKT does this 1-3-1, the longer they can't stall before getting the progress. Rallies is completed on Kuro if he can catch Faker.
And Faker is definitely caught. He's going to land the flash, and he gets away from the undertow. Moves fast enough to get away with it. Arrow's going to hit Wolf, and it just does not matter.
But earlier, we could also see, just in the defense of that pick on Gorilla Zyra right there, the zone control that's built into this Rocks comp. You have the Victor Dome on the left side, you have the Zyra ulti on the other side, you have a bunch of snares, plants coming out, the threat of damage if you move in as well. If SKT ever bite off too much that they can't shoot, they get blown up immediately.
Whoa! Bengi pops Gorilla somewhere on the side of the map, lands a Javelin, lands the rest of the skills. And
solo kill.
Nothing for the Zyra to do. And the funny thing is, actually, Gorilla has a lion's share of the kills of Rocks Tiger.
If Gorilla dies right there, it's very likely they was looking for a ward over the wall and he just ate a spear.
Very well. This gives over second Mountain Drake for SKT this game. That's every Mountain Drake that can possibly spawn in this game.
3 in a row. We've had Triple Ocean, Triple Infernal, now Triple Mountain. This one, though, spread apart a little bit. SKT gets 2, and now look at this, the pressure onto this turret of Smeb. It's another game where, wow, actually, he's going to Zonius to dodge through the skill shots, and now has to fear for his life. Look at the damage output from Bengi. A house will kill him off. He's alive. He's dodging away finally. It's a deadly flourish, just that as Bang kills him off.
Smeb did not expect that much damage to come out of Bengi because he technically could have flashed most, if not all of that damage if he just flashed a pounce. Bengi surprising there with the Nidalee.
Whoa, Faker though. He's gonna ult, but he's gonna get hit up here. So, Gravity Field, is it available? Yes, it is. This could be difficult for Faker. He doesn't have flash, but yeah, still able to walk away from that. A trade of blows, a trade of ultimates.
And back in the day, that was much better for the Victor if the ultimate's still silenced, because you actually forced the Zillion to use his ultimate much earlier. With just a little interrupt, though, Faker can always get out.
Yeah.
Unless the Gravity Field, just like you said, spawns in time.
Yeah, and notice the picks that SKT's been able to get in the side lane as well as in the mid lane with Bengi landing spears. The 1-3-1 finally kind of was able to crack open Rocks Tigers. They caught them in a warding pattern, then they got a very good dive off, and now they're going to try, since they were able to take control of the bottom side, they're trying to transition that vision control now to the top side, where they can maybe get Baron control with their double Mountain Drake and kill the Baron very quickly.
Yeah, this is where it gets tricky, because they have to overstand deep into the enemy territory. They have to build on those pink wards they have on the right side, have Duke leverage the pressure. The second he reveals 2 members bot, they go for Baron. The second he can maybe peel off and get a good teleport, they go for Baron. But this right here, what Bengi is doing, that's what they want. They want vision in the enemy red side, choke out the vision around Nashor, and then force Rocks Tigers to face check or waste all their blue trinkets and the hawk shots. There's one. One blue trinket is down. There's one more remaining.
Rocks get some of their vision back. They're going to kill off this pink ward that SKT placed a little while ago, though Gorilla will have to fear for his life because Bengi's scary on this Nidalee. 4-1-3. So far the best performing member of SK Telecom.
Second blue trinket down. There's one ward in the pit, and at this point, it's getting dark.
The thing is, they also have Ash. So Hawkshot in 30, the trinket on Prey will also be up a little bit before then. Not to mention the Ash Arrow could potentially scout. So I don't think they're in danger yet. SKT would most likely try and get some poke damage on someone before they really start this one.
And this is the vision from the Rocks Tigers. They don't see anything in the Baron area. Luckily for them, they see a couple of members visible. Faker just shows up. That's the power of 1-3-1. It's such a hard time spotting where Faker
Land the
is.
slow, but he's going to flash for the Q into the ulti, and he gets away from the stuns. Yes, he does. So Faker should not have an exit here. That's okay. The revive. Now it's time for the gravity field. Now how much can be done? Because keep in mind, SKT are pushing elsewhere, so Faker loses his life, but there's still more happening. Mid lane is under fire. Prey just runs to the side and says, you can't see me anymore. Still gets the shot. Mid, tier 2, though, did die for the kill on Faker.
But they traded for not only the kill, they also get some vision control here. That's more important. They had complete fog of art. If Faker and the people in the mid lane disappeared, Rocks would have to face check. So I think they're happy sacrificing a single turret for a kill and honestly balancing out the vision again.
Yeah, it buys them time, but it also goes to show how difficult of a situation they are in. Kuro burned both of the summoner spells there against Faker, who burned none. And while they do trade some time and a mid lane turret, they don't really gain anything outside of temporary control and just a hope that when SKT set up the next play, that Rocks can get more picks.
And they have to do that with the arrow. Again, that's what Prey is looking for. The next one has to hit. We've said it before, but it's getting close to the point where Rocks, if they don't hit one of the next 1 or 2 arrows, they will just simply lose the Baron.
Yeah, and that Baron would be super critical, especially with Duke's split pushing power right now. The overall pace of this game is much more in favor of SKT as another arrow flies wide, because Rocks was the highest combined kills per minute team in this game, so the fastest pace from a kills perspective of the entire tournament, whereas SKT does play much slower. And even in this series, the accelerated kill games have gone to Rocks when there's very rapid decisions. Yeah. But when it's responsive and slow like this, SKT have had the upper hand. So Rocks doesn't have the tools here to accelerate the game unless the Ash arrows are connecting.
Yeah, this game, in fact, like to talk about some statistics, this was their slowest first kill of the tournament by 50%. It was 13 minutes, this was 21. And they're just not getting a lot done. The arrows are being dodged this time around, and Rocks just don't have the ways in.
We gotta check Wolf here. He's coming in with 4 wards. Rocks Tigers being shoved out of the mid lane and their own jungle here. SKT aggressively moving up for vision.
Ooh, those 2 shots landed. Ooh. Bengi not quite in range, and that's going to be him getting away from the deadly flourish. Again, 1 more shot lands, and that would have been a kill onto Prey, or at least a forced summoner spell.
We can't forget there's 2 Mountain Drakes inside of SKT, and Peanut is playing a jungle with no flash, so he has to physically walk around the corner. You don't need as much fog of war as you would normally do. Even just right there, if they can get that ward and the red buff under control, they could simply rush the Baron, especially since Peanut is being poked out.
Yeah, and they still have the double TP if they wanted to try and set up a split push, but because they got Prey so low, they needed to kind of threaten the Baron right now, and they could actually be doing it with Bengi having to harass. Rock doesn't know this, so they have to look a little bit forward.
Peanut's getting a bit low, 2,000 health, and the stuns could be there, but they're not going to dive in just yet. Kuro was around to participate. Bang got dropped to half, and SKT will partially reset.
Yeah, they're resetting because we see pings on the bottom wave from SKT. Blue pings went down on that massive minion wave in the bot lane, indicating that they want to fix that first. The first step to any objective contestant is just getting the push on your side lanes.
Creating the option to say, hey, if you ignore this, we'll just kill a turret instead. Yeah. We'll just knock down your base and forget the Baron baits. The minions are here for you. And that Duke preempts it in time. There's no pressure to be had from Rocks Tigers. Not getting a lot done with this. Gonna be pushed back in. Bengi getting cut out though. Gonna flash. Actually, a flash is well from Faker to pop his own ulti. And now can they get away from the ults? It's Prey trying to take it up, but he's gonna get into a bad way. Hey, thankfully for Kuro, he does slink out with enough health. Faker, Bang, both burning summoner spells in that one.
And a little bit sloppy there with double flashes having to be burned by SKT and not getting the kill onto the Rocks Tigers. SKT are in a position where they can force a 5th game, but if they falter once, they would be out of Worlds right here. So they have to be so cautious with the way they make these plays. Rocks is going to try and force them into a decision here. Split push up top from Duke. They are starting it. They know Faker has no flash. They know Bang's ultimate is down. This is huge.
This is going to be tight timing. Duke is guaranteed to be mini Nar. He's got no bar at all, so no big stuns. Gorilla does not quite get caught, but he's low, and the shot comes through. 1,200 damage out of Bang. That's the one for nothing. And look at Kuro, just zoned out by Faker, not getting anything done.
Duke didn't even come in with teleport, so he canceled. Rocks have to run away, but Duke's also getting the inhibitor.
And Bang's on a killing spree.
Rocks forced that play without Kuro being. Kuro came from base. He doesn't have teleport. Even if Bengi dies here, Duke is just whacking away at the base.
And he's got a little kill off the inhibitor, we think, so far. It's 2 for 1 overall in kills. Smeb trying to re-engage. How much damage do they have? Because Bang is on a rampage, and there's the revive. Nothing to be picked up. It's now Smeb who has to carry this fight, but he doesn't have the damage. Forced to flash away. Bang pushes him out. Faker does too.
And there's still a Gnar in the base of the Rocks Tigers.
And that should be enough. The curtain call is there.
Just
this should be the land. Easy peasy. Bang is unstoppable. And Duke is still pushing. Gorilla and Peanut are the ones alive, trying to keep the base up. 15 seconds and Kuro. And the teleport is in for Faker. It's SKT trying to close it out right now. Trying to bring us to game 5. Gorilla's down. Kuro's up in 4. But they need minions. They need to back off for a few more seconds. And SKT look like they will back off all the way and try again a bit later.
And for the first time this entire series, I feel Rocks looked lost. They went for a panic Baron play. Their jungle was clearing out the ward. The AD carry just hit it. They didn't commit at the same frame. It was such a poor attempt too because their mid laner wasn't even there.
Yeah, and it is a mistake, but it was almost bound to happen eventually with the way SKT was playing this game, starving them of vision back and forth and back again. And then Rocks gets the one window. Gorilla stays too long, gets cut off by Bang. Faker completely cutting off Kuro on the side here. And the canceled TP by Duke, as well as the way SKT plays around this, is exquisite. They finish off Kuro and then continue to push forward. If I do nitpick right here, Faker should have been with the team to stop these recalls, and Bangi could have stayed alive, and maybe they actually win the game off the Gnar right here. But they kill Bangi, Faker's late to this arrival, and the rest of the fight plays out.
I definitely agree. Faker should stay with his team if the imperative is just to cancel the backs right there. Going for a single hit is definitely the right play. But this is all the result of, honestly, hard work and good vision in the enemy jungle by SKT, because that's exactly how they spotted Kuro moving in. He was coming from the base because he got chunked out earlier. Again, just looking to chunk here. Maybe kill.
Flash.
Red buff on a play, and goodbye. Bangi lands the javelin. Red buff over the jungler after all.
They don't have Baron, but they might not need it right now. There's already one down turret. Prey is dead in this situation, and they even get a lot of poke on a Peanut.
And Peanut might be next in this one. Down to 2k HP. Bangi not going to dive the turret just yet on this one, but 5v4.
Yeah, Rocks, only 4 members remain here. They have wave cut from the Victor, but SKT is just going to simply turn it around and do the same thing again. Choke the vision out, get the Baron. If Rocks face check, they're dead. If they don't, well, they lose an Asher. I don't even think Peanut can make it there in time.
Exactly, and even if Peanut is there in time, can he run through Bang right now, who's a 7-kill Jhin, and just trucking them with damage, not to mention the damage from Bangi. So Duke zoning out, no way Rocks can steal this.
And it's not going to happen. An easy peasy pickup. Nicely done, SK Telecom T1. 10,000 gold in the lead, looking to take this game and bring us to the 5th game of the series.
And wouldn't that just be the epic ending to this series we've been waiting for? These games have been so closely played and so well played by both teams. It would almost be tragic if there were a big mistake by SKT here in a game that they essentially deserved to win would be lost to Rocks Tigers. Elder Drake, Baron, they want to take this to a deciding game 5.
And both teams also stayed true to their style that was predicted of them. Yes, SKT is reactive in a sense, but it's because they just read the map so well. We saw Faker move around now with the Zillion as well. They just played it slow, methodical, low combined kills and deaths in the early game here. Whereas Rocks, the games that they excelled in, they were bloody, they were fast-paced, there were a few mistakes, but it was Peanut going off.
We might see the SKT style workout here. 2 apiece looks to be the scoreline we're looking at. 10 kills up, 13,000 gold, and there's nothing else to take but the Rocks Tigers base. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the Baron buff. Minute and a half remains on Elder Dragon.
You really can't help but praise Koma and Bangi for what they pulled off here. They sub Bangi back into the series. They don't ban Nidalee. They have a strong, successful play.
He's all right. If the kills Crucible burned by Wolf, here comes the re-engage. Peanut is low.
Smells behind. They don't know he's there.
Way too much damage. Looking for Faker, getting shot up and blown up. Now it's Member the backside, but he can't find much to do. It's still Rocks Tigers waiting to find what their opening could be. It's a 2-for-0. Make that 3-for-0 as the bombs blow up even more. And this could be the game-winning play right now. Kuro's got nothing left to do. Sure, he can pop the Guardian Angel, but what does it even matter? It's a 4-for-0. It's the ace. It's the game. And it's SK Telecom T1 bringing us to game 5.
What a series we have here. I can't wait for the 5th game. SKT fight their way back in elimination game. Bengi subs back in. He saves SKT. Now we're going to game 5.
Bring on the Silver Scrapes. Summoner's Rift himself, SKT Bangi, is undefeated in this series. And we now have the decider, the last game to play to determine which of these incredible teams
deserves to represent in the final.
But they're smiling. The Rocks Tigers are still smiling, and it's so important to keep up morale. They said it in their interviews as well. They never viewed SKT as an unbeatable opponent. They are not their kryptonite. They're simply another guy in the way of them reaching the Summoners Cup, and that's exactly what they want to do in Game 5.
Yep, and if they are to win the Summoners Cup, they must win the next game. And this has been such an incredible series. That game in particular was SKT's best played game of the series. They are 2-0 with Bengi. They lost both games to the surprise support MF pick, which they have finally decided to ban away. So does Rocks have something else up their sleeves, or can they beat SKT at this new game they've adopted with Bengi?
But they're probably swapping sides again here. Rocks very likely going to be on the blue side next time, which means that Nidalee ban is now forced on SKT, which means they have to start
team that he played for here in Korea before having a stint over in the LPL. And now he's back and he's on Harmon Life Esports, specifically requested by Viper to join him as they moved back over. So we'll see whether this best of 5 is going to be another one that he'll be triumphant in. And now they also have the safety net of the lower bracket that
They
they're
do.
looking out for as
But
well.
maybe that's bad for them. Maybe they need the pressure out.
And there's also a KT waiting there, and that is not someone that I'd want to be taking on, especially right now after what we saw yesterday as Chovy going to be making his way to Lowell Park as well. Big grin on his face, and actually the spirits of both of these teams' players have been jubilant. There's a lot of happiness here.
Even yesterday, you know, Zeus, just like Doran did in the past, was like, man, this is fun.
Yeah, right.
While it was extremely high stakes, and everyone was losing their minds, us included. Chovy, incredible player, has been one of the best mid laners. Won, of course, his first LCK title last year, which is something that we've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah. And this guy won his first Worlds title last year as well. Pretty cool. Zeka going to be making his way out. And he is going to be facing off against Chovy. Actually really liked what Orcs was saying about this agreement from both of these players to want to play more of the melee champions in the mid lane. We'll see whether that is what the draft is going to look like, or whether Gen.G are going to be able to drag Zeka towards more of these mages that he's looked less good at.
Zeka, the mountain, immovable object, and this split was still leading in some categories, and you know I'm excited about who's coming next.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because I've been hyping him up for a while.
It is Paze. And Paze also getting the most kills in the season this time around. All LCK third as well. There's not been that many players that have, in their debut season, picked up the most kills of a season. And in fact, he's the only guy to do it.
And makes third All-Pro.
Yeah.
Right? And we can talk about should he been there over Viper, but the fact that he's in consideration in the first place to me and that he made it is wild.
No, it's absolutely amazing. Paze has been performing exceptionally well, and as has Viper, really standing up to D+ Kia in a big way, especially in these late game fights, which we've seen in these best of 5s, in this high pressure. It's late game team fighting and decision making that is going to get you across the line more often than not, unless you get just completely steamrolled.
And importantly, Viper is a player that you can rely on no matter what the situation is. And he's shown that, right? Time and time again was my pick for the #1 in All-Pro as well, because as the desk was saying, he's done it all on a team that's been losing a lot.
He's been just amazing, as has Delight. Delight being now able to get back towards some of his engaged supports that we've been calling for so much. His Rakan has been legendary for so long, and he is just having a day out on these picks. And we'll see now in the playoffs whether he's going to be able to continue to make those clutch plays.
Rakan, another great example as you're talking about his engaged support. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
right
you,
there.
fans. The fans get it as well. And seeing him be reunited with Paze after all these years and them immediately turning into such a strong bottom lane. And yes, Gen.G plays towards the bottom of the map, but you still got to cash out. They've been able to do that consistently.
Ooh, cashing out is not something that I'd want to talk about, but Life is going to make his way down to Lowell Park as well. And this guy stepped up in their last series in a huge way. I think that he was the weak link, but a more quiet weak link on this team. Him and Clid haven't really been reaching the heights of the other players, but in their last match against D+ Kia, Life was definitely a linchpin in that one, and we'll see whether we're going to be seeing more of his eclectic picks in his Jarvan and things like this. His set might come back. I'm always wishing and hoping.
Every time.
Every single time. But it's probably not going to be the way. But still, we're going to have to see more from Life. And hopefully he is going to be able to have a more D+ Kia in the playoffs performance rather than what we've been seeing in the regular season. And honestly, Hanwha Life Esports in best of fives, man, it's so scary. Gen.G will take a bow and sit down. Of course, there is a lower bracket. And so that could put into the backs of these players' minds the ability to take some more risks, play a little bit more freely. We'll see whether the Gen.G can use that to loosen the pressure here.
And it's crazy to me as well, looking at the historical relevance that we have, the players here. Life and Clid were one game away from being in the World's Finals against Viper. And then Viper was, of course, able to make it in 2021, beat them in a grueling 5-game series, then was able to get the upset, and now it's Clid and Life fighting against their former org to try
and the opposite thing happened last year as well, right?
Yep.
Like Viper getting booted out by Hanwha Life Esports, well, by Kingen and Zeka, who are now on Hanwha Life Esports, when they were on DRX. It's really hard to remember that it was in fact DRX that's the team that was able to win the World Final, because that team
it still
hasn't
doesn't
made it
feel
to
real.
the playoffs. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Well, yeah, it made not a lot of sense at the time, and now the team doesn't exist anymore. And so it's just, it feels like we blinked and we missed it in a lot of ways. But we digress. Let's move towards this series as Gen.G have elected to jump over to the blue side, as the desk mentioned. It was the most successful side last time around in yesterday's matches, winning 100% of the games. But prior to that, Hanwha Life Esports looked actually pretty comfortable on red or blue. That was a very strange series where side selection didn't mean a whole lot, I guess. We'll see whether Hanwha can move towards that style of play rather than what we saw yesterday, which was priority pick being so powerful.
And what I'd be worried about for Hanwha, and something that they've been commenting on, or we've been commenting on a lot, is that even though they beat D+, their early game in most of those games was quite rough. They were able to fight their way back through much more consistent macro and amazing team fighting, courtesy of players like Zeka, like Kingen, and like Viper. But Gen.G, not necessarily the most aggressive of teams, but picks like the Sejuani and the Varus on blue side, it's going to be very hard to have both denied. And if they can get either of those and they can start the snowball early, I don't think that Gen.G is going to throw the leads that they can get in the early game the way that D+ did in the previous game.
Yep. Gen.G going to be starting off the bans with Caitlyn and Lucian. Not exactly FaZe's favorites, the Lucian especially. So it makes a lot of sense there. Annie, Elise, and Varus would be expected, but Varus is going to be banned on the blue side as well. Zeri first. Yeah, that's all I'm thinking about right now.
Yeah, now it's a Zeri first pick. Because I love FaZe's Varus. I think it's the aggressive pick that he's the most capable of, that works the best with the light. But it looks like instead they want to try and handshake a scaling lane here. And Sejuani still open as well. Pick that Peanut has been using with great efficiency, and with both Chovy and Zeka loving melee mid laners.
Really interesting that that has gone through, even though it is cleared and hasn't exactly been the most successful, but here it is.
Yeah, Sejuani Rakan, incredible engage combination here. This is, of course, a flex pick. Can go either way. Don't know where it's going to go here yet. Well, that kind of ruins that. There you go. Gen.G not giving anything away. It's probably Chovy, but we'll see. Also depends on what matchup he can get. The Xayah lock in here seems like a no-brainer. And Rakan blind is something that we have seen punished every now and then. Bands didn't get too much out of it, but Humble Life already kind of the comp that they want, right? Strong team fighting, great scaling, a lot of innate safety and engaged power.
Yep, just seems like what they're happy to draft into is Peanuts Maokai. Going to be respected here. I very much enjoy that. Last time we saw Gen G, it was fun. Like that one a lot. Tristana going to be taken away as Zeka has been diving towards that champion as well. Theoretically, a flex pick here for Humble Life Esports as Viper has actually been putting in a few hours into the Tristana of late as well.
And as the Maokai and Cannon going to be bent away here, I'm going to keep hoping that maybe one day we'll see Trundle again, because he kind of bopped Sejuani, but it hasn't happened thus far, and I don't expect it to happen here. Humble Life probably going to pick up a top laner here for Kingen, can be Gnar, which is generally what they default to. Wouldn't be surprised if Gen G want to try and throw them off a little bit by banning that away here. And there we go, because otherwise that was 100% coming out. Ornn is another one, but Blinding Ornn can feel risky, but into Gen G, Doran isn't really the guy that you'd expect to hard punish you in a situation like that. Nope. See what ends up happening here. Well, maybe
Gragas.
Oh,
Oh, Renekton. Okay. Renekton does deny Renekton from Gen G, and they could have played around like a Renekton middle lane. Not going to be the case anymore though, as Jax is going to be locked in. So Jax, of course, actually fares pretty well into the Renekton for the first at least few levels. But not going to be picked up here as a Wukong considered by Peanut. We're going all in on these team fights in the later stages. We'll see what Chovy or Doran are going to be playing.
I don't know, Gragas is so high value
this
here.
Wukong pick.
I never mind Kisaz is already big.
Right now, it's not looking like
Alright,
a lot of
so
power.
I'm waking up
Gen
together
G,
with
but
you
the team
guys.
fighting later, and that is actually going
I'm
to
just
short a bit
warning
of
you right now.
early game issue.
I've been literally awake for
Was the Wonder debut, Ari?
a minute.
In her more remade state. One of the picks that he's pretty happy on, but we'll see where he's going to go towards, because of course this is Chovy's Ari. It's a very scary thing to face off against. 4 seconds, and there is the Talia. I don't think that Zeka has lost a game on this champion yet. As having a look.
Okay.
He lost his first game in their last series.
Well,
I honestly like red sided more here.
the only downside is that if you do
I think Humble Life looked better here in the draft.
snowball out of control, and I'm looking
I think that
to actually get that done.
the only danger is I think the Lulu Zeri matchup should be a little bit stronger. But I think that there's many ways for them to get ahead. I think Inshallah. Shit, I was talking and then I read the chat at the same time. I think red side looks better. It just looks better.
You have an amazingly scaling solo laner in Jax that can also team fight if need be, depending on the build. And then you have Talia, Rakan, Zaya, and Sejuani. It doesn't get much better when it comes to playing at short-range compositions. That is kind of what Gen G have drafted here.
No, exactly. I'm a little bit worried, and we've also seen the Ari not necessarily be a super successful champion here in the LCK. The build has often been something that we've had gripes with, and things like that in the past. Whether that's going to be the BGH. I wonder whether Gen G are a team with over 7 attack. That's what I'm wondering. As soon as they said that Humble Life Esports were the big game hunters, it's like
That's what you were thinking of.
I mean, yeah, sometimes it's just a 4-2, you know, and like that's not really gonna do
not
it.
enough tempo.
No,
you ping too much mana for that.
No, you absolutely do. No, it doesn't work.
Which series we're talking about? T1 vs KT. I have to say I didn't watch it to completion, but I believe I had high expectations of T1 for sure. It's like borderline. Borderline based off of the play of the yesterday of T1. There could be a scenario after playoffs where T1 walk into MSI and not be favorites. Kadu said.
We are here already. Top laners.
All right, Habibis.
Ready to emote at one another, but Kingan's a bit shy. He's not going to come out of the reeds just yet.
If only Dunham was here.
I know.
It doesn't matter if it's game 5 of finals.
No, he will be emoting.
He will be just walking up to you and emoting.
They'll be making noises. It'll be a great time. As Peanut going to walk towards this ward and get knocked up. Zeka throws a bunch of rocks at him, and yeah, Peanut's going to have to lick his wounds a little here. Look at, see, Kingen made it out. He came out of the brush, living his best life, getting some vision down, and already Hamor have actually navigated this early game quite nicely. A lot of information will go over their way, and Peanut at 50% health.
Honestly, Peanut losing this much HP is actually a big deal. Kingen actually wins here as well. This is a very nice sequence here from Hammer Life. Yeah, subtitles off. I really need you guys to... you need to be easy with me, guys. I'm waking up together with you guys. I didn't even have my morning shit yet. So we should see.
Well, they actually got off pretty easily.
You guys just let me know if there's anything that I missed.
Kingen, I think, could have really pushed the issue. Didn't want to take the risk in game 1. I think that also makes sense. But Jack's level 1.
Did you have coffee yet? No.
Particularly Wukong is always going to be really
I don't have a coffee machine. I'm in a hotel room, sadly.
levels, and even then, we generally prefer to wait as we do.
Yeah, this bot lane matchup is very difficult. You see that Zeri also knows that by going Cull. Shouldn't be any realistic ways for them to break the matchup 2v2. Of course, it's Genji, like playing Zeri Lulu, that's a classic for them. But I like the HLE draft really. I think the only real weakness to me is the bot lane matchup. If Zeri and Lulu can get in good conditions, maybe they can 1v9. But then again, it's Life and Viper, you know. I don't think they're gonna bleed that hard. Clid, find the Clid. Clid is here, already providing relief. You know, this is one of those matchups where even like just being here is a big deal. It's funny here though. Clid doesn't want to trade with Zeri spells here because he is scared about, of course, the idea of him showing and then his teammates being punished off of that, but they already spotted him, so there was no payoff. I think he could have forced maybe Pace to use E and burn some mana. Clint? Is that his nickname? Clint? Viper doesn't have... Ooh, Viper with the combination. One more auto attack, baby. Slap, slap. Oh! The pull him off timing is pretty damn clean.
Yeah, I don't think you should be trying to hard all in with Zyra Khan.
Very dangerous. Adding volatility where it doesn't belong. You said you left the lane already. You were coasting. You were coasting. Viper Zyra combo was damn clean. Viper cannot flash there. Viper couldn't flash in there, guys.
Oh, yes. Chovy also going to be rotating down here. Full control of this bottom side as the crash comes in. It looks like Peanut not going to be stealing away the jungle at this stage. Zeka also moving this minion wave towards the turret. Going to be disintegrating one of those minions as well. As yeah, Zeka, one of these losses, was his first of the season in the last game. And of course, Talia kind of a trap in our the series between D+ and Humble Life.
Yes.
Yeah, Chovy pretty good at Ari.
I remember. Do you remember which team broke the Chovy winning streak? Because it was very funny.
I don't remember that. No.
It was Sandbox out of nowhere. They didn't win the series.
Oh dear. Well, we're gonna have a look at this replay once again.
Opinion about VDS yesterday. That was a pretty massive throw from both sides, I believe.
The problem there is like once Life hard committed, you got to go all out, right? He wasn't getting out of there. They had vision in the brush, and I think Pace just flashes after him. But I just wanna. I'm not sure why you try and flip the lane when you're Zyra Khan, right? Because one of the issues that the Zeri can run into is that late game she gets outranged into the Xayah, and it becomes really hard if you don't have a lead. If you do have a lead, everything becomes substantially easier. And in general,
the issue is Lulu flash healed, and I don't think that she can cut that distance. Thoughts on Fnatic yesterday? I think that they were very lucky that Mad Lions into draft so hard. I think Fnatic played okay. I think Oscarinin had a very good game. But
up very well
Yeah,
for Gen G.
It absolutely does. And also,
not the
waiting
greatest
in brushes.
draft from Mad Lions.
Worked out in the past as well. It's checking the brushes late that's the problem. As Cleared is here for the counter gank. This timing could actually be beautiful. There's no flash on Delight. He should be the target if they do move down here, but gentleman's agreement by both of these junglers to back away, at least for the moment. Peanut heads towards his pro camp, and we've got a blue buff spawning for Cleared in a moment's time. So he'll head up there, and we'll see whether we congregate back down towards this bottom lane once again, once those camps have been consumed.
And because Peanut has been doing a lot more
Steal the
movement
window
on the
here.
map, also earlier trying to pressure Viper and Light. He has actually fallen behind somewhat in CS, was a level down there, which is I think a large part of why Gen G wanted to
Yeah, I think you need 5 wins, but you can get away with 4 wins too, I believe.
That might play a part. We also have the call picture for King in here to try and offset some of the gold that is going to be found on the other end of the map. And Jax going to get bullied a little bit early on, but not really going to be too bothered by that. On the live, starting off the Dragon here.
Yeah, and that's just a solo Mountain Drake, something that they're going to be pretty happy about.
Yeah.
See what kind of souls we get, whether I've got the most influence today, or whether it's Orcs, both of us actually here. At this point in time, not going to be a Cloud Soul, we'll just have a Cloud Drake here in this game. I guess
you're slipping, Atlas.
I'm pretty sure it's Chemtech Soul, unless Earth, Wind, and Fire is what's going to be able to
in the right
win.
order.
It could be. It could actually
maybe.
Wow, it actually is, and this is the one time that I say that it's not. I just never really understand the order of the Drakes. I get very confused easily. But it could be the case. We could be grooving tonight.
What do you mean you don't understand the order?
Well, I often say, oh, and it's in the right order, and it's just definitely not in the right order. Yeah, I find it hard. Maybe like it just doesn't look very chronological when I look at the list of.
No, well, it can be very confusing if like Gen G.
Yeah, getting this first Drake is a really big deal for my life.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm like,
that's what
Like, it
that's my excuse anyway. I'm sticking with it.
really increases the odds here.
She'll be employed to knock down one of these turrets around this map, and so far, it is about 1.5k for Gen G. Not a whole lot done here from Hanwha in the early game. Surprise, surprise to absolutely no one.
Absolutely no one.
Whether Gen G can leverage this to a lead that is insurmountable.
How our life does. Whatever the fuck he wants.
Judging a lot of this game on, because if Hanwha get to a late game, they often just do pretty well in those scenarios if they're not absurdly far behind.
Yeah, and it becomes really hard to play out for Gen G.
Yeah, I did watch Golden Guardians versus the Thieves.
A lot of what both Chovy and Peanut are going to be trying to do in late game team fights is, aw, both have the set. Oh, that's adorable. And just how good Viper has looked in late game team fights kind of plays to that. And Kingen, even though right now he's getting bullied out, eventually he's going to finish his call, he's going to get multiple items. And we have seen this Jax versus Cassandra matchup countless times. Jax is going to get a little bit pummeled in the early game, and then it's going to scale very nicely. Once he hits 2 items, he just starts getting better and better. And Cassandra won't really be able to match him in the side lane anymore. So Gen G probably going to have to look at the very least start stacking some Drakes. And ideally, want to try and use this Herald for an aggressive play early on as...
Ooh. Hard to consult, goes completely wide, but Permafrost is going to be there, holds on to the Warrior Trickster's life, interrupts Chovy, but he's going to be interrupted himself, and now he gets the quickness off.
Oh, the reset. Chovy has 1 stack here. Oh, that's horrible. Really not enjoying how life has approached this game. What a throw. What a damn throw. What a shame.
I don't think it matters all that much. No, King, if he gets a kill, it'd be big. Because the rest of the map crumbling as we speak, Atlas.
It's kind of on fire.
Oh, call finished, or about to be finished as well.
What a damn throw, guys. Posturing above there into the Raptor camp so deep. With Sechu and Rakan. It's a tragedy, man. Of course, Zeri can connect to this fight. She's in brilliant conditions. Zaya's limping in, and you have to burn all your tools before anything even happens. Life is playing very nervously.
That one CS, but yeah, when we get a replay, Humble Life, they try to set up a trap.
Look at this.
And unfortunately,
Where are they fighting, man? What's Clit doing here, man? Come on, bruv.
and then crucially here, he
This ain't it. This ain't it.
through and then Peanut gets a crucial interrupt. And then this is exactly
Bloody hell, man.
Zeri is these type of messy, scrappy fights where you don't have the cooldowns to deal with it.
Yeah, and we've had these Zeri moments quite often, as just knows that he has cleanse, so just has to wait for the feathers, and there it is. Really beautifully played there by FaZe. And where have we seen this before? We've been seeing this quite often. These Zeris finding these early to mid game moments in these games.
I thought you were going to go back to last summer, because it happened a lot back then as well for
No,
Gen.G.
That champion is not the same champion. That was one that should never be allowed in the game. It was a different scenario.
She is a lot more balanced, but a lot of the stuff hasn't really changed for Gen.G, has it? In moments like this?
Nope.
Oh, bot lane fed. Hold on.
Zeka gonna have to immediately cleanse to get out of that
All
one.
right.
Chovy not gonna be so lucky, hit by the seismic shove, loses half of his health bar, but they are getting bullied out of their own jungle. And Life, not having the series that he had last time around, this has been a little bit less of the old good outcome for the Rakan player, as he's gonna have to grand exit the bottom side of the map. King living his best life, but as you can see, the gold across the board in Gen.G's favor.
And Doran wanting to play aggressive there, has just finished his gauntlet, then realizes his team's taking Dragon, and there's a Talia on the enemy team, so quickly pieces out.
Honestly, still winnable for our life. Still winnable.
This is exactly what you had to avoid at all costs as the Honma comp.
But it's like the only person you didn't want to give gold to is Zeri. She's the only one that has potential to really break this game and go hypersonic, you know? And you just managed to put yourself in a position where you gave her 2 kills for no damn reason. I really don't appreciate that.
I swear, it happens more often than it
I really don't appreciate that.
fishy.
It's confirmation bias, Atlas.
We need to get to the bottom of it.
I don't know if statistically this is true.
I'm an LCK commentator. I don't know anything about bias. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think someone needs to look at this. If there is
As a self-awareness, it's pretty funny there. I like that. Okay, Zeka. Big one, big one, big one.
Don't know whether it's going to be enough to change everything, but it's definitely a step in the right direction.
Nicely done. Another egg in the King and basket. A great basket is a couple of CS away. Will now finish his call. And is going to be a lot stronger.
Did you get decent rest?
Well, actually utilizing
No, but who cares?
that Talia does have available. Not going to be enough by itself for obvious reasons. There is still a really big problem.
Trying to find a good way of
bottom side of the map, but here we see
sitting.
Doran feeling good, has his item finished. Not the case for FaZe, and then nicely done by Zeka here. Right, drops the wall, dismounts in time. King still has flash as well, so he never really was in any threat.
Yep, Doran also still has his flash. Just knew that he wasn't going to be able to get away from that one, so it does mean that the Cassante is going to have that option as this game
good way
goes
of
on.
sitting.
Okay, some Hex Gates being employed here. Grand entrance avoided there by Peanut with the Warrior Trickster, as Shirley is continuing to just wander around.
You're not invited to the LEC studio today? Why wouldn't I be? Do you know who the fuck I am?
When you're snowballing, I actually quite like it. I think that with how
Do you know who the fuck I am?
getting an early bench sheets means that, you know, a Sedwani or
Look about it.
No, I think it's fine. When you're ahead and you already are like stronger than your opponent, I think defensive items actually gain a ton of value. As Pace,
yeah, he's just walking at them. Chovy, he's altered as well, as Glacial Prison going to be used.
Get out! Yeah. Fucking zombie wall is so broken, guys. My man's just trying to TP out like that.
Damage on this outer turret is something that Gen.G are too worried about in exchange.
no, I tend to agree with that assessment, Atlas. And this game number 1, spiraling here for Humble Life.
Boy, I have an idea, guys.
Gets the B1 Zeri, a pick that
To
we
get
haven't seen
comfortable.
work out. But in this case, and for Gen.G, they've been going back to this a ton Been working out very nicely. Sniper reminds Chovy that just because they are ex-teammates, he does not get a free pass.
He does.
Trying to damage the turret.
You can't bully me. We're mates, remember? And is going to be able to stand his ground, but still, standing your ground when the ground is rapidly being removed is it's a difficult time.
What we're talking about, oh man, Homa Life is able to hold on to mid while the bot lane inner.
Oh, this is the move, guys.
Yeah. And this,
not a good time, Atlas.
This snowball
This is the move.
is starting to get ridiculous. 17 minutes and it's close to 6K. Surmountability is
Oh, this is way too comfortable.
in this particular game. This might be a bit of a go next situation here.
Do you guys see me?
Now, of course, if you watch yesterday's series, you know that a one-sided game one says nothing about the rest.
Oh, this is way too comfortable, guys.
But this game one, I
Holy moly.
tried to draft as much comfort and team fighting and scaling as they could.
Can you even see the screen? I can't see Zeri items.
You need to respect us more, and you need a little bit more agency, right? You need a little bit more power, maybe in the mid jungle 2v2, maybe in the bot lane. Don't draft the Zaya Rakan very face up.
Tell me Zeri items, guys. Does she have 2 core?
We'll see. It was from a
Does Zeri have 2 core?
that Homa Life Esports were able to beat D+ here.
Yep. Okay. Go next. 2.5. 2.5. Redsa can no longer fight, man. Zeri's too accelerated, man. Why would you do this, man? I'm so angry about the Raptor invade there from Klid. He got the Raptors, got away with murder. He could have just connected with bottom side. They had Gale Force on Zai. Everything was pretty, man. Instead, they just broke the game open. Genji making everybody show, pushing everybody out, and then just they're gonna continue to the Drake. Very good Drake spawn, and you know, you have some compositions that curve out into 3 items. Some compositions that die off at 3 and die off at 2. This is one of those cases where Genji, they're ahead and they are benefited by time, because being stronger on AD carry here is just such a big deal. Why the fuck am I talking in an accent? I don't know, man. Am I traumatized or do I have my phone alarm? Is my PTSD flaring up? That is my alarm.
That's fair. As we have a Kingen going in aggressively here, setting up vision so that he can split push towards the bottom side of the map. Very nicely done.
Yeah, doing some orienteering towards the bottom side of the map, seeing what's going on, checking out the topography.
Some assessing.
Yes, a bit of surveying. I wonder what kind of information that he did claim down there. Does have a couple of wards in position. And it's getting to the point where Doran just cannot stand in a lane against the Jax, right? Like, I think it's a couple of items. You probably want to get the Black Cleaver online. Maybe one more. Spirit Surgeon is pretty good in those situations as well. Because Doran doesn't do a lot of damage to turrets here either, even if the Cassante is in a decent spot. You're just not really going to be able to...
You can ask whatever you want, but I can answer however I want. So if you're going to be weird, I will gadoosh you.
As they want to desperately slow down the pace of this game and regain some sort of...
I don't know why you would want to go Banshee here second on Ari.
Right now, Genji not taking their foot off the gas.
I think it's a bit of an overkill, but...
I love to see it as well. There's patrolling throughout the topside jungle here of Hanwha Life, making sure that everything is very dark and then setting up moments like these as he does get the information and can Arctic Assault his way out. As Kingen going in, does manage to get a bit of a stun onto Doran's Cassante here. As Hanwha get a bit more vision. They're moving it through.
Oh, round 2.
Alright, Peanut going to be spotted. Control wards everywhere. And Hanwha not going to be baited into that. Because, of course, you could feel like you have the upper hand, but you don't. As Viper was in base, I believe, at that stage. Just took a Hex Gate to come back out. Does have a couple of items. Doesn't have as many cloaks as Pays though.
Growing up, I never drank, and I never had pork either.
Or maybe one is for warmth and the other is for like avoidance of the rain. Something
Oh, it's like
that.
an extra insulation layer?
Yeah, or like a windbreak layer or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what material the crit cloaks are made from.
That's true, and whether you could get ones that are made of different materials as well that also provide the same.
Well, surely you could, right? You wouldn't just have the same model of cape for every cape. That gets boring.
Yeah, but would it change the stats a little bit, like a poly?
It's like you're talking about fucking bacon and alcohol, like it's some fucking big deal to give it up. I really don't think it is.
That's my head canon.
But isn't like the base item that
I think both of them are overrated as fuck.
to affect the power of the enchantment?
Ooh, well that depends on which mage you're using. I assume Boris only.
Because I kind of thought that it was like similar to making pasta, right? Like it's just going to be better if you've got better ingredients. Like if you use the good tomatoes and you're making a tomato sauce, tomato sauce is gonna be better.
Shout out to tomatoes.
But I think technique can make up for a lot of that as well.
Okay, it's a good point.
But we'll have to direct these questions to someone who knows.
We'll have to talk to someone on the Riot Games MMO team. Is Clid going to throw out the
How's Seraphine support with Zeri?
Peanut is going to say okay and leave. And Hanwha have slowed this down to the point where we're talking about whether the fabric used to make a crit cloak is going to provide the same amount of crit.
Yeah, and
Most alcoholic beverages taste like garbage.
I don't think Hanwha Life should try and contest for this dragon, even though Soul Point is a
Fucking telling me it's
because it means the Gen G off of one steal or just still having control in a good fight later down the line.
Did you just compare alcohol to humans?
But I don't think that you can afford to fight it because if you lose the fight, which you should, given the current game state and the itemization breakpoints that happen for Gen G, you're not going to be able to play the game anymore, right? Like if they get
guys, you're asking me for health advice. I am really not your guy. I'm not Dr. Andrew Huberman.
The wave clear for Hanwha is really good. Hanwha Life is playing very respectful. No one is getting caught. And as long as they don't get Baron, I think this will kind of remain the case. But for Gen G, you can also say, like, we're ahead. Zeri has Quick Blades, so we can just play for Soul and be fine.
You look like a Polish street doctor that prescribes psychedelics. I'll take it. That's a compliment in my book. Alright, 3 items, Zeri. Let's go, Pays. No, I'm sitting up again. I see. I was way too comfy in the bed. Oh, this is very big. Very big. They can get out. They got away with murder. Genji here needs to leverage this into Nash to make them pay for this. Go Nash, go Nash, go Nash. Oh, wow. Viper was the one pressing B.
So, even though Hanwha Life, I think, doing a good job there of kind of catching Genji off guard, right? Making sure they're over the river. They also had some vision in mid, which helped with this. The game state still gets worse. Because now they're 7k gold behind.
Yeah. But they are not at risk of losing Soul.
That is true. And that's a win.
That is definitely a positive situation. And look, there's always that standing gold argument that we've had in the past. Like, look all the turrets.
Gold.
The turrets that are there for the taking. Chronicler, his life is going to get chunked.
Oh, not like this.
And that is going to kill the...
How Life gave up a lot of their position here for towards Nash to get this Drake as a contested through bottom side.
Vision traps in this top side. Life finally falls into one.
Yeah,
Zeka has smite here, guys. Zeka has smite, Clid has smite.
they can't really afford not to take that risk.
6k HP, blue trinket used. That was the last blue trinket. And there's a big problem that Life is dead. They have pink wards though to place. Good turn from Genji. Very clean and pristine play. At least they are getting some back for the Hex deck. It comes back to the initial thing, guys. Just making Zeri accelerate by unforced errors. It is so terrible. Putting Zeri in such a favorable position without forced errors They must hate Viper. You mean Life and Clid?
You know, I didn't see him actually. That's I thought he was walking in, getting just hex skating in. Yeah, I can't do that unfortunately. Of course, this is the power of vision denial, right? They need to try. They think that the Baron is being done, but this is Pace's first LCK best of fives, and he's playing like a maniac.
He is?
Because this you're still like, yeah, you know, he's Sari, and then this keeps going.
And the thing is, like, Genji are just utilizing the early advantage that they picked.
I really don't mind Zeri. I just think Lulu is fucking boring.
Back to them giving up the Drake as well, because getting those turrets then creates these moments where you can fight around the Baron so much more effectively. I actually think that the Genji game plan, as far as closing out this game as comfortably as possible, has been executed extremely well.
Yeah.
And Hamar just not had their ability to get inside their shell. It just does not really exist. The turtling not going to be enough to save their Nexus in this one. It doesn't look like, as they are now down.
Do you think Heretics can advance? Honestly, it's a tough one to tell. In the end here, we might have a situation where we have a three-way tie, where everybody's 2-7, 2-7, 2-7, and then Team Heretics is in a very favorable position because they have head-to-head advantage against XL and also Mad Lions.
There is always a shot if you believe hard enough, or something like that.
Good to see all of you guys here. Thank you so much for showing up.
Again, I think your siege is pretty lackluster, and they're not
Appreciate
doing an amazing
it,
job
guys.
here of syncing up the waves. Added to the fact that the disengage from Hanwha is quite good with the Talia and the Zaya, and I think that this is one of those moments where JG, you're just gonna have to pull the trigger. Gonna have to force a fight. You're tanking all that. You can fight him.
Well,
It's fine.
here is the fight that they're forcing. It is onto Zeka. The chain of CC was just gorgeous there. With the help of the charm as Viper.
It's just so disappointing. Once again, I repeat it, guys. It's just that invade.
In trouble, a teleport, just to make sure that the minions stay alive as a charm is going to connect onto King in here. Glacial Prison goes entirely wide. That Blade Caller did minuscule damage. Pays takes it as an opportunity to press the ult button, but Viper is going to clean him up. It does not matter whatsoever though, and that 1,000 gold he'll have to find a way to use in game number 2, I believe, because Genji are going to wipe out the Nexus, and this game, an absolute statement from our second place team here in the LCK. Really impressive stuff as they will finally take this one down. The most important 50 gold goes to Peanut.
Wasn't close whatsoever here for Gen G. Completely taking control of the game early on, as they should have, and then running with it. And coming into today, we had two big question marks. What is going to happen with Clit and Life? Clit, not really a part of this game, was there, but it was that first play from him and Life that backfired, that started this whole train. But even going back to that 2v2 kill in the
Insta review, baby.
disjointed like that, that does not bode well, and they need to fix that ASAP, because that is, I think, the one thing that can kind of happen. If Peanut, you know, sets up great bot side dives, if Chovy roams, that's a different thing. But the 2v2, Viper and Life can't be giving up these kills to Pays and the Light, because after this game, we see again what happens.
Pays doing so much damage here, and as we can see in the gold graph, it was just elementary. You can see that little bump where Pays and Delight pick up that first kill. I want to talk about Delight in that.
Just go Tornado and Hurricane like in good old Diablo 2. Hurricane sucks. Has a 20-second cooldown and it lasts for 8 seconds. I'm not kidding you. When I first unlocked Hurricane and I summoned it, it was hitting the monsters around me for 17 damage.
Oh, what a piece of shit. Where is it? Look at his face. Just optimistic druid.
Look at his face. That is crazy, man. Holy fuck.
Oh my god. 7. Oh, this is so fucking bad.
17 damage.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. The latest Yamato cannon just dropped. Okay, so the 5 picking top, what's the point? Licorice. Just pick Sion, Licorice. Who the fuck is you, man? You really think Cho'Gath is that amazing here that you're gonna give up Sion and not counter Super? Come on, lad. Come on. Go on. So only Wukong mattered. Everything else was business as usual. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the 100 Thieves game was just a standard 100 Thieves Zillion game, you know?
Okay.
Oh, big! That's a kill.
Oh, huge.
Win.
Very
That's a
big.
win.
Huge. We won a game.
Kevin, your dog just died.
What the fuck did we just watch? Oh my god.
Your dog just died.
Wow. That's a good, great clip.
Kevin,
Fuck, I just want to watch this and fall asleep. Wow, this looks like the perfect falling asleep to content. Wow. I really want to fall asleep to this.
Super Mario Bros. 3 speedruns are some of the most competitive out there. It has a degree of randomness not found in most platformers. So much out of your control needs to line up. But it also requires relentlessly precise platforming through the entire game. We've already been over warpless world records in this game, but there's another even tougher category, 100%. And over the past 10 plus years, it's become one of the most coveted NES world records. This is the history of Mario 3 100% world records.
I don't even remember what it means to have 100%. House Cheese, what are you doing awake right now, man? House Cheese showed up to be a hater. Fucking House Cheese.
So, what is a 100% speedrun? Well, for a normal warpless speedrun of Mario 3, the only requirement is that you can't use any of the game's warp whistles to jump to a later world. However, that category still lets you skip over certain levels, since you aren't required to play them all to beat the game. But for 100%, the rules are a bit stricter. You've got to complete every stage and every map enemy through the entire game. That includes all the numbered levels, forts, airships, and hand stages, as well as enemies like Hammer Brothers and Piranha Plants. It's a brutal category. You can't skip over anything dangerous. The origin of this category comes from a speedrun from December 2005, performed by David Gibbons. Now, David Gibbons may not be a familiar name to most, but back in the early 2000s, he was one of the most prolific speedrunners around. He held world records in Mario 64,
just the
GoldenEye,
GOAT.
Castlevania 64, Donkey Kong Country 3, the list just goes on and on. And on Christmas Eve 2005, he added Mario 3 to that list. A 100% run clocking in at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 10 seconds. Let's dive in. Gibbons played on the Super Mario All-Stars version of the game, but since all his other records were on SNES and N64 games, it's likely Gibbons played on this version since he didn't own an NES. He started in World 1 and began making his way through the game. Gibbons' first goal was to build up the P meter as often as he could. The P meter checks every 8 frames whether you're running and whether you're on the ground. If both are true, then an arrow builds in the meter, and if not, then it'll lose an arrow. Once the meter is full, you get P speed, allowing you to run much faster than normal.
Fucking P
So,
speed.
throughout the entire game, Gibbons frequently tried to run on the ground and build P speed. In World 1, he was able to build it on several occasions, but usually slowed down and lost it slightly
Guys,
after.
tell me when that's against that.
As a whole, Gibbons was going through stages quickly, but some levels looked more like a casual playthrough. 3-2 in particular had a lot of falling in the water and riding on slow-moving platforms. Since the run was so long, he played a lot of sections safe, slowing down to ensure he didn't take damage or die. But whenever he built P-speed, he was able to fly through levels. And all the while, he was collecting items, which the game automatically gives you after completing worlds and fighting Hammer Brothers. He saved most of these until World 7, which features many of the game's longest stages. So in 7-6, for instance, instead of entering the door to play the level, he used a P-wing to fly over the wall and run to the other side. Level complete in a matter of seconds. All in all, this was a pretty impressive speedrun for its time, and it got a positive reception in the community. But there were a lot of safe strategies used, and it was obvious the world record had potential to go lower. That being said, for the next 6 years, David Gibbons' run remained as the fastest recorded 100% time. During that period, new Mario 3 runners joined Speed Demo's archive, but for the most part, they focused on the game's other categories. However, for Awesome Games Done Quick 2012, a runner named TJP7154 submitted Mario 3 100%. It got accepted, meaning he'd be running it in front of thousands of viewers that January. So, TJP had to practice. He began streaming 100% runs on his Twitch page, and in November 2011, he beat David Gibbons' record. But this time, 100% looked a little different. On November 6th, 2011, TJP beat the record by over 2 minutes, a 1:21.56. And he was able to take full advantage of what had been discovered over the last 6 years. First off, he was far better at preserving P-speed. For instance, in 2-2, he turned back at the start of the stage to build P-speed, then precisely jumped to maintain it through the whole level. 4-3 was more of the same, maintaining P-speed by mapping out his jumps perfectly. It was overall a higher level of gameplay than Gibbons' run.
Bro, this whole
There were also
P-speed thing
smaller
is such a
optimizations
layer of...
TJP made. It seems logical to jump to get the wand sooner after a Koopa fight, like Gibbons did, but Mario eventually has to slowly fall to the bottom of the screen after grabbing it. So, if he grabs it on the ground instead, Mario falls a much shorter distance and actually gains time. He used this throughout the run to save a few seconds. But
That's crazy.
here's the thing about TJP. He was practicing for a marathon, not trying to optimize a world record. He was also a showman, never afraid to go for the toughest tricks even if they were risky. So, despite some impressive time saves over David Gibbons, TJP also died 5 times and took damage on numerous occasions. It made for an entertaining run, despite some obvious places to improve. But the biggest addition to TJP's run? He used every trick to his advantage. Welcome to the wonderful yet punishing world of Mario 3's glitches. This is stage 6-9. Normally, you enter the pipe and play through the level, but instead, TJP did this. It's called a wall jump, an incredibly difficult glitch in Mario 3. First off, you need to jump into the top 6 pixels of a block, and then jump again the frame you hit the block, although in rare cases you may get a second frame.
What the fuck is
That means you have 6 pixels of wiggle room, and then must time a jump down to the 60th of a second. That's not easy. But then there's stuff out of your control. In order to have the chance to wall jump as Small Mario, you must be at least 2 pixels into the wall. When running, Mario moves 2 pixels and 8 sub-pixels per frame. There are 16 sub-pixels in a pixel, meaning essentially he moves 2.5 pixels per frame. Depending on how you're lined up, the wall jump can be impossible. For instance, if you happen to be 1 pixel away from the wall with a low sub-pixel value, you'll only be 1 pixel deep into the wall on the next frame and won't have the chance to wall jump. If you instead had a high sub-pixel value, the 8 sub-pixels gained would cause Mario to move an extra pixel deep, and the wall jump would be possible. The math works out so that you only have a 60% chance to get the wall jump, even if you do everything right.
Found a glitch in the
Your
wall.
sub-pixel value and distance from the wall must line up properly. Another trick that requires both a precise jump and sub-pixel luck is clipping. If you jump right into the corner of a block as Big Mario, the game thinks his head is stuck inside.
Bro, just
and
get
its
these people
solution
in a
is
room
to zip you
and
out
tell
to the
them,
right. This
like,
means you can skip
curing cancer is a
straight
game
through
they can
entering
speed
the door
run.
to play a stage and go right to the end. But of course, in addition to needing a frame-perfect jump to hit the corner of the block, you also need sub-pixel luck to clip in far enough. Even if you get a frame-perfect jump every time, Mario only zips less than half the time in practice. As difficult and random as these tricks are, TJP was committed to going for them.
It's like
he went for the wall jump in 6-9 and got it 7th try.
And then they figured it out.
He went for the clip in 7-1 and got it 17th try.
The layers
he
of
went
madness.
for a clip in 7-5 and failed 9 times before giving up. Finally, in 7-6, he hit a clip first try, vindicating his efforts. Was this all actually worth it? Well, despite a lot of misses, TJP clearly showed that if performed fast enough, the wall jump and all the various clips could potentially save big time. A few weeks later, just before his GDQ run, TJP set another 100% world record, 120.29. It was cleaner overall with fewer deaths, and took no more than 6 tries to get the major clips in World 7. Despite a lead of over 3 minutes, TJP couldn't help himself from going all out in the last stage of the game. He started by going into the basement, and failing a clip 31 consecutive times. He then returned to the start of the level, and attempted a different clip 4 times before giving up and taking the elevator. He then successfully hit a clip at the top of the level, but it actually lost him time because of how slowly you move through the wall. He may have lost over 1.5 minutes in one stage, but his run looked cool, and was still a world record. Now, TJP's run stood as the official record for about 8 months. It was beaten in August 2012, and the runner to do it is pretty well known today. Mitch Flowerpower. By
Mitch
2012,
Flowerpower?
Mitch had
Really?
already been a top Mario 3 runner for years. He got the Warpless record in 2010, and likely had a 100% run faster than TJP's runs back in 2011. But he didn't record his time until 2012.
I can't believe it, man. It's Mitch
By then,
Flowerpower.
Mitch's skills had risen far beyond TJP's.
The real Mitch Flowerpower?
Solution lane. And that is not something that Pays can do in response, because his solution hasn't been as good.
I'd expect this to be a Lucian. Then if they go Zeri, you can go Varus Karma or Varus Heimer, and then good luck with whatever Hanwha's playing. That's going to be a very tough lane. I already mentioned, I don't think Pace has been nearly as good on more aggressive laners, but the Varus is an exception. He has been able to, with both forms, have an incredible amount of laning pressure. So, of course, credit goes to Delight there, but it is going to be Desari instead.
Oh.
And that does mean that a Lucian first pick is available here.
No. Pace will play Draven. Pace will play Draven.
To go for something a little bit different here.
Draven seemingly too dangerous. So the Lucian lane, not something that they're going to go towards unless, you know, flexing Varus in the mid lane or something, but there is, oh, okay, never mind. Okay, Lucian will be locked
Draven.
So GG. I mean, it could be Varus Ashe. Like, they could just actually have the archery lane. It's not as powerful as it used to be, but it is still very difficult to do.
Give me fuel. Give me Draven.
Genji could also pick up a priority jungler here. We have seen the Lee rising Cryo. I personally hope that they're not going to actually show what they're going to pick with this. For obvious reasons. I do think that the Xayah and Rakan actually struggle because of how easy it is to force out a Feather Storm, right? With just a calling or even an aggressive dash forward. The Elise is taken away there, so that does kind of take away from some of the impact, but if Clip gets a Lee or Lucian, Nami, still a lane that is going to sufficiently scare you. Peanut with the Vi at the very least going to be able to have some early presence in the jungle here. Vi, of course, is a jungler that spikes hard on 6, but unlike, say, the Wukong, can also scrap with a lot of the current meta picks, as Zeka doing a fun throwback. And the Wukong here, I would like to see avoided. My main issue with the Wukong is that it doesn't necessarily provide the early game pressure that I think Humble Life should be looking for.
Is good,
yeah, with Lucian Nami, you want to be able to have at least the ability to threaten a dive on some of these stacked waves that we're seeing in the earlier levels. Genji going to be locking away the Xayah here for Pays.
Okay.
So already feeling a little bit better for Hanwha's ability to play in the early stage of the game, but nothing really shown here on Genji's side. I think they're still also pretty pleased, and I think the Wukong stands out to me as well, Chronicler. I think that, like, that could have been a Jace, that could have been a lot of different things that could have been used very flexibly to create some of these more early game compositions. And in fact, like, this is what D+ smashed them with in the one game that they won against them, was the Lucian Sona plus Jace opening 3 picks.
And Hanwha Life still remains the same team, so I'm not surprised to see them go for something with more team fighting power.
Banari, Hanwha.
It does remain
Cannon!
seen how effective it is actually going to be.
Cannon!
Jax going to take away.
It's Banari Talia, mate!
R4 Gnar is a staple for many a team, Genji included. And with that cannon ban, I actually think that it makes it more likely, so I would expect Hanwha Life to also bend the Gnar to prevent that exact scenario. Another one is Renekton, of course, can go for the Renekton here, and Chovy can pick whatever he would like in the final part of the draft. Could even be a Ahri again. Ahri Vi's combination that we know is very strong. And Hanwha Life are going to have to blind pick their mid laner, most likely. Generally, with how Genji operates, I would expect him to pick something for Doran here, be that a Cassante or a Gnar. And there is indeed the Ahri ban to Comfrey. Do think that makes a ton of sense.
Talia is a champion that hasn't been doing a lot of winning here in the LCK, in the playoffs especially, but is sort of standing out as one of the options that he could go towards. Instead, the flex pick in the Cassante going to be looked at. 3 seconds to go, and they will lock that one in. So Doran could be playing it, Chovy could be playing it, keeping things up in the air as we look for some solo lanes out of Hanwha Life Esports. King and a whole bunch of things that he can go towards. Plenty of options here for him, and his Gnar, a possibility might be the Chovy Silas angle if there is a Gnar on the opposing side. We'll see where he does actually decide to go. Could be a difficult lane to get any sort of priority in.
And I'm wondering when are we going to see Faker? Pick that has been kind of under the radar in this series thus far. And I do think into the Genji composition with a relatively limited range, that could be a solution here. Thank you, Zeka.
There it is. We're going to see it now.
Nice.
As it turns out.
Perfect.
Okay.
What is your answer? That's...
okay.
Okay. Oh. Well, Genji are going to try to do exactly the same thing as they did in the previous game. Look at that top side. If scaling bot lane, of course, in the last game, scaling bot lane got ahead,
I think
so
this was
everything
a
chaos, but
really good TF game.
Lysandra. Well,
If
pretty
Chovy
good idea
wanted
of
to
how
play
this game's gonna
TF
go
here,
after the
it
first
would
two
have been
skirmishes,
monstrous, I
Atlas,
think.
because either Genji stomp them, and then
I
they're
think
on
TF
track,
is just
or they
auto
lose,
here.
and in that case, the Hummer composition is looking mighty fine.
Yeah, Cassandra doesn't do
I don't get
a
why you
lot of
wouldn't pick
damage
Talia.
if you don't get a whole bunch of kills early
Not a
on.
big
In
fan of
fact, I don't think
Lysandra
we've
either.
seen it be successful.
But at least
at all
Lysandra can
here
plug
in the
herself
LCK.
into
If
the
Genji
game
managed
easier,
to do it here, I
early
think
game.
it'll be the first time
On the first Drakes and so
this
forth.
season that Cassante Lysandra has actually been able to find a win.
After that first game, though, I think Genji is up to the challenge.
I think
right?
so
That's
too. I
the
think
main
that
thing.
if you're gonna ever like bet on a team to be able to figure out a way to make it work, I think that this is certainly one of them. However, with the fact that Blue Side has not lost a game in the last 6, maybe that's also something to take into consideration here. I still think that Hummer Life are going to be feeling a lot better with this particular draft, but the play is also going to have to adapt and change, right? And if Life is continuing to be on the same form that he was in game number 1, you can have any draft that you want, and things are
I'm
still
so
going
comfy
to look
right now,
rough.
dude.
So I hope that Dandy has given them some of Dandy's secret stuff, you know, in the back room. You know, they've come out of the coach's booth feeling a whole lot better moving into this game. As I feel like I have upped the amount of Space Jam references.
I'm so comfy.
This season. So I apologize if you don't like Space Jam. Otherwise, you're welcome. And yeah, I think Cassandra is going to happen.
I can see it. I'm a believer. I think Genji's going to make the 2-zip.
Well, let's see whether it works as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 2.
I think Genji though. I think Genji's gonna win, guys.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2, Genji. Already out to a phenomenal start here in game number 1. And we have to remember that last time Hummer Life Esports were able to win a best of 5. It was only a couple of days ago, so we don't need to jog the memory too much. They were able to get a red side win in game 1 straight out of the gate. And so started off with a lot more momentum in that particular series. Genji gonna have to force something else out of Hummer Life this time. And history also going to be weighing on these players. Life, of course. You know, this is the first time that he's been not playing for Genji in many, many years, and is now facing down his opposite number. They've been able to win 1 game since he moved squads.
It's not a lot of games.
No.
Actually, it's not even games. It's just game.
It's in the game.
Oh, is Lysandra gonna be screaming in my ear now?
I'm not asking for quantities here, Atlas. I was just stating that factually, it is just 1 game.
Yeah, true. I was more just talking about WCG and that really cool song that they had a million years ago. As Zach going to have to deal with Chovy yelling at him and throwing ice around. That is what the Lysandra does, especially here in Korea. Mainly focused on the yelling part. So apologies. To the
Is this just Jonas Strong's way of saying hello? Here she is again. If in case you forgot, because none of these laning phase should be too action-packed here in the first few levels, but this one definitely isn't.
No, this is not where all of the action is going to be coming from. Also, here, having a look at this bottom lane, Viper and Life haven't been the more aggressive Lucian Namis in the laning phase, but I feel like Viper's mid-game on this champion has been very, very powerful. It's interesting because it's kind of Viper, Deft, and Gumayushi that play the Lucian the best here in the LCK, but they also play it differently. I think that like Gumayushi is just permanently hyper-aggressive, Deft very aggressive in the lane, and Viper more aggressive around the mid-game and getting things done in mid lane to get control of the map.
Yeah, T1 is the obvious example because of how well they play with Owner.
Yeah, they also just win everything all the time. So
yeah,
it's like the sample size.
It helps a lot. But I do agree with your assessment, and it's also I think one of the big reasons why we have seen pace struggle is because his Lucian actually looked best in late game team fights, which is not where at that point, like, you're already in trouble, right? If you got into like the late game of Lucian, and you haven't been able to stumble the game, it's going to be very hard to play out. Nicely done there from Viper and Life. Free summoner, although I guess they both exhaust, so...
Yeah, I guess Life had used his exhaust a little while earlier.
Yeah, it's an even trade.
But it looked to
I thought it was free.
Yeah.
I thought it was a good deal.
It did look free from where we picked up.
But it wasn't free.
No.
They just paid for it.
They did. It was exhaust for exhaust. So did they even really pay for it, or is it just an agreement? You know, if you just both throw away something.
Well, no, you still
is that paying for anything.
Well, no, it's a fair payment, but you're still, you know, you're still creating a contract where like you use exhaust and I use exhaust. And
yeah, okay.
And then you handshake it.
It's like
fascinating.
It's
fascinating topic.
It's like if I walked over to you and said, "I will pay you $1 to throw your dollar in the bin."
Yes, that is a valid contract in many a place.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What does it get you?
Well,
like, why would you do it?
It doesn't need to get you anything.
Doran is in trouble. Kingen gonna flash and not actually pick up first blood against the Cassante, and now both of these top laners don't have flash. The teleport is going to bring Doran back here, and he won't have control of the wave. That is the big positive here for Kingen on the Gnar. But for both junglers, these top lanes have started to look a lot more interesting.
That's a reminder for everyone to eat your cookies.
Yes. And drink your potions.
Drink your potions when you have them. Man, if Kingen actually gets the kill there, that's humongous. If he's able to just win with a flash or get a flash advantage there, that's also big. Now it's kind of whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Both top laners will be a lot more susceptible, but I do think when you look at the matchup, Vi should have a much easier time ganking a Gnar without flash, particularly in mini, than a Wukong 3-6 will have with a Cassante. Cassante in general, I think very hard to get, very slippery, and that is going to be the first Drake. We are having high impact Drakes individually early on here.
Imagine if it was a Mountain Drake. That would be insane. As Clit moving up towards his top side. Peanut going to join him here as well as Kingen charging that Gnar bar. It's actually in a decent spot. They don't have... Yeah, the Q doesn't land. And Doran just playing with it. Okay, Kingen gonna dive on forward. He's got the Gnar available, throws the house to the wind. And Clit, no Cyclone or anything like that, so Doran's gonna be absolutely fine. Cassante has a few dashes, guys, is kind of how that one goes. Circle of Frost comes in, and Trophy put into a cage, and just takes some Dark Matter. Doesn't seem to worry about it.
Peanut going in aggressive here. Does have Chovy on the backup, and they just gonna look at Clit.
Yeah, menacingly.
Menacingly.
I was very intimidated by the fact that he just sort of walked in.
Oh my god,
like he didn't even
Are they
notice.
just gonna... Oh, this is hard forced.
Well, Clit is going to be in the area. Wasn't able to get level 6 or anything like that. As Chovy moves on in, he's got Frozen Tomb, and this is just like, what do you do against this, right? Like, Chovy can dive so easily, and Kingen's like, I'm getting out of here. I'm done. I don't want anything. I don't want any part of this. He gets the flash, but that is going to be it. He gets lit on fire as well as he's trying to kite it out, but it's not going to work. And first blood goes to Chovy on the Lissandra.
And this is one of the prerequisites of playing Lissandra. You can't just sit and wait, right? You gotta get out on the map, you gotta win skirmishes, you gotta make plays. It's very ham-fisted, but if it works, it works, right? Like, as pointed out, Wukong 3-6 can't really do anything about this. Might even get in trouble here.
Well, I think he'll have Warrior Trickster available. So Peanut not going to be diving anything or anything like that. Was able to secure the Grump. If he didn't get that, then I think Peanut probably just kills him.
Yeah, he probably will. And even now, Peanut's still happy, right? Forced to back. Can't go in there because Kingen, of course, is walking back from base, but still, NG taking control of the early game again here.
Yeah, 1,000 gold going to be the lead. As Viper and Life with a lot more control here on this bottom side. No one's died just yet. Things very, very even. But if you're going just dead even with a Xayah lane, you're not winning enough, is kind of how it is. As we have a look at this one more time, do we need this replay? Poor King. Just running away.
Look at the counterplay that's available to him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Can't do anything about this, unfortunately. Very well set up, though, by Gen G. Doran is able to not only tank the incoming gank, right, stays alive, knows where Clit is, but then Gen G also make the response. Halma Life is a Gnar in a mini form is definitely susceptible, but actually making use of it is not something that we've seen a lot of teams do consistently. Great start here for Gen G, and as you're pointing out, Atlas, Paze and Delight are completely fine. They've just been able to scale evenly. Viper also going for a Dirk, so further solidifying that he wants to try and look for early plays, but not finding any thus far. And if that remains the case, and Pace can just get to his guild force, from that point on, I do think it'll be a lot harder to consistently find plays. And the Lucian is going to be somewhat behind. Nami doesn't get the snowball, doesn't get to sell her boots anymore. It's not a thing.
No.
It's going to take a lot longer.
Very, very difficult when the thrift store has been closed on Summoner's Rift. Now, is King going to get hyperly procced? Throw some Qs around, does Doran. And Peanut up here looking to set up the first Rift Herald. And I really love how Shelly are playing around the K-Sandra, because it does have so much of this early power. And so instead of just saying, oh, well, now we've got insurance in our lanes, they're like, well, we're just going to take everything.
They should.
And we're going to see whether you'll actually do anything about it. And in those situations, Gen G are so powerful. Really is great understanding of how to make this one work. As Clid,
he knows.
Yeah, he does. And he's just going to lose his blue buff. Peanut just going to get out of there. And this is, it sort of has been, during these playoffs, one of the big issues with picking the Wukong. Yes, if you make it to late game, he's fantastic. You know, the ability to use the Cyclone to create team fights that are so in your favor is great. But if he gets put behind like this, it does become difficult. He's not actually that far behind, though. So Peanut just coming in and taking his lunch money with the fact that the map is completely out of control.
And my main issue is...
Okay, Cullen going to be used here as Paze pulls back some feathers, but Viper says, nope. I will just continue hurting you.
My main issue is that I still think that the Halma Life comp has a lot of power. I think the Veigar helps a lot. But it's not like they win late game by default, right? Like, I do want to reiterate that, is that, yes, the composition from G can lack some damage when we get to the later stage of the game. They have a rather one-sided damage profile with Pace really going to have to do the heavy lifting. But even late game, overstep, and like Peanut and Chovy still will kill you very, very quickly. And Halma Life not finding any leads here, and not being able to withstand anything that's been happening thus far, probably also going to lose this next dragon, is really worrying to me, because you can't win a best of 5 by just hanging back and waiting for your opponent to make a mistake.
Well, I mean, you can, because they just did 2 days ago.
Okay, against Gen G.
Right. Okay.
Didn't let me fin.
Well, we'll see. We'll see whether that is actually the truth, because we haven't seen Gen G with this roster in best of 5s outside of the last game, and that was definitely a good sign. We cannot be counting our chickens, for they are still eggs. Oh, before they
are they in the basket yet?
No.
They're not in the basket.
Nope, we haven't.
And they're not hatched.
Nope.
Are those the same eggs?
No, I think they're from the fridge.
Oh, no, we don't.
I think they're just straight out of the fridge.
Not gonna have this discussion again as Chovy goes in.
Yeah, Zeker is gonna flash. That is going to avoid the follow-up, but still, that means that there is no flash. And now, we have a Chemtech, so I knew it. Dan's here, and so therefore, Chemtech Soul. So, actually, bit of breath of fresh air. Which is weird, because Chemtech, for Halma Life Esports, with the fact that the Gen G Soul is not going to be something that just instantly wins them the game, like a Mountain would have been, for example, or a Cloud, the greatest Drake in the game.
Yeah, it would have been incredible. Not going to be the case here, but now Zeka doesn't have Flash. And you remember the counterplay, right?
Yeah.
For Kingen? Let's see if they can do it again.
Well, he's going to have to put up a house to hang out in. As the exhaust comes through, they are hanging out underneath this turret, as Chovy gonna go golden and keep himself alive, as they needed to keep tanking it. Really nicely done there. Juggling the aggro, and Zeka just going to be free food here for Gen G.
I also don't think Viper and Life got the plate on bot side. I'm pretty sure I didn't see the gold go over. Maybe they were zoned away. Turret gonna be hit here by Shirley. Kingen gets a plate on top. That is nice. Plate gold is also gonna be forfeited here. But Gen G are still sitting on an almost 2k gold lead now, early on in the game.
Yeah.
Making great use of this Lissandra.
And it really just doesn't look like Hanwha had any ability to do anything. Like these set plays that Gen.G have been throwing out around this rift have been orchestrated to make sure that there is no way to deal with it.
Just play safe mid.
Yeah.
Like Zeka does as well as he can, right? Like exhausts Chovy, clears the wave so that they actually have to dive or to tank the turret, but doesn't matter.
Well, Doran says, if at first you succeed, come back and do it again because it's fun to get things right. But he just does walk past.
Is that the Australian version?
No, I think that's just it's the wrong version. It's the version that isn't actually real and isn't the same.
Could have gotten away with it, Atlas.
No.
We would have all believed you.
I'm not about that. I need to make sure that everyone... Okay, never mind. Featherstorm coming down towards his bottom side. Cleanse has to be used immediately. The culling going to be thrown out, and Viper gets a bit of value, but not exactly going to be killing anyone. Featherstorm being on cooldown, that is big news, but there is still a cleanse there for Pays. Summoner spells in advantage here for Gen.G.
And particularly with a Lissandra in the game, I think the cleanse from Viper is actually, it's really big, right? Featherstorm is a big cooldown, will be unavailable here for a decent amount. And I'm pretty sure that they'll have both up by the time the next Dragon rolls around, so might not end up mattering too much, but I really, really value cleanse when there is a Lissandra in the game for very obvious reasons. There just isn't anything that you can do, right? You can't outplay it. You can't get away from it. If Chovy finds the angle, you're just going to be in deep trouble here. And the good thing for Hanwha is that they are stabilizing, right? Or they've stabilized rather. It's a 2k lead, give or take for Gen.G. But the soul isn't too relevant, and they still have, even with Viper on a more bursty AD carry, an incredible amount of late game team fighting power with Wukong and Veigar and Gnar. But I think that lead is going to keep growing, Atlas.
We'll see whether it will, as this is a good start. They will take first turret here towards this top side, stretching it to about 3,000. Next Rift Herald going to be up in 45 seconds time, as well as Gen.G move Pays towards this mid lane. And cleared. Cycloning Doran here, and clearing out a mini-wave. Life will turn up. Now Doran, how many dashes do you have? Quite a few. Let's see how your surfing is, and he doesn't actually have to. That is cleared, grabbing the first kill here for Hanwha Life Esports. They'll need a bit more than that, but it's a good start.
Optimistic flash there from Doran. Does end up going down. Nicely done by Hanwha Life. This is how it starts. Gotta find those pickups, gotta take away some of the map control, some of the tempo from Gen.G. Taking out a Cassante, who often feels safe shoving side lanes because with his ultimate and his mobility can be a very hard target to take down. As yeah, Doran is like, I'll just shove out this wave. And nicely done here by Clid. Doran can't find an angle, isn't able to actually, get one of those big, like Faker did, Cassante ultimates where you isolate him and then just against Clid. He might still die.
Well, that is Zeka in a bit of trouble here. He puts down the cage, but who's trapped in where with whom? And I think it's him being trapped there with Peanut and Chovy. They'll lock down yet another kill.
And like clockwork, every single time we see someone of Hanwha Life die, Viper's like, I gotta get it done. I gotta do something. Is very strong right now, as you can see there from that chunk onto life with his Guild Force done, Mandate's there, and he also has a Dirk and a Kirchai Shard, I wanna say?
Yeah, the Zappy Dagger.
Zappy Dagger, thank you.
Yeah.
But more importantly, it doesn't matter because Gen.G is still the one in control. They get the topside play, and they're feeding Chovy, which I think is actually really big because one of the issues that we pointed out with their composition is that they can lack damage. But if Lissandra is out of the curve, gets very fed, then Chovy will still do more than enough.
Oh yeah.
And losing control of the game, which could happen if this mid lane turret ends up falling, and I think it's likely with Herald now being taken here, isn't really worth getting an individual Drake for us. Zeka is like, oh man, just let me play the game, please. Oh my god, they're not even going to use it on mid.
Now, Peanut's going to say, yes, I will allow you to play the game into this. As, yeah, I don't think he's got enough Dark Matter. As Peanut's tanking the turret, still, looks like he's going to be fine, because the turret is just already dead. The wave going to come through, Zeka will survive, but it's already enough. As Clid throws down the Cyclone just to try and keep this out of turret up, and he will be able to succeed in that. That is another cooldown used very defensively on Hummel's side. And they're just firefighters right now. They're not even playing League of Legends. They're just putting out fires across the map.
And they don't get the kill on Zeka, sure, but they still get the turret, right? The inner is worth an incredible amount of gold. It's going to further accelerate Gen G. And yeah, them not being able to get a kill doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Chovy also able to get his Zhonya's now. And it's this aggressive play, another ulti. They're going to hold on to this mid turret, and I think that's a really good call. If you lose this against a Lissandra and Vi composition, like, you don't get to play the game anymore. Because you don't get to walk into your own jungle. Everything is going to be warded out. You're going to be shut out of vision. And that's where the game truly becomes unplayable. Right now, as long as they can hold on to that, I think there is still hope, even though the gold lead for Gen G keeps growing here.
We'll see. 3.5 minutes until the next Kimtech Drake is available. Kingen, just farming things towards his bottom side, does have his Trinity Force done. And Chovy, most gold in the game, but Peanut right behind him. Actually been a great game for Peanut's Vi this time around. He's just been everywhere. The way he's played so far forward into Humble Life has just been absolutely fantastic. Precisely what they need to do with this composition.
It's why we, I think, always get a little bit worried when you see things like Vi and Lissandra, because this is the situation in which it looks like super busted, right? Like, that topside play.
But you need to be that proactive, right?
You need to. And a lot of teams don't always get that done. In this game, Gen G is able to. For now, I still am worried if they don't keep accelerating for them being able to do this into a late game. Veigar, as, yeah, just great smoke out on Zeka here.
Oh, and he was still in vision.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Very sad times. Peanut is able to get the ultimate off, and Chovy picks up the kill. Really big moment here. As it is these type of moments that get this Lissandra further and further ahead. As mentioned, 2 items right now, 2 stacks as well. Oh no.
Well, I don't know whether Kingen is surviving this one. Does throw the Vi around, but there's a cease and desist, and yeah, Chovy will still be able to lock down the kill. This ganking duo, we were talking about the Ahri, right? And Harmolite Esports, they were scared of the Ahri.
Yep.
Lissandra is even more locked down, albeit on a longer cooldown. But still, they are basically playing exactly the same duo as far as the functionality.
And one of the most often heard criticisms, I sold up, might have some action mid-air, of Chovy, is that, that is rapid fire cannon done right now, as that's Lucianami. If you can get that around objective, which is why, like, this game is not over, as good as it is looking right now for Gen G, still need to very much respect. Viper is still very strong in this game. But as I was saying, one of the most often heard criticisms of Chovy, which I think at times fair, at times not necessarily, is that he prioritizes his own lane over, particularly in high stakes situations, over impact on the map. So seeing him in particular get a pick like Lissandra and actually make so many plays around the map is a really cool showcase of why we rate this player so highly.
Yeah, especially, you know, I think that change actually happened halfway through last
year. Yeah, I mean, it's been ongoing, right? But I think that narratives like that stick around for a really long time.
Yeah. There is still, of course, the perception that kind of doesn't go away. That's why first impressions, guys, are very important. And Chovy is going to hold on to that one for quite some time, but he has definitely evolved into a different player now. The utility has been something that he's really leveled up with, and Gen G are just going to walk down this mid lane, and still, Harmolife are desperately trying to defend. They will be able to keep this sliver of a turret alive, as Chovy is splitting on the top side, and Gen G, I mean, they haven't won the game yet, but they haven't let up whatsoever. We're going to need some heroics from these Harmolife Esports players find themselves back into this.
I'm expecting a really hard, even if they don't get the Drake, like Gen G should hard force a fight here. Chovy has TP as well, although there isn't a great flank setup besides that bot side ward. Because look at the items, right? Quick blades done here for Paze. 2 items done for Chovy. 2 items done for Peanut. 2 items done for Doran. They're incredibly strong right now. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and take advantage.
And he's going to flash. The Frozen Tomb already down, but it's a mini-nar. He's not going to be able to do anything about this. Doran's gone all out as the wave is going to go by majestically, but not do anything. As Doran's still dashing forward. Don't know about that one. That's going to be Zeka locking down the kill. Double knock up into the backline, but it's a split fight. And already, Paze has taken down the Nami. Viper is exhausted. And Zeka and Viper can now do nothing about the onslaught of Gen G. This is exactly what you were asking for, Chronicler, and Gen G will be rewarded.
Gen G's delivering. Misstep from Kingen on his trusty Gnar. Gets taken down. Had such a good series against D+, but has been singled out often here. And the Gen G composition is one that doesn't allow for mistakes. You can't be mispositioned. You can't be out of sight for even a second. It was that flank ward that we were talking about what actually ends up getting them the kill here. And yeah, Peanut goes in very deep.
Yeah, that's a grand entrance, the Vault Breaker, and a very dead Viger. Chovy not even there because he's taking down this outer turret on the bottom side. And man, 4 turrets now. They are wiping this map out.
This is a clinic.
It is. And Harmor Life Esports just not looking like they've really showed up this time around in the same way. And maybe it says more about D+ than it did about...
And I don't know about this play for Peanut. This is very optimistic. If that wave hits, he dies. Doran getting trolled there by the cage, almost timing out, but it doesn't matter, right? You've already killed Kingen as... Oh, no.
Sometimes life comes at you fast, and other times life is in the river, wandering towards a Baron Pit.
No, you come fast at life.
Oh yeah, well that definitely was what happened.
He's very dead.
Yes. Doran is on the bottom side of the map, not exactly the fastest split pusher, but Demolish is going to help him out there. And Gen G going to start off the Baron. TP in hand for the Cassante. And I don't know whether they can get past Chovy.
The Spouty's on the map.
Yeah. No, this is very much in shellacking territory. Baron is going to be consumed in Gen G. They can choose a lane. Bottom lane is prepped. Kingen, once again, overextended because this is a long walk. There it is. Frozen Tomb going to be used. The Gnar is going to be interrupted. And he is going to be out of crush, but he's still dead. Pays picks up the kill onto the Gnar. Viper looking for an outer turret in the mid lane in exchange.
If this isn't the most, like, Viper, the only one on this team who hasn't been taken down yet, just desperately getting a middle. That's a metaphor for what was Hanwha Life's, a large part of Hanwha Life's split, right? And against D+, they had a much better performance, but seeing what Gen G are doing here, I don't think the series will be very reminiscent of yesterday, unless Hanwha Life can really make a miracle happen in either this game or game number 3. But in this game, I gotta say, with this draft, if the bot lanes were swapped, I could see it. But right now, I don't think it's happening, right? Like, Lissandra is too fed. They have the pick potential. They have full map control. There's not that much that you can do here unless Gen G make major mistakes.
Whoa! I was pretty scared. As okay, there is cease and desist and another ulti from Chovy.
Yeah.
Yes, Event Horizon comes in. Cool. And the inner turret is going to go down.
You know what this is?
Doran was dealing with earlier on. What is this?
This is actually a Gen G callback to the first series they played against T1 at the start of the LCK. Because you know what happened to Pays that game? What Chovy is doing right now to everyone else.
That is actually true. It was game 2, right?
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
It was not close. And
that was,
neither is this game.
That was one of the most impressive Lissandra games that I have seen. Chovy doing a decent job himself as the Evan Frost is going to come forward. He gets exhausted and does go golden. Event Horizon is going to be there, so they might actually be able to get the kill. So they do. And as we were praising him, he does immediately go down. That makes it our fault, not Chovy's fault.
That wasn't me. I cursed it. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Well, I stand by my statement, Atlas. I think it's a fun historical similarity.
You can stand by the statement. Just don't make the statement again.
No, I won't.
You know, that's not very nice.
Oh. A little hiccup into Veigar. The value of a stopwatch can be a little bit less. Oh, the light. Why did you have to do that? Didn't have to finish. He finished Camtech Putrefy.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not a great icon for obvious reasons. It's very self-explanatory pick here, and then this is where Chovy gets a little bit too excited. And if he, I think he always dies. Maybe if he like bubbles, but then Zek has him in time, and then he can stopwatch the cage.
His ult was like 3 seconds away from being up again.
Yeah, he could have just waited with it.
Yeah. I think that, you know, sometimes you get that rush of blood and the casters are talking about you in a positive light and you're like, well, I'll just show them how good I am. And you go in.
But that's That's the type of moments you need. If Gen G make a couple more of those, there are options. Chovy immediately look at the spell book. It's like, not again. Not having that happen to me.
I will not be Event Horizoned. And he can now move towards the side lane as well, as I'm not entirely sure. It's Peanut who paused it, but not entirely sure why at this point in time. Looks like a bit of a frame drop. So we're just going to make sure that everything's okay. This is often a turn it off and on again type situation. If you've had any experience in IT support, off and on again is generally how you fix 98% of computer-related issues. And I believe that is what we're going to be doing this time around as well.
I gotta say, Atlas, that game number 1, I was like, okay, you know, that can happen. We saw it happen yesterday as well. But this game number 2 is giving me, is getting me a bit worried.
Well, I mean, it's getting me a bit excited for what Gen G are going to be able to do in their next matchup, right? Like,
oh, I like that.
This is
I
what
like that framing.
This is what's really cool, because we've seen Gen G be able to overcome T1 in the past.
That
for
one
example,
time
last year. But T1 have looked so extraordinarily good this season. The best of 5 against KT, yeah, went to 5 games and it was a banger, but KT are also a very good team at the moment. And Gen G going to have to, you know, shake it all off, and now with Pays as well, go up against the squad without, you know, the ruler effect, which was, I think, a massive reason why Gen G were able to overcome T1 at the end of summer. It's a really, really cool thing to see Gen G performing at this level with that matchup looming on the horizon if they do manage to pick up the win.
And Gen G fans also going to be happy. Humble Life fans, they are believers. Without a shadow of a doubt, as you pointed out, this team has an incredible amount of resilience in best of 5s. We have seen every world champion on that team was not expected. In different amounts, of course, but EDG wasn't really. Maybe they were the favorite in semis, but definitely not in finals.
Well, I don't think EDG were expected to win from LCK fans and commentators, but I think for the rest of the world, they were.
I feel like after the, because I remember the specifically because the semifinal between Gen G and EDG did not look good, and the semifinal between T1 and Dom1 looked amazing.
Yeah, true.
It was a really high-level series, right? And I think that was why many people made jokes about, the real finals was in semis, when obviously that was a joke on the audience, because the real finals was EDG winning.
Yeah.
In an incredible 5-game series. And, well, I don't even have to mention last year. I assume everyone watched that.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
It was okay.
Yeah, and also 5-game series. It's just been a lot of 5-game series with a lot of these players. But I think it was grueling for both teams, right? I mean, EDG did the 15 games through knockouts. Same thing happened for DRX as well. So that same gauntlet was run for all of the world champions on the Harma Life Esports roster. When push came to shove, they were able to pick up the win. Now, they're not out of it, right? They'll be facing off against KT in the lower bracket if they do lose here. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. This is only game number 2. Gen G gonna have to win a whole extra game after this if they are going to make it towards the next winner's match in the next round, meaning that they still have that backup, the ability to fight for a spot at MSI.
Well, we just lost the soul, but that's not that big a deal because, well,
it's Chemtech. Yeah, and also you want to get to an Elder Flip a little bit faster. Hey, there we go. We managed to get out this time. There's been a lot of Harma Life Esports players just kind of not being able to get out, as Clid waits for his Q cooldown before getting over the wall. I like that. And Hanwha now find themselves once again with no turrets outside of their base walls and just trying to hold on for dear life.
And it's also, again, a Gen G draft that is fairly short range, so they're going to rely on either diving, which into this comp, good luck. There is Gnar, Veigar, and Nami, so not going to be really able to do that. But if you get a Baron here, you're completely fine. And that's what I expect them to try and do. We are going to be up in about a minute. And there is also, of course, Elder in a few times as well. You know, you take the Baron, you push down like a top inhib, it makes your setup for a subsequent Elder extremely easy. And with Elder,
Losing is very hard, particularly when you have a snowballing pick like Lissandra, who once the first kill comes through, kind of runs over fights. Expect that to be the case here as well. And Home Alive, even on blue side, really struggling here in this best of 5 Atlas.
Yeah, it's not really working. Whatever the game plan was, Gen G had a better counter option available for themselves. And I was actually worried when I saw the Lissandra Cassante, just because when we've seen it picked in the past, obviously it's been working in scrims and things for a lot of teams. This is the first time that Gen G have tried to employ it, but it did just look like it didn't have enough damage. They're not able to get themselves across the line, but with the way that they played the early game, with the snowball that was set up, it's really beautifully done. Okay, Gen G with full control of the vision, and Delight able to get over towards his Xayah without the event horizon ruining his day.
Clint, is this the flank to end all flanks? Well, he chose himself, so no. Yeah, they have 0 map control. I don't think that they contest this Baron at all.
Yeah, I think this this Baron is definitely going to Gen G. There is not a lot of ability
Safe
to
bet. Yeah.
And this is Home Life Esports, the calm before the storm. You know, like, I feel like it's what, Pippin and Gandalf looking out over Gondor, seeing the clouds in the horizon, knowing that, you know, you're going to have the battle scene that lasts for about 3 hours coming up immediately after.
I gotta say, I actually like the Battle of Helm's Deep more.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess, you know, it was orchestrated well, as Doran's going to get knocked up into the sky and taken out. So, Zeka able to get a kill back for Home Life Esports. Chovy's made that play before, not going to follow the claw this time as Peanut gets himself out. Viper now looks for Chovy. He gets slowed down as now he dashes forward. Viper not able to get the extra auto onto Delight. But Gen G, fresh off a Baron, not actually finding it as Viper is just playing so aggressively here. The Tidecaller's blessing as well is making things so difficult. Really enjoying how they're able to defend in that instance. But I think it's like kind of, 15 to 20 minutes too late? 30
well, hey,
minutes?
It's a minus 500 Baron power play. You'll take that. If you can trade evenly and not lose any inhibs, I don't think the game's unwinnable. And if you do win this game, you are going to be feeling a lot better. As if I'm not mistaken, Doran did actually have, at the very least, I think he had like either Flash and or his Stoneblade available here. And maybe underestimating the damage that the Element were able to do. Or maybe he didn't have it available. Not 100% sure. Didn't check before because I thought he was fine.
Yeah.
And then he just went down very quickly. And in about a minute and a half, this Baron buff is going to wear out. And if you don't take an inhib, you can still set up for vision control, you can still choke out, and Home Alive are probably going to have to just run in blind and then die.
Well, Delight is going to have to grand exit from that one. Peanut comes on over to clear out this control ward. Does manage to do so as the entirety of Gen G are set up in the area.
Yeah, they're just setting up for Elder. It looks like this Baron is kind of a bust. They lost a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
Off of that kill.
Peanut going to continue to make things as dark as possible.
Viper, man. He is unrelenting. Delight on vision here.
Yeah. Looking for a back timing, and this is where Hanwha knows they have 4v5. Or 5v4, I guess, on the map. Or a 3v4, considering the top laners have abandoned. Reset time before the Elder does come up in 55 seconds. And still, full vision control available for Gen G in this bottom side jungle.
And I gotta say, I think Zeka will be able to finish his death cap. But going for Void be full death cap here, besides the Cassante, there isn't that much MR. Actually doesn't have it yet. Still 200.
He does have 360 stacks though.
No, I know, but like, you need death cap.
Well, true. Cease and desist comes in. That is a very dead jungler, guys.
Never mind.
And that is really bad news. Kingen takes so much from the Frozen Thrall as well. As now the culling going to be used. Viper looking for his opportunity, but everyone moves so quickly. They are going to be able to get out of the way.
Like, it's very unfortunate. Oh, Doran.
All right, I've seen this one before. As Kingen's throwing things around. There's the flash to get out of the way of the bubble. And Viper does have to flash to escape Chovy here as Life is going to give himself up for the good of the colony. And Gen G now with 2 picks on both of the utility champions on the side of Humble Life Esports. This should mean that Elder is just freely collected by this squad, and they have just not let go of control of the entire series so far. In these first 2 games, it has been Gen G just running the entire show.
Yep, for the entire duration of both games.
Yeah.
And Elder gonna get picked up here now. Hopefully that will allow Gen G to actually clean out the win here and be tough. But you also see, like, Humble Life isn't losing because I do think that, like, diving against this team, hard engaging against this team is very hard. But when it comes as, oh, I love this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really, really good. Obviously, here, by waiting, you maximize the amount of overlap you're going to have with Baron and Elder.
Yeah,
right? So,
give it a little bit of time.
Yeah, because they're not close. You have full control of the bot side jungle. And you're already able to move towards the top half of the map.
Yeah, holding it for as long as possible, and there it is.
Love that. You don't see optimizations like that very often. Really, really cool here.
I think you only ever really see it when someone's about to respawn.
Yeah,
that
that
is
one
the
we see
only
a lot.
real time that you get to see it, instead of waiting to make sure that they can utilize it to get some push, and then go back and guarantee a Baron with the Elder. And as we see, they'll have a minute of time.
A full minute with Exodia. That should be enough.
I have a feeling that they didn't even really need the Baron. However, they are now going to make sure that playing by the book is the most guaranteed way to win that they can get. Because they did make a couple of hiccups, right? Like Chovy falling down, Doran finding a death there, but it's really, in the grand scheme of things, not going to affect the fact that I'm giving them at least an A+ for this performance in this game so far.
What would you rather get, an A+ or an S-?
An A+, absolutely. Because if I got an S-, I'd be wondering, like, why it isn't an S. Whereas if I got an A+,
they're like, nice.
I can just say there isn't an S.
Okay, but there, in this hypothetical, there is an S, and you know it exists.
No, but I don't have to explain to whoever I'm telling that I got an A+ that an S exists.
There you go.
It looks way better.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, Exodia getting drawn here.
Yeah, it's going to be picked up, and not a lot of response, much like the last time, is going to be available. Humble Life sort of grasping at straws. There's just not a lot of options. As far as what they can do, it's only really Viper that's capable of trying to do anything in this game, is what I've sort of noticed.
Gen G, we do have to go now. There's 40 seconds. Gotta pull the trigger somewhere. That's a choice.
Well, Doran he is not very afraid. Peanut going to be clearing out control vision here towards his bottom side, as they are going to utilize these lanes, try and get something done. Event Horizon now on cooldown. That could be something they can use. And yeah, with this Elder still available, now going to at least break over the base. I mean, what's the option? What are you supposed to do against this? As he just pulls him through the wall. It's a great double bubble, but I think I know what it means, and not a whole lot, as they take down the Gnar like he was nothing, like he was a paperweight. As Life now on his fountain, and Gen G, they will obliterate Humble Life Esports here in game number 2 and set themselves up for a very early match point in the best of 5.
Looking like the most one-sided match in playoffs thus far.
Yeah.
Not what we expected, given how strong Humble Life looked against D+. The KT Sandbox match was messy. KT was clearly the better team, but it was... At no point did it look this one-sided, I think.
No.
The only thing that comes closest was the first game that T1 played yesterday, but with how that series evolved, not the case. And in game number 1, it was all about the bottom lane. In game number 2, it was mid-jungle. Chovy and Peanut got Vi and Lissandra, a combination that made us like, ooh, are they going to play proactive? And then, oh boy, they did.
And it's a combo that we've seen be unsuccessful recently as well, which really says even more to me about how Gen G played this one out, because it is one of those compositions that relies on proactivity, something that we haven't seen leveraged all that effectively in high-pressure situations. And Gen G did not care about that at all. They just followed their game plan, and they played exceptionally well. Viper also, I mean, he did the best that he could, right? Did a lot of damage.
He tried really hard, man.
He did, but this game was about Chovy, and it was about Peanut. and they just consumed the solo lanes in the jungle of Harmalife Esports. The bottom lane just did not have a lot of relevance. And I think in these last 2 games, we really have been provided with the reason why Gen.G is so scary. And it's because they can play through multiple different power points. As long as it's not top lane, they have win conditions absolutely everywhere. And even sometimes Doran in teamfights does find the angles. It's amazing to watch when they're in form. We'll see whether they can continue to be so as we move towards game number 3 after the space.
배가 이뻐졌어. 아, 이거 배가 볼수 있대. 배가 어때? 배가. 아, 천천히 봐. 배가. 나이스. 그냥 흥분하지 말고. 나를 꽂았어. 나를 잡았고. 나이스. 아, 좋다. 그냥 포킹이긴 한다. 잘했다. 아, 너무 잘했는데. 아, 잘했다. 나이스. 가볍게. 나이스. 좋았는데. 지은씨.
welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2 of that one, which was a very one-sided shellacking from Gen G over Humble AP Sports. We thought game number 1 was comfortable. This one was a different kind of comfortable, as we did switch sides here for the draft. What did you guys think?
It's wild that Gen G was able to win this game without any involvement from their bot lane at all. It was kind of, I felt like, insulting to our top 3 80 carry pays that they just didn't let him actually win on the Xayah, and they just played around topside and dove over and over and over and over and over again. And as a casters, we're kind of jokingly saying there's not a lot of counterplay when you fall behind against this Lissandra dive. We're seeing with the Vi. And with mid-prio, he's just everywhere on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a good use. You know, obviously Veigar are the best at contesting that in the early game, so opting for something where you're going to really push the pace of the game. Part of the issue I have with Honma's composition, though, we saw them beat Deep Burst by using, like, a lot of strong team fighting compositions. Yes, they fell behind early, but it's like, you could see the angle when they got to the 5v5. With this composition, I didn't really see the angle at all. They didn't really have easy engage. Like, it's pretty much down to the Wukong, or maybe if there's a Mega Gnar, but against the targets like a Xayah, it's just not happening. So it just felt like a slow loss where there wasn't too much recourse.
Yeah, I really don't like Veigar picked in these types of situations. First of all, blind, but also when your comp is trying to now do completely different things. You're like, I have a Lucian, but I'm also looking for Gnar for the counter pick, but I've got this Veigar, which seems kind of safe and it's going to scale. Like, these 3 picks don't work together really ever at all. Like, you're not setting up for late game team fighting for a hyper carry, late game AD carry. You have the Lucian that wants to get tempo, but then you pick Veigar, who can very rarely and almost never really get you the tempo you need to actually use the Lucian well. It feels like these drafts for HLE are really concerning in terms of what the game plan is. It feels like comfort here and some counter picks, but there's not really a theme. Whereas you look at Gen G's comp and you know exactly what you're in for. You know exactly what you're trying to do. And the Xayah, which didn't end up being that relevant this game, actually works with this composition very well with the additional CC that she can provide.
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward in that sense. You know, it feels like Humble AP Sports are picking pick by pick, whereas Gen G are picking for the top 5. So it's like the 5 fingers versus the fist. The fist is winning every time so far. So we did go over this draft in a lot of detail. Let's check out some of the gameplay, which also, you know, Gen G had a strategy. They had a composition behind that strategy, and they executed it very well.
Yeah, I think some people have had criticisms in the past of Chovy, that he was too lane focused. Obviously that's somewhere he really excels. And this is on display how this player is growing, just super active on the map, moving around, finding these opportunities to set up, and it felt like every time this Gnar tried to exist, you're getting the Vi there, you're getting the Sander there, again making plays like this in the Veigar. They really set the pace of this game.
Yeah, it's one of those games too where you could just see that Veigar in the early game is just not going to have a lot of agency at all. The juggle on the aggro here, the turret is well played. And this is the final moment here of our first clip of just these early kills coming through from Peanut and Chovy. Teleport is committed, and they're able to stop this teleport with the ult. Really easy, and like, this is one of those moments where you watch Chovy run around the map and you see that the coordination is there. Peanut is the brains of this team, and it feels like Peanut is just like saying, charge, like go, you know, commanding him, and Chovy's like, I will go in, I will dive them, I will kill them.
Yes, my captain, I will follow.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to see that not only did we have the return of the orange buff, we also had the introduction of the purple buff as well in the mid lane, so Veigar kind of adding into that. And, you know, jokes aside, this is a very one-sided playoffs. I was expecting a little bit more back and forth. I'm feeling kind of bad for Humble AP Sports. I hope they got something in the tank, because if we jump to highlight number 2 as well, Gen G, they get this lead with the excellent early game play, and then they just wipe them on the dragon, and it felt pretty over from here.
Yeah, there was still quite a bit more of the game left after this, but I felt this was the point where the game was just over. A snap engage, again, coming in here. The Gnar just doesn't really get to do anything, and then the follow-up fight, there is some resistance, right? But the goal lead's already there. It just feels like everyone on the side of Gen G has abilities to make plays in the situation, push the fight forward, and Honma Life is just scattered.
Yeah, and even though Pays doesn't do a lot of damage this game, in this fight too, you could see on the top parts of it that, like, Viper on this Lucian, where he should be at his strongest, is not able to even compete with the Xayah. There's no front line for him. The Gnar is taken out early, doesn't have a good Gnar bar management there, and even if he did, he still probably dies to all that CC in the lead. Very messy here, and this is my biggest concern coming into the series is Honma's drafting. You know, we talked about it actually off the show a lot, where I was like, if the drafting from Hanwha looks like it did in their previous series and in the series at the end of regular season, I think Gen G is always going to have an edge. And so far in these first 2 games, Gen G's draft have looked much better.
The thing is, at least in some of the games against DK, there was like, okay, you haven't opted into strong lanes, you are going to take a bit of an L there. Sometimes they out-navigated it with good skirmishes, but at least you see it come together in team fights. I don't even feel like they have that. Like, if you're going in this game 3, at least give yourself an option so that if you get to that dragon point we just saw, you can win the 5v5 and then hope you just hands it. That's better than just like what we're seeing here, this mismatch where I don't see the win con unless you just smash them in the early game, which isn't happening.
I was joking off camera during that game. I'm like, maybe they're just practicing in this best of 5 and they're just going to make a run through the lower bracket because now we have double elimination for the first time. Like, you know, Mowgli and Kingen and Zeka, they've done this before where they're the underdogs and they come back and they make a big, huge win, obviously, in Worlds last year. So maybe, but also I think it's going to inspire a lot of confidence on the side of KT looking at this and saying, well, we almost beat T1. We could probably beat these guys. As should be mentioned, Hamalife did select blue side for game number 3.
I was actually a little bit surprised they did it in game 2, and then the draft that we got here in that last game was very uninspiring. So I was hoping they'd go back to red side and maybe try to change things up or have some specific picks, because that's part of why they won in that previous best of 5 against T+. They had like the Yasuo pick, which worked really well. But these drafts have just felt really flat to me, and I don't know if having first pick is really going to change that.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, you know, blue side, red side, if you're not utilizing them effectively, if you're not giving yourself a cohesive comp, then it really doesn't make that much difference.
Yeah, it's turning into a big deal bit by bit. But guys, we do have the POG ready. Let's see who does get it for game 2. It will be Peanuts, as he did not die a single time and was the captain of the ship in game 2.
Yeah, I feel like it was him and Chovy just moving around the map so well together. Obviously, such a big voice for the team leading the charge, but performing so well in this Vine, it felt like Clid was completely shut out the game. I'm not sure if the clips will show it here because it was a bit later on, but there were countless times Clid was just trying to step into his jungle, maybe the contestant vision, contestant objectives, and they would immediately just shut him down. The execution was on point.
And like game 1, I think there will be some Chovy votes because he and Peanut did this together as a unit. Yeah, this was one of those moments you're talking about where Clid is just trying to exist as a champion.
Another one.
Yep. And Peanut, I mean, he got GA super early because he was very fed early on, so he could actually do this without really any fear he's going to be picked. And yeah, some Chovy votes. This is a good split. I mean, it was basically the two of them who made all the early game plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the split we expected. Perfect split.
It's split right down the middle as much as you can with 11 votes. But guys, that was game number 2. I'm hoping game number 3 actually delivers and we get some really nice back and forth action, but remains to be seen. Let's go back to the casters for game 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 2. And here we are for potentially the final game in this series, unless Hamalife Esports can do it again. These 3 players that we know have it in them in these best of 5s can do it and can stop being held back by some underperforming.
And here's why.
Why?
It's
What?
because when they lose here, they're not actually out.
Yeah, this was.
I'm seeing this. I'm like, I believe it.
Yeah.
I get it now.
Yeah.
Because the alternative is they're just very predictable and not having a good day, and we're gonna get a quick 3-0. So I prefer to believe in miracles.
I drafted a tweet to exactly the same thing.
Really?
I deleted it. Yeah.
Oh,
I just didn't want to put that thought into the universe. As Hamalife will elect to jump back onto the blue side once again. We've seen it pick up more victories so far these playoffs, but I don't think that it's really the thing. Side selection isn't really it for this series because Hama just haven't looked as there on the Rift. Gen G have had a game plan that they've played out beautifully. We heard the space talking about it. The fact that Gen G just look like the team that know what they want to achieve with their drafts. The fist versus 5 fingers theory is a good one. As once again, Zeri Annie taken away. The Caitlyn still yet to be banned, but I have a feeling that it will still hit the ban list. And Varus left up and available. Sejuani was the other Hamalife Esports ban, which will now go through.
Rakan.
Yeah.
I don't love the Rakan ban. I think Rakan, while definitely a strong pick, to me doesn't necessarily deserve this level of respect. I know Zai Rakan is a strong lane. We've seen him be punished pretty consistently A Varus first pick here seems like a no-brainer. And then Gen G can go Sejuani Ashe.
Yeah?
To start it off, if they want to.
Whoa, why is Nami there?
They can also go Kate Lux, but we have seen Kate Lux actually struggle against Varus and Karma, or Varus and Heimer. So I wouldn't be surprised if Gen G don't want to go in that direction. I wouldn't even mind if Gen G just pick topside and go for Ziggs. Again, like, I don't think Pei's Ziggs play was necessarily great, but, you know, he was still Ziggs, so he pressed R and then Varus died a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be opposed to that, but it's going to be Ashe.
Why is there Nami under Viper?
I don't know.
What is she doing? What does it mean?
She's sending a signal. Okay. But we will have the Ashe and the Jace locked in here. And the Jace has been a pick that has kind of been going under the radar. We have seen it used with great efficiency of...
This was the Peanut special. If he is going to go towards the tank Maokai, but no, it is just a hover for now. And Cliff, thinking about just heading back towards the Sejuani, not wanting to allow the Ashe Sejuani solo CC to come through there. And so, will it just be the bottom lane being locked down here? Could, of course, just be Varus Karma, something like that.
Do you think that you need to lock in a support here? Well, the picks are going to get taken. Is it going to be the Jarvan again? That is a live special. That's one of the main things we've seen picked into this Ashe. Not going to be the case, though. The flex pick taken away here for Gen G. Not going to give them access to that. As the Cassandra gets picked up, I assume, for Kingen. But at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised if Zeka ends up picking it.
Yeah, as the Jace being flexed currently between Doran and Chovy as well. The Cassandra can sort of follow him around if it would like to. It's not my favorite matchup, but does tend to nullify as, okay, that's Pantheon. So Ashe Pantheon bottom lane? Do we have Pantheon into Cassandra in the top lane? Is it Pantheon mid lane? Because Chovy just wants to have a good time. I don't know.
Is it? It might even be jungle?
True.
Okay, so hear me out. Pantheon did get some changes recently, and I actually do think that the pick is somewhat underrated, but it really matters where he ends up played. I think Pantheon support really shouldn't be good.
I don't think it was supposed to be good when it was good.
That is true, though. And you know, point and click CC against Varus can definitely be efficient here. My guess would be it'd be mid, but I feel like blinding it doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm very confused, but I'm very excited. So let's see where this ends up going, because we don't really know anything. Because Ashe can be support or AD carry, don't know that. Jace can be in multiple lanes, Pantheon can still be in like 3 of them.
And I'm not sure whether Pays was in the camp of the QMax Ashe that we have seen being played.
Yeah.
By a few of our players here, the LPL and Gumiushi. Gumiushi was playing it a little while ago, and it does mean that other players have gotten wind of it, as LeBlanc going to be taken away from Chovy.
So you pick jungler 100%, because then they still don't know, right? Unless Pantheon is jungle, and if we're scrambling, imagine if you're Hanwha here, you're like,
yeah, where are these things
Where is it going? What is happening?
Who are these players?
Well, we know that, I think, at this point. Okay, so we know that it's not mid. That means probably support.
Although, if you go back a couple of years, Chovy was spamming Vimid over and over again.
It's not Vimid. I'm feeling at this point safe to say that it will not be Vimid.
Okay.
They do need though a form of AP, so someone needs to go in that direction. What if they just end up like R5ing Ziggs? There's like Ziggs Ashe bot, and then Pantheon mid, and then Jace top.
Wait, so we need a support, don't we?
Well, we don't know because Ashe could be support.
No, I'm talking Hanwha.
Oh, they do need support, yeah.
So Blitzcrank being considered, okay.
I feel like this does amount to a blind Blitzcrank.
But it's still into an Ashe no matter what.
That is true.
And Blitzcrank into Ashe has always been pretty good with her lack of ability to do dashy stuff. like a lot of AD carries do have available to them. Would like the Blitzcrank, and it is locked in here.
So it will be Panther support. Okay.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So it's Viari.
And it's Delight as well. So going to be going towards something that is going to allow Peanut to dive early, in theory. I guess. Kind of fun.
Yeah, I have no idea how this one is going to go. I'm very excited to see how this is going to work out. Because Pantheon Jungle, I know was actually getting spammed by some junglers, I think, in the LPL as well, if I remember correctly. But Pantheon support, we have not seen in a long time. Also going to be taken out, looking which build Pace is going for. Because we've seen some great builds.
Oh man! Oh no! No! Don't remind. Oh, Chronicler! Don't.
W Max.
No.
Ravenous Hydra.
Oh no!
So I hope it's not that.
I very much hope it's not that as well. We've also seen some on-hit variants that have been experimented with. I personally love the more Kraken Slayer heavy crit builds that we've seen a lot of, and that's I believe what Deft started playing on the 80 carry Ashe that we quite enjoyed. But yes, anything but the Ravenous Hydra Muramana build. That is the one I dislike to no end, and I know that you're there with me on that one. And hopefully Pace doesn't let us down. I don't think he's going to let us down, right?
He hasn't often, no. He's been very consistent. Curveball here for Genji. Now, I do have a lot of faith in Delight on Engagey supports. But is this the Varus answer that we've been looking for all along? Zeka also, we haven't even talked about this, but the composition from home I think is great, right? You have double solo melee lanes with Sejuani.
Yeah.
You have a ton of pick potential. But I'm just so thrown off by this Genji composition, Atlas, that can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, it is definitely a different look to what we saw in games 1 and 2, and we'll see whether Hammer Life Esports can utilize that to grab their first win here. Let's jump onto the ring. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and as you can see already, Paze and Delight with beautiful skin synergy. And I think that is like one of the main things when you're looking at a bottom lane, skin synergy.
It's also lethal tempo, Atlas, so you can...
Well, that's...
You can rest easily, knowing that at the very least...
Yeah, the first test has been passed, and we'll see whether it's flying colors or not.
And now it's...
If we see the shield bow, that's when we're like, oh, I could have been happier. But that's fine. Already, things looking a-okay.
I mean, obviously it's going to be Guild Force. Because, you know, you're playing into Blitz and Yone and Sejuani.
Yeah, I guess, you know. I wouldn't... I
don't think it'll be.
I hope not. I do just think that good old Kraken Slayer is a bit strong. But it does mean that Paze's positioning has to be fantastic. Blitzcrank can certainly throw some spanners in the works. And let's see how Delight is going to be able to play this one out as well. Throwing sticks around in this lane. I do need to preface this game with the fact that I don't say Grand Starfall. I don't like it. I think Grand Skyfall is too cool, so I just still say it. So I'll probably say that by accident when the ult comes through. I do know that it's Grand Starfall.
Yeah, we talked about this on the desk like yesterday.
Yeah.
Pretty extensively.
I don't think it was on air.
No, absolutely not. No, I'm just letting everyone know that we did discuss it.
This is the discussion that we've had in the past, yeah.
It has been ongoing.
It's one of those things. As surprisingly, it is Delight's first pick of the Pantheon. And Kingen struggling here into the Jace in the early levels. No surprise.
You haven't seen this in like, what, 2 years? 2020? 2020, maybe like 2.5, because it'd be summer 2020?
The Pantheon support?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I assume we'll probably get some word on that one. Who do you think played it last? Was it Beryl? Yeah, it was Beryl.
I'm defaulting to Beryl because, you know...
He was the Panth guy.
He was that guy.
He liked playing it. As Trovy has the wave in a pretty nice spot here. Up against Zeka's Yone. See whether Zeka can actually get over and grab this. He does unbind the soul. Should mean
the cannon.
The cannon is going to be got it. Nicely done.
Oh, but Chovy is going for Electrocutor. I actually really like that. He went for Spellbook last game, utilized the utility pretty well, but Electrocute, very, very different level of power, type of power as well. Obviously, you're going to be less versatile. But into the enemy comp, I do really like it, giving himself a ton more assassination potential. That's something that made a big difference in the previous game. Him being able to snowball the map with Peanut as Clid. Might be thinking towards a bot lane gank. We do see Pays in the light. Really playing it very safe and actually going to move over, I think, to secure this for Peanut, I assume?
Or just to secure it for themselves, just to get vision in the river.
No, with Peanut's movement. Gonna assume this? No? Okay, I'm gonna pick it up.
Yeah. And now Viper, who is just holding the wave towards his turret, should be able to even out this CS number that we're seeing. He has gone for the lethality version of the Varus as well, as Peanut moves in here. Will this be a first blood that they can collect, or can Clid grab one first, or at least a flash out of Chovy? I don't really see them killing the Ahri here from full health. Zeka gonna get a bit of a knock-up. Delight puts up the shield, and everything should be fine here in this lane. And a hook land.
Really big here. Yeah, I think that part of the reason why Pays and Light roamed over because they didn't know where Clid was, and they the wave was pushing away from them, so they were able to get a crab to kind of equalize the CS. But then here they were denied the crash again.
Hook is gonna connect, but the shield goes up, and yeah, Spartan pretty good at the good old defensive play here.
Yeah, that's what's one thing I was kind of surprised about with the Blitzcrank. Like, obviously Hook and Ashe is amazing, but up until like later stages when you get to the post-laning phase, I don't think that the Pantheon is really going to care. Peanut going to use the on-hit health damage from his W to start up a very early Draker, pre-first back as well. And if all you pay is Raptors, and be feeling good about that trade as... Ooh, Zeka is threatening a little bit here.
Yeah, he's actually going to rotate over to see whether he can bother Peanut. The soul was unbound, but Peanut is still going to have to give this one up as information was given. And Clid going to move on over, and actually, no reset going to be available. This is a big one. First Drake, and Hanwha coming on over with a Sejuani to steal it away. When was the last time we saw that happen, Chronicler?
Really good game sense there from Zeka. Able to, very early on here, get his team a lead as...
Another hook is going to come in. Arctic Assault comes down as well. The Delight lit on fire and will be destroyed. Hanwha grabbed themselves first blood as well, and I feel like this is the first time they've done anything in an early game, even remotely, proactively. Better late than never, I guess.
Gen G getting completely thrown off by Zeka there. Zeka has the earlier back as a result.
Okay, he's going to ult onto Trophy here as well. Gets his Spirit Rush out. And that is going to delay him as well, so nicely done. What is
really
it?
Look here from Hanwha.
It's like Hanwha, like, they keep backing into the room, and then their backs hit the wall, and they're like, oh, I know where I am now. And then they've been grounded, they've figured it all out, and that's when they can start playing. Maybe that's something to be said about it. Or maybe it's that Gen G's composition is super weird, and they maybe have less of a plan as they've had in the last couple of games.
Yeah, this Pantheon really threw me in draft, and so far, not sure. Pace is going for the on-hit variety of Ashe here. Picked up the early still caps, and clearly going for shield blow. Peanut doesn't have smite, and Clid does. Like, Peanut has, at this point, wasted about, like, I want to say a minute.
Well, Charm is going to come forward. His life doesn't pick the juke. And Chovy is going to be absolutely fine.
So, last time we saw Pantheon support was actually last summer by Keria.
Aha!
That's a lot faster than I was thinking.
Yeah, me too. As that cannon also not going to be consumed there by Viper, so Gen G well and truly back in the lead. As it's only 500 gold. So, we're singing the praises of Hanwha Life Esports mainly because they're actually doing stuff, making plays at the beginning of this game, right? And that is so much better than what we've seen throughout this series. Is Peanut not going to get permanently frosted, but will lose his chickens, even though they do have some patience issues. Zeka taking a lot of damage here, but nothing to be too worried about. Doran hit by a Q. Kingen going to deter him from the overextension. As Clid looking to start off Shelly. Everything coming up Hanwha so far. Gen.G still in it when it comes to gold and things like that.
Are going to see Doran is aware that this is happening, and Gen.G should be able to trade here. Osaka doesn't have TP, so at the very least they'll be able to get a plate in mid as all.
Alright, Viper going to get stunned up, does have to flash. Chains of Corruption goes wide. They get both summoner spells out of this Varus in trade of just Delight's Flash and Ignite. As Q gonna connect there is now an all-out being utilized here by Kingin. Doran gonna get towards the safety of his turret, and I actually thought the Kingin was in range of that one, and if he was in range of the turret, he may have just straight up died. Doesn't actually happen though. He is gonna be able to get the shove towards this one. Doran is looking to try and lock down as many minions as he can as Kingin. He knows the Doran doesn't have teleport, so he's going to lose out on a lot of this. Peanut and Delight moving on up as, oh man, he even manages to get the cannon.
European time.
What a win.
Yeah, I feel like King probably could have prevented that, but Doran actually going to be let off the hook a little.
Oh, this is bait. Yeah, this is, oh no, I'm Chase, I'm shoving out the wave. But King of respect, knowing that Pantheon is on the map, has level 6, so you need to play very, very safe. And this is where we should start to see the impact, right? The light making plays across the map. And as pointed out, this is one of the things that you do run into with Varus, is that even in lethality form, you are a stationary AD carry. And, you know, even with the kill on the light lane, dead even here. And gold lead is nice for Hanwha, but it's just a start. It's not enough to solidify, right, the early game, to kind of make us not be worried about some of the mid-game issues that they've run into. But it's a much better look from a team that has been struggling so much in these past 2 games.
Yeah, and I actually think that, like, it's been more early game issues than mid game issues, right? Because they just haven't been able to play a mid game.
Sure.
This whole series, right? It's just never really been.
Oh, Delight!
As Grand Starfall gonna come down here towards the bottom side. Pay's gonna be able to lock down the kill onto Viper. Nicely played there. Not a lot of counterplay availability for the lone Varus. His life kind of left him on his own.
Man, yeah. This is the problem. Once those sums are down, you can't just always sit underneath your turret, right? It just doesn't work. As, ooh, we have a multi-man roaming squad. All very strong, but Pays in the light, just peace out. And now completely fine.
Might be that now Viper with his Ghost Blade might be able to walk up and claim this wave, but no, it doesn't happen. Second Drake is going to be started up here instead. I'm alive. Let's see what soul it is going to be this time. As Mountain Soul. Oh man. So, if Gen.G get control back of this game, they never lose it. That's what this Mountain.
It really works both ways. Yeah, because you have a Gore Drinker Jace and like Pantheon building lethality, and you have an on-hit with Steel Caps Ashe and Nari, right? As oh
yeah.
Oh no, they know. As oh Doran.
Yeah, there's the flash. All out going to come through here. Let's see whether King can get the solo kill this time around. The answer is yes, and a flash to go along with it. They trade those ones, but you'll take it if you are Hanwha Life Esports. Clid gonna move on over. And now looking for the Glacial Prison. They'll find it. There's the hook as well. And another dead Pantheon. He dives towards the open arms of Viper, who gets his revenge. And still, the gold lead, not gigantic, but Hanwha now moving towards his bottom lane. They don't have Shelly or anything like that to get to work on this turret, but there are Chains of Corruption. And Pay's going to take 50% of his health bar. Not being able to get a hook there is a little bit sad, but not the end of the world. They're going to look for even more plate money.
And Hanwha Life accelerating this game. Doing a good job. Pace does have his ultimate.
Yeah, and it does connect onto life here as well. Clid's going to move back, though, as Peanut and Pay's probably not going to be able to do enough together, as Clid, yeah, just demonstrating his love for Shaco, as you would, or Shaco, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Not going to have the argument right now.
And this Pantheon, it got the pick on Viper, but has died the exact same way anytime Clid does visit the bot lane. It's not really working out. The individual pick potential from the Gen.G comp will remain strong. I also think that they have a pretty substantial range advantage with Jace, although lethality Varus at least is going to help a decent amount in that regard. And the Hanwha Life engage is really good. Zeka on a melee carry is also something that you're always going to have a ton more faith in.
And might be getting a little bit worried if you're a Gen G fan here, but they're still in this game, right? It's like 500 gold lead. If they can get the dragons, they will be absolutely in a swimming spot.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, and I think if you're a Gen G fan, you're not too worried about this, right? Even if you drop this game, you have a couple of backup games. If they drop the one after this, that's when I'm thinking that, yeah, things are going to be a little bit rough. But this is still in fine territory here for the series, especially with a risky draft like this, right?
And yeah, issue there, even though it feels really bad, if you don't flash the first Q, you probably die. Because of how long the lane is, Xanth's chasing potential is just incredible. As unsurprisingly, yeah, there's not much to say about that one. The Clit is there. He kills the light.
Yeah, he did.
Not a lot he can do.
Thank you for the rundown.
You're very welcome.
Clit killed Delight. He was playing Sejuani. He pressed and it landed. It was good. Even money when it comes to our plates here also, as Chovy and Delight hanging out in the bottom side. Jungle, Clit clearing out vision up here towards the top lane as well, as plates went down, even plate gold, as we were just saying. But now that turret is going to be a little bit more susceptible if King can get over there another couple of times.
This next Drake fight is going to be, I think, a big decision, or a big difference maker as to who we think is favors. Oh God!
Hey, in goes Delight. Yeah, unseals his fate, and Zeker is going to be able to make his way out, but that guarantees the outer turret in the mid lane. So I'm saying worth for the Pantheon. Absolutely love it. Now they're diving even further forward. Glacial Prison comes in though as Zeker. He's going to get back to his soul. Peanut survives, but at what cost? The arrow! It's going to connect. Delight is actually looking for it. What was that? Okay, never mind. Peanut is now moving towards the enemy base, and that is going to give Viper a kill. Break it down for me, Chronicler.
Everything was K, and then they went for dive number 2, and then everything was not okay anymore. Yeah, not a lot to say about that one. If you have full control of the game, you can get away with plays like that. But you don't really, and now you fed Viper even more. Because I think this play already aggressive, sure. Not greatly timed because you can wait a second here and then Delight doesn't tank this full turret, but whatever, it works out. And then here, you can also just turn this into full map control and to guarantee the Drake that is about to come up. But they don't, they go in really, really hard. Peanut's unable to find the Q. Nice flash from Zeka, and then Delight here is like, you're dead anyway, right? So I think that this makes sense, but even if he like W's, he dies. I don't think there's ever a kill angle there. And then this adds insult to injury because Peanut can't get away, life is there. And then Viper gets this kill,
and then
now
it's
soul point. So I think the game, with that play, looking pretty disastrous for Genji.
It is. And, oh, it is just, it's a very curious thing to do. As Pays is going to get flashed on. He's going to flash over the wall, but that is going to set up the hook because that knock-up is still going through. Winter's Wrath going to come down. The Unbound Soul is something that Zeker actually found annoying in that situation because he wanted to stay in. So the rest of Genji are going to close in. They will be able to defend their outer turret for now. But Hanwha should be able to collect Shirley here, take her for a walk wherever they'd like to go. And continue their success here. Gold lead finally gets over 1,000. Like, it's not the same as the first two games. Like, Gen G, they were getting gold leads sort of all over the place during those games. Alive have been able to win skirmishes, and there are clear moments where they have been the leading team, but they haven't been able to convert as much gold on the map this time around. I think, you know, Doran being able to get a bunch of plates, as well as being down here collecting what looks like another turret here for Gen G. It's definitely a good thing as well, but I'm looking at that soul and I'm a little bit worried here. As life waddling
They've been waiting really long for this. Should get the kill here.
Yeah, there they go. The arrow going to connect as well, as Kingan's going to flash in. All right. That is Peanut just avoiding all of the CC. Really beautifully done as Delight. He's going to go down as well, and that is a double for Viper. And yes, they were waiting there for a long time, but they did not get the reward that they were looking for.
No.
Did he cease and desist, so the all-out didn't actually do anything, and then like a nothing Cassante was just chokeslammed?
Yeah, it was really well done, because you become unstoppable, right? So that was really cute pace. Yeah, unfortunately,
Gonna have to preemptively flash there, and then life still has this, and he might still hook you, you might still die, but if you wait, you're always dying. As a bot lane, flash forced as well here, and things are kind of falling apart. Gen G is hard forcing plays, but this time they don't have the leads to really back it up, and it is backfiring repeatedly here. The Pantheon Gambit not working out too well. Delight 0 and 4 at the moment.
And Clit doing some, I like to call this cuzzing. He is just cuzzing in the enemy jungle, where you just walk forwards as Sejuani and take damage as often as you can. Look at him, doing such a great job taking all of this damage. Gen G has 3 people. I'm not going to go too far in because, of course, a lot of darkness around this map. As Doran taking a lot of damage here from Zeka as well. He can unbind the soul as the hook is barely going to miss. Oh, Doran, lucky to live another day, but he will do so.
Got movement, and it's going to keep him alive. And the only reason why I think this game is still within reach is because Gen G actually have been trading well on the cross map. They've still been CSing very well, right? Look at top side. Even Paze is able to keep parity, as Zeka is probably just going to be able... don't have Hawkshot?
I think he's...
Yeah, he's just fine.
He's just fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, control ward going to be cleared out.
But as I was saying, that's why I think the game isn't fully done yet, but it's a very highly favorable situation for On the Life because they still skill really well. You have an incredibly fat lethality versus Doran. He doesn't have flash.
All right, can he escape it this time around? Zeka says no. He's just going to land the ultimate. Vipe is going to come through and says that was all mine. And he will collect it. 7-1-0.
Can they Nash?
Well, they're on the wrong side of the map, but I think after a bit of a walk, they...
I actually thought Gen G might like pull the trigger on it, but it is 20 minutes, right? But because everyone on the Hanwha Life side team was bot side, definitely can't now. So
they have enough damage.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they do, which is probably also why they didn't. Gen G gonna get a consolation prize here. Oh, now Hanwha is on their way. Do they know?
Well, that ward didn't actually spot them out, as all of Gen G are looking to catch out Life. They will be able to do it. And that is Chovy grabbing that kill. Peanuts flashing towards Viper. The arrow will immediately be cleansed. There's the cease and desist and the teleport to come back through from Doran. He'll flame the shutdown. And now Gen G. I think maybe they do have the damage for Baron with an alive Jace.
And what started out as just them trying to cross map after their bot side got blown up, turned into 2 picks. Both the bot laners dead. Viper incredibly fed, gone. This is optimistic. They could have gone for Drake, but they're going for the Hail Mary here. It's just a flip.
They should still be able to get this one done. Zeka is the scariest part of this, but he immediately gets charmed. He's going to be exhausted. They focus him down, and now it is just tanks. Kingen, can you be the hero? He does manage to bring Delight over, but he's been a sacrificial lamb this whole time. Yeah, and now the Baron is still up and available. Chovy going to take so much damage. I mean, Clit's actually doing damage here. What? That was nuts. Winston's Wrath did a whole bunch of work, and there is the counter throw from Gen G.
Oh, Gen G could have gone for Drake. I think if you go for Drake there, you always get it, but they try and go for the high value play. They try and flip the game. Well, they did, and it didn't work out. As after this, you see the entirety of Gen G move into the enemy jungle to take a little bit of...
the counter throw? Is it happening?
No, oh my god, I can ult in.
Yeah, the arrow is going to connect there as well, as Life is going to go down. Chovy is also going to die.
Oh my god!
And they saved the Baron.
And Hanwha Life also should have gone for Drake.
Someone should go for Drake, for goodness sake. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Maybe they want to delay Elder.
So this part was great. Like, I love this play here. Obviously, this flash from Peanut is unfortunate, but Paze has been on point with these arrows, and they get the kill on Viper and Life. And Life is good. Everything's okay.
Well, Life is having a rough one, actually.
Well, he definitely is, yeah.
It's not been his series. Oh, okay, now we're going to set up for a 5v5.
So it is a 5 versus 4 for the time being.
Do you know what I think it is?
They're just going to give Soul. No, actually, Delight has ult.
I think that dragons are majestic beasts, and therefore, you have to gentleman's agreement.
They can't contest this. It has to be a steal. Peanut doesn't have flash.
Yeah,
should never be able to make this. No, that's going to be it.
So that is Mountain Soul. And so they managed to do that. That one's absolutely fine. And now, the Baron shenanigans can continue.
Well, so much of the composition for Genji doesn't work now anymore because a lot of it is reliant on either poking, which no, or getting an individual pick, which also no. Like, you can't pick people off, really.
Well, let's see what Chovy can do. He's throwing
trying.
hearts around. But Hanwha just standing as a group, and with this Mountain Soul, they are just feeling very formidable.
Man, just keep shoving.
Yeah, Doran going for the base race on the Jace. And Jace is a base race champion. Also rhymes with base race, which is fantastic.
Base
Inhibitor
race
going to go
Jace.
down. Base race Jace, that should be the next skin. To come through, like a speed racer type skin for Jace, base race Jace. Kind of love it.
Oh my god, Peanut.
Well, he's going for a Clid-esque flank.
Yeah, but they're not going for Dragon. Oh, they know that. Oh.
Okay, they know that they're backing.
Okay, but now Peanut is also spotted. So, okay, he gets out. Everything is okay. Everything's K.
Everything's
fine.
They do manage to get inner turret and most of an inhibitor turret, so actually pretty good news here for Genji. But they do lose an inhibitor turret, and inner turret in response. So
Hey, it's mid-in. That one doesn't matter.
Yes.
But what does matter is that they are decently behind in items, and more importantly, there is a Cassante, a Yone with BT, and a Sejuani enemy team. And they have a Mountain Soul. And Mountain Soul is really, really, really good into single target, pick, and poke.
Yeah.
Which is the entirety of Genji's.
And sort of like team fighting.
But yeah, it's incredibly strong in general. But you still, you have to kind of respect. So Genji is just, this is the rest of their game plan. They're just gonna keep sitting in brushes and hoping someone walks in while the rest of the team is not around. And
Got
then,
it.
hopefully you can blow them up before you lose the game.
And while 4 people do that, Doran
is split.
Is structures.
Base race Jace, yes.
Yeah.
That's it. And for Hanwha, just force a fight or, take Nash. Your engage is incredible. You have a really good pick. You had a Mountain Soul. Don't let it come to Elder Flip, is all I ask. Don't do that. Don't flip the objective. Just start it and then fight. Because your fight should be very, very strong.
Ooh.
Look at that.
Zeka almost lost one of his shields. Which shield do you lose first? The Bloodthirster shield or the Mountain Soul shield? As Hayes might lose his life. That would be suboptimal. Clint just going to walk after him. Going to be able to lock him down with the Permafrost. That gets the cleanse. The hook goes somewhere. He managed to get the summoner spell. Holds on to his flash though.
Hold on, it's gonna be
good
worse.
news. Yeah, exactly.
Oh god. Oh, Viper. He is chunking people.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. And
there it is. Yes, very good. Start it up.
They will. And the rest of Hanwha can actually just stand out of the pit. Zeka and Kingen very happy to take this one up for as long as they would like to.
Hawk shot.
All right, Hayes also has an arrow for getting towards this pit as well, as Arctic Assault is going to interrupt. Oh no, Chovy already out of the fight. The ult's going to come through. That is going to be both solo lanes just dead. Hanwha not giving any options to Genji around the Baron pit this time.
Perfect. Love to see it. Hanwha Live finally coming alive here, Atlas, in this third game. Textbook.
Maybe the download is complete. Maybe, unfortunately, they were, on their modem was playing up in the first couple.
I wouldn't go that far. I think Genji was up 2-0. I was like, hey, what if we tried something that we've, I assume, been scrimming?
Hey,
see
man.
how it works.
Giving Hanwha Live Esports an inch, that is a very, very risky thing to do.
Yeah,
in a best of 5.
I somewhat agree, but I also think that if you're a Genji fan, I wouldn't get worried until we hear the doo-doo-doos in the back. Okay, up until that point, I think Hanwha Live have a really good game here. And the biggest difference maker to me, obviously, is Clid and Zeka. Right? Zeka actually getting early impact on the map, but most notably Clid. Snowballed his bot lane. Got early dragons, got the early objectives. And that has been where I think also one of the biggest gaps has been. Peanut has been running the series.
Now he's running away from Zeka.
No, he's not.
Sorry, he's in the death chamber. He's running.
Oh, Chovy, you can't go Banshees here, man. They have Mountain.
He's focusing on the horizon. Okay. And Zeka is focusing on killing these minions. Charm is going to frustrate him for a moment, but Hanwha, with this Baron, going to move towards all of the inhibitor turrets and also try and take themselves down a Jace. They will be able to collect him. That should mean that this bottom inhibitor is also going to fall. It's not the worst inhibitors if you're looking to set up around an Elder and you're the enemy team. But the game may just be over, which would also be bad, because it means that you can't even flip for it. King is flashing in, looking for an opportunity, maybe overextended. The all-out comes in, and the Fountain will murder the Cassante. Delight immediately dies, but of course, that's kind of what's supposed to happen, as it's a massive knock-up from Zeka. That, I think, will confirm his POG as Peanut looks to escape out the front door, and it's not going to work. Clid flashing after Chovy, won't find the knock-up, and this is going to be the end of the game. Hanwha Life Esports come back alive in the series to bring us to at least a 4th game. If there's silver scrapes, I agree with Chronicle. I think that's when you get really worried if you're a Gen G fan. But this should have been done and dusted.
Well done here by Hanwha Life Esports. Finally, we see glimpses of the team that was able to win in the previous round of playoffs. And I gotta say, it comes down to, great performance from Kingen as well on his Cassante. Very, very consistent. We know how good this player can be on tanks. Combined with Clid, to me, I wanted to give it to Zeka, but I think the way that Clid snowballed bot lane as well, taking away one of the big win conditions, putting his Pantheon on the back foot, because clearly Pantheon support, when ahead can be very oppressive, but in this game, it just died a lot. Didn't work out even remotely.
What lane did Pantheon
we're
go?
going to be seeing that one again in playoffs. And the early Dragons started stacking some of the calls by Gen G, those aggressive
Pantheon
calls,
both?
those kind of knife's edge moments. None of them worked out in this game. And then once they got behind, we do know Hanwha from ahead, amazing team.
Yeah, because they just don't often get ahead, right? They need to capitalize on overly aggressive plays from their opposition generally. They were able to rely on D plus Kia for that the majority of the time in that series. This time around, though, the first 2 games, Gen G just didn't give them any windows. This time around, they did. It was an eclectic draft. They were on the red side as well, and now Hanwha, to bring us towards our 2nd dose of silver scrapes this weekend, they need to win on the red side as well. Hanwha Life Esports fans, you're going to have to give them all your energy, though, because this will be a difficult one. We're going to a short break. When we get back, the space and the 4th game of the series.
LC 노플 바이 노플 끝내자. A 따라가네.
여유 있게 해도 끝내. 마지막에 던져서 망할 뻔했노.
괜찮아?
너무 신내지 마. 계속 하자.
나이스.
네, 다음 경기 잘하자. 보자 이거. 나 슈퍼 할게.
노플이야. 맞았다.
나이스. 나이스. 다음 경기 잘하자. 시간.
Melio is a playful
playful enchanter support who brings warm, fuzzy feelings wherever he goes. He's mastered a form of fire magic that can heal instead of hurt, creating the adorable Fuemigos from his eternal flame. Now he's off to Ishtal's capital to pass the ultimate test of greatness, making his beloved family proud. Welcome to the Melio Champion Spotlight.
Come on, Fuemigos. We got a lot of work to do.
Melio's passive, Fired Up, gives his friends a little extra fuel. When Melio's abilities touch an allied champion, their next attack or ability will deal bonus damage, scaling with their attack damage. The target enemy will also burn for a few seconds. The burn doesn't stack, so reigniting it will just refresh the duration. Melio wants to be the very best, but he always has time for fun. His Q Ultra Mega Fire Kick launches a ball of flame that knocks back an enemy. If it hits, the ball will bounce behind them and explode, dealing damage and slowing in an area. The ball bounces extra far when it hits minions or monsters. Line it up when you're sure to score a goal.
Score!
Cast Melio's W, Cozy Campfire, to create a zone that follows the closest teammate. The zone heals over time and applies Melio's passive every few seconds. It also boosts ally attack range for percent of their current range, increasing with ability level. These effects apply to all allied champions in the area, so gather around the campfire, no song required. Recast ability to have the zone follow someone else. Melio loves to help others and makes new friends wherever he goes. Use his E, Warm Hugs, to protect an ally, granting a shield and move speed. Warm Hugs holds 2 charges, so the Fuemigos can spread the love or stack it up.
My fire might look scary, but don't worry, it's totally safe.
Melio's ultimate, Breath of Life, unleashes purifying flames. Allies in the area are healed and cleansed, removing any crowd control effect except for airborne. Allies will also gain tenacity for a few seconds after.
You're welcome!
In lane, Melio wants to play safe and bide his time for team fights, but he does have some poke tools in his backpack. His range is short, but the move speed from Warm Hugs can keep you safe when you run up an auto. Ultra Mega Fire Kick will bounce on hit, so catch enemies off guard from behind minion waves. Score consistently, and you'll drive your opponents un poco loco.
We did it! Yeah!
All of Melio's abilities apply Fired Up when they touch allies, and those empowered attacks can run surprisingly hot. Cozy Campfire grants Fired Up 3 times over its duration. Weave in 2 casts of Warm Hugs, and you'll get up to 5 passive procs on a single ally. Try this out in 2v2 fights to make sparks fly. Melio is fast and hard to lock down, but he's squishy, and the knockback on Ultra Mega Fire Kick is his only peel tool. If you waste it, Melio's out of gas against any assassins or other divers. It's also single target, so groups of enemies can quickly burn him out. And remember, you can't cast your ultimate while you're affected by hard crowd control. Melio's flame may be eternal, but stay out of reach or you'll be quickly extinguished.
But I wanna help my family.
In the late game, Melio's teamfighting powers really flare up. Stick with a group of allies to catch the most smoke for your fire.
I'm just warming up. Get it?
Cozy Campfire is great for healing all your friends, and at higher levels, the attack range boost shines even brighter. Use it to grant massive buffs across multiple teammates, whether you're torching turrets or late game objectives.
I'm pretty strong. I've been training like all day.
With Breath of Life, there's no waiting on a miracle. Its area of effect cleanse can turn any fight. Cast it in a pinch and you'll be out of there before you can say, Flameo! The bonus tenacity will also help keep your team out of the frying pan.
Tag, you're it!
Melio can't wait to share his Fuemigos with new amigos. So what are you waiting for? Pick them up and they'll be sure to warm your heart. Join the gentle flame on his adventure at the links below.
Let's go, Fuemigos!
And they will be your second place team skipping the first round of playoffs here in the LCK. HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after Homolife Esports were able to actually get a win in this series and make things a little bit more interesting. I'm not sure if we can right away say that we have a series on our hands, but at least it's one step in the right direction, guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the game plan was from Gen G. Like, they 80 picked the Ashe, and then it ended up just going 80 carry, even though they saw the Blitzcrank, so maybe they didn't want to support, but then the Pantheon pick, right? Delight has been playing this a lot in solo queue. We thought it might be a flex, and then they just stuck at support, so the bot matchup wasn't that good. But I do like what Life have done with their composition, because I talked a bit about how I felt like they needed more team fighting power, so if they got to that stage they could contest. They have this strong combo with the melee champions with Sejuani, and the Yone for Zeka was far better than what we'd seen him trying to do with the Veigar.
So I think what happened with Gen G in this draft, like my take, is they banned Lucian instead of Varus for some reason, which I don't think was smart in this case. And then with Ashe and Varus open, you're like, ooh, they got Varus, we have to pick Ashe now. And then the Pantheon was this kind of cool idea, which it didn't work out, but like, they tried to, I like how they tried to salvage it with the Vi Ahri, which is a really strong combo, right? And Peanut just played in the previous game an insane duo game with Chovy where he's basically just constantly diving. And then you have the Pantheon to add to that dive if they can get control of the lane, and then Pantheon can roam. He has his ultimate, obviously, as semi-global, so he can constantly get the power around the map. When you fall behind for any reason, it just doesn't work. And Doran had a rough one on the top side of the map.
I think that's the biggest issue, right? If you have this much pick and you get ahead, it's probably going to look really good. You know, Ashe arrows flying, Pantheon going in. Let's just ignore the lanes and, you know, how it was all set up, but it is what it is. Homolife Esports had a good start to this game. As we can see, we're going to take a look at some of the replays here.
Yeah, so we saw some aggressive plays coming out towards the mid lane, and this was after we'd sort of seen the start of the game go in favor of Hanwha, and then they try to answer back here, and I'll just say it started to get really messy.
Yeah, the game did get really messy here, and see even a teleport is committed to, but you can see what this composition for Gen G is trying to do, right? And there's the Ashe arrow long range, there's Pantheon ult, you have so much dive, and in fights like this, you're behind, so you're trying to continue to use your composition to its win condition, but you can see that you're just going too deep at this point. Your enemy has so many items already at this point that, like, while you're diving, if the dive isn't clean and they are reacting to you, they'll win the war of attrition, especially under turrets like that.
And I'd say my big bit of praise is the fact that we saw, you know, Gen G setting the pace of the game for the first two. This one was Hanwha who's really driving it forwards. They went for the ganks in the bot lane, and I feel like, you know, grabbing a Pantheon could end up backfiring if it's just a 2v2, but when they constantly had the jungle pressure there, it was so easy just to pull the Pantheon in, wait for his shield to time out, and then you just kill him. And he ended up dying so many times in the early game, which it was a part of the reason why he couldn't do anything.
Yeah, early game wasn't that clean. I feel like Homolife Esports had a good read on what Gen G were trying to do, and they got ahead of it. We can take a look at the second fight here as well. This was on the Baron, which almost made this game even more crazy.
Yeah, this was like a 3v5 situation because two members had already been picked, and then we see the Yone go down like almost immediately, but it still ends up backfiring. The power of the Cassante, the fact you can just drag someone, it was a 2v5 situation. They end up taking one of the targets out. The rest of them are taking too much damage. Peanut even dies the Baron there, and then they're able to get a huge play to turn it back around.
I feel like Gen G just not super coordinated in this moment. They were decisive, but the turn was really poor, and I think you have to try to play around the Baron pit itself so you can hold that Baron aggro so Peanut doesn't die, but they were super split. They got too close to the wall, not respecting the Cassante all out, and then Peanut's like, wait, the only way we salvage this is if we actually get the Baron, but the team is kind of peeling away. He dies to the Baron, and it's just another weird Gen G late game objective fight. When they're not in full control over the game, they make a lot of mistakes on these, and that's going to potentially be what comes back to bite them in this best of 5.
Could be. I mean, you give a pick over to Zeka this time around. He goes for the Yone, which I think is comfort, actually, for him. He plays it really well. It's not really about him in this game, but I feel like this might be a good stepping stone for Homolife to say, hey, it was pretty comfortable for us. We figured it out, you know. We were all playing our comfortable champs. Zeka was looking good on the Yone. Let's take a look at the POG and see who actually picks it up. I don't think it will be Zeka. It will be Clid, actually, on the Sejuani.
Yeah, so had a pretty strong early game, set up those plays in the bot side. I think regardless of our feelings about the draft, you know, I feel like Gen G did drop the ball a bit. I think the main thing is that if they had snowballed, it could have just been a 3-0. We saw Clid have a really active role in getting the ball rolling for his team.
Yeah, I think for me, like, you know, we were looking at this and it could have been Clid, right? It could have also been the Varus, right? We did see some really good plays from Viper throughout this game, but we ended up voting for the top lane because of the control he had there in the 1v1. We didn't actually take a look at some of those highlights, obviously, but having that pressure point on the map also, I think, really weakens Genji's ability to play this game, and Clid just constantly engaged when they were ahead. He was just always pushing forward and setting up everybody as somebody's birthday near us. That's what you guys are hearing. It's a happy birthday song.
6 out of 11, we did get 3 votes for King, and also 1 for Zeka and 1 for Viper down at the bottom. He did, he did a lot of boom damage in this game, so
I think
that's okay.
There was a big disparity between Genji and Hanwha in the previous games. It had to be everyone stepping up if they're going to bring it back.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we do have game number 4 on the horizon. Let's go over to the casters for that game 4.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 3, Hanwha Live Esports, making it interesting here at Lowell Park. I thought it was going to be a blowout, thought it was going to be a sad and sorry affair, Chronicler, but I'm starting to see it, inklings of a game resting on our hands. Can inspect your hands for a moment?
No, I'm not inspecting my hands.
Have a look at, just tell me, what's on them?
No.
You're not even looking at them. You're refusing.
I'm closing my eyes.
He's closing his eyes.
Literally
He will not even see whether there is game on the hands.
No, because I think that I needed to go to a game 5 before I'm allowing anyone to feel strongly, because that draft was a very high variance, didn't work out, the couple of early plays didn't work out, and still, Genji with that Baron play, or rather what happened before that, was still almost able...
The counter throw, the counter throw.
Well, somewhere in the middle there,
right.
was still able to almost bring it back. So, I'm gonna slow down, I'm gonna calm myself, and I'm gonna see what happens in this draft. But, to go to game 5, I think your waters might be feasting tonight, my friend, as we are going to see Genji now on blue side should also be big. The Varus going to get taken away as well, and Humble Life going to be feeling forced to ban away Zera. There we go.
Ooh, okay. So here is the adaptation in the draft that the desk was calling for. Cassante, first pick. And now, Humble Life Esports, do they fall into the Ash trap? Do they elect instead to just get powerful solo lanes? And I actually honestly think Sejuani Yone is actually just a really good first 2 picks. But Zaya will be picked up instead. So sort of the tier list approach to the bottom side of the map with no Zeri or Lucian. Zaya feels a lot better, as Aphelios was a ban that Hanwha Life Esports were putting down off the rip, honestly, on the blue side. So, Aphelios Thresh is going to come through here into the Zaya Rakan. Pretty face up on Hanwha Life Esports' side, but I like this more.
Same. We prefer this. We know that Life is very good on both these 2 champions. It's not like his Rakan is a slouch, but I really like the Blitzcrank into Thresh for many a reason. This is also new and improved Thresh with an incredible amount of Qs that he has available in the fight. And Hanwha Life, the reason why I'm a little worried is because this is looking a lot like the drafting game number 1 and 2. Yes, this has a lot of power. Yes, you got great team fighting, but I need to see a proactive mid lane here for Zeka, because the cast talked about it a little bit as well. We did during the, or the desk rather, we talked about it during the cast for a bit. Zeka actually making moves on the map was what stopped that early dragon. It was what set up the bait in mid. It's what got the snowball rolling. And if it's there's a Yone ban, Genji clearly agree. And I think that's an amazing choice.
I think they need to ban Gragas. I think if Hanwha just like R4 and 5, Gragas, Yasuo, it's kind of like over. Especially now that Zeka knows that you need to click on the champion with your ultimate.
Yeah, imagine winning a game against D+ while not knowing that. That could never happen, right?
I know. I have a feeling that he might have been a little bit facetious. I hope he was a bit facetious.
I don't think he was.
I know. That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, that's what makes it funnier.
This man should not have this much power. Alright, Hanwha. Will they just... I really want to see the Gragas locked in. Just because it is so flexible, and we are going to at least get it hovered for now.
I think it makes sense. What I'm worried about is Genji. At least isn't here, but what you can do is you can go like
Renekton Nidalee?
Or Gnar and then Nidalee. Yeah.
No, I hate Gnar Nidalee. Gnar Nidalee makes me very upset.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. might be what ends up happening here, because I do think the Renekton has a much worse matchup into the Gragas specifically, and you don't know where it's going to go.
True.
Gen.G, though, not going to do either of those things. Is it just going to be Vi Ahri again?
Vi Lissandra again? They could just go to K-Sandra. Use Aphelios as the win condition this time.
I'd say Ahri, because I think that the Lissandra does have a much tougher time into the... I love that. Into Xayah, especially.
LeBlanc into Yasuo? Specifically?
That's... You're ready.
I am ready. Does he give it another whirl, is the question. Because there are a lot of knockups. It is going to be the Lissandra consideration instead. Does kind of go against what Zeka has been good at, which makes me less excited, as Gragas for Zeka, so that's still melee, and they are going to take away the Gnar. So Gragas should be able to survive at least into LeBlanc, but this is not quite as inspiring as what I had in mind.
No, I know, because Yasuo with Rakan and Gragas actually amazing, but I think the mid lane matchup might have deterred them from that one. And it's going to be the Gnar. Gnar into Cassante, we know, can go either way, is favored for Gnar, but not to the point where we should expect Doran to really struggle. And we again have Peanut and Chovy on a mid-jungle duo with a lot of agency. Pays on one of his most comfortable picks here, with that Aphelios locked in. And on my life, that's not a lot of range. If you get to the late game, if this Aphelios gets fed, I'm very worried that this is feeling a lot more like some of the earlier games in this series, Atlas, where I'm looking at the Homa drop, like if you get to like 20 minutes and it's even,
you're having a bad time. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes, because I honestly feel like Gen.G do have a lot of ways to deal with Rakan engage, which I think is a lot of what they're going to be relying on. And Life's Rakan has looked not super the best.
Which is so weird.
I know,
because he's been so good in the champion.
I mean, his like the ruler life, like Kai'Sa Rakan back in the day, like Kalista Rakan. Man, he's been very, very good at the champion in the past. And now he's going to have to bring it out. Here in game number 4, backs are indeed against the wall. They are orientated in the space that they are in.
But that's where Humwa likes
That's what I'm saying, right? So they've been backing. They're like, oh, found the wall. We've got some stability. And now we're looking to move forward. They have taken that first step. We'll see whether they can take the rest of them here and move us towards Silver Scrapes. Let's get on to the Rift for game number 4. Oh man, Gnar is just a very strange thing. As we've got an angry bee, and Chovy was just having a little bit of a cry, and then he gets a little bit confused. Why are you being so aggressive there, Zeka?
No, I think he
got hit by Q or something.
Already chunked him a little bit.
Yeah, and so Zeka got angry bee. And I look, I didn't understand that was the context. I thought it was like just off the rip, I'm just gonna angry bee at you. I think that's overly aggressive. But if he did get hit by an ability and then angry bead, absolutely.
That makes it okay.
No, it really does. That's sort of the etiquette.
Sure.
Of the emote game at level 1, as Zeka can see him, and it was a distortion onto his face. As he's going to be able to hop back and get himself the ward. Nicely done.
Gonna be aware of where the opponent is starting. Opposite sides of the jungle here, and would expect Paze and the Light to play very aggressive early on here. The Glacier Oakman on the Fresh, no shocking turn of events there. And this is the game where either Gen.G wins themselves a ticket to the winner finals, or Humble Life force me to open my eyes and look at my hands. Which might very well happen. I think the team fighting power that this composition has is amazing. We've seen T1 come back with a very similar composition. The Gragas, the Xayah, the Rakan, right?
Yeah.
Against a KT that was dunking on them. But given how the series has gone, I really appreciated a Homa Life drop that had a lot more agency, and I think now on red side they often default back to this, which is a lot more of the hang back, you know? And if we see a great opportunity, we might go for it.
Well, I mean, I'd almost counter that, and I got a weird reason for it, right?
Hit me.
I feel like the reason Hanwha won Game 3 was because Gen G had too much agency and used too much of it. And Hanwha have been a team that have just played to counteract enemy mistakes. And Gen G had too many opportunities to make mistakes with the draft that they had.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's the case in this particular game. But we'll see whether Hanwha have enough tools now to make it happen. Because, man, like, you get yourself into a late game, like, skirmish or team fight around a Drake, and you have so many playmaking avenues, right? Like, there is Nah, there is... who doesn't have to worry about Talia for the engage. You've got Gragas to set things up. You've even got Sejuani. You've got Rakan. Like, there are a million different ways to make things happen, as Chovy is going to take Zeka for a walk, and Zeka is just going to accept it. And does find a nice little trade there. As Gen G push the wave in on the bottom side, Peanut turns up. And both junglers hanging out here bottom side. Peanut should be able to grab himself this Rift Scuttler. As Clid going to go for a bit of a back and return towards, I'd assume, the top side to collect a Rift Scuttle of his own. Especially with the fact that, oh, Peanut actually doesn't sweep that out. So full information now given as to the location of the jungler as he goes home. So that's certainly good news for Hanwha Life Esports here in this early stage. But of course, no skin off the noses of Gen G.
Yeah, my expectation is that we're really going to see this game accelerate when we get to the first objectives. That's why I think that the individual pick potential that Gen G has is extremely valuable, and Hanwha Life, I think, gets like one bad team fight is, oh, Doran might be in trouble here. They did have a ward, so he knows very well that Clid's on top side, and it also means the light and pace can go in a little bit deeper here, but sums are available for Viper and Life. I don't know if they can get a lot done here. Easy with Lantern.
Delight could definitely start something up. Is it a flash play angle is the question as Life. Oh no, the hook is going to connect there. The lantern goes down, Battle Dance is pretty powerful. And Peanut is just gonna have to vacate. He does help deal with the minion wave on his way out. But Life not having to actually use anything there. That is a great sign here for Hanwha Life Esports.
So yeah, so the trade is really good for Hanwha Life when it comes to the summoners. But the wave state might be a bit rough here if Paze and the Light can keep it shoving into them. Although I think Viper and Life with Cliddles in the general vicinity not going to feel too bad, so nice early pressure absorption here to come through from the Hanwha Life bot lane.
Yeah, and we do have to remind everyone, you mentioned this already, Paze Zefelios. I believe when he came into the LCK, it was double the most played of his second highest. Like, he played the majority of his professional games on this Aphelios. It was one of his best, I believe, over a 60% win rate or something like that.
Yeah, and Atlas, you've casted the Gen G team in Challengers this split.
I have. They have been pretty, they've been pretty quid. They've been,
yeah, they haven't been that great because they're missing specifically this player, Peanut, now on the top half of the map.
Yeah, Kingen trying to charge up that Nabar as the all-out does come through. There's the hop from Kingen. Clid's going to turn up, and it's a disaster for Gen G. Or is it? Let's see what they can do. There's the Gnar into the wall. The Wallop's going to come down to follow it up. Peanut should be dying, and Dorn's actually kind of popping off. Clid's going to need to find the permafrost, and he does. Peanut's the one to escape. Clid throws out the happy bee. And oh man, look at you. What? How are your hands? Chronicler, I think that you owe Hanwha Life Esports an inspection of your hands.
Not yet. Not yet. I'm holding off until the game is won, Atlas.
I think I mean, isn't a 4-1 still kind of a game? Like, sorry, a 3-1, it's 2-1, like 3-1 outcome.
Is it a serious? I'm seeing hairbet. No, I'm not doing a hairbet, G-Sun. If you don't know for 100% where the enemy is, you can't go for this. Kingen also has his Narma almost available, and frankly, Peanut should have died.
Yes.
Right? Like, he barely stays alive here. I think Clid cancels the auto. I'm not sure why else Peanut would be able to get out there. And the fact that the play didn't even it wasn't even as bad as it could have been.
Yeah. Right? Like, that could have been way worse. If they double, then I'm looking at my hands, okay? But they don't. So, it's not a full disaster yet, but these are exactly the type of plays that we saw Gen G make in the previous game that backfired heavily and left them scrambling as Homa Life picked up all the pieces beautifully.
Doran still with some control of this lane, as we can see. Ahead in CS, although that will be evened out. It's bottom side of the map, still just fine for both sides. Of course, scaling available for both the Felios and the Xayah. But I think I like Xayah in this composition quite a lot. And I think a lot will hinge on how Delight is able to orchestrate the beginning of a lot of these plays. As he flash plays to look for Viper. There is the Featherstorm that they will collect using just a hook and an ignite. Really nicely done here from Delight.
Yeah, Delight.
I'm unintentional.
Yeah, Delight now going to with Justice Flash, put Viper, or Flash and Ignite rather, put Viper on the back foot. And yeah, you're getting Herald, but we've seen that this is a classic right here. We've seen this one countless times. Oh, you go for Herald, that's cool. Our jungler is gonna walk near bot lane, and we have Crescendo.
Yeah.
So CU trades better now, and I can assure you, it's this guy.
Yeah, I think FaZe will at least be able to get a couple of plates. Is that a third?
God.
Yes, it is. That's insane.
That's a full wave tonight as well, and they do need to get Drake though, and they need to not lose the ensuing fight, but like you get an early Ocean, and you get 3 plates on your Aphelios, who, by the way, if he is going down to like one minion on a call again, I will lose it.
Well, there are 14 left before he gets that. He's going to get 5 from this wave. It's going to have to be
it's going to be 6.
Oh,
and I think the next wave is a cannon.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, it's not. Okay. Okay, so it's going to be 2. That's fine. I can handle that.
Well, Chovy going to mimic a distortion here and throw a chain towards Zeka. Doesn't actually manage to get the root, but it's fine. Zeka is just living his best life as a good old Gragas. And he's only down a wave. Should be a-okay. Catalyst should be coming in relatively soon as well. And that's where, you know, your life gets a whole lot better. And as far as gold is concerned, you know, we're talking about Aphelios getting a bunch of plates there towards bottom side. Fantastic for Gen G. But I think in an even game state, Alma is still feeling absolutely peachy. And the way that Gen G won in the first 2 games was severe snowball. It was not letting Hama Life Esports actually have any ability to play the game in the mid game. And this might be a way to make that one work. As Viper immediately going to have to cleanse. There is the Lantern. Hook is going to connect, and it's on to Viper. Okay, Life, can you actually find it is the question. Oh, the overstep from FaZe perhaps, but no, he flashes, gets himself out of this one, and Hama Life Esports, they keep their Viper alive.
And as I say, no sums, Viper cleanses, so egg on my face for that one.
No flash, though.
But I didn't have flash and Featherstorm, so I got carried away. But more importantly, cleanse now taken, and even though they don't end up getting the kill, that is again going to be a lead for the bot lane here for Gen G. So we're accelerating pace. And I really like the Homa Life composition when it comes to late game, but I do think with like LeBlanc and Aphelios, you can never be counted out.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Amount of aggressive pressure that I expect Chovy to have into a team that, like, how do you actually deal with Chovy jumping in? It's tough as, oh no.
Just gonna wander into a hook here. Nice play there from Delight as well, as Life going to be told to cease trying to escape. And he will, as that is the Life that we saw first couple of games. A little bit unfortunate there. Greedily looking for vision.
Oh, and that was a really nice layering as well, because Life had flash, so they made sure that Peanut was like holding his ultimate, so that even if Life would flash, he would follow him, save that till the very end. And with Life that, guess what?
Yeah, it's the full turret that will be taken here. Pays a gigantic advantage, as that is 4th turret collected. Let's have a look at this. Look at how relaxed he is as well.
And then gets the cancel on the grand entrance.
Really clean.
Very well done. And we haven't seen Herald used yet. Doran backing here. Oh my god, he's just gonna be fine. Okay.
He will be fine. His turret may be less fine. We'll just see whether Shelly is going to be able to give Viper some money. She will.
Lane swaps answer. Kill force done now for Pace. It's a really big spike here for the Aphelios.
Yeah. I think it's very important that Viper was able to actually get that money, though. Might help him stay somewhat relevant in this game, even if it is a difficult ask already. Without that, would have been almost impossible. As we look towards our next fight, a minute and a half on the Cloud Drake, and that is Gale Force done. Believe
Very nice.
You were talking about.
I was. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You always know what I'm thinking, Atlas.
Well, I think that, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I do. I'm thinking that you just want to look at your hands, but you won't because you're stubborn.
I wouldn't say I'm stubborn.
Are you being a bit stubborn about that?
Well, I'm being a bit stubborn about it right now, but I feel like that doesn't apply to me as
That's
an
what a
individual.
stubborn person would say, just so you know.
Oh yeah, I walked right into that one. As Pace, he's gonna get a bunch more plates. Man,
do it again.
He's just on a diet of plates only.
When he does his grocery shopping, he goes to IKEA, man. That's what happens. He just eats all the plates. All the plates.
Or maybe
there's a
he eats
large
both.
array of plates there.
That's why he's so fed. You know, normal people they see their food and then they eat it, but then he also eats the plate.
He's on like the porcelain diet.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Look at the gold.
No, it's absurd. And he's 0-0-0. It's all money from structures. They're also going to be able to get first turret blood here, so that money is going to go up even further. And Gen G, that is the entirety of their gold lead, and it's a considerable one now. It was Hanwha making plays in the early game, but now, utilizing this Aphelios this effectively, they've just got so much money. And yeah, 1,600 gold.
Look, it's 1,000 on Pace.
No, it's insane. And he's ahead in farm as well, as they've been walking them around.
This just makes me disappointed that he's not better at Ziggs, because I feel like it'd be perfect for him. You know, he's running from turret to turret, getting plates. And now, we do have the... Oh, Peanuts in the pit.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash to get out of the pit.
Delight.
Yeah, Hook is going to connect. Not a lot to get from it, as Peanuts back in once again. All right, that's a flash forward. Don't know about that one. Cease and desist comes through as Peanut will go down. And now the Lantern can be taken by Doran. Chovy dives on in, trying to get some poke damage down as we even out the dragons. Oh, Orcs, what have you done? Actually just the least valuable Drakes in this game.
I also have no idea what just happened there and why they fought the second time. So Peanut queues in, then flashes out because they're ready.
And then queues in again.
And then he queues in again. And then Doran is like, I will save you! But that didn't quite work. Yeah, because the zoning from Zaka actually really valuable there, if I remember correctly. Him being on the side meant that the rest of Gen G couldn't approach. As we're going to see a replay of this, yeah. Obviously, like the teleport from Nar doesn't really matter, but look at Delight, Pace, Chovy, not really able to walk up there. And also just, I think, somewhat baffled at what is going on. And that's going to be the Drake. That's going to be a free kill donated to Humble Life. And 2 more of those, and I'll look at my hands, Atlas.
Yeah, very interesting situation here. As Peanut looking for Shirley.
Should be fine. Should be able to get this. Without too much trouble. And we haven't mentioned Chovy as much because the game hasn't been about him. But he is still up 23 CS, and he is the sole source of magic damage. And the enemies really want to itemize armor because there is a monster fat Aphelios on the enemy team. So life is kind of great for Chovy, and he just got another turret as well.
Yeah, and managed to get the local gold for that one.
Yeah.
As the map is becoming a better and better place for Gen G players. The copium for Humble Life Esports is the fact that they have their outer turret in mid. So that helps.
Hey, they have a great teamfight comp. You know, T1 won a game, and it was way worse.
That's true. I mean, I still think that it's still a game that Hammer are still feeling okay about, especially being able to stand their ground around that Drake Pete, as Clid going to secure his red buff and make his way out. Peanut not going to be able to deter him there, as Viper just trying to get towards those quick blades as soon as he can. Will be Bloodthirster done pretty soon, also for Pays.
Chovy has his bench, he's done. I would have loved the Shadow Flame, like I said. I think that right now you're in a position where you're able to do so much effective damage. But looking at the enemy team, there are not a lot of squishy targets, right? It's even Zeka is actually fairly beefy as oh, Clit and King and
all right, they're looking for it. Glacial Prison comes down. The grand entrance going to be played very nicely, and the hook comes through for the Wallop. He's going to connect onto Peanut, and there's not a whole lot that Gen G can do about it. Great pick from Hanwha, who found another one here in this mid game despite the gold deficit.
And that's big, but at the same time, they did invest 2 flashes to kill. Well, if they get Doran as well for free, then it's a great trade.
Well, it might be for a few boomerangs, as Doran is going to get hyped once again. There's a flash forward from Clid, as they get a teleport, as Zeka is coming into the mid lane, as they know what they want. And it's not Zeka to be hooked, as Cask comes on through, and Zeka is dead. Paze is going to be able to lock that one down, as Viper starting to pop off in the fight as well. Collects himself 1 kill, but now has to try and navigate 4 people. It's not going to work out, as Glid is also going to go down, and Gen G fighting around Paze, looking so much better.
Oh, Viper is trying so hard, man! But it's not happening. Chovy there, together with Paze, doing an extra job, and Zeka, well, if you're hard forcing a play, trying to kill Cassandra on bot side with your Gnar and your Sejuani, you can't also go in for the TP there. And this is going to be rough, right? It starts off so good. And actually, Hamlet kind of falling in the same trap that their opponents did. Because I think this is a heavy investment, but this, if you're able to get temp of this, if you're able to get a mid lane turret of this, power to you, right? There's no Drake, but this investment can be worth it. But then here, the hook from the light hits. Paze does a great sidestep here, then flashes the grand entrance, and then this is where like, oh, Viper maybe, but crucially Paze is fine. Clint can't find him, and Doran promptly responds with a teleport of his own. And then, yeah, Aphelios didn't get killed, so he can just kite back. Chovy, meanwhile, is doing a ton of damage as well, and that might be it. And I can look at my hands now because I don't think there's anything on there, Atlas.
Well, I think there's still definitely a game on there, mate. But Harmolife Esports, they certainly struggled in that moment, and losing this outer turret, absolutely huge as well. Shirley going to come down, and Peanut will be able to collect their first Tenacious Dragon, which abbreviates to Tenacious D, as you guys know. And Shirley will be taken down. So, Hanwha, back to the drawing board a little bit here, and we'll see whether they can find the team fights that looked good from before, or whether Gen G, behind Delight, whose Thresh has just been extraordinary today.
Oh yeah, really has been.
Yeah, it's been very, very good.
Such a cool story as well, right? Obviously, Delight coming from way back when he was still known as Crescent, played for Gen G with Pace. Most notably, those guys have a history together. And then on Brion, like always being good, but he was never the main point of that team. So many characters on that one, obviously.
Yeah.
And him and Pace coming in and like following up as Doran.
Okay, let's see how this one's good. That Moonlight Vigil was optimistic at best.
Yeah.
Better players have longer range on their abilities, and Pace, I think, thought that he'd got to the next level, but wasn't quite there yet. I think that's how it goes.
No, did not work out. Gen G is gonna not be able to get anything, or not even anything invested there from Viper. They're both completely fine. It's a big team fight ultimate gone now. And I'm looking at Chovy's third item because, as mentioned, I do think itemizing Amara is very hard for the opposing team. And he is already very fed.
Yeah, I think Death Cap into Void Stuff is still probably fine.
Look at that big ward. They know this is happening.
And is it Crescendum next here for Pace? Because that would mean that this Baron will just explode. Does have a bit of, yeah, a lot of ammo to get through. And so it looks like the Baron is not going to be flipped. I'd recommend that, as flipping the game at this stage is probably not what you want. Quick plates going to just be completed here by Viper, as Zeka not going to get hit by the chains. That is very, very helpful. But you can see this side lane being controlled by Chovy, putting that pressure on King and trying to do the same thing here towards the bottom lane. Does have his Black Cleaver and Trinity Force both done. Still gives me the heebie-jeebies looking at Black Cleaver and Trinity Force together.
Why?
because it used to be redundant.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just something inside of you.
Yeah.
No.
And I know it's not the same anymore. But double Pahage, you know, used to make me very sad. Anyway, it's a bit of an aside. I think I've spoken about that too.
Nothing.
That's like a grandpa, just it's time to go to bed type situation. Yeah.
Nothing that really resonates with me like the triple lifeline.
Oh, good stuff.
And Pace going for Lord Dom's third here. I'm also, if I remember correctly, both of these AD carries did in fact go cut down, which is nice.
Hey.
Yeah, because there's a lot of health and a lot of tankiness on the enemy team as Genji's just going to get an inner.
Well, they're going to look for it. They might also get a king in, as they don't, but they do get the inner like you were talking about. Zeka going to complete his Seraph's Embrace, but that means that he's not here to help defend. Peanut looking to move back towards the Baron once again. And I actually kind of like that. If you've got a split pushing Cassante, bring someone over that can do damage when you get to the turret.
That can help him actually take it down.
Yeah.
Peanut's just going in.
Yeah, he's just walking towards them. Trophy going to come on over as well. Make sure that this inner turret goes down also. And Kingen looking for that flank angle, but he's just going to call it, move towards that top side to try and answer the minion wave. And Gen.G collect themselves so much map control, and then move back towards the Baron and to Fog of War, as that minion auto attack just continuing forever.
And if we get to like Supreme late game, I think the Hanwha Life composition can always get it done. We know Viper with an AD carry with as much team fighting power as this is incredible. But I think they're going to lose the game because on this spike. Because right now we have Cleaver for Peanut, who isn't the main point, but at least he gets a second item. Has had a rough game here. But most notably Chovy, I don't know how much gold he's sitting on, but he's been sitting on these double rods for a fair amount of time. And if he's 16 and he has Rabas, while Pays also just finished his Lord Doms,
that's a big spike.
That's, yeah, I don't think you get to fight for Nash. He is very far off of 16, so I don't think he'll hit that. But even just getting Death Cap will be humongous here.
And also they're kind of bleeding Hanwha Life Esports out of any resources right now.
LeBlanc with Banshees, right? It's so hard to collapse on the try though.
Yeah, and Clid throwing an ultimate to Narnia is not really going to get it done. Cease and desist coming through here as Gragas trying to keep himself alive as Pays just going to destroy him. Kingen not going to offer too much back there as we get a zoom, optimistic zoom there from Jonas Strong, but we still get a zoom anyway. So the hook is going to go moderately wide. As Nar comes through, connects onto the Cassante, as Doran is just not exactly too worried about a turret, and in fact, just bring him over, predicts it, as he can walk through the base gate, but still, Pace just does so much damage. Presses Q with that Infernum and feels real good about it, and now the inhibitor turret is going to be taken down. Hanwha, you're gonna have to try and look for a fight at some point, and needs to be while you have players that are alive.
I think we just saw why Hanwha Life was permabanning Aphelios. It wasn't actually about pace. It was about making sure that the light doesn't play fresh. Because,
yeah.
My God, man. What a masterclass here from the Gen.G bot lane.
No one tell Gen.G that you can also play Jinx Thresh and it's fine.
Hey, it's not the same Atlas. It's
I
not as
like
powerful.
As Zeka, here in this mid lane, clearing out waves, they will be able to take
Genji's ready for this.
Soul point. And Hanwha, last-ditch effort. Move on over to the Baron. And if they can establish themselves, there is a possibility something could happen, but this is a haymaker.
It's a Hail Mary. All or nothing here.
Yeah, Chovy still has that Banshees as Moonlight Vigil connects. Are they tanking up? Pace just dives forward. He's burning down, and Viper will secure the kill. It's a zoning Gnar ultimate, and Viper is now dead. Great knockups are going to come in, but Chovy is still alive, and no one is touching him. He can just do whatever he wants. Life is hiding as best he can. It's a horror movie for this Rakan, as Chovy is just walking past him. He'll connect the chains, and goodbye life. He says, oh, I missed you, buddy, from last year, but I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to put you in the death chamber for a while I win this game.
And that is going to be it here. Gen.G, yeah, they dropped game number 3, but game number 4, back to your regularly scheduled programming. Completely decimating Hanwha Life here in this final game, Atlas.
Obliteration once again, and this time it was back to how they won the first 2 games, and that was with a better game plan. As Viper going to be taken out, he does take Delight with him, and this is not the end for Harmon Life Esports. They will be now down in the lower bracket to face off against KT next week.
And maybe that is where we will see the Humble Life we saw in the series against D+, but today, Gen G, it took a Pantheon support for them to lose, and it wasn't Hanwha's. Really incredibly well performed here. I think this final game in particular really solidifying kind of the overall tale of this series. It's a Delight, it's a Pace, who gets so much resources from the rest of the team. And
no,
then
they didn't. They got them from Harmon Life Esports as turrets. That's where they
yeah,
got the
you
resources.
know what? Fair enough. Man. Dora, it's just there.
I had a good time. You guys aren't thinking about the dive from earlier on or anything like that. It's fine. Everything going A-OK, and Gen G booking themselves a summer final rematch against T1 in the winners final. That is going to be a very interesting one, mainly based on what we saw from this series. And that was very well executed clean play from Gen G and game plans that looked extremely well practiced. And if they can actually make those work against a T1 that went to 5 games against KT in what was chaotic at best, right? If they can play to their game during that series, I'll be very, very impressed. And it will mean,
man,
whoever wins that series goes to MSI.
That is going to be an incredible series. I'm just, you know, I've been following Pace for the last year, and if you told me that this was the performance he'd have in his first LCK best of 5, man, I'd be surprised. They're looking good. Doran, also a player that I think deserves a lot of credit. Yeah, that early dive wasn't great, but the consistency that he brings, and even though we saw some glimpses of the Doran of old, right, who went for plays that he shouldn't have gone for, I think still is a big part of what makes his roster work. Peanut doing kind of the opposite of scaling in this series. Both his game 3 and 4 were not necessarily amazing, but he got the early leads, obviously having an incredible game as well when Chovy was on the Lissandra. And Chovy is another example. Like, there's so many things to talk about with Gen G because we didn't talk about it that much this game, but he was also, I'm sure when we see the damage charts, he's going to be very high up because the consistent amount of harass that he was able to find was very, very impressive.
And I think this was the game-losing play.
Yeah, I agree.
This was where Hanwha sort of ran out of the control that they had in that moment. They were very slightly hanging onto the edge, and this is where they kind of fell down. The double kill on top of the like billions of plates that Paze was eating around the map really did spell the end. Not out of it just yet. Another opportunity for Hanwha. The Gen G, they are through to that winners final with so many opportunities to head towards Jamshil for the final of spring this year and be one of the teams to go to MSI. Still, no one confirmed just yet. Still 4 teams with the opportunity to get there. 2 of them with some lifelines as well.
And we also need to remember that even though they weren't able to win, up until the point where Peanut made that unfortunate face check, Gen G is one of the few teams that actually have been able, in the regular season, obviously after KT yesterday, we can add another one to the list, but they were one of the few teams that was able to stand up to T1, which in of itself I think is a huge achievement with how good and consistent they were. And for Humble Life, I don't think that today was reminiscent of their best showing, like we saw when they played against D+. But there are a lot of things that they need to fix when they go up against KT, because if you have early games like this, that means it's a Lahans playground, and you can't allow that, not against KT in its current form.
No, I don't think so, especially with what we saw. KT is, oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zeka really not having a great one in this final game, but Chovy, massive damage. He was your POG, right?
No.
Oh.
What do you think I went for?
Oh. Well,
It was Delight.
I hope that he can be saved by my
was
boys
Delight.
in media. I mean, Delight was fantastic, but
Those hooks were too good, man.
no, he was absolutely amazing. And I think Delight probably deserves it this time around as well.
We'll
It
see.
is time to throw it over to the space, though, and see what they thought about the Gen G victory.
Thank you, casters, for your awesome casts on the day. That is the Gen G 3-1 victory. They will move to the upper side of the bracket to face off against T1 in the winners match. That's going to be very hype. Humble Life will have another chance here against KT. Guys, what do you think about this draft in this game?
Bit of a Humble Leaf in the wind in this one. As we're just going to prioritize Xayah every time, aren't we? We're just going to do that. Viper's a very good Xayah player. But you're walking into what could have been, by the way, the Aphelios Thresh and by Ahri. They opted into the LeBlanc instead, which functions similarly, but like it could have been even stronger, I think, what Gen G could have actually played here. And yeah, you're worried maybe Lissandra comes out, I guess, if you commit that hard to this, but I feel like Gen G had a great draft here. They were like, yeah, I don't care if you ban this area, it doesn't matter. We were trying to set up for that first pick, you ban it, we have another option ready.
What I really like as well is when the Vi LeBlanc came in, it felt like before that, Honor Life was set up for like Yasuo pick. We're kind of talking about it. They had the Gragas, they had the Sejuani and the Rakan. It's kind of similar to the comp they had against D+. But then when you see Vi LeBlanc, it's like, I ain't playing Yasuo into that. So they end up flexing the Gragas to mid and bringing out the Gnar, but it felt like Zeka was super uncomfortable on the Gragas, and it wasn't a fun matchup. Like, it was a really free lane for LeBlanc just to dictate. So I like how they pivoted that, because I feel like if it was a scenario where the Yasuo would be good, Honor Life could have done far better in this game.
Absolutely. You know, I was just kind of a sucker for the Chovy LeBlanc, for the Zeka Yone. You know, these two guys are so incredibly mechanically skilled. And, you know, we see this all the time, like in Twitch chat or, you know, like, why aren't they just giving them the carries and stuff? But actually in this series, I was like, actually, those are the two mid performances I enjoyed the most. So, very happy to see Chovy on LeBlanc. Unfortunately, he probably will be robbed, but maybe Media's got our back there on the Chovy vote. Let's take a look at the first highlights here, as there were a lot of plates that were taken, guys.
So, Crescendum it allows you to take plates very quickly if you stand next to the turret, and that is what Aphelios is going to do, while also making strange sounds in this replay. And every time he was left with space here in these lanes, he just crushed these plates with the Crescendum, like we see here. It's a strategy we've seen a lot where you are able to swap your Aphelios to another lane, and if you do it quickly enough with enough tempo, like the Gen G had in this game, you can get a massive amount of gold. As plates fell at 14 minutes, he was 2,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent at a 0-0-0 kill score.
Yeah, and I think especially since it's Xayah into the Aphelios, it's really hard for her to ever walk up against a Fed Aphelios, because he's normally going like items like BT and stuff that mean if you try and walk into his space, you just don't deal enough damage, he'll just shred you down. So I like the way they set up for that. Often Gen G do give a lot of gold to Pays, and that put him in a really comfortable position in this game, and from there on it just felt like smooth sailing.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like Gen G didn't have to do anything incredible in these drafts in this best of 5. They didn't reveal too much other than the fact that, like, Pays can play other stuff that's not Zeri every single game. You can ban it, and he will play the Aphelios Thresh. He will play Ziggs that one time. He will have these other picks that he can pull out.
Pantheon?
Yeah.
Fine.
Forgot about that one. Either way, let's go to the second highlight, which was this fight in mid, which pretty much sealed the deal. And after this is, I think, where Chovy got a lot of his damage.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the power of the Thresh, right? Lanterns, they Aphelios into a more comfortable position, lands the death sentence there, and then the rest of the team are positioned to try and find the engage. And I think, you know, the way Honma managed to win against T+, a lot of team comps are about just big team fights, planning the engage in the backline. It's so hard to do against this Thresh and Delight is paladin so well. And I feel like at this point they already had a big lead going in, but they came off this fight with like a 5,000 gold lead, and it just felt like the game was done from there.
You get the mid turret as well with the LeBlanc. You have so much more space on the map. You can threaten a lot harder. You can get that deep vision up. It becomes so difficult to play the game. I'm going to be honest. I feel like HLE, they have some really strong comfort picks they're relying on here. And I think T1 ended up playing against someone they played in regular season, kind of messing up some of those fights because they weren't really aware of the team composition and what its strengths were. I think the same thing happened to D+ in the first round of playoffs here. Gen G just kind of didn't walk into any of their traps, had a better preparation going into the series in terms of draft, and didn't walk into any bad fights. You know, obviously the Game 3 draft was a little bit weird, but beyond that, I think they were the stronger team, and I think HLE looked very exposed in this series.
Yeah.
You know, I think we said that D+ Kia losing that one felt like more like they were losing it more than HLE was winning, and this time around, like Gen.G, the better team clearly, and very concerned for what Hanwha Life Esports are going to look like for the rest of the playoffs.
Especially since going up against KT, obviously looked so good in this series against T1, and the fact that KT can just look at this series and it's like pretty clear evidence of how to deal with Hanwha Life. So I think it's definitely going to be super KT favored and a big upset if Hanwha Life are going to come out of that one.
Yeah, and I actually think, especially after seeing Game 4 now, I think unironically, Gen.G were actually just trying some crazy stuff in Game 3. They're like, we are so far ahead of these guys. Let's play this crazy thing. Delight, you've been practicing Pantheon. Maybe we can flex it. Like, they didn't have to do that.
No,
They
I
could've
know
just
what
did,
happened
you
is
know.
that Wolf predicted 3-1, and he was like, hey,
So did I.
Gen.G, how was that here?
3-1 Andes rise up!
Yeah. The Andes strong together.
What happened?
It is going to be pretty interesting to see who the POG is for this one, so let's see who does pick it up. It will be Delight.
Yep, Trophy robbed again.
3 games in a row, I
Got
feel
him
like
again.
Chovy was like the second option. I think in all three games they won, you could say that. But I feel like Delight really deserved to set up a load of picks with the Thresh. He was there to reposition in moments like this to keep it safe. But the death sentences just felt so consistent. With the changes to Thresh, where it is now Q max, where you do get such a low cooldown, if you're constantly hitting those Qs, you're getting so much value in the team fights.
Yeah, he just played extremely well from start to finish, and there was never really a moment where we had to talk about like Lantern play or anything like that, because there were never really anyone in danger here on the side of Gen.G. It was so rare. Oh, this is so sick. And yeah, I mean, he's just so consistent on this pick. He's got such a wide champion pool. Similar to Life, you know, the support he's replaced, and 8 out of 11 here. Chovy only picking up the Chinese vote. Actually, some votes for Pays. Interesting.
I mean, he was one of our highlights, right? Like, he got a lot of plates, so that was very well done.
Kill those plates, wow.
He got so many. He got more plates than anyone else. Like, that was a big thing. Jokes aside, I mean, his team fights were pretty good. Like, I felt like sometimes he was too aggressive, where he's like, I'm just gonna jump in because I'm so far ahead. But
I think it was that Baron fight where he like went in first and died and gave her a massive shutdown. I think that kind of maybe made people think of it.
He's so tanky though. I mean, come on, who can blame him? He absorbed so much damage in that fight.
Probably like second highest damage taken. Like, that's really good, you know? Like, as an Aphelios.
I want to see Hanwha Life Esports take this time before the next matchup against KT and really hone in on the drafting and
have a week
working on Zeka's champion pool, because he looks amazing on certain picks even if he doesn't know how the ult works. On other picks, like you mentioned, looks super uncomfortable, right? And yeah. I feel like this has been a huge weak point for Hanwha Life Esports all season long, but now it's time to like really figure this out, or your tournament may end in your next best of 5.
Yeah, could definitely happen. They're going to have to shore a bunch of things up. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the post-game interview translation. You're here joined by Gen.G after their win against Hanwha Life Esports. Let's welcome Doran, Pina, Chovy, Pays, and Delight. Congratulations on the win.
네, 먼저 도란 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 네, 도란 선수 3대
Doran,
1로 승리를 하셨습니다.
how do you feel about 3-1 victory, advancing to the third round of the playoffs, the upper bracket? Well, top lane was a little bit rough today, but my teammates did a fantastic job. Even we got a bit of a clean win, so it feels amazing.
가져가게 되셨습니다. 오늘 상대는요.
And you were playing up against King, the big game hunter. What did you prepare in order to go up against such a clutch player? So I looked into the top lane matchup, you know, I wanted to really pay a lot of attention to the champion matchups, and also after the pick and ban, I just did my best with the given situation. And Doran, throughout today's series, you were actually blind picking top lane for most of the times. Were you not pressured going into a potential counter matchup? I was during the pick and ban, but after it was over, not really. And everything was looking pretty decent, so I was actually having a very comfortable time in the laning phase. Now, your lane opponent will be Zeus, waiting for you in the upper bracket. What is your mindset for the top lane matchup? We lost to them every single time in the regular season, so I really want to get my revenge.
자, 이어서 피넛 선수와 인터뷰
Now let's hear
나눠보겠습니다.
from
피넛
Peanut.
선수.
아, 네네.
네, 한 세트 내주기는 했지만
You guys did
그래도
drop
하나
a
승점을
game,
상대로
but still you guys were able to get a very
거두었는데요.
solid win
그
over
이유는
Hana Live.
무엇일까요?
What was the key to this victory?
단순하게 저희가 더
To
잘
put it simple, I think we prepped better than them,
더
and also we played better, and our performance was stronger. And I think we were on a better condition today, better, feeling a lot better than Hana Life, so we were able to get the win today.
스코어 감독님께서 연습 결과가
Score
좋았다.
also
이런
mentioned that you
평가도
guys were having a good scrim result.
승리를 예감하셨는지
Were you having some good feelings about this outcome today too?
네, 플레이오프
Yeah, I mean,
나쁘지 않았고요.
our scrim did go pretty well. I think we were actually started to have kind of uprise momentum starting from the second round of the regular season. And then as we had some good results in scrims, we were able to, be confident.
계속 올라오고 있었다라는 자신감이 있었던 것 같은데요. 특히 또 젠지 상체에 대한
Especially Gen G
보였습니다.
kind of showed off how strong you guys are on the top side of the map. How are your teamwork with top laner and your mid laner?
차이를 많이 보여줬다고 생각하고
I think, yeah, we kind of outclassed them today, for sure.
운이 좋았다고 생각합니다.
And we got lucky.
운이 좋았다. 오늘 상체 찢었다.
But I'm not saying we wrecked
이
them.
정도 평가로
I just think we got lucky.
자, 돌고 돌아서 또 다시 T1을
And now it's a rematch between T1 and Gen G. Any message over to the T1 players or the team?
새로운 멤버로 짜여졌을 때 1라운드 첫
So in the first round of the regular season, we got 2-0, and then in second round it was 2-1 loss actually. We were starting off the new season with a new roster, so I think this is our time to become even stronger and put up a great fight up against T1. So we will do our best against them.
인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 초비 선수 승자조의
Chobi, congratulations on the win. How do you feel advancing to the upper bracket? Well, to be honest, I'm happy with how we played today. So my main focus is our performance rather than the fact that we actually advanced us to the upper bracket. So T1 picked KT Roaster as their opponent, so you guys got to play up against Hana Live. So what did you think about this matchup, and what was your main goal or your plan going up against Hana Live? Well, nothing special came to my mind after the matchup was decided. And watching yesterday's series, I was like, both teams actually look really strong. Chobi, you are also able to pop off today with even improved performance. The Chavi call out from Huni happened so many times today. How was playing up against Zeka today? We had a lot of actually matchups previously in the regular season as well. We know very well about each other. I think I prepped a little bit better than him, and we worked well. Then what are you gonna focus on going up against T1 in the upper bracket in terms of preparation? I think T1, obviously they are a very strong team, and also their players are really talented, and I think Faker is the centerpiece, so I really have to work hard in order to put up a great fight into them. Pace, you were awarded for the All LCK third team on your debut season. How do you feel? I was not expecting that, And then I was so surprised and happy. Pace, this is your first ever LCK playoffs, and it was a great start to your career. How was your first best of 5 series in the LCK? How did it go? We were playing at Lowell Park, so it was same as usual. Pace not feeling any stage jitter, playing the playoffs in the LCK for the first time, and people call you Gen G as the big game hunter. And you guys are now advancing to the upper bracket. Do you think you get even stronger on stage? Well, we only played one best of 5, so we'll have to wait and see. And Pace, I think Zeri has become one of your signature picks, and you blind picked Zeri in game number 1, and also Hana Life decided to remove that away from you. Did you think that Zeri would become the core of the bottom lane pick and ban? Well, yeah, apparently I'm pretty confident in Zeri, and also Viper is also good at Zeri too. So we just decided to both just ban Zeri when we get the chance. chance.
기대되는 페이즈 선수가 아닌가 싶은데요. 승자조에서
Then why do you want to prove the upper bracket up against T1?
처음이 좀 중요할 것 같아서.
I think bot lane will definitely become the key matchup, so I hope we can showcase that we can actually win lane
이기는 모습
up against T1's bottom duo.
자, 이어서 딜라이트 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 딜라이트 선수, 이변의 주인공이었던
And
하나생명에서
Delight,
승리를
were you expecting this much of a clean win up against Hana Life, who just made an upset?
다 잘한다 생각해서.
I believe every team playing at playoffs, so like we never know what's gonna happen, to be honest.
패배하기는 했지만 또 3세트에서는
And we had Pantheon support in Game 3. Was that something you guys prepare for playoffs? Yeah, we were practicing it, and we wanted to try out today. How was it? How did it turn out?
좋은 것 같기도 하고 안 좋은 것 같기도 하고.
I don't know. I think it's good, and then I think it's bad.
또볼수 있을지 궁금한데요.
Will you play it one more time?
된다면은 쓸 수.
I mean, if we get a chance, maybe.
오, 좋습니다.
It's pretty viable.
경기에서는 승리하는 서포 판테온을 기대해 보겠습니다.
Next time, maybe we'll be able to see Pantheon getting a win from Delight. These days, Paze and Delight bottom duo are just wrapping up, and you want a POG on Thresh as well. Do you feel the same?
하면서 좀 많이 이제 느는.
Yeah, I think we improved a lot by playing together for about a season now. Our teamwork is getting there, and if we keep up the good work, we'll be able to become even stronger. Now you're gonna fight up against T1 for your ticket to the finals. We lost to them twice in the regular season, so this time around, I wish we can get the win. Peanut, before we go, any last message over to all the fans out there?
팬분들이 계속 응원해 주셨기에.
Thanks to your support, we were able to showcase a great performance today and also get a win. Thank you so much for coming today. It really helped us a lot. I really appreciate it. I wish you to see you guys again in the next and potential the next series as well. And this will be the end of the interview from the Gen Z players after their win up against Honda Life Esports. And I'm gonna pass it back to Valdez, Ox, and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket now that we do have the victory. First, the match result, of course, because we do need to show that Genji, with the 3-1 victory, and the one game that they lost.
Yeah, a little bit of fooling around in that third game draft. I think the Varus, Ashe, they were afraid of it, then they wanted to cook a little bit. But, yeah, some...
Andy's on top again.
Yeah, look at that. Myself and Valdez, exactly correct. Everyone else is like highlighted, but ours is highlighted even more.
Yeah.
Ji-sun didn't Comic Sans me this time.
Yeah, close. I'll bring it back.
Yeah. Well, we do have a playoff bracket as well. If you guys were a little bit confused, we do have the winner match, the upper bracket between T1 and Genji. That is next Saturday. And then, of course, KT versus Honda Life Esports in the lower bracket there. Whoever loses that match will be out of the playoffs, so that is a big matchup here, whereas this one should be a very fun and competitive series.
And we'll be at 3 p.m., same starting time as today and yesterday. So, see if Genji can upset T1. You know, they did win against them in summer finals last season. It's pretty interesting to see, but right now, T1 looking to be on another level.
I do think it's a bit hard to judge though, because we haven't really seen Genji tested today, and T1 obviously were quite heavily tested yesterday, so it's hard to scope exactly. Based on what we saw in the regular season, T1 should still be ahead, but I mean, we've had a crazy playoff so far.
We're just on top of the KT roller coaster for now, and we won't know until we go down. But either way, guys, we are done here for today. Quick 3-1 for Genji tonight. We'll see what they can do up against T1 next week. But thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week for more of the playoffs.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready.
himself, a huge smile on his face.
And they will be your second place team, skipping the first round of playoffs here in the LCK.
And Elise for Elise has already been banned, so Vi was the only thing that I could look at. There it is, locked in from River.
Yep. And 6A locking in that Zerium with the Vi means that there is no easy way for 100 Thieves to get that guaranteed lockdown later in the stage of the game when Zerium becomes so slippery, so mobile. So now 100 Thieves, you have this jungler in mind for closer in this Wukong. My eyes looking to round up bot lane.
Yeah, Jinx already being hovered, that was already expected. They have the option to go towards a Thresh or just lock in the Scion right now. In the last series, they tend to delay that going into 4-5. It seems like Tenacity has quite a few options. The Cho'Gath is one that he went towards. So I'm not too concerned about that. I would actually say going towards the Thresh would be pretty important. You can go Lulu, and you can lock out the Zeri-Lulu combination, so that's another option there. I personally like Busio on Thresh, gives them pick opportunities as well. They tend to be pretty far behind in early game, so there it is, getting locked in. So protection in team fights and pick opportunities later on in the game.
I mean, longtime Busio fans are always going to be a fan whenever they see Busio on a playmaker rather than just an enchanter trying to up double lift. But the extra mobility with Dark Passage can get double lift out of sticky situations. This does forfeit the Lulu over to Huhi, so a little bit of extra power for 6A in the late game.
I liked a lot of your casts when Busio was in Academy, because a lot of it was him playing engages, him and Ayla really being the backbone of their team and making team fights, winning opportunities off the Rakan or Thresh, and now we get the opportunity because of the meta changing to really get that Busio out in the open again. So I'm happy to see it. Interesting going into the 4-5 now with mid steal being up in the air. I love the Lissandra ban. That's been another pick, that and the Annie, that we've been seeing Bjergsen on a lot. So I'm very interested. There might be some changes. What's made me a little bit more excited was watching that T1 KT match last night.
That was banging.
Seeing Twisted Fate being popped out by BDD. So if they are interested in putting Tenacity on a carry again, they can go in that route. But I think Golden Guardians, they've done it in the past. They are the team that's still willing to get 5-pick on top lane. So maybe not going to see a change there. One interesting fact was Licorice was actually the Malphite player. So he picked out Malphite. Game was pretty decent. So maybe they go back to that depending on the 100 Thieves comp.
And if it was something like just a Twisted Fate for Bjergsen that we were expecting because of the patterns of Annie and Lissandra being both mid laners that necessarily don't want to hard dominate lane, they want to roam and look for plays. Facilitate closer, get them off the map, get them snowballing, look on the bottom side of the map. But if you have something low damage profile in Twisted Fate and Tenacity isn't on an AP carry, that is where something like a Malphite does really spring to life.
Ooh. I'm excited to see what the pick's going to be there for Gory, because he is the one that is the engine for Golden Guardians. The LeBlanc picks that we've seen, the Yone picks, he plays quite a bit of Assassin. He is actually the leading player on this team in terms of damage share. Usually that's an 80 carry stat that we usually see excel. We're going to see Licorice actually blind pick the Renekton going up top lane. That's been a comfort for him. I'm not too happy about that, especially since 100 Thieves could just easily bust out another tank and just play a front-to-back fight and make it difficult for Renekton to be effective.
They've already banned out the sign away from Tenacity, but as you already pointed out before, he can always go to the Gragas. That's a great matchup into the Renekton. Hell, you could even go Cho'Gath if you wanted a little bit of extra scaling power, but they want to take the Cassante, something that, I mean, we've seen flex between both solo lanes, but more than likely should go over to Tenacity, so while he gets to be a tank, he also gets some backline threat access if he ever finds Stixay.
Exactly. And it now is kind of like gives that skill expression to Tenacity. The desk talked about this just a little bit, how Gory is leading in solo kills. Number 2 is Tenacity because of how he is a good laner. Not a lot of people get to see that. So a lock-in of the Zilean towards Bjergsen is going to make this game a lot more exciting. Hard for Golden Guardians to manage team fights, so giving them a side lane threat or something should be what they go for. They're hovering over the Akali. I'm personally not a fan of it, but if they do lock it in, the power is going to be in Gory's hands. There it is.
Gory taking up the assassin reins of this Akali, putting the onus on him and River to find Doublelift again and again in these fights. But the problem is, Bjergsen with a Zilean, Doublelift gets a second life.
Yeah, it's just a lot of single target pick from Golden Guardian side. The Vi, the Akali, technically Renekton. So it's going to be pretty easy for the Thresh Lantern, the Zilean ulti to save them, but you still have Zeri Lulu in your back pocket. So
all right, we're on the Rift now, and I do believe that we're going to be getting a quick little interview with Chime talking to one of the coaches of the teams.
yeah, it is a Golden Guardians coach, which is going to be fun since he has history with that one. So maybe he ribs them a little bit, try and pull some information from him. So when that does happen, that'll be a fun one.
But not now. I'm just chilling for the next 40 seconds before we get into kind of the start of the minion spawn here.
Yeah, I'm always interested in if there's going to be any bit of cheese in the level 1 or just an invade that were to happen. No Scion here, so we don't get to see that. Just a proper fan from both teams, so it seems like nothing is going to be out of the ordinary. Wukong's still living in the top side of the map, so maybe it's going to be swap clear, so Wukong perhaps is going to be clearing from top to bot. Vi going to be doing the opposite. Actually, they're on Vision here. Okay, just getting a ward down on Raptors to get any information on River, so that seems to be the game plan.
Yeah. And it's always a good timer to try and go for the late invade to get as much time on that Raptor camp, because it's not often for junglers to start any camp that is not their buff. But I am now getting word. We now have Chime on the side with Spooks.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing, Chime? Looking handsome as always.
So, what do you think of the draft? Do you have any thoughts on, did you expect Zilean in the 4-5? Did you have a 4-5 expectation of him blending it?
I feel like with Bjergsen, like he'll default to comfort picks.
Sure.
We definitely thought about the Zilean.
Okay.
Gory's a really strong laner, so we're pretty confident that he'll be able to punish.
Okay.
He's also a really good Akali player, so we're pretty confident in the draft.
And did you ever think about them always slamming Jinx Smash no matter what? Is that just...
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing that's nice about 100 Thieves is like, normally you have like 20 different draft situations.
Yeah.
With 100 Thieves, you know exactly what they're
Yeah,
doing. So it takes less in the draft prep.
And you can just copy Fly's homework.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. Cool. Thank you.
That's it. All right. Cool. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks, Charmer.
Thank you, Chime and Spooks. Just giving us insight that, you know, they're not that concerned of the Bjergsen Zillion power pick coming in on the 4-5 draft. But I want to get right into what you were mentioning during that early draft phase, Raz. If Golden Guardian's win condition is to play towards the side lanes, what does River need to do in the first 15 minutes of the game to enable that success?
Well, fun thing about River is that pretty unpredictable. A lot of it is still going to be around mid lane, and it's just a bit of a coin flip in how he ends up ganking that lane. But one thing that is predictable as he goes over the wall is that closer is going to be bot side of the map. He's always going to look for a gank. It looks like this time around it's going to be a lane gank, but I wonder how Tenacity is going to deal with the River gank up top side.
He's running Ghost Teleport, so he can't immediately flash the Vault Breaker. River lands it true. The stun guarantees the Vault Breaker, and Tenacity knows he is gone. No Ghost is going to save you. First blood over to Golden Guardians.
There it is. Quick and easy there from River getting first blood. A fun little stat there is that both junglers, Closer and River, lead the league in the regular season for first bloods. Closer is a little higher up on that one, but it was a nice angle there for River. Let's see if Closer gets one back.
Lucio's gonna flash forward, guarantee the flay and look for the death sentence, but it's a little too late. The cleanse from Stixay guarantees that he's able to skate back over the wall.
Yeah, just going over the LCS banner there. He knew that. He was under no concern, no troubles. So far, this game looking great for Golden Guardians to be able to get that pick early for Licorice. The kill does go over to River, so he's going to be able to spread the love a little bit across the map. Right now, Gory is still sticking in lane. He has TP in his back pocket, so I'm not too concerned about him. It's mostly just going to be if Bjergsen's going to be constantly pushing in. If River's going to find another angle, usually he finds, like, he just queues into the line bush of either side of mid. Tries to dodge out of ward like he did earlier to get the kill onto his top lane.
Yeah.
So just hard to be able to track him.
I want to take a look at the next couple of minutes. While Tenacity's Ghost and Teleport is down, River nor Licorice burn flashes. So they have summoner advantages to make another repeat gank set up. River did clear all of his top camps, so he's not going to be there for the next couple of minutes. But by the time that swings on around, Ghost should still be down, and there's a window for Licorice to still be snowballed even further ahead.
That's a fair point. It might be the case, even though throughout the full split, Licorice, for the first 8 minutes of the game, was kept isolated. The most isolated top laner in the league, actually. Seems like the note's different going into this playoff series. I was wondering what the change-up was going to be for Golden Guardians. I think the draft is fairly standard, but it seems like the play is different. They found an opening on Tenacity, and I think they're going to continue to punish it.
Yeah. I mean, with the way that River and Closer are pretty much always on opposite ends of the map, whether they know that for sure or not, now they're going to guarantee access of that knowledge because River's crossing over a pink ward. Double Lift and Booster are going to have to play safe for now, even with summer advantage.
Yeah, stepping up just in case that Tri-Bush wasn't warded, and so River can get a wrap around, but now they have eyes on River. He's just going to be able to path back to the top side, but Double Lift and Ducio don't know that. He could be a psychopath. He could stay in that Tri-Bush for however long he wants to, but overall, this is just going to be a pretty standard early game. Slight goal lead there for Golden Guardians, and if I'm looking towards what the next step is going to be, it's going to be Drake stacking.
Yep.
I honestly think that right now, Golden Guardians have a bit of an edge around that. They have full vision control from mid to bot side. You can see that control ward on line bush. The only concern is that ward that's going to be expiring and that Hoofy and River are going to walk through. That's going to be a little unfortunate, but there it is, another control ward to catch that. That's something that actually Chime talked about in the analyst desk, how Hoofy will always path through mid and work with River to get those wards down. So let's see if Closer gets caught off guard by this.
River's now going to show himself in the river, so both teams are just going to stand off, stare at each other down menacingly, and just, walk like ships in the night. While Stixay, because he is down summoner spells, he can't necessarily go for an engage.
Yeah, level 6 there for both mid laners, so I would give a slight advantage to 100 Thieves. They have big potential in both the Thresh, and maybe if you get a double bomb, that's an option. And it's just going to be hard to really nail down anybody. Here comes the all-in from Licorice.
Shaman is popped, and Licorice is burning down Tenacity. He gets Ghost up once again, but he's going to immediately force to burn it. Not using the all-out quite yet, because Licorice just has such a high health pool advantage at the moment.
Yeah, so that's going to have to force Tenacity back. And this is going to be really tough for him because he has no TP. It's only going to get harder. Wow.
I mean, Cyclone is burned early. He gets a double knockout, but I don't think there's going to be any more action from 100 Thieves. Golden Guardians say, okay, we just got a free ultimate from Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot to expend there, but at least 100 Thieves get something done there. They are able to clear out the line bush, so the vision is set there, and they're able to push Golden Guardians away from Dragon. So even though I said it was going to be a Dragon game, that's not going to happen. Feels like Rift Herald is going to be the next point of focus. Golden Guardians slow stacking bot lane wave. I expect them to then base and look to play for Rift Herald. They have a Renekton, which is just a beast around that objective, and Tenacity is not looking so hot right now.
Yeah.
Really far behind because of that early gank, and then having to base with a stacking wave, he's going to be in trouble. So Golden Guardians right now is just looking really good.
Yeah. And the fact that they deflected a lot of the early advantage that Doublelift and Busio found off of the gank on the Stixxay.
Yeah.
His summoner spells are just coming up now, so the window that 100 Thieves wanted to punish, it's pretty much evaporated. And Golden Guardians, they can take this dragon with confidence because they know there's no Cyclone, but they're getting pincer in. River's forced to flash over the wall. Gory's here. He has perfect execution. Who does he want to go for? They target onto Bjergsen, but Doublelift gets popped in the fray, and Golden Guardians just take 100 Thieves one after another.
That was a clean one from Golden Guardians. I can understand why 100 Thieves wanted to take that defense, but they could not deal with River and Stixxay wrapping around them. That was beautiful. 2-0 and 2. Now Stixxay is huge after that.
I mean, that was beautiful from Golden Guardians, but from 100 Thieves, it seems so bizarre. You know you don't have Cyclone going into that fight.
Yeah.
I'm at a loss for words.
They thought they can get a clean pick on towards River, but River being able to back away completely. Stixxay pushing Doublelift out from the fight there. So even though that's actually the worst lantern you could take. It made sense where you're like, okay, if we're committing to the fight, you can join it and find access in there with Stixxay not pushing you out. But you saw the moment you get lantern in, I was like, oh, okay, I'm surrounded by 3 to 4 people.
Yeah, and then they all lined up for a very, very efficient, perfect execution from Gory, hitting, I think, all 4 members there in the fray. So what was an early advantage for Golden Guardians has now skyrocketed to 3,000.
Yeah, now 100 Thieves have to be really clear. They can't take these fights now. They're looking to start up Rift Herald. As you can see, Lulu and Akali getting pushed on mid, and they're going to contest. It doesn't seem rational for them not to. Oh, except Jinx is rotating. So you're seeing Doublelift moving up, so they're going to have numbers advantage here. Golden Guardians recognize that with Doublelift actually being on the mid lane wave, so they just back away, and they're just going to give free gold to Stixxay. He denies the wave from Doublelift. He's going to be a little bit far behind for that one. TP comes down there for Tenacity, so he's able to catch the wave. So this is actually a pretty good move from 100 Thieves.
Yep.
They don't lose actually too much for that play overall, so Golden Guardian's going to be pretty upset.
Yeah. While in the aftermath of that fight, both Tenacity and Doublelift were left off worse for wear.
Yeah.
They recognize that, you know what, we'll probably have much more power if we have both Doublelift and Busio rather than a Cassante at this point in the game. So they send Tenacity towards the bottom side of the map to catch the wave. This is the gamble that they're taking where Stixxay just got a lot of free farm, as you already noted.
Yeah.
But hopefully for 100 Thieves' case, they're able to balance it out now with this Rift Herald that they've picked up.
Yeah, this is pretty smart from 100 Thieves. They got the push out top side with their Doublelift making that rotation, was able to pick up the mid lane wave during the whole thing, then goes top lane, clears that out, then rotates bot lane. So it's like overall, you're like, okay, that's a lot of movement for 100 Thieves just to be able to guaranteed Rift Herald. So even though the gold advantage still heavily in Golden Guardians' favor, now it's them going to have to like just defend where that next placement of Rift Herald is going to be. So I'm interested where Closer is going to be placing that. I expect fully that it's going to be going towards the bot lane for Doublelift.
Sure.
Doesn't make too much sense for it to be pushed through mid or top lane. The only difficulty, as you can see, Gory has pushed through mid. So if you're going to try to place that through bot lane, the defense is going to be pretty real. And I would be surprised if Doublelift is actually going to be in range of turret when that placement goes through to get the gold from the turret plates.
And it's not guaranteed that Golden Guardians will commit to this attempt on the bot lane,
Yeah.
but the fact that they've now taken the steps to clear out vision control and it's complete darkness through their own quadrant in the jungle, Busio and Doublelift cannot play as aggressively as they would like. They find a death sentence on Huhi. Can they get the kill down before River gets a chance to participate? They're looking to burn him down. They get him, and the resets are there for Doublelift. Cyclone right onto the backline for Stixxay as well, and River is actually isolated. He looks to trade one back, but Busio survives, and 100 Thieves are back in this game.
What a sick hook from Busio. When the going got tough, he went for that pick, did not expect Huhi to be the target there with the minion wave right next to him. incredibly smart and a great way to come back into this game.
And this just snowballs even further. The payoff is rewarded when they get the Rift Herald into the turret. Unfortunately for them, Golden Guardians using Gory to answer the TP. I think Doublelift didn't get any of that plate gold. It all went to Closer. But now this is where 100 Thieves have to say, okay, our early plan for trying to snowball a little gold into Jinx, it's actually going to be going into Closer. Now Closer has to be the person that turns it on with completing this Divine Sunder in the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that next focus has to be the Dragon, coming up in 50 seconds. I'm expecting Golden Guardians to feel confident to still take that fight. Zeri's still looking good, but take a look at this. From the side of 100 Thieves. Another thing too is also Zilean make the move from mid to bot, but finds that pick on towards Huhi. Just essentially bursts him down even through the Lulu ultimate. And so they still commit to the fight. They still think that they can take it with Stixxay specifically being strong, but honestly, Bjergsen wasn't even needed for this one. So really good pick, creativity there from 100 Thieves. Just taking a look at the gold. Yeah, TP just to force them off here. And actually protect.
Oh, Doublelift's actually got a little bit of the gold too. Okay.
So that's great.
Huge.
He still gets that. That's a big win. Stixxay, I thought the fear was that they were going to dive Stixxay immediately afterwards with the wave coming in. So the TP was also just to protect him.
Woo!
That was close.
Immediate missing things flash from Golden Guardian side. Hey guys, there's a Thresh in my lane. What's this?
Get this man out of here.
Golden Guardians have the opportunity to go for the second dragon of the game. There's nothing really for 100 Thieves to go for in terms of objective, but if they want to take down a Crocodile and turn him into some boots, then maybe this could be the angle.
Yeah, it looks like a good objective to me, though. Akali is looking for a way to defend Licorice on this wave. Smart from Licorice to back away completely. If there's any way to escort him, that would be nice, but there's just way too many people up top lane, so they're just completely stacking it.
It's a Mountain Soul game, Raz. That's going to be tough if 100 Thieves cannot contest Golden Guardians in the next two dragons, because that extra resistances plus the Mountain Soul shield, it denies the attempt or the availability for a reset to come in for Doublelift to really just rip through these team fights.
Yeah. I mean, right now I'm happy that he is, they're allowing him to get experience topside by just splitting the map. They made the mistake earlier of contesting the last dragon. They don't want to do that again, especially if they're a little bit slower in tempo. So why not go topside? Maybe get a pick on towards Renekton, but mostly just give that gold over to Doublelift, who's able to complete his Kraken. So that's a big win, along with Berserker's Greaves. So he's already feeling pretty happy. You're right. I do think that they need to take that next fight around dragons. They have 4 minutes of time to really plan for that.
And within that 4 minutes, we're at 15 at the moment. And we take a look at Golden Guardian's side. Everyone has completed their first item, except for Hoopy, but you know it's okay. He's got all the power-ups that just make everyone else look damn good on the Rift. I feel it is very dangerous for 100 Thieves to take any fights right now, but if Golden Guardians can use this power to bully them out of quadrants and take away vision control, then you can start denying and starving more resources away from 100 Thieves while they're trying to scale up.
I agree with that. And I think it's important to talk about how 100 Thieves take wins here from now on. Like, if they, in terms of if they take this fight versus a pretty strong 2k goal lead of Golden Guardians, how are they feasibly going to win? And I think it's important for Tenacity or even Bjergsen to really know where Gory's going to be coming into the fight.
Yeah.
For me, he's the biggest threat. Everybody else is going to be coming at, you know, front to back. Maybe it depends on the Renekton, but I think for sure Gory is going to be coming at a flank and just making Doublelift's life hard. Because you only get one lantern to reposition yourself. So if he comes at a flank that he can't really, or no one's really tracing, that's going to be tough.
Licorice TP is down, and even though Busio tries to punish with a death sentence, he doesn't take realistically any too much damage. 100 Thieves did not want to fully commit into blowing up the Crocodile. The Rift Herald is the play that 100 Thieves are going to contest Golden Guardians on, and Gory on this right side of the flank. You got to be careful, which is why Doublelift wants to be cautious about how he approaches into the river, because he has no way to escape.
Take a look at this. On both control wards, line bush and behind the pit, you're seeing River and Gory threatening a flank, making it hard, as you mentioned, for Doublelift to actually push through.
The walls are going to close in, Raz. As soon as River goes over the wall, he's thinking about it. Vault Breaker's charged up. It looks like he doesn't take it quite yet, but he could always flash and just go for the ultimate. 2,000 HP on the Rift Herald. Closer tries to keep it in line, but it resets, and now they pull the trigger. Goes on to Doublelift. The Dark Message is right on top of him, but Gory finds it. Doublelift flashes over to the left wall. He's got the Zilean ulti, so he's still protected. Can Gory still clean it up? He's already got one on Tenacity, but the rest of 100 Thieves are still alive. Gory is taken out by the bomb from Zilean, and 100 Thieves now get the push forward. It's disaster. Stixxay is still the last member alive that can put out realistic damage against 100 Thieves, and he He's trying to do his best, Raz, but I don't think he can fight the rest of the Thieves.
There it is. I mean, this is tough for Golden Guardians. They have to concede it. Now they're looking mid lane, but that's a one fight for 100 Thieves. Great positioning by Doublet right next to that wall you were talking about. Flashes right over, and there's no way they can threaten him anymore. I would say the only point of criticism we'll probably see in that replay was that although River did find a flank, Akali was actually on mid lane. At that point was maybe losing patience or something, went back mid, cleared the wave, so it was a little bit late, but even still I think was just going to be hard for Golden Guardians there. So that was a really good way of actually taking that fight. Only one Sunburn, didn't even need to use the Ghost. Let's take a look at this one more time.
Yep, you called it. He's on the mid wave, and I think this is where Agori's just a little too far away for him to capitalize right on the instantaneous moment of the play.
Yeah, and it felt like 100 Thieves used everything to save him. The Lantern was placed. They even used, Golden Guardians used the control wards to deny the Lantern. So you saw the Zillion ulti early, just in case he can't find a way out. Wasn't even necessary with Doublet flashing over. So that was a great way of taking the fight where I actually didn't believe in it from the very start.
Yeah, and it definitely the way that it panned out at the beginning, it seemed like they had all three kind of pincers all circled in, but that is the difficult part about executing a disruption pick. Yeah, I mean, hey, they're in elimination rounds. You can't just save the pocket pick for game 3, game 4. It's gotta be. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and why does he still have hair? That's fair. But one of the points being made about like, look, their team, 100 Thieves, that even Spooks, the head coach for Golden Guardians, like it's very easy to prep for that team, but still, you can prep for this as the draft, but if they're just that good at performing, regardless of the champions, if they're able to play a front-to-back team fight well, properly, get and play the fundamentals well and positioning around that, if you play that well, there's nothing stopping you from picking it. It's working for them.
Yeah, I don't think he dies. I mean, Bjergsen still has ulti, so he can just chrono break himself. He looks for the stun, and they try to bait it out, so now he's low on HP. At least they get the chrono break away, while the rest of 100 Thieves are bearing down on this bottom side tower.
Yeah, it looks like Golden Guardians didn't want to defend the play bot lane. 100 Thieves are in a really good spot here now. Okay, looks like they're just gonna try and sneak away the dragon. 100 Thieves are aiming for it, not thinking it's taken. TP coming in though.
Closer's gonna be the first one over the wall. He sees it, 2,000 HP, 1,000. Oh my goodness, Closer clutches the steal. That's gonna buy 100 Thieves more time in this game, but now they have to worry about how they can get out of this fight. It's a simple flash over the wall. Cyclone buys himself time. Gory is now over the wall. He wants to look for the perfect execution, but the box and the stun for the bombs keeps him busy. He's forced out of this one. Golden Guardians don't get a damn thing.
Closer's a smooth criminal, man. He calls himself a dangerous man for a reason. The fact that they're able to make the play bot lane and through Golden Guardians' creativity, trying to sneak Dragon underneath 100 Thieves' noses, he's like, ain't happening.
That's right. Not on my watch, baby. And look at this. Look how fast it is. He's like, Pusio, sorry. It's my time to shine. It's a solo mission.
Pretty smart way of using Clone there, too. No way from Golden Guardians to push him off from that one the moment he gets an eye on the HP of Dragon. Golden Guardians, of course, try and take the fight. Closer flashing over the wall, I think really important. Gory, actually, I thought he was going to be able to get a good angle here, but good ulti from Busio to slow him down, chunk him out a little bit, so he was disincentivized.
This is the main struggle that Golden Guardians have now run into in the past couple of fights, where they have all these flankers and backline threats that you can disrupt the backline fight with, but 100 Thieves have been so damn good at peeling away those threats one by one that there's credit over to 100 Thieves for being able to deal with it so beautifully, but also, you know, Golden Guardians need to finesse their execution so that everyone is going in at the same time.
Yeah. And so this just feels like a really close game, is a really close game. And so it's up to Golden Guardians to go back to the drawing board, figure out how they want to be able to take these fights. They failed the last one around Rift Herald and made a few mistakes around playing against it. They didn't want to defend Herald, push bot lane, and tried to go for Dragon and lost in both ways, so couldn't get the pick on Bjergsen when they were trying to trade sides. They failed at that, so let's see if they can bounce back.
They might find River here. Tenacity takes up the stun. One bomb is on the head of Licorice. No stun to be found from Bjergsen. 100 Thieves are able to just back away from the fight. As Stixay is revved up, but doesn't pop the ulti. Golden Guardians still trying to find ways to control this river area, but they're being blown off by 100 Thieves at the moment.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think Baron is going to be a big point of fear. I think they just need to take their sideline waves. Oh, unless they're just going for
TP
it.
flank, if this can work, one bomb is already on the TP ward, but there's not another one. It stops Licorice permanently for now. Closer takes out River, and everyone is peeled back off. Double Lips is low in HP, but he can still fire a rocket from downtown and take out Gory. 100 Thieves have only dropped Closer in the run. Where's Golden Guardians? They're working with Stixay. They're working with Licorice and Huhi to see if they can still put out the damage. And Stixay wants to fire more bullets in the 100 Thieves, but they've all gone out safely.
Easily a 2-for-1 in favor of 100 Thieves. You saw Tenacity, Bjergsen, Busio all protecting Double Lift, not allowing River and Gory to get an angle there. So just take a look one more time. I actually thought Golden Guardians were just going to say, okay, let's play back. We don't have to play for this fight, but they went for it. I was concerned initially because of how low Double Lift got. And with Zillion ulti already on him, there may have been an angle for Golden Guardians to actually take a fight, but they had already gotten the pick on River and Gory. So a little bit confusing. You look at Licorice there, didn't know how to honestly take the fight because it was already lost by the time he was there.
Sigh of relief from Double Lift as he gets out safely, adds up another kill to the side of 100 Thieves. It's been incredible to watch 100 Thieves despite the early game mishaps and the big upstart from Golden Guardians in that first Dragon fight that they had. They've been able to bounce back and they've been able to play to the success of their win con, protect Double Lift at all costs, keep this man alive. As Golden Guardians, time and time again, they have not been able to find him.
I like what Golden Guardians are doing right now, though. I mean, they are losing their gold lead, and they do have to protect this mid lane, but they're positioning on towards Baron because 100 Thieves know that they still have to deny Golden Guardians from a third dragon. That is a threat that Golden Guardians are still hanging over their heads, and so, hey, if you're doing Dragon, we can play around Baron ourselves, we can force a fight that's advantageous for us. So, like, that's something that I would say Golden Guardians have an out in, that they can play well enough to get back into the game. So I'm interested to see if that's going to be the case for Golden Guardians, or they just go headstrong straight into River and challenge 100 Thieves there.
So far, vision control is on 100 Thieves' side. Dragon is coming up in the next 24 seconds, so I feel like the window to regain vision control for Golden Guardians has already passed. It seems like this Dragon is going to be in favor of 100 Thieves.
All right, let's see. A lot of good vision up here in the top side of the map. Fuhi still working quite closely. Oh, they've already started it. They've already just gone for it. Dragon's just spawning right now with ulti used by Jinx, so they now have an idea and they have to slowly encroach on Golden Guardians.
Closer's the first one into the river. Tenacity is being marked by Gory on the left side in the jungle. Licorice is looking for a flank. Licorice has flash. Has he been spawned on a ward? They know that there's a ward from 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves don't have vision of Licorice himself. And he's just waiting for Double Lift to step on up. He's popping the Dominus. He might have gone a little too early. Gory looks for perfect execution. They're going to take out the front line first, but Double Lift is safe in this pocket, and Stixay's taken out, and the majority of the damage is gone. And look at that double bomb stun from Bjergsen, setting up Double Lift to carry. The two ghosts of NA working side by side to deliver this game for 100 Thieves.
And that last hook on Oratui, a nice button to that team fight. Loved 100 Thieves' patience, walking up towards the river. Tenacity was marking Gory, so he didn't have that angle. Rejoined the fight, and it was a clean execution from 100 Thieves.
I am just completely floored by how well they are in sync. But this is the result of fruit of their labors after this entire split so far, as 100 Thieves can take a look back at this fight.
So it starts with the ulti from River, and they really do a lot to chunk out Bjergsen. That just means Double Lift and Busio are just pumping in the back line. Double Lift specifically working on towards Licorice, and the front line of 100 Golden Guardians just melts. It proves a point that you have to go on towards the AD carry because he's the one that's just free hitting. He is the majority of the damage on the side of 100 Thieves, and so even if you think you have a pick on towards Bjergsen, he's just buying time. So, good job for 100 Thieves, made it difficult for Golden Guardians, and now have a huge gold lead, 3.8k.
Yep.
Majority of the game it was Golden Guardians with the gold lead, and now it's 100 Thieves that's talking.
And what can Golden Guardians do at this point? We talked about at the beginning of the draft that a lot of their win condition was going to be playing through sides, getting those waves pushing so that you can have easier flank angles. Every single time they've looked for flanks, it has been repelled by 100 Thieves in every one of these fights. And now that they're no longer taking fights at a gold advantage, they're taking out a gold deficit.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, man. That's tough.
That 25-minute mark, it just blew up. So now they're on that Baron power play, and they're looking topside. One point to note for Golden Guardians, You're behind versus Zillion. Really hard to find a pick to get back into this game. Stopwatch there for Closer 2, that's active, so he can be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that he has a good amount of support. A Lantern, Zill ulti, anything. His own stopwatch, as I mentioned, to keep him alive. So it has to be Golden Guardians to try and trade sides. Of course, defend the inhib turret, but as you can see, Gory is on the bot lane, trying to get something in the meantime. River's trying anything at this point.
This is as creative of a flank as you can get in the late game. There's a TP coming in as well. But wait,
it was stopped.
Tenacity canceled it.
Tenacity saw him and was able to cancel it, so it's only River on the backside.
Can they still make it happen though? Ballbreaker flash right onto double it, but where's the damage follow-up? Stixay cannot rip through all of them. He's trying to flash it forward, but he has to flash out because the damage from Under Thieves is overloading the Golden Guardians, and Tenacity is now able to TP into the fray, which means that Gory had to recall and now walk back. Gory's got perfect execution, but I imagine as soon as he steps up, 100 Thieves will just back off.
It's crazy. Everything we mentioned that was going to be an uphill battle for Golden Guardians in that fight only got harder when Tenacity was able to cancel the TP from Gory, TP himself into a fight, made it a numbers disadvantage. On top of that, there was no way for Golden Guardians to win that.
Damn. Can we just take a moment to appreciate, like, how strong of a footing this has been from 100 Thieves, just bouncing off of what was a very tough loss from FlyQuest. And we had questions if they're gonna have problems going into Golden Guardians into a fresh new series, but the way that this game 1 is panning out, this is a great way to get the boot rolling.
Well, to be fair, they did have problems early, and that's been an issue for them still.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're still kind of repairing some of the wounds from the early Dragon fight, a thing that they've been really good at is still recovering if they are in a gold deficit. If they don't feel like they're strong trading sides, they did that. So that's nice for them in this specific game. It can't be a consistent trend, so that's my only critique. For Golden Guardians now, having to try anything. If they can find an opening, the only opening I can see is, let's say, if Closer and Busio are trying to clear vision. Right now, Tenacity is on his own, so he can't play too aggressively. Things like that. You can see that they're pressing too much on your defensive vision, then you can look for something. But as it stands right now, it's not looking good.
Yeah. I mean, Golden Guardians, game's not over yet. As you already mentioned before, you know, it just comes down to how creative you can be with these flanks and if the execution can come through. But I'm also looking at, okay, what do Golden Guardians need to correct going into potentially this second game? You know, Gory was set up for success. He had a great first Dragon fight. Stixay repelled the early attempt from Closer in the bot lane.
Yep.
Like, everything was going well, but it just seemed like the execution of this Disruptor comp that they wanted to bring out in game 1 was pretty much negated by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and so it just comes down to playing fights a little bit better. Because for me, that the first Rift Herald where they conceded having Zeri bot lane, I think they can take that fight, you can match them. It's okay because you're getting more gold on towards Stixay, but I think they realized that actually 100 Thieves didn't lose too much with TP from Tenacity still picking up bot lane wave. So that's one thing that they could look at going in between games.
Sure.
Another thing was also that team fight we talked about, going being a little bit late, allowing 100 Thieves to actually encroach a little bit more into the river and not threatening Doublift on his entry. So there's a few things they can look at, but that's tough. Those are not band-aid solutions they can have in a few, like 10 minutes in between game 1 and game 2. So let's see if there's a draft decision there, because we kind of mentioned single target going into Thresh, Lantern, Bjergsen, Zillion ulti. Like, that's always going to be difficult in fights if you're just aiming to kill one person. So that is hard late game with the draft. So that could be one angle where they change that.
Yeah. With 100 Thieves having complete and resolute control of the bottom side of the map, third Dragon goes their way. Dragon Soul will be available for them to take in the next 5 minutes, but depending on how well this Baron take goes for them, they might not even need to go to that point. You can just take the Baron and just overload Golden Guardians in a game-winning fight.
Yeah, and honestly, the best thing to do whenever it comes to you have a huge lead, in this case, it's 5.4K, using Baron as a tool to pick a fight, a game-winning fight. See that a lot in the LPL, LCK as well, of course, where it's like, all right, we cleared vision. We are now sitting in either the bush behind the pit, or we're just starting it with Busio or Tenacity in a control warded bush just to see if they can get a fight that they want to end the game. That's a good way to do it. Seems like Golden Guardians are basing the entire game on this one fight, going for tenacity.
Gory has already popped the perfect execution, but a great death sentence from Busio over the wall. Takes out Hui before he gets a chance to contribute any more to this fight. Licorice falls just right after, and now the Golden Guardians are on the run as 100 Thieves start to close in on their prey and march one step closer to the base.
40-second death timer on Licorice, 30 on Hui. With a wave right behind them, it's going to be really hard for Golden Guardians to stop this. I will say 100 Thieves generally don't try and end games, and they think there's a small chance of them messing up, but this way, I just don't see it.
They can play with confidence, play with range, use rockets at max distance. Already, Gory tries to see if he can buy time, but he's going to get blown up. He gets the stasis out from his Zonias, but then he goes down. Closer has the GA, so he gets the second life as well. And for the rest of 100 Thieves, they are rolling to the Golden Guardians in their own damn home. They're crashing the kitchen. They're taking out everything. 100 Thieves will take first the game in this series.
It's a bit of a scramble happening right now.
They're patting the KDAs.
Maybe one more. Now the hook misses, but that was a clean one. Oh, what happened? The moment the clock struck 25 minutes, it was winning time for 100 Thieves. They started off pretty rough, but man, that game opened wide and quickly.
And you could just see how well in sync, after one bad fight from 100 Thieves, they quickly corrected themselves. It didn't take a few weeks like we had seen during the regular season where they had a huge mid-season slump where nothing was going right for them. And we thought that, man, 100 Thieves, they might not even make playoffs, but then they had that surge in the back 2 weeks. This is the kind of play that we have been seeing. And for Golden Guardians, the question still remains, where was the team that popped off during the middle of the split?
Yeah, it's about execution, and even though you can make those Bandai solutions in the draft in between game 1 and game 2, it's about how you end up playing team fights, and it seems like 100 Thieves, it really matters. Recency bias, it matters how you end.
Yeah.
Because right now it seems like 100 Thieves are just the better team fighting team right now off game 1.
Yes.
But we haven't seen Golden Guardians too much, only just this one game, so it's a low sample size. So I'm interested to see if they make any big changes in the draft or even just in play.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just an uncharacteristic.
Find those clean plays. You can see what happened around that last dragon. They felt like they had to overforce into it without all the tools available for the next fight, particularly that anti-flash being down. You can definitely picture that one happening again.
You can indeed, but let's be real. Look for AL, and it's not like they're losing horribly in this game. It's not like they're losing at all. Goldie's actually dead even, and they have a dragon too. A couple of those summons might hurt them, but still scaling up this Zeri yet again. Pinzi is still fed 3-1. And TT has to be careful. Look at his angle one bomb. He's looking for his boys to come through, but Yucal, is he going to be able to find Pinzi? A charm, good to interrupt that astral flight. In fact, Yucal now has to back off to Xiaohao, rears his head with Sword Art on the side. They're going for the mid-turret. They will find this with the help of a couple of minions. And TT push AL back to find an opening to expand that mid lane.
Well, Sword Art doesn't have any follow-up here. You can't really do anything with this. The angle was interesting. Maybe they could have looked for something. If they could have positioned a little more aggressively. Pingsy had the spell, but Ghost ends up, as you said, kind of punishing the Aurelion Soul's kind of very telegraphed movement when he goes into a W, when he starts channeling the Q. They spot him heading towards bot side. He has this stun up again. They're just kind of heading in towards that big old, not quite grab field though.
He's going to use the astral flight under the turret, hang on, into 2 people. He's just spitting that breath of light, and suddenly the skies descend. TT Yucal finds a bit of damage, but the rest aren't here yet. Meanwhile, Cameraman goes back to Dovahkiin. Pinzi is going to run for his life while Baytron now adds some fire to the flame, and Betty stuck under here. He escapes over the wall, but TT find themselves yet another in front of the face of a 30-second Dragon Timer.
Again, AL, they're looking for fights around this period of the game. If they're not ahead beyond this point, things get that much worse. Hoya just holding CDC in this lane. After this point, this Jax is not going to be a factor in the same way in other Jax games. The LPL, when they take fighter into fighter matchups into the Jax, yeah, sometimes an extra kill can kind of send the Jax into like absolute crazy mode. Gonna go back into replay to finally see what happens with a good old Dragonborn towards that bot side. Saw that ultimate, and with the stun gone from Sword Art, Yucal just has such an extra amount of power to bring here. As soon as that reset and the W comes through, you've got that kill, you have to start backing off. AL, once again, finding themselves in awful position.
And remember that for Yucal,
You have to remember, Nymera, that's another piece of his passive, his Cosmic Creator. He gets more Astral Flight.
Yeah.
Breath of Light does more popping. I think Singularity gets bigger as well, and the Execute goes up slightly. Like, every single time he finds these trades, these kills, UCal gets that much bigger and that much of a nuisance where the mobility goes up. And he's now at the point where he's getting to places before Pinzi is.
You know that a singularity is what's at the center of a black hole? It's where everything kind of kind of like collapses into an infinite point of gravity stuff. It's pretty funky with that. Making a large one could lead to a supermassive black hole.
Oh yeah.
Which is at the center of most galaxies. Those ones are pretty fun. It's actually how a lot of galaxies kind of keep their shape. It's one of the ways that they kind of get to that point. And being the big Star Forger himself, very much fitting with UCal. And he's also the center of this game now, because all of this game will be how much can you upset UCal in terms of how his positioning will have to look like in these fights. He's gone for the earlier power in something like the Royalize instead of going for something like a Rod of Ages, heading towards what looks to be a Leandri second. So he's not going to have, like, the Rod of Ages stacking potential in that sense, but the early HP and the early damage has, of course, helped him in these fights so far.
Love the casual flex of, what is that?
I have a physics degree! I need to talk about this at some point in my life!
Physics?
I spent all my time doing it!
Did you specialize in astrophysics, or is it
I
just
did
something
two modules. I did two modules. So I did like 2 introductory modules, and I thought, actually, you know what, this is actually really hard math, so I don't do that anymore. There's this one thing called the lame-endem equation, which I looked at one thing, I saw Greek letters I'd never seen before, and I thought, this might be a bit much, folks. And I stopped there. But hey, I know enough to like casually mention it in conversation.
It just sounds like you're saying lame ender or something and just dissing
I know,
on
that's
Ender,
what we called it as well. Okay, not lame ender. No, he's a great guy, I like him. But
okay. No, at the very least, casual flex around, you know, it's impressive. At the very least,
I'm glad someone appreciates it, someone has to. Like I said, I've spent all that time doing it, glad it gets uses somehow. See what we get to talk about with Rare Atom later. Yeah, that's why I've been doing that the whole split. So we've got one last chance for them in spring. They're waiting later, of course, to see how they will affect the playoff standings and bring it back to, of course, this one. FTT went 2-0 today. Does, again, give them not just the matchup versus RNG, but it also gives them the side selection. They'll hop over them. They'll finish in, I believe, 8th place if they finish this series 2-0. As it stands, though, do need to cleanly finish this one off. They're in a good spot in this game. Even gold does not tell the story of this game. They're a team with spiels. If they're even, particularly... Observer's trying to bait us in there. But yeah, if this team is even, especially since AL wanted to be snowballing around this mid-jungle, they feel much better in this game than the goal suggests.
Is he caught out? There's going to be a leap strike coming soon. Has Benny to jump to, and there's the ult from Wanfong. Yes, grabbing him too, but counter-strike hits him a little bit early on the trigger from Wanfong, means he can't get the root down, and just trying to look for a pick before this next dragon comes up in about a minute 30.
You know, I actually didn't realize that's how the Gravitum ult actually worked. It makes sense now, because the way that FLS works with the Moonlight Vigil is that you fire the projectile, and everyone it hits gets basically a follow-up auto-attack directed towards them. It's why, but it kind of has some special effects sometimes. So with like your Calibrum, the rifle, it applies the mark, which happens normally when you hit your Q. But Gravitum, because it's an auto, it just applies the Gravitum mark. So if you're counter-striking, you don't get hit by the potential mark for that route. Megatron gonna get found out on his recall, but not gonna get punished from that.
Well, CT still look around. NZ trying the same. Good charm connection. This is what I would say if it actually connected, but Beichuan narrowly missing it. It's about a minute to go before the dragon comes up. This will be soul point for TT. Baron sitting there staring them in the face. Oh, yeah.
See, you played Charmy Spoonie before. That's not a charm.
Oh, God. Again, as we gear up for this one, all I can say is that UCal, once again, has the skies descend. And he's got Leandris now as well, so 2 Aurelian Salt with a fully stacked tip.
Now, see what happens when a mid laner actually builds damage. Crazy what will happen with that one. On the other side, you've got Motreads over on Z and the Everfrost. Should definitely cut down his damage potential, outside of the fact that Aurelian Salt just does more damage to the champion. See what he can do with that. There you go, ultimate. He is spiking at this moment in time. Aurelian Salt obviously scales as the game goes on, but these two items, like we said, is not that Rod of Ages. What can they do in this fight? AL looking for a big engage. If they can't reach that around the soul, they'll lose the fight.
They're trying AL, trying for Hoya. Xiaohao's going to come on down, but if he uses Cyclone, he won't have for the fight. Hoya being alive for it. Meanwhile, Sword Art, explosive cast, sends Xiaohao towards him, but Hoya goes golden. Look at how much time he's wasted as UCal, as you said, is flying in. Once again, the singularity is there. And take him down for the execute. UCal, here it comes! Foot from UCal now flying once more. going down, and he goes down at the end of the minions. We're going to be Yaxi Saxy Betty. Once again, the hope for anyone's legend, it feels like phase one. Flashes, audacious charge. And Betty survives. The hope for one bomb's like, screw this, I want to go home.
He's just on a side quest, thinks, yeah, guys, you can continue the main story. We're gonna go take this tower in that mid lane, see what we can do with that one. Betty's being held at arms, like, they know that. Oh, he gets even tagged by the when he becomes lightning.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead. Okay, well, there's Dragon sitting there staring near the base with an open inhibitor now. From One Fong pushing, all's well that ends well, is probably what TT would say.
No.
Yeah, again, now they're actually ahead in gold. They pick themselves up a lot of extra gold from that one. One Fong was just doing other things with his life. He had some chores to do in this mid lane. Brief bit of demolition while that fight kind of erupted towards the bot side. This is again one of the big reasons why the Gragas is very important in this game. We've talked about the Gragas in terms of the lane matchup, but in terms of the team fights too. Very short range composition from the majority of anyone's life. While you have a Zeri that can dance around the fight, the Gragas cast has such a huge value in putting people into the place of the fight you want them to be. Just kind of funneling people into and away from your characters as the situation kind of demands it at that point. I'm not gonna lie, I think he just saw the potential tentacle in his eyes of like, hey, I really want to reset this. Instead of going for, you know, like the Zeri, which is actually going to be the big threat. Goes forward, gives a kill over to Big Z. Yugal, we'll call that a happy moment.
Yeah, we have to, because again, just felt it a little bit. He's got 3 items now off the back of it as well, so Lifeline Shield coming through. He's looking for his level 16. He does not have the Sky's Descent again, of course, he's already used it, so Falling Star
milked me.
clears the wave, but won't walk into anyone's Legends trap.
Really milked me.
Baron. 16 still not there. Yucal needs
I don't want anybody to milk me.
Worth at this point in the game. But will he dive before it?
Seen here.
He is indeed. Cyclone comes through, left on his lonesome, and when Aurelion Soul's in a corner, what can he do? Anyone's legend with a beautiful pick before this Baron. Hey, Soul's now down.
Exactly how anyone's legend want that combo to work. They've really struggled to play around these side lanes, really struggled to get Xiaohao onto that first target as well. Things though, despite not necessarily having the cleanest game after.
Good need in the
Genji with pace.
Listen up, chat. I'm gonna piece it. I'm on the show today. I have to be there in 3 or 4 hours. I need to eat. I'm gonna sleep for a bit, shower, chill out. I'm not gonna watch LPL. Weibo's gonna win easy. What we will do though is we'll host Yamato. So let's go say hello to Yamato. I don't know if I'm gonna take tomorrow off, but there's no competitive league for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for co-streams. So I think I'll probably be playing solo queue, or actually there is something we need to do. There's a couple things we need to do. I'll let you know, but I'll maybe be on tomorrow. I don't know if I'm taking a day off, but we'll see. Anyway, enjoy, take care, peace.
Guys, he's nice. He didn't milk me. He didn't milk me, guys. No milkage. He didn't milk me, guys. He's a good man. He's a good man. He's a good man, guys. No milkage.
Game as much as they can, because also in T1 when the game is like actually met.
Make sure that fight was messier than a family box at McDonald's.
It's like just both these teams slamming down an Uno reverse card like. Now Yugal was born. What about this turnaround in the middle? And now there's a huge amount of gold been thrown over side. Messy games like this work out very different than you have the Astral Fright like resetting. You have King Z getting that ultimate resetting as well. Sort of Big CC in that heat at the moment too. One got a lot of Chakram stacking, so a little bit worried about through that. really huge engagement at this point.
I look so at peace.
Back up midway through this fight. Kingsley has a lot of damage, gets resets on top of it. Coming out of this fight, the amount of
I am so at peace.
and Ari is going to accelerate their builds to a point which you've been looking for the whole game. There was even a Medros built up after that point. And you can see they start using the bot side.
He's dead again. 22 kills, 30 minutes, and we are dancing. Now in face of a 15-second dragon coming up.
That's 45 seconds. You still have use your mid jungle ultimate. The amount of damage they have again coming in from that last fight. What happened just before this was, the amount of gold given to these two has built up extra items. You're accelerating them further. This is the combo which AL need to use to combat.
Oh man.
It's so annoying, but started to be exploited a little bit.
Ibrahim.
Start righting the ship, stabilizing things with your vision control, being able to buy space for your big damage. You have the damage to absolutely blow up these fights. It's just got to be protected adequately.
I just love watching an Aurelion Soul throw up on the minion. Picking up CS while anyone's legend at bottom side with Baron.
Alright, what do we do now, guys? Check Dom tweet.
It is going to drop. Meanwhile, Rook towards mid. He's trying, at least forcing off ZDZ, while again he's on the wave inside. We do have the skies descend, and onto ZDZ. Is it going to be used? Counter Strike is there. Free Talon Strike. UCal is flying. Now, Grandmaster at arms, everything there. Help with the execute, but rather one bomb. Pick up the kill here with Baron now inspired. TT just getting some gold back.
Again, it's not really going to lead so much. Besides, TT can maybe get themselves some vision control off of this. That's going to be a big thing for them. When AL were getting these kind of odd picks but not leading into objectives, it meant less because they were behind kind of what they wanted to do in terms of their pick combo. And it meant that if they could kind of get control over the map, it would have been so huge for them to get one of those barons. So TT, all they're doing at this point now is getting themselves that vision, importantly so. Maybe that means the next time someone goes looking for that dragon, they won't be able to find him quite so easily.
I was wondering while we were showing rune selection in like Gamsley, UCal has Gathering Storm, so we are 32 minutes into the game. I would assume that was the reason why. I didn't get more graphic, but I assume that why else would we be talking about on the Chinese side? But again, this is a 3.5 item Aurelion Soul, 32 minutes into the game. AP right now is hitting close to the 400 mark, but it is going to get so much better. As we're already seeing, he's taking everything jumping down, wave, like, he's 50 CS up, UCal.
Alright.
I need more mana, I got a blue buff. Now where am I going to fly?
Alright, let's watch some LPL, guys.
Start to check in with ASOL Airways, flying at a height about
Wait,
approximately 6 feet.
Nymera, I've just got a WeChat message from someone.
Yeah.
Right? Actually clarifying, he doesn't have Gathering Storm. It's Aurelion, so he's got Scorch. So,
Oh.
for that one. But that's just rough as ZDK. It might not even matter here because Yao Yao has found the charm over with the breath of light. Look at the damage it does.
Draco's made a cute story of you.
The Jax wasn't around for TT to fight over vision. They don't have vision on that top.
Yeah, bro, get up right away.
Okay, the flash, he slices in response. Several heals him up, but not in time. Cyclone's being used though.
Yeah, I'm on the LEC today.
The ulti comes through, but it doesn't really do anything. Hoya needs to get a good explosive cast here, and against the wall, Betty, he's going to be hit, but still Aurelion Soul doesn't need the ult to rely on. He is spit and wrapped right now. There's
broken the system.
a big injection of gold again.
He's taking LCK watch party to another level. There's 630 people watching what is just an LCK stream. Why are people sleeping? This man's making money while asleep. This is premier capitalism.
Show us.
This should just be a free with TT.
It's good. It's good.
Me don't know what I'm saying because you got 20 seconds to enemy junglers up. It does feel
so
free.
nice you had to say it twice. Which
right.
can't be said for AL's like last few minutes in this game because they've been kind of picked off pretty surgically by TT. ZDZ caught up in that top side and then couldn't really hold the rest of the map despite trying to find their own response onto one Fong in the mid lane because of the Leandries, because of the huge consistent damage from Aurelion Soul. This Baron is going to absolutely
Bro, I slept fucking good, by the way.
blown into
Let me do some exercises.
It's just so quick. I even wonder if he's quicker than Casimir at this point, which is an insane thing to think because for so just have to have Eisen Barrett all the time. I think that Arousal Soul might even be quicker than
Bro, I slept so fucking good, by the way. I was so scared. I was so scared that my day would be completely fucked after waking up at 8.
contest on objectives if they're not ready to contest it as TT
And then,
comes up. They have a little bit of offside vision right
and
now.
then, guys, I couldn't find. Like, look at my chair. Look at my chair, dude. Look at this. Look. Look. I couldn't find a way to be comfortable.
At this point, you actually have to because what you're looking to do is give him as many.
Bro, how can you wake up and not brush your teeth and wash your face? Bro, I woke up at 8. And then I.
As you can see, he doesn't have that right now.
And then I washed my face.
One less thing to worry about.
Every tick of a chance.
And then I brushed my teeth. Then I was awake for an hour. Then I fell asleep. In and out, in and out, in and out.
So right now, UCal getting close. As you said, the engage going to start off, though. Pinzeek running away. Fake one, maybe overstepping. Meanwhile, UCal are threatened on the back line. Xiaohao's tried, but he can't get the damage off because anyone's legend aren't there. Fake one with the oldest. Sword Art gets hold in the back end, but Yao great.
I'm so sick of Kesante, man.
All the way while the double goes over to one bomb. 5,500 damage. Chimera. It's the belly off time. DBZ running in for the counter strike. The last hurrah, but it cleanses the way with a crescendum out and ready. The voice of light turning into an absolute sky descending. A golden dragon, and with 10k damage.
Give me some more affiliates in the LEC. Give me some affiliates in the LCK, man.
They are, and if they walk 2-0, they get themselves the best possible result they could have hoped for today. Gets them up into that matchup with RNG in the first round. That's what it would set up for. They would have side choice with it as well, avoiding top esports in that first round, importantly for them. It's not going to be the end of the game so far, but it feels like it is just about as good as that. They're going to skin themselves with soul, more gold, another one fight.
Why did they play Pantheon support, by the way? What was up with that?
It's going to come through, though. They're thinking, well, we may as well try that Pinzy on the RE Spirit Rush, but no denial of the Chemtech Soul. AL is still here to try and find some charge, but TT aren't going to let him with the Baron in hand. 3 calls with Chemtech Soul. A 2-0 looking more than likely now with a big gold lead, and honestly, this infinite scaler just doing so much damage.
It's like each of these jungle camps is just like a little like takeaway. It's like I now need like a delivery driver. You know we have Birdio, like the delivery driver Birdio on the pizza delivery.
See what Tyler One's doing.
Something here is worded.
Yeah, I'm on the LEC today, yeah.
You were here.
Yeah, he's just walking towards them. Trophy gonna come on over.
What's he gonna say when he realizes I've been milking him for content for the last 3 hours?
He's just going to call it towards that top side to try and answer the minion wave. And Gen G collect themselves and then move back towards the
Oh, he's back asleep. No need to worry about that. That's a problem for a later date.
forever.
And it's a like supreme late game. I think the
Oh, he's gone.
can always get it done. We know Vibe.
Bro, I was sleeping so good.
Fighting power is this.
Yeah,
You were here.
yeah, he's just walking towards.
I just. I just woke up from the best slumber ever. What did I miss? Good morning. The fuck is this? This was kind of crazy, man. Stayed up to watch Viper get targeted by Clid live once again. Nice man, completely fucked my sleep schedule to make myself angry. No wonder I'm fueled by hate. That's nice. How do I change this shit, man? To why am I getting? Why are we all getting flashbanged? There we go. To be honest, like Clid in life, I don't know what to say, man. I didn't watch T1 versus KT actually. The game 5.
The Jace made it all the way through the draft.
That was quick.
They have double lethality here in terms of poke. I thought perhaps maybe they just say, we're going to play around topside. We play Camille, and that's going to be the gamble he takes here at the end. But against Zaya, difficult to pull off with the front line that they're playing against. He's just going to try to chip away at it with that lethality. He and Varus will have so much damage with Taliyah engaged and shaping these team fights, man. That is what BDD has been so fantastic at. Whether it's the Twisted Fate, whether it's the Taliyah, the Azir that's no longer meta, he is so good in these early skirmishes. And if T1 overextend one more time, they lose that early game. Level 1 here, trying to grab the Gnar.
Oh, no, he has no idea. But it's not every day that you just walk into that brush either. So yeah, he's just gonna take hop.
That's huge though. Gonna really help Keen get an early advantage in this lane. Better that than losing Flash, but still a huge advantage. We'll see if T1 can set up something counter-wise here when they return, but it seems unlikely at this stage.
It's crazy that Faker, you know, he has such a massive champion ocean that he goes back to Gragas. Feels like, you know, this season comfort, and he was by far the best Gragas that we've had. As, by the way, it looks like he took the PTA.
Yeah.
It has just been hovered here.
Interesting. Doesn't feel strong in this draft, really. Could be helpful against the Xinjiao ganks, potentially on the top side for some additional damage when Wukong comes over. But without fleet footwork here, without Conqueror, you know, dueling this Jace, this is going to be so incredibly difficult. He has, of course, the hop, but Keen is going to be pushing this advantage early.
I wonder if it makes his level 1 really strong. He's like waiting here in the brush, just waiting.
Looks like that's the idea.
Rockin'. Obviously, you know, starting hop, maybe that was all part of the plan, you know, to put on some extra pressure.
What is this LCK cast saying, guys?
It's getting a little bit hyped, you know.
Well, I mean, look, with Zayas, you always
He's
have
naming,
to trust,
no?
and you always have to know there's a plan. This might not be the level 1 plan you were talking about, but it definitely has a reason
start
for this.
now,
We'll see how
good.
it plays out later on.
You had the right read.
Great in duels and extended trades.
This was not a good trade from Faker, as he did not hit level 2, but BDD did, so he just a massive chunk.
And Showmaker's on a 3-loss streak, until the most recent we've seen, of course, but BDD was not on that list. He was one of the ones who were putting the Taliyah win rate very high. And, this is level 2 now for Keen, and starting hop is really, it's just unfortunate. But
honestly, draft-wise, it's pretty balanced, I'd say.
It's wild that Jace goes all the way through the draft.
I think it's pretty balanced.
Keen on in a while.
I like Zyrakan a lot more than Varus Nautilus, but Varus Nautilus have counterplay. I understand why you want to play it.
And then it got banned in second rotations by T1 in games 1 and 3. So it was definitely on a lot of teams' minds. Or I guess I had those backwards. KT on the Banned by, yeah.
Yeah, everyone knows what you mean, yeah. And Zeus is like the Jace player.
Banned a lot, yeah.
You know, you think about
Guys,
Kana,
should I watch highlights?
I'd say Kana, Zeus are probably the most iconic
Should I
Jace
watch
players we
highlights?
have in the LCK. And for Kana, you know, that for a lot of people, that's not always a good thing. But he has played a lot of Jace. He has prioritized it a lot. Khan, obviously one of our most famous Jace players of all time.
Yep.
But in a series like this, it's just been so far removed.
Yep.
Zeus feels like the Gnar pick is going to be the safest to blind. And then they level 1 him, so his agency
Fuck
is
it,
even
I
lower
have
than
exact
normal.
time to watch everything.
He has turned
Then
this
I
lane
can
around a
shower
little
and then
bit,
leave
though.
for the LEC.
Actually has a experience advantage at the moment.
Yeah. It's not too much going on. To go back to what I was saying, it was actually KT banning it all 4 times. They just did it on blue side in first rotation and then second rotation on red.
Yeah,
they had banned it 4 games in a row at some point, and then they get it in game 5, R5. It's very interesting.
It's been the Jace Gragas flex that T1 relied on so much. And I say relied on, it's not like they needed it, but they leaned on it, right? They used it, they utilized it, they popularized it. As you can see here, Faker is 10-0 on the pick this season. This is kind of going back to...
This is overall.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. I was going to say, that seems a bit high for this season.
Uh-oh. Slow down here on the Zeus. He was trying to get Mega Gnar. I don't know
Oh.
if he's going to get it. Flash
Oh!
to Keen.
Honestly, Keen.
Kill in the top
Keen is
lane.
best of 5.
This
Played
was
so
the one
fucking good,
angle.
dude.
You know, that,
I saw his
that you're
Jax
thinking
game.
If you're a KT fan, maybe you could get an advantage here, but it's,
2 Jax
it's like,
games
okay,
I saw.
Keen is second best top laner, but he's playing against Zeus, so what does that really mean? But you give him a counter matchup like this, you get him that advantage early on, and he's going to roll with it. And that was the one thing I told those KT fans I ran into earlier. They were like, is there any way? I said, Keen.
Oh, dodging the hook, making him
Cuz
go to
is
the
here.
wall. Cuz is here. You see
Dodging
that?
the
T1 will
hook.
just back away once they do see
My man
this.
flashed.
There's a lot of hiding of vision from Jonah Strong, so I thought something was awry. Something was happening.
So Faker,
Okay, being
you
a
know, we
hater.
talked about how that's
Being a
his
hater,
all-time record. He's only played a few games of Gragas, of course, in mid before this season. But let's go back to Keen's play here on the top side. As he just goes in. It's the W, extra damage. Shock Blast is empowered. He flashes for the final auto. He's just so calm, man. He's chilling. This is game 5. The fans are screaming in the background. And he's just as cool as a cucumber. Doesn't care at all.
Yeah. It's only the first step in many to try to take a victory here in a game.
Talia's
5.
coming up.
Oh,
He has ult.
spotted. Uh-oh, this. Oh boy, Owner's in a lot of trouble. You're
Oh.
up against the wall in between a
Bro,
rock
this
and
game
a
is
hard
so
place,
fucking
and
over,
down
dude.
he goes.
Oh no,
2 early
Valdez.
kills for KT.
2 early kills for Keen,
How can win?
especially here.
Oh boy.
What an extended lead he should be able to pick up now. And man, you have, as this composition as KT now, so much agency on the map too. You should be able to force this early Drake into your favor. It's a Mountain Drake, which you definitely want to deny from T1, considering the
It's like
Jace
you
and the Varus.
kill
One
Wukong
solo
on
Mountain
topside and
is
have
going to be
no
pretty
counter
good against
play,
your
bro.
composition. Baker's trying
We
to
can
set
set up
something
a
up here,
little
but he
Drake
just
now
doesn't
with
have the
slow
angle.
bot.
And Talia is very good into
Wait,
these
he
quote-unquote
went to
safe
that
laners because she
out.
could just constantly chip away at them. And
Another one.
Oh,
Ignites
shit.
it. Baker's in trouble. Cask is good, but can he get out of this one? I guess he can. He's got
He's
Carrion
alive.
nearby.
Holy shit.
Holds on to his
That is
flash.
bigger than-
And, you know, Faker's playing Gragas here, very safe champion, but in order to CS, he has to put himself in harm's way for these shoves. The shove comes through, Lehens comes over, gets the hook. Faker does not have to
It's not
flash, the
perks on
cast
Gragas,
does come through, and as you mentioned, the roam coming up, he will escape, but you can just see how lethal this composition is, and this is so much setup now on the Drake here for KT Rolster. Cuz level 6.
Uh-oh, Guma face checks, tries to get a ward down. He doesn't have flash. I think he's dead. Down he goes. Aiming gets another kill. And that is now 3 on the board for KT before 10 minutes.
And T1 have found their match in early game. They have found their match. You know, and it feels like this is a
Game is
hard
so
counter
over,
to
by the
T1
way.
in some
It's
ways.
so
When you get a
over.
lead as KT,
How on
T1
earth did
don't know how to
KT do
lose.
this?
They don't know how to play safe,
This
play
game is
back,
so
play
over.
defensively. You're just walking into these time and time
Nope,
again.
nope,
and KT
nope,
are like,
nope.
thank you for the gift again. In this moment here, where owner's like, I'm going to play around top
Hey,
side. I'm going
is
to
that
play
you,
around
Niski?
Nar.
I
Look
can't
at the
read the
Narbar
chat
set for
from here.
Zeus. Like, they wanted to make this play happen, and if there's no Talia in this
My
game,
chair is
with the
really
Narbar
bad.
the way it is, they
So
probably
I'm
make
in
that
debt.
work. As Guma comes up here, he's got a control ward in this brush, just walks face first into this. Man, that's another kill going over. And man, KT fans are losing it here in the arena as we take a 100 or 1100 gold lead at 8 minutes.
it's pretty massive, and I mean, because he's been trying to have a big impact on the bottom side of the map, this is something you have to do, especially taking the Xinjiao into Wukong, right? You want to have that early impact. Is able to get down there and get a kill on Takuma, who did not have his flash, so...
Come on, Niski, man. Niski. Win, Niski.
You already got Keen in a great
Come
spot
on,
on the top
Niski.
side, Cuz also part of that kill. And yeah, just a really good start here. The majority of the gold lead is on the top lane still, of course.
And BDD double shot.
Oh my. This is just getting out of hand.
Yeah, and Faker, he's going to lose about a fifth of his health here. He's going to be able to tank through most of it, but I don't know about contesting this anymore. Keen's over here.
There's a lot of ultimates available for T1 if they could layer them well, then perhaps, but against this lead and against Xinjiao, I mean, against Talia, I don't think they should be allowed to take this, but they will.
Okay, KT, some Cinema
to
Gaming.
down, and now they're
Okay, Woody Fruity.
No, the Crescent Guard comes in!
Oh!
Unbelievable! Unbelievable lives! How does he live? Oh man, the Cascade was perfect, but the Crescent Guard is
Holy
just too
shit.
good. And that's 2 kills going over to KT Rolster. The eye is picked up by Zeus. And he will be able to get some plate gold potentially, but not right now. He's going to take that empowered recall and get the hell out of top lane. As Keen's going to come up here and pick up this wave, but it looked so good, the engage. They had everything set. Like you said, you layer those ultimates. And Xinjiao lives with almost no health. It's reminiscent of something we saw from KT against Live Sandbox, you know? Yeah. Almost the exact same Herald contest.
Otherwise you lose.
They did not kill him. He flashes out. The Crescent Guard is going to keep him alive here. Carrier goes down. Faker is dead. Flash is down now for 2 of these critical players here in terms of engage. Watch this from Cuz's first person view. He's cast in. Crescent Guard pushes the rest of them away, and his boss movement as well as he flashes further away. Oh man.
I think his ult just got off cooldown as well.
Yeah.
I think the timing was actually perfect for him to just barely survive. It's crazy.
How the T1
KT
win?
are actually just playing everything
This game is so
perfectly.
lost.
Even in the face of some of this, you know, what has been over the regular season, just perfect kind of layering of CC, it was just barely not enough
and
to kill Cuz.
Keen is going for Gore Drinker. He's got it already. And he's like... He had his Iron Spike super early because he picked up those initial kills, right? But now he's got the Gore Drinker, and you could argue that lethality could be stronger when you're this far ahead because you could just snowball the game a little bit better, but he's playing into a pretty tanky front line here. It's steel caps on the Snar, and he just wants to be able to win these crazy fights that T1 are forcing non-stop, and adding that extra heal on top of him is going to be massive, and because he's so ahead, he will still have his second item very soon, and he's still going to be doing big damage with Shock Blast. His poke is still relevant. But you already had one other lethality member who's going to be able to challenge in terms of poke in your bot lane Varus. So it's not going to be the end of the world here that he is not going to be spiking as hard as a normal 4-0 Jace would in previous times before the nerf to Eclipse. Skuma's going to come down here and try to get a plate. Will he be punished? I don't think so, but he won't get the plate. I'm still like in awe at how quickly T1 has crumbled in this series, and I wasn't trying to curse it when I was saying that. You know, we've seen a lot of Game 5s fall apart here, but T1 in the LCK domestically, they don't play Game 5s. They win those series fast, right?
Yeah.
Not this time.
And how immaculately KT have played this early game as well. I mean, it's just been a masterclass. It's almost like they're powering up as the series comes along. They're the first team to potentially get a win on red side if they do it. Would be pretty massive. The Xinjiao starting early, getting so much value. The Jace counter pick into Gnar just left up only in game 5. And you've got BDD just
why did
down
Zeus
in
play
mid like a
Gnar
champ.
every
Things
game?
are just going incredibly. Another stun goes on to the Gragas.
No flash.
Fucking
Here is Lehens,
2016
another
or
good cask. It doesn't look like BDD quite as the damage, but he is layering it, and actually, he will as Faker. Yeah, he does not have a way to get back over. I thought he would have body slam in time, but no, it's just a straight up kill from BDD. Lehens is there to support.
There's no cross map to be had here. Zeus is playing with fire here as well with where he is on the map.
And again, they are trying to force fights when they should not be, when they cannot be.
And T1, they just don't know how to lose. They don't know how to play from behind. It's wild watching this happen. It's actually crazy.
It's insane. Zeus is going to go down as well. This is a massive early game stomp.
It's that moment where you're like, Faker Young, you said if you die, we go in. You said if you die, we go in. They used a lot to kill you, right? And he's coming down. Zeus is there, but he has no damage. He's sitting on a steel caps and a Kendall gym. And he's not in position. The Nautilus is still there.
They made it into an anime.
T1 in these really rough scenarios, in these extremely tough fights where they're down on members, have turned it with their coordination so many times, but this was an unturnable situation. This is a massive lead. Is aiming. Will he potentially get caught here? Cyclone and Flash for Owner.
He's trying to run. He does have Flash. There it is, as on the chase is Carrier. And he will get the charm in. Cyclone comes in. Healing used, aiming, trying to survive.
Oh, 1 for 1.
He's alive, and finally he gets knocked down. Owner
so
burning
close.
to the Ignite, but he will survive as well. And now, Lehen's going down. T1 maybe finding an angle of their own, as Lehens did go into the stopwatch. Has to use Featherstorm. Here comes Faker.
Okay,
Picks
what
up
a big
kill on the
swing.
VDD. And
What a
that's
swing.
bunch of shutdowns that all of a sudden T1 are coming back.
Never underestimate the clutch factor.
They've
of T1,
awakened
though.
the
They will make
dragon.
this happen. Faker gonna tank a lot of turret shots here. Cuz wants to come over and lock him down. Flash.
He's dead. Now, Cass. Yep, doesn't matter. Cuz gonna take him out. And that'll be the end of that.
So that's a lot of gold going into the pockets of T1 this last exchange. And this was really well played. Locked the ult usage there from Gumayusi, perfectly timed. When the Hens came out of stopwatch, make sure they lock down the kill. But they spent a lot of time doing this. This is the moment where things really go wrong here for T1 though. Faker has a nice cast to push Lehens away. But Lehens still has Flash. He's still within range, and he hooks perfectly so he doesn't hit the wall but actually hits the Gragas. And then they decide they want to force this here when there's no prio top. And Zeus, no Narvar here whatsoever. And the predictive shock blast there from Keen does so much damage to him. And Lehens is here, you have a Weaver's Wall, and T1 just put themselves back against the wall here into the corner. And then the bottom side play, I don't know how much we'll get to see because stuff is happening in live. This is really well played from Owner, Carrier, and Faker, who's rotating over. Aiming plays this well with the Ghost Blade Flash. As meanwhile in live,
Yeah, you got a setup here. They're going in. As, oh boy, looks like Chains landed on Guma. He doesn't have
He did.
Featherstorm as he's going super far down the lane. Doesn't matter.
Oh,
As down he will go. It looks
Oh,
like
just
KT should be able to line this
replaying
up
to death.
into a Rift Herald.
Can't
Down
really
goes that
assess what's
turret
going
as
on
well.
in the game.
second Rift Herald. In the bottom side, like everything was played well from Guma. He gets a kill. They shut down the enemy AD carry. But it's not going to stop the
KT can
snowball
do
that's
Rift
rolling
Heralds
down the
quick
hill that
enough
is
and the
KT
Seasons
because they
out
have so
there
much
and
map
the
control.
Fencer
Lehens on
going
engage
up.
supports, man. It's just a thing
They
of
do
beauty.
quick because
They were not going to play the Heimerdinger. They're
Can't
not
believe
going
they
to play
made
the
him play
Karma.
Lulu twice. That was a mistake. Let's not see that again.
I mean, I'm okay with it with some of the Flash log growth plays we saw, for example, but
Sure. He is really coming to his own in this as well. I mean, he was great last year as well on Gen G, but
no one was really playing the engage
losing
support
my
bars
vision,
outside
I
of
can't
challengers, right? We saw that in
read the
challengers,
chapter
and then
whatever.
Lehens was like, "I'll play Leona, I'll play Nautilus, I'll do this."
Yeah.
He's like, "I'll play Blitzcrank, it's fine." And when the changes, the nerfs to Enchantress came through, Lehens was just so happy, man.
3 turrets already gone. This is going to be a 4th, as they cannot stop it. Nobody's even here. Guma's behind his turret.
It's a 2 Drake lead too, and is it okay?
Oh, it's Cloud.
Cloud. It could have been Hextech or Infernal though. So if you're a T1 fan, you're like,
Sometimes
could have been worse.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're this far ahead,
Honestly, I have to
Cloud's
say as
actually
well,
really good. You chase them down
Big
faster.
Daddy,
Sure.
what
you
a
don't
giga
quite
chat.
need the damage.
But if it's Hextech with his Varus and
True,
Jace,
yeah.
or if it's Infernal with the Varus and Jace, I feel like you're feeling really terrified. But yeah, the Cloud is still good. Like, don't get me wrong. Could have been Chemtech again. Nobody wants that, except T1 fans. In this
Yeah,
case,
like
I guess.
Nox, of course, who's watching at home.
They should be
Fucking
able
medic.
to survive here, but they're not able to get the turret. And T1 just trying to force somebody out of position. Maybe we all in on
Tonsillitis.
somebody. Faker doesn't have flash, but it's coming up soon. Gragas engages happen from so far away. Stuff like this, trying to get some additional vision. So risky, but you have to take risks right now here in this 5th game.
We have this stat that T1's recent record in game 5s of best of 5s, obviously, 2 and 4. Now I'm not sure how recent that is.
Now, yeah, consider
But,
consider the Gen G
it's not
finals.
great.
Yeah, the Gen G finals in summer, right?
MSI.
Worlds. Those are 3 that I can think of on the top of my head right now. Didn't go to game 5, but a best of 5s, right? And I'm gonna watch this play one more time. Is those chokes have come through, right? Those have happened. Where you see underperformances. I think the game 5 draft from DRX really threw T1 for a loop. Kingen had an overperformance in that series. Zeus had an underperformance. And this game is just T1 falling behind early and then still trying to force team fights into their favor.
Yeah, they still had the aggression level set to the max when it should have definitely taken a little step back after the way this game started off. As it'll be interesting to see where we go from here. Obviously, about almost 5,000 gold to lead for KT. It is quite large at this point in time. A lot of first and second items even finished on multiple members of KT. They have double, actually triple tier as well. Behind all of this, it's like, oh yeah, we're destroying them. And also we have 3 tiers.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have Saris, we're gonna have double Muramana.
And if this game continues on the trajectory it has, we're gonna have a lot more tiers than that here in Lowell Park. And three
You're
tiers,
not wrong.
3 tiers stacking up. You have a Gragas who's naturally going to get stronger, right? But is not in a position this game to actually make a high impact here damage-wise because you're behind. You're going to get dove now.
Yeah, they're going to go for this if they find an angle. Lahen's thinking about it. Doesn't have to.
I'm happy the Damon is
He's
out.
going to get a bounty here.
As
But
a
it's
big
trade
Damon
for
fan,
enter, so
I'm happy
it's
the Damon
actually
is out.
still arguably, while this feels okay for T1,
Be
you're still
like
happier
Canyon,
as KT Rollster because this is more turrets off the map, setting up a different win condition in the bottom lane. And in terms of the gold picked up
I
here,
only
like
have
trading
this many
even
views
quote-unquote is
because
always feels
I got,
good, right? People like to say that when you're behind. But it's
I
Faker picking
got,
up that. And some additional
most-
money on a Gragas he's so far behind on. He's only 5 stacks in to a Rod of Ages. We're talking about
My point about Damon
24-minute
is
completion of that.
I want
And
Canyon and she'll make it to rest.
the way that Talia is going to naturally scale now with this Jace and the Varus is just, you don't have to force anymore, actually. You can just set up on objectives and say, this is mine. You annex them, essentially, and say, like, come and lose the game, T1, or lose the game by not showing up.
The bottom lane is going to be such a disaster here. Like, there's no way that Zeus can get close to the Jace. Hey, this isn't fair. Lahen's is here too? Wait, the entire team is roaming down.
Yeah, and the Drake is going to spawn soon, so... Oh, got an egg.
Oh, prediction.
Lahen's, did you really have to do him this dirty?
I mean,
when the game is already this in your favor.
I mean, they could try to push this inhibitor turret too before this Drake spawns.
Go do Nash,
BDD
go
has
do
teleport
Nash.
on the top side of the map. It's not safe to push mid because
Go
they'll
do
just collapse
Nash.
on you. They're not going to push it all the way, but they do get
Go do
a
Nash.
big rotation over here from Faker. And this means BDD is free farming. So you know, basically give and take here for T1, but you're trying to defend your
thank you to
base.
get this up,
You
thank you.
lose a Gnar, and then the Talia gets more advantages on the other side of the map. As T1, maybe try to start a desperate Baron here with a vision clear. Could be a thing, but it is very greedy right now.
It is so desperate. You're just hoping that KT do not check.
And so far they have not.
Well, they're TPing, so this makes it a lot more obvious. As, okay, they're just gonna go for it. Feels like KT haven't really noticed yet.
Yeah, they're very
Kinda
late to
slow. Okay, now they know 100%.
This is a T1 moment where you can turn this game back around, but they don't have any vision here. They probably have to back away. Cuz going in.
Yeah, he's just going in. He's got Crescent Guard. He is so tanky right now. They're not really able to turn onto him. Baker's got a nice angle. Big cast. Bingo Zeus. They take out the Jace. That's a lot of the gold gone. Is it enough is the question.
I think maybe.
Cuz though, he is fighting 1v2 against these guys. Down goes the Forest. And down will go Cuz.
And that's Baron.
T1, they found an angle and they found a fight.
And this was KT just not doing their due diligence on this Baron. And they come over way too late, and the Crescent Guard engage is desperate. Now, a lot of low health bars here on the side of T1, so they're going to have to reset before they actually go over to the Baron. And in fact, with this Cloud Drake open, which KT, by the way, did also not take, T1 could look for even more here. There's still bounties available on the map here, objective-wise, so this is going to be some additional gold they pick up with this Cloud Drake.
God, man.
And man, KT really flubbed the engage. Now, we're going to go to this pick here first, which was really cool prediction. We don't need to watch the rest of this, though, because I want to see what's going on in live quickly. We do have to get to that Baron replay. But the Baron fight is really messy here. Faker's engage here with Keria is basically perfect. And it's an 80 carry here that does not have the ability to the long-term team fight comparatively to what you're going to have as Guma here. So look at aiming. He's doing very little.
Wombo.
With the Keria Wombo there with Faker. And aiming, he just can't kite it back. He can't take Zeus out.
Too.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
Ace
nothing
plays
you can
so
do.
bad.
And Cuz is taken out here. Owner gets some additional heals. Does not go down. Very well played. And I'd like to see if T1 actually were able to secure the Baron. We don't know. They're grouping up for it now. Still not enough vision control, though.
It's one Cloud Drake. Maybe that helps in setting up more of those engages on the side of T1. They have also collected 750 gold of objective bounties.
Owner, if he goes down, there's no way to get a Baron. Won't be able to get out with Warrior Trickster.
Yeah. And KT, this time, I think after that scare, like, this is game 5. You can't be messing up stuff like that, right? I think they're going to try to take it a lot slower. That's part of how they were winning their games that they won, right? Is just taking the games really slow with leads.
And Faker's just been sitting in the side lane this whole game. He's now on his Rod Seraph's completion. It's going to be done in like a minute or 45 seconds or so. He's got a stopwatch here. He has 20 CS lead over BDD because he just sent it to the top lane, and he was just like, I'm just going to take out the bounty. I'm just going to keep pushing. I'm going to grab a turret. I'm going to grab some additional gold. And he was trying to do that Faker thing where if they collapse on me, we'll get something else. Nobody collapsed on him, so he got a turret. He got a bunch of farm, and he's starting to come back online this game. Talking about how Gragas and Taliyah both naturally do similar things in terms of how they scale. And the Taliyah is going to be more of a damage carry, Faker going to be more of that engage carry, as we saw in the last fight with Keria. There's the Rod completion. And man, it is such a tight race here for winning this Baron fight and setup. But every
I'm sitting like I'm about to give birth.
The enemy team gets a little more side.
Legs up.
BDD is Taliyah without teleport, but does have the Weaver's
Good
wall.
morning, guys.
Set up a flank. It's taking a long wraparound angle.
Oh boy, the pick potential is massive. Owner going to be forced to Cyclone before the fight even begins.
Horrible. That's one of their best engaged tools and one of the follow-ups.
But somebody's got to check, right? Somebody's got to get in there. The cast is massive. Can they burst down Faker? Goes into the Zhonya's. Now Keria gets over the wall. The damage is massive for the
Oh my god, man.
have gone a little bit too deep, a little bit too far. And now they're on the run in T1. Maybe they've got an angle here, although BDD trying to be the hero will take out
BDS wins 100%.
just collecting gold as we speak.
BDS is just a goat.
T1 may have just done it. There's so much gold here on the map right now, and the Baron is theirs for the taking. And the engage there from Keria. Once again, fantastic over the wall as KT vastly overextend. And similar to game 2, you have to be so careful with these leads.
I think Koi has 4 wins.
And you're going in so deep. Look at Keria's positioning here.
No? Koi has 4 wins.
But you cannot go this deep. You get caught by the cast.
They won against Excel yesterday.
And where's the damage here? Aiming can hit a few Qs here, but long term, when he has to kite back, when he actually is gotten on top of, there's nothing this lethality bars is ever gonna do.
I don't know why they crossed the do not cross line, you know?
Yeah. Maybe if you stay alive, maybe like BDD could poke them, but no, instead they just get aced.
So there
Yeah, Faker and Keria, they are smurfing. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's so cool, actually. Wow. Honestly, they're that happy because Faker bought all of them chicken.
on what will be their sole point, so massive that Tion was able to get that one Drake away from them. Makes that even if they lose this one, it's not that significant.
Ah, chicken, chicken.
Tense, so back and forth.
It should not have been in this position. KT were so far ahead. They had the game in
Okay, base BT buy from Zaya. Really good. Really good. Really good buy.
And KT could not resist. They say, we're so far ahead. Of course we can fight you. That's fine. But what happens is when you have so much gold on one guy and he dies first in both fights, you cannot afford that. You lose so much as Faker now gonna have to flash.
Was really well played by Cuz. He tries to bait out the body slam, has the sidestep. Faker has to flash.
The issue is red side comp doesn't falls off pretty hard. Because it's like right now they're behind. They're behind. Why? Because look at the itemization. Their itemization is really greedy. They went Yumus. And now armor is beginning to come in. Levels are beginning to come in. It's like they don't have Cyrilda. Usually this is Cyrilda, you know? But they don't have Cyrilda, so they actually miss a lot of damage. And then here Zaya has BT, so she can lifesteal a lot of damage. Here, of course, in this moment, she lost a lot of HP, but they're quite durable against the poke.
This is how you're supposed to fight as KT. Yeah. This is how you do it, not what you were doing before, whatever that was.
And they are doing it well here, Lehens. Closing this gap.
Gotta continue poking, gotta cover your flanks.
Yeah, no Cyrillas is dangerous.
He has Flash Cyclone, they have to respect this.
Owner the boneless.
This is a singular Cloud Drake. You can see that they are going to respect it, because still on the Drake, Meganar about to spawn. Zeus always on time with that one.
AT so split on the calls. They're chasing this Wukong and they're losing control of the Drake.
But no damage on the Drake from T1. As I don't even know if they care about the Drake. It looks like they want to take the fight. Zeus with Meganar. As Owner's going to Cyclone here on top of EDD, or rather onto Keen. As now the damage is in, it's going to be taken by the side of Cuz, but Carrier, but the flank comes in. Carrier gets the flank, and can they get on top of EDD is really the question. As he's going to get away, Cuz looks like he's dead, and more kills go to the side of T1.
Oh man, they tunneled so hard onto Owner. He survives. He had the Cyclone early, but they did not.
As now the damage is in, it's going to be taken by the side of Cuz, but Carrier, but the flank comes in. Carrier gets the flank, and can they get on top of EDD is really the question. As he's going to get away, Cuz looks like he's dead, and more kills go to the side of T1.
Oh man, they tunneled so hard onto Owner. He survives. He had the Cyclone early, but they did not see the flanking Recon. Again, Carrier pulls it off here. TP from Faker to the top side of the map. They still have Baron buff for
It's so lost.
That should be 2 additional.
It's so lost, guys.
KT end up getting the Drake, but it's just Soul Point, not the Soul. Turrets falling all over the map. KT Roaster here. Can you catch Faker? Remember, Carrier just below him. And it's not over till it's over, but man, T1 are back in the driver's seat in a huge way.
Somehow, some way, the Baron buff power play was like 5,000 gold. And yeah, they lost the singular Cloud Drake. Who cares? They are so much better spot now compared to earlier.
Look at the long wraparound from Carrier on the mini-map. And you hit the Cyclone here. Now KT awkwardly trying to turn back into the Drake. And look at Carrier, flash ult here. So many charms, aiming is deleted. The BDD...
I don't know, Keen played weird. Everyone played so weird, honestly. Like, I don't know, after they pushed him out there, why don't they connect together? They're so split.
Look at how quickly he comes in and the shot calling, how rapid it is. You can really feel the tension in this series. The KT almost stole away. Just calling a push for the bot lane. Zeus' reaction.
He's like, oh, this is fun. Zeus is having a great time.
Reminds me of another top laner who said a similar thing. Doran in the best of 3 last year against...
They're supposed to be staying together and deny the flanks and play for position. But now they are kind of outskilled.
A huge frontline threat. Before, it was like, okay, Keen didn't go for the Eclipse build, but Nar's not that tanky. It's very difficult for him to actually frontline and look for these fights.
It's like, look how delayed every Cyrilda is. It's like, on Varus it's more natural to delay Cyrilda, right? Because you move first. But on Jace, like Jace is so much weaker right now.
When you have this tanky frontline now, the Zonias is done. And T1 are just looking to get deep Baron vision.
The last 3 or 4 fights have all been the way that T1 won a fight, right? Like,
Yo, Crowny, the sleep was, honestly, it was fantastic. Bro, I slept so good.
Lethality Varus flying into the team, the Jace, even though he's a little bit tankier with the Gordon.
I'm completely chilling, dude.
KT have not have a moment to breathe and just poke them down.
What do you play today, Crowny?
Minute 15.
You have a big one, no?
What happens when you lose map control and all that standing gold?
Oh, Koi. Oh, that's free. That's free, dude. Oh, that's so free. Thank you very much, Blue Sangam. BDS 7 and 2, baby.
Talia is a stopwatch. Doesn't want to get anywhere near that Zaya. Zaya just gonna ult and be fine.
That is so free.
Faker is just so tanky. It's hard to actually blow him up. And then you look at the Gnar build. Force of Nature is done. Zeus is hard to kill. So who do you kill? The flanking Rakan? Do you kill the Wukong that you tried to kill last time and failed?
BDS and the split, second place, because of head-to-head against G2.
Somewhat does have a timer on it. You know, the hourglass is running out here because you did go for double lethality here. And now the
BDS is Slovenian.
Now you have to deal with the late game Zaya. It's about to hit 4 items.
Even the
Head-to-head doesn't matter. It does matter. It does matter. Head-to-head just doesn't matter when there's like blockage for 8th place. But there's no tiebreakers for standings.
On the flank again. Control Ward is ready. He's got flash too.
He's looking for that angle. Not gonna have it just yet.
Man, Curry making my heart stop, as he often does.
Can G2 drop a game?
There is a Control Ward in the back of that.
They
pit,
can.
So
And they have.
I think T1 also have identified, like, okay, if this game goes late, we're probably gonna be fine.
Yeah, head-to-head, in cases of 3-way tie, head-to-head is counted first, and then after strength of schedule. Yeah. I think there's a big chance we will have a 3-way tie between Mad Lions, Team Heretics, and XL. And we have a situation where Team Heretics are pretty much...
So this is actually pretty significant that this is taking away one of the best engaged follow-ups. And he's pushed away.
Team Heretics beat XL and Mad. So... they will wait. Watch Mad stomp SK today. Don't forget Fnatic. I didn't forget Fnatic. They are at 3 wins.
And you had Scuttle Vision there. You don't use it. And like T1 are like, okay, well, we know that they are concerned that we could be wrapping around with the Wukong. And now like they're just not going to do anything. So if we go over there, we're going to get the Drake, and then we're going to have the better group. And this is exactly what's happened. T1 setting up for this.
See, this is so fast. He's just getting in there. He's looking for someone. Lahengs doesn't have any flash. He is looking to go down. Nobody can help him. Keen's here. I'm like, I don't do damage to Owner. What am I going to do? And that's a dead.
What a collapse, guys.
We didn't have flash to begin with, and maybe this is now when T1 pull the trigger on this Baron.
What a comeback win this would be for T1, as they've got full vision here around the edge of the pit.
All right, let's see, cuz very important smites for your career as in they go, and they're getting burst. They're getting burst. They're going in one by one as in the front line. Cuz will eventually go down in GA. Very important for Owner, but look at the health bars on the side of T1.
Okay.
Oh my god.
The fight you were looking for.
Definitely not. They wanted to actually force the fight here instead of trying to go for a 50-50 smite. And yeah, you kill Cuz, but it comes at a huge cost here. 2 members down. Carry is picked. Owner loses his GA and is killed subsequently as well. And these are huge wins for KT now. As
LPL win MSI.
Wait, there's a Zaya there. Guma with the stealth assassination. Gonna get the kill here, BDD.
What the fuck just happened?
As he's on the run, Zayas will be able to take him down. Faker can just go into Zanya's, and now they're looking at push mid.
Yeah, I think they might just be able to end it here with no defending Talia for 50 seconds. T1 at least going to be able to try to force this inhibitor. They don't even have to waste time on Baron. That inhibitor means the follow-up Baron. Zayas has Gnar.
It doesn't matter today if Fnatic win or lose. If you want to evaluate Fnatic, it's more about how they play.
28 seconds on the Talia, 12 on the Varus. T1, they've got the wave on the doorstep of winning this best of 5 as a massive amount of CC in that front line.
Minions down.
Trying desperately to stop this, and they do take out the minions, as you mentioned, which is so important. They will back off now.
Yeah, BD is up in 10 here. Owners on the Baron. No teleport for Talia. Keen's teleport coming back up here, but there's no wards. They're just trying to chase down and force this fight here on the Baron. This is probably going to be the fight that decides the game if they commit to it. If you give the Baron over here, that mid is open still.
They have to.
They have to fight for something.
Well, they have to give it up. They're not going to get in here on time.
Yeah, it's too late. Because we're going to go all the way back to this. Carrier going in, gets rooted here. And is instantly
It's just too much. It's like Zaya cannot fight here. Not has no mega.
And then, yeah, you end up trading one back onto Cuz, but you can't win
It's not the way.
through this choke point, through the Jace and the Varus. And T1 will take the Baron in live. You have to imagine this is a huge mistake from KT after what was a fantastic fight. Just coming in here with no vision on where the enemy AD carry is. 2 kills go over to T1. And I think, you know, T1 now should be able to just take the whole map with the Baron that they secure.
Yeah, you would imagine. I mean, especially with the inhibitor down in mid. We are taking a look at all of the replays. You can see that the minion wave biggest thing. It's gone, so not much they can do. They can't force it there. They have redemption, so that's there. But here is the Baron push.
KT let it go. Like you said, no real fight there. It's going to have to be a good wave there to hold.
Ooh, the double knockup. Carry is almost gone. And BDD's desperately trying to carry this game.
Where are you at?
He's trying to desperately carry this game from the depths.
And Zeus, he had a Snarbar set. That's why he was flanking there.
He didn't expect Carrier to just appear in the middle of nowhere.
And he just instantly dies. Carrier looks so frustrated on the player cam as he wants to make that engage happen. Once again, Guma hanging out and hiding. As that's a lot of your Baron power play gone. Now for T1, Baker's trying to set this wave. This game is crazy. It's going 40 minutes maybe here. Elder still not spawned yet. We're looking at maybe even a 7th rate game.
Oh, man. Here we go.
Okay, Guma is seen. He is going to back away. Hens going to push over, and they have control. And this will finally, it looks like, finally be the solo going over. As look at the setup here with Zeus and Carrier. It's a double hit here for BDD. And Zeus decided to go in anyways, while the rest of the team is so far away. Not the right call here.
That is something.
Lehens, where are you? Where are you, Lehens? He's got flash. Looks like he will be okay. The team, meanwhile, doing the Cloud Drake as they're desperately trying to kill Lehens. He's just trying to survive here as he will flash and Dalds.
Bro, KT itemized as if the game would be over fucking 20 minutes ago. They're buying elixirs, they're buying Yumus.
Movement and rotation around the map. This bottom inhibitor is still very difficult to take here for T1 with the wave clear that KT has. And we'll see if round 2 works out better. This
You and Kedro had an awesome costume today.
They really desperately want any kind of value out of it. Because so far they took it and then died over here.
Yes,
10
yes.
seconds, and they go again. Knock up here on a Baker. He's taking a big chunk, but the turret goes down.
Starbar set for Zeus. He's got to be so careful, cuz in the front line.
Okay, they're gonna let this one go.
Okay, let's go. Let's leave. Let's leave. Why are we taking this pathing? I don't like it. Let's leave.
Alright, backs coming through. No objective for 5 minutes. There were no Elder rather for 5 minutes. The Baron spawns in 3. So there's going to be a bit of a late game lull state here. Where the inhibitors are going to be perma-cryo here for the side of
Oh,
T1.
close.
Mid-inhibitor going to go down.
But no cigarillo.
Here for in 1 minute. So KT will have that pressure somewhat relieved with the bottom pressure, which is the opposite side of where Baron is a huge concern. As Faker is full build here. As you can see, doing a ton of damage when he does have those engages. Zeus as well, a huge threat at level 18.
Nice.
KT need to somehow deal with that inhibitor down the wave and somehow stop T1 doing Baron. Zeus
hiding on bush. They're gonna try to take down Zeus here. He's knocked into the rocks. Down goes his GA.
Guma's not here.
And again, anything on the backside of this.
Why are they here, man?
He will survive. And he is now
Bro,
run.
Gumayushi is losing his mind, by the way.
Yeah, and that's gonna be his teleport. He's gonna have to commit.
Like, Gumayushi is playing correct, and then his teammates are just kind of... Owner and Zeus.
Trying to make this inhibitor go down. They're trying to force it by any means. Owners in mid.
Mid's back up. KT gonna have to be decisive here. Carrier on the edge. Once again drops a ward. Gotta be so careful of BDD's engages. Has been the bane of T1 here in this late game.
Oh man. Guma's just in there. He's just poking away bit by bit. Owner. And you can see the base is falling apart on the right side here.
Okay.
Also gonna go down. As okay, Cast
Oh.
that just pushes Lehens in. Cuz pretty low.
Okay, thank you, Cuz.
Didn't have Crescent Guard. As now he might as he gets up. No, he's
Thank you, Cuz.
down by Owner who takes him here. Carrier.
Okay, flash of Jace. Oh, not like that. Oh, Guma, you adore Guma!
He's gonna defend it. Oh man. I don't know how much more of this game I can take, Valdez. It does not get closer to
roller coaster
in game 5. As Cuz is caught here early in this fight by Faker. The cast doesn't hit him, and that's the opportunity he sees to maybe re-engage here. Doesn't have the crescent.
Bro, look at Zeus.
And if he has it, maybe this fight is so much
What was this from Zeus?
damage from aiming.
Look at Zeus.
Fantastic in this fight. Great flash onto Carrier here. Without that, I think they lose this fight for sure. And then these Nexus turrets doing so much damage here in the aggro. Lehen's so much.
And then Zion ult.
For maybe a second, they could turn this with the GA pop from Owner, but it's not enough. Lehen's does go down, but aiming will pick up both.
Aiming just killed his homie with the Q.
And they should be able to. I mean, there are some wards in the base.
Okay.
Is in, but they should be able to get this one.
Run, boy, run. They're trying to murder you. What are you holding flash for, man?
BDD's coming over. There's a lot of long-term damage in this fight here for KT.
Just putting up a wall, just trying to save his team.
Who's he holding flash for?
In the base.
Baron buff here now defensively for KT is going to be pretty useful. They're trying to get this inhibitor potentially.
It's 5v4. I think T1 can just step up. Yep, they're just going to take down the inhibitor.
They're going to be careful of this poke. There's so much poke between the Taliyah, the Jace, and this Varus. Guma so far away from the fight here, wants to be positioned.
Wait, every jungle in playoffs has been in T1. Cuz, Klid, Peanut, Owner.
T1 not going to take any chances there. I like it. I mean, especially the way this game has been going.
Man, I can't believe this game might come down to a 45-minute Elder 5v5, which could be a flip, but it seems unlikely considering T1's advantages here. As they secure this, but Cuz gets caught here, does Crescent Guard and Flash to try to escape, and he does barely.
Bro, my man is holding flash for a rainy day, really. He just had to flash anything, and then he's out.
KT gonna defend. There are no, I mean, like these inhibitors down. Teleport from Faker, teleport from Zeus.
Bro, did they inhib mid die to minions?
Which means T1 will have prio on this Elder no matter what. Like I was saying, it just seems unlikely it's going to be a flip because of that ability to just end the game.
At least KT have the
Okay.
turrets, and they did just
It's time for the Elder Dretzky. Do you want a better position?
great for them, but they do have some space.
Zeus, stop showing yourself.
Into mid lane, they get prio.
Owner on the flank, Flash Cyclone is ready. They have no vision.
No vision, cuz Crescent Guard, I'm checking for that one now. As meanwhile, yeah, they just have no idea where Owner is.
We don't either.
Where is he? Okay, there he is. He's pretty fast.
Oh, Owner.
Is the question. Ult comes in, they're taken out.
Owner the boneless.
That's no smite.
Owner the boneless. Cuz! What?
Carrier's gone here. Guma has to carry this fight. Guma will have to carry this fight. The Narvar is fading away, and they've got poke. Oh, Valdez.
He has to go back. He has to stop the wave. There's too many super minions up there. He's got TP, though.
And Zeus could just TP and end if he wanted to, so he has to come over here and stop the minions. Oh, this game. Oh, my God.
Bro, Cuz got jealous. He's like, Owner is getting so much attention. I want attention. And then he just ran it right through the Counter-Strike.
Started up. Yeah, no smite. Might just come down to a straight up actual flip.
Oh, Woody Fruity! Woody Fruity! Okay. Gumayushi? How Gumayushi die? What? Wait, what happened? Yeah? What was this play, by the way? But his play was just shit. Gale Force ult. Are we in Europe or what? Come on, Gobayushi.
How's your steal, man? How's your steal?
One boomerang and a dream. He doesn't even have vision. Nope, that's going to be Elder the side.
Bro, did KT lose?
And they will be able to defend their base at the same time.
Oh, there's inhibitors coming back up. Top inhibitors up. Mid inhibitors up in 2. This is the craziest game I've ever cast of League of Legends. This Owner is caught here, but T1, they can't start the Elder during this chase, and they don't actually have good follow-up here. The Weavers
Look at Cuz.
from coming through.
Oh my.
Exchange. So it's a trade of junglers here.
Yeah, he's caught. He didn't completely run it down.
Replay, where he's waiting for this flank angle to kill aiming, is so significant because he uses everything.
Yeah.
And like, if he actually gets the bigger priority target Talia in this fight, I think it's different because the Varus is basically a poke champion right now, whereas the Talia is actually the really long-term carry with Leandri. So if you kill a Talia, it's one thing. As we start off feeling good and not so great.
Oh man, that was okay.
We have passed that.
Yeah, yeah, we're way beyond that. They can still somehow do
master the fight. One thing. As we start off feeling good and not so great at the end of the fight.
Oh man, that was
roller coaster.
Okay, 41 kills.
We have passed that.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
We're way beyond that. We're at 52. They can still somehow do math. Here we go. We're going down mid.
Okay, Elder is ready. BDD has TP.
All right.
Why don't they just end the game here?
Hey, you gotta be careful about some of those. I don't know about that, buddy. As the
Keen. Why is Keen? Keen, why doesn't he just W the turret? Bonk, 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 bonk.
With Elder, or you're taking it slow.
Yeah, you're gonna have to hope for some shock blast to connect. Keria is crazy for going on this flank. One shock blast and he's 100 to 0.
All right. Cuz again in a precarious position, but he's okay. He's got backup this time. And the poke with Elder, it's just so powerful.
Yeah.
There we go.
Cast miss.
Huge miss.
The wall will not miss. It gets them the turret. It gets them the inhibitor. Still 30 seconds.
Okay.
They're gonna try to force down a second inhibitor here on top. Zeus. Oh, yes, GA, but
oh boy. All right, they got this mini wave. Look at this little cannon. He's doing his best. He's tanking it up. He's reducing those resistances.
15 seconds on Elder. This might be the end for this push for.
How did Katie lose?
You gotta go back.
How can lose?
If you lose this Baron fight, you lose the game either way. KT maybe need to set a trap.
Ping on bottom lane from T1. They have double TP.
Yeah, I think KT really need to consider.
They couldn't have ended with Elder. They couldn't.
I think you gotta send BDD.
I mean, Keen has TP also.
Oh, maybe you just made a fight. T1 trying to push in mid as a unit, trying to push over to that inhibitor.
Is taking some damage.
They can end with the bot wave.
Back comes in. King gets back, but
Okay, well, Jace and Talia are showing. Why did Jace and Talia go back? Oh, Talia has item, that's why. They just give Nash?
Nope, they're not gonna get in. Cuz flashes in, and now he's probably gonna go down.
Where is the follow-up? Where is the TP? Here it comes.
They're finally TP. Feels like it's hours late as Cuz goes into his GA. And he should be going down here. He doesn't have flash. And now Baron available for T1.
But they have to go back and defend their inhibitors. I think the reason why they waited so long to TP was KT was indecisive about whether they TP to end or they TP to actually take the Baron, because they have 2 TPs to push into the base and actually take out those Nexus turrets and then kill the Nexus. If Cuz gets in there, wins the Smite fight, they have Baron buff on those TPs too. So they were
I don't know, man.
indecisive about it, but I think that
They dealt with the bot wave way too late and then they sent 2.
T1 has Baron buff here. 40 seconds on the Xin Zhao.
Look at this. This is so cute. It's going to buy them some time. It's going to redirect some of the minions for a little bit.
Yeah, but I don't know how significant it's going to be here. They need more than that. They need to get a pick. They need to actually win a team fight.
Trying to buy time for Cuz, right? He's up in 25 seconds. They need to buy as many seconds as they can.
Pressing guard is available. Redemption.
Oh, God, look at that damage. Right, everybody's full build at this point. There are no boots for the Varus. There are no boots for the Jace.
The top wave is really stacking. T1 are going to back away. I think we're going to have another Elder fight here. Baron buff and Elder lined up here, but with super minions to deal with, I don't think T1 really has the advantage here. It's going to make it easier.
Yeah, we're going to get a second Elder in this game.
This could end up being the longest game of the season.
And it's looking pretty likely. Look at this roller coaster we've had.
Our longest game, 51 minutes and 47 seconds. So 1 minute away, 1 minute 12.
We're going to get there.
We're getting there.
We already surpassed the kill amount.
Keria on a flank. Again, he has all this vision set up, and he has been so critical in every single objective fight that T1 has won. JS pushing top here, does have teleport. He's going to push that super minion wave away. If Keria is caught here, the game is essentially lost, but because he knows he has vision and he's swept this out, he could just kind of play this long con game as Lehens thinks he's trying to come over here on the left side of the pit, but not. Lehens is trying to look for him, but he's actually just going to commit to the back instead.
Yeah, they're just trying to cover all their bases. Like, with how insane this game has been, I mean, choose now. I mean, it's better late than never, I guess.
They have the Elixir's bot, you know, the Elixir bot here for Lehens. Ward upgraded item here for carry. I mean, that's the late game we're in right now.
And the damage is there to clear these waves, even with Baron buff.
Yeah, it's like this Nautilus fucked his economy a long time ago, and it's like, obviously, if he knew the game would go to 51 minutes, it's really bad.
That top prep from Zeus was so huge. We've reached top longest game of the season now, and
all right, it's gonna come down to this fight.
One more fight to decide this best of 5.
This has got to be the end, right? Like, there's no way. The poke is there for KT. Everybody is buffless. The Cloud Soul.
Katie could have won this game in 30 minutes, guys.
Look at the damage here. Like, T1 just.
And then all of these items would make sense.
That's what I've been asking from KT this entire time.
Owner, they're gonna try to collapse on him.
Oh, no way! Oh, the angle. They get Faker. They get Faker on this one, and that's gonna be.
Oh shit!
As well. 2 pinks go the way of KT. Zeus goes into his GA. Keria is desperate. Down goes.
What, cuz?
Wait, hold the fall into his GA as well. 2 pinks go the way of KT. Zeus goes into his GA. Keria is desperate. Down goes.
Oh my god, man.
Okay, but there's not a lot of damage here in this fight outside of the Zaya. She still has ult. It's gonna have to be on Guma to carry this. He's got GA and ult. He also has Gale Force here, so picking him is very difficult.
KT don't have a jungler.
Yeah. Teleport coming through.
Okay.
Baker does have TP when he respawns. I don't know if this fight's gonna go that long, but it might.
It might. I mean, yeah. Like,
it's hard to size for either team to win this.
KT just can't let them start it, right? They don't have a smite, so they just have to fight only.
Yeah. Cuz's ASOL is for sure really dirty.
Never really threatening an Elder Drake.
And because
I think he didn't practice any ASOL.
So T1 have the advantage here. The KT are on a timer right now. They need to hit this poke, and they're not. They're not hitting it. Zeus is on the edge here. KT, they cannot give this up.
The
You're gonna have to find
redemption
an
by
angle.
2 is just so much value. That's okay.
That's
they
a
get
clone.
the clone, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point you're gonna have to engage. Lens has flash ult.
Yeah, you gotta go. Hook misses and change misses.
Oh, everything misses.
Zeus, Meganar.
Just buy space for Talia. Oh. Gumayushi Keria. That was gangster shit, dude. Oh, the keen is so clean. Wow. Let's go, Cuz!
Oh, he's gonna get it. Okay, no, there's another wave. There's another wave coming in. I think they've done it. Cuz is just going into a GA. Eskuma's so low. And he's gonna back up. Make sure he
Oh
takes out
my
this. I think they've
god.
done it. T1 have finally won the game. T1 take game number 5. They take game number 5 in this.
Holy fuck, man. Why do all my favorite players get griefed by their junglers?
And T1 do it somehow,
Oh my god, dude.
Okay. Wow. That is unexpected.
Holy fuck. Fucking vibe.
Is he actually fully awake now? Is this it? Were you here, chat? When Yamato woke up? After 3 hours?
When you get to the turret, that can help him actually take it down.
You were here.
Yeah, he's just walking towards them. Trophy gonna come on over.
What's he gonna say when he realizes I've been milking him for content for the last 3 hours?
And Kingen looking for that flank angle, but he's just
I already saw this clip.
move towards that top side to try and answer the minion wave. And Gen G collect themselves so much map to move back towards the back.
Alright, who do we rate, guys? Who do we rate? Who do we rate? What do we rate? The shy form check. Yankos. Yankos. Let's rate. Let's rate the Yankos. But how much more is he gonna play? He's probably going offline, no? Browse. Okay, we just rate Kitty. She gave me a rate the other day. Let's rate Kitty. It's okay. Guys, when I send you in there, I want you guys to only talk good about Kato, okay? Really, really talk good about Kato. Kato's the man, okay? Talk about how fucking he saved your life. You were stuck in a tree or some shit. All right. Talk good about Kato, okay, guys? Fulfill your duty. Fulfill your duty. This has been a fantastic stream. Hey, guys, I catch you later, yeah? I'm going to be on the LEC broadcast. Check out my YouTube, yeah? Check out my YouTube. My YouTube is going to be, the video should be out right now, I think. Here we go. Actually, before I raid.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube. Thank you. Good luck editing this shit. It's 4 a.m.
Here we go. Latest YouTube out. LEC recap, baby. Check it out right now. Elo boost me. Let's raid. Let's raid. Catch you on the flippity flop.
I watched the LEC.
Liked already. Let's go. Woo!
It's very late at night. I'm super tired, so we're gonna try to do this as best as we can. Very big day because we had some upset victories, some upset games. Considering how the format works, of course, you go into the